Chapter 1 Despair. Chen, you have awakened with an initial spirit power level of F1 and no beast taming talent. I must have misheard. F1 level. Such a weak initial spirit power level? And no beast taming talent at all. Are you sure this is a successful awakening? This truly is unprecedented, even if it's considered a successful awakening. How is it any different from an ordinary person? From today onwards, the name Chen will be written in textbooks, not as the strongest spirit master, but as the weakest spirit master in history. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Chen walked through the streets like a walking corpse, his eyes completely dull, constantly recalling the cold mockery in his mind. The most despairing remark for Chen was undoubtedly that he was the weakest spirit master in history. Since the Aura revival on Blue Star hundreds of years ago, all things began to evolve, resulting in a large number of terrifying monsters, while humans could not evolve. As a result, humans, the original masters of Blue Star, were brutally slaughtered by these monsters, nearly facing extinction. But it was at this time that humanity rose from despair, discovering the door to beast taming. Every human who awakened their beast taming talent could use their abilities to contract monsters as their spirit companions, thus controlling these companions to fight against the terrifying beasts. From then on, humans gained the ability to resist the monsters. After hundreds of years of battle, humanity constructed 15 base cities in their desperate struggle to fend off these terrifying beasts. Among these 15 base cities, only the 5 core cities enjoyed the most advantageous living conditions and had the strongest protective forces. The other 10 cities, however, were merely dependent satellite cities, also known as the lower cities, which were very poor and chaotic. If the 5 main base cities are highly developed metropolises, then these 10 subordinate lower cities are the impoverished, backward, and lawless dark world. Dust City, a lower city affiliated with the main base city of Radiant Star City, is also where Chen was born in this world. Only powerful spirit masters hold a very high status. They can have money, women, and power. Essentially, they can have whatever they want. Ordinary people wishing to change their fate can only become powerful spirit masters. This is a truth that Chen, born in a lower city, understood from a young age. When he was 8, his parents had an accident after leaving the city and never returned. From then on, Chen became an orphan, struggling for 10 years in the poor and chaotic Dust City, finally reaching the age to awaken. But unexpectedly, reality slapped Chen hard in the face as he awakened with this unprecedentedly weak initial spirit power level, and even lacked any beast taming talent. It should be noted that the classification of spirit masters ranges from high to low as follows: S level, A level, B level, C level, D level, E level, and F level. Each level is further divided into 5 sublevels, such as E1, E2, E3, E4, and E5. Only by reaching the highest sublevel of the current level can one break through to the next stronger level. Spirit masters who reach B level or above are referred to as high-level spirit masters, possessing even greater abilities than AS for the top-tier S5 level spirit masters. They have an even more impressive title, King-level Spirit Master. Since the era of spirit masters began, only 5 king-level spirit masters have ever been born, known as the ultimate weapons of Blue Star, each possessing terrifying strength. Every spirit master awakens with an initial spirit power level. The higher the awakening level, the stronger the talent of that spirit master, allowing them to reach higher realms and become powerful spirit masters in the future. Conversely, the lower the initial spirit power level, the weaker the talent. Every successfully awakened spirit master typically has an initial level between D1 and E1, and the weakest never falls below E level. Although F level has been categorized, no one has ever awakened to such a weak level throughout history. E1 level spirit masters were once considered the weakest initial spirit power level. But now Chen has broken that record, awakening to a level even weaker than E1, F1. Moreover, aside from awakening the weakest F1 level, Chen lacks any ability to control monsters. It is not an exaggeration to say he is no different from an ordinary person. Although he has successfully awakened, it is completely meaningless. It's even harder to accept than failing the awakening. Hey, isn't this my bro Mo? Why do you look so dispirited walking around here? Right, I almost forgot. Didn't you go for your awakening today? I heard you awakened to F1 level. I really didn't expect someone could have such a weak initial spirit power level. You've practically broken the Spirit Master record. You almost made me die of laughter. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a muscular guy with red hair, wearing a black studded jacket, walked past Chen, deliberately saying these harsh words. What did you say? Chen, already feeling upset, suddenly widened his eyes upon hearing the mocking words, his gaze filled with murderous intent, directly landing on the red-haired guy. The red-haired guy felt a chill run down his spine under Chen's glare. But this time he wasn't afraid. Instead, he provocatively approached Chen and taunted, "What? Do you still think you're the old Chen? Now you're just a waste. The weakest waste in history." This red-haired guy was one of those who participated in the awakening with Chen. Although he didn't awaken a strong initial spirit power level, he still reached E1 level, far surpassing Chen in the red-haired guy's eyes. Chen was no longer the renowned figure from Dust City. He was merely an ordinary person's waste. In the eyes of proud spirit masters, these ordinary people are like ants, only worthy of doing the most menial and degrading jobs. From the moment of awakening, Chen had already fallen to the bottom. Before they awakened, they had feared Chen for his strength and dared not provoke him. They were even more worried that Chen would awaken to a powerful initial spirit power level at 18, which could lead to him being taken away by people from the upper city. Thus, even if they couldn't stand Chen back then, they could only bow and scrape, acting as his lackeys, never daring to provoke him. Say that again. Chen slowly stopped, his face darkening, his eyes piercing like daggers directed at the red-haired guy. If it were before, the red-haired guy would surely be frightened by Chen's terrifying gaze. However, now he was not afraid at all, still looking at Chen with a mocking expression. "Wow, your stare really scares me. I can't count the number of nights I was awakened by that stare, but this time, you can't scare me anymore. Do you think you have the ability to fight against spirit masters now?" Every successful normal awakening to become a spirit master would be protected by the local spirit association until they successfully contracted their own monster. This red-haired guy, shortly after awakening, managed to successfully contract a monster. While he may not be very strong now, he is already considered a qualified spirit master. In contrast, Chen is not in the same situation. Although he has awakened to become a spirit master, his initial spirit power level is too poor, almost negligible, and he lacks any beast taming talent, making him almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The Spirit Association would not waste their time on him at all. This means that if Chen were to engage in a fight with this red-haired man, he would be facing a terrifying beast. When humans battle powerful beasts, it is undoubtedly like striking a stone with an egg. There is simply no chance of winning that, I say. Red-haired guy, are you out of your mind? Do you know who you're provoking? This is Chen. Aren't you afraid that he will knock you down with one punch? This guy must be itching for a fight with Chen's skills. This fellow will definitely suffer. Come on, fight already. Why aren't they fighting yet? This dusty city is a subordinate undercity and is a place with no public order. Here, even street fights that result in death wouldn't be a big deal. After Chen and the red-haired man confronted each other, it didn't take long for a large crowd of onlookers to gather. Each of them had a fierce expression, all residents of this chaotic undercity. Naturally, they wouldn't be kind-hearted enough to try to stop the duel. They would only fan the flames, hoping that both would perish together. Chapter 2. The Disparity. Just him? Just this useless trash. By the way, you guys probably don't know yet, but the famous Chen has awakened to an F1 level initial spiritual power and has absolutely no beast taming talent. This is truly unprecedented, the weakest in history. As for me, red hair, while my qualifications are just average, at least I've awakened to an E1 level and have the ability to become a spirit master. As soon as the red-haired man finished speaking, all the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, and a strange atmosphere enveloped the air. Since Chen is quite famous in this area, upon hearing this news, they exchanged glances, and for a moment, the surroundings became eerily quiet. Bro, this can't be true, right? At this moment, a young man with a black buzz cut cautiously inquired from the crowd. Chen, upon hearing this, did not respond, gripping his fists tightly. His silent response was an acknowledgement, and the tense, incredulous expressions of the crowd instantly vanished, replaced by laughter, mocking Chen. The terrifying man who once single-handedly slaughtered all the punks in the Black Street has now become a spirit master with the weakest talent. This is truly explosive news. It won't be long before everyone here knows that Chen is a complete waste. However, to verify the authenticity of this matter, they merely smiled and did not take any excessive actions, all waiting to see how Chen would be taken down by the red-haired. Man Montak Chen. Today, I, Red Hair, will defeat you in front of everyone. In the past, Red Hair was very afraid of Chen. He once had a conflict with Chen and was thoroughly beaten up, which left Chen as a shadow in his heart. Now that he finally has a chance for revenge, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. As soon as Red Hair finished speaking, a portal suddenly appeared behind him. The portal opened by Red Hair is actually the spirit space. After successfully awakening, every spirit master can have this special space to place their spirit and summon it at any time, which is very convenient. This spirit space contains mysterious powers and greatly aids in the growth of spirits. So once a beast becomes a spirit for a human, it is more willing to stay inside. The next moment, a shadow leaped out of the portal and landed beside Red Hair. It turned out to be a wolf cub emitting a faint black mist. This black wolf cub is a common beast found outside Dusty City, known as the Shadow Wolf. Its strength is not very powerful, with the strongest being around E5, but has decent growth talent and several evolution routes. Additionally, due to their large numbers and ease of subjugation, they have become one of the top choices for many novice spirit masters from average backgrounds. The classification of beasts is similar to that of spirit masters, ranked from high to low as S, A, B, C, D, E, each rank also having 5 small levels. Once a beast reaches the highest level of its rank, it can evolve and become a more powerful beast. However, one point is different. Even the weakest beast has a level of E, and those below E cannot be considered beasts. They can only be regarded as slightly mutated animals. Spirit masters can only have the ability to contract a second beast once they reach B level or above, but those who can reach B level are extremely rare. For spirit masters in these undercities, they generally can only contract one beast in their lifetime, so they are particularly cautious when contracting beasts. Only if one's spiritual power level is equal to or exceeds that of the beast can a contract be signed with it. This is precisely why Chen, who awakened to F1, feels so desperate. Even if he has a shred of beast taming talent, he cannot contract any beast because his initial spiritual power level is simply too weak. The current red-haired man, though he has only awakened to E1 level, still has the ability to contract E1 level beasts, and even if he can only become an A-level spirit master for his whole life, he is still much stronger than an ordinary person. Chen, look, Red Hair is challenging you. You wouldn't dare to accept, would you? Seeing Red Hair summon his spirit while Chen remained indifferent, the eager crowd began to incite him. Even though I'm very weak now, and the shadow wolf I've contracted is still a cub with only E1 power, a beast is still a beast that a little human wants to fight against that there's no chance of winning. Red Hair seemed to have already envisioned Chen kneeling and begging for mercy. Unable to help but laugh out loud at this moment, Chen did not pay attention to the surrounding voices, his eyes fixed firmly on the shadow wolf. Even though Red Hair's shadow wolf is still just a cub, it already emits a terrifying aura unique to beasts, enough to instill fear in ordinary people. As someone who has only awakened to F1, Chen has no beast to rely on. All he can depend on is his own brute fists. Beep! The god-level choice system has been successfully activated. Just as Chen decided to make a move, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The next moment, 2 pieces of text appeared before Chen's eyes. Option 1. Obediently bow to Red Hair and admit defeat, shouting Red Hair Master 3 times. Reward: a small amount of spiritual power. Option 2. This red hair guy is too detestable, making you very unhappy. Use your brute fighting ability to kill the shadow wolf in front of you. Reward: a small increase in spiritual power level. Choice question: what's going on? Chen was momentarily stunned when he saw the 2 options appear, then let out a cold laugh. Although he didn't know what this thing was, Chen, who had grown up in this undercity, firmly believed in his fists. There was no way he would choose to run away or admit defeat. As for the rewards behind those options, Chen didn't bother to look closely. He had to deal with this red-hair man first. Chen, are you so scared that you can't even move? How about this? For the sake of our past friendship, as long as you obediently kneel and beg for mercy, shouting Red Hair Master, let me go 3 times. I will let you leave." Seeing that Chen remained unmoved and stood there in a daze, Red Hair sneered contemptuously. However, just as Red Hair's words fell, Chen, who had been standing still, suddenly walked towards him. As Chen moved, the gazes of the onlookers followed him, all wanting to see what this once notorious violent figure of the Black Street would do next at O. It seems you've come to your senses, ready to kneel and beg for mercy. Huh? Seeing Chen approach with his head down and a dark expression, the red-haired man was completely unbothered. Speaking with a tone of disdain at the same time, he was stroking his shadow wolf with his right hand, seemingly flaunting it to Chen. "Red Hair, let me tell you a secret, okay?" Chen stood in front of Red Hair, looking at him with an extremely indifferent expression. "Ah, I'm telling you, it doesn't matter what you say now, just obediently kneel down for me." Red Hair didn't waste any more words with Chen, shouting angrily. "The secret is that I once sneaked out of the city and personally hunted a shadow wolf. I have to say, that shadow wolf's meat was really terrible. It even had a smell of urine." As Chen's words fell, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his cold face, and with a fierce gaze like a beast, he directly looked at the shadow wolf beside them. Chapter 3. Humanoid Monster Beasts. As Chen's voice fell, he quickly pulled a dagger from his pocket. With a flash of his body, he pounced on the shadow wolf like a humanoid monster beast, thrusting the dagger towards its head with force. However, even though the monster beast was just a cub, it was much stronger than an average human, and its sensory abilities were extremely sharp. After sensing Chen's killing intent, it had remained in a state of combat readiness. The shadow wolf leaped into the air, easily evading Chen's attack. Haha! Due to the shadow wolf's speed and its leap into the air, Chen's attack naturally missed. However, he did not hold back. Years of fighting experience made his body exceptionally agile. Seeing his attack fail, he immediately turned, pushing off the ground with one foot and leaping into the air, grabbing the shadow wolf by its tail and slamming it down hard onto the ground. Awoo! Chen's strength was immense, and with the determination to kill the shadow wolf, he did not hold back at all. The moment it hit the ground, the shadow wolf howled in pain, blood streaming down from its head. It had never expected that this human could be so fast. Despite missing its attack, he was able to quickly turn around and grab its tail, shocking the shadow wolf. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. So strong, as expected of Chen. Even against a monster beast, he did not falter at all. Unfortunately, the beast's constitution was powerful, and such a level of attack could not defeat the shadow wolf. Among the spectators, there were also many spirit contract masters who understood monster beasts well and knew that the shadow wolf could not be easily defeated. Montauk Chen, you actually hurt my monster. I will kill you. Attack quickly. Use all your strength." The red-haired man, seeing his shadow wolf injured by Chen, roared in anger. At this moment, the shadow wolf also felt a deep sense of shame. A mere human had managed to injure it, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face to monster beasts. It could not tolerate this. Without needing the red-haired man's command, it emitted a large amount of black mist that wrapped around its sharp claws, increasing its speed as it charged at Chen. Chen, seeing this, showed no panic. He fell back, executing a slide to easily dodge the shadow wolf's attack. Not only that, during the slide, he used the dagger to leave a deep gash on the shadow wolf's belly, causing blood to gush out. Immediately afterward, Chen sprang to his feet and kicked the shadow wolf hard in the rear. However, due to the shadow wolf's beastly reflexes, it immediately kicked back with its hind legs the moment Chen stood up. Both parties were sent flying, crashing into a nearby wall. Awoo. Compared to Chen, the shadow wolf was clearly more seriously injured, especially with the deep gash on its belly. If it weren't for the strong constitution of monster beasts, it might have already been dead. So refreshing, so exhilarating. My attack isn't over yet. Chen crashed into the wall, clearly injured, with blood beginning to flow from his shoulder, but he was not affected at all. Instead, his fighting spirit ignited even more. Without saying a word, he continued to charge at the shadow wolf. The shadow wolf thought that even if Chen wanted to attack again, he would at least need to take a break. However, it did not expect Chen to come charging in as if he had not been injured at all, his speed still fast, catching it off guard. Before it could react, Chen's sharp dagger had already pierced into its head, and as he pulled it out, a disgusting liquid of blood mixed with brain matter sprayed out. This disgusting liquid splattered onto Chen's face, but he did not care. Instead, he revealed a bloodthirsty expression. My God, is Chen even human? He actually defeated a monster beast. Why do I feel that Chen now resembles a humanoid monster beast? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe that an 18-year-old youth could defeat a shadow wolf with his bare hands? Watching the shadow wolf collapse to the ground, barely alive, and Chen covered in blood and with a cold expression, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. They had seen countless battles between monster beasts, no matter how brutal, but this was their first time witnessing a direct confrontation between a human and a monster beast. They initially thought Chen had no chance of winning, but who would have thought he would emerge victorious in the end? The level of shock was no less than witnessing a battle between rare monster beasts. Chen, who had struggled for 10 years in this gray city, had no intention of showing mercy. Seeing the shadow wolf on the brink of death, he felt no sympathy. He directly plunged the dagger into the shadow wolf's previously injured abdomen and forcefully sliced it open, its innards and intestines spilling out in a disgusting manner. But Chen was already used to such sights. He reached his right hand into the shadow wolf's belly and rummaged around for a while before pulling out a white crystal stained with blood. This white crystal was the most basic E-level monster core. Although it wasn't worth much, Chen certainly wouldn't let go. An E1 level shadow wolf monster was killed by Chen in no time, and even its core was ruthlessly extracted. Looking at Chen, drenched in blood, the onlookers showed expressions of shock, and many dared not continue watching, turning to leave. In this chaotic, gray city, no one wanted to attract trouble. Otherwise, they might be next. The red-haired man, upon seeing his shadow wolf pierced through the head by Chen, was dumbfounded, completely in a state of shock, his mind blank, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. All right, it's your turn. Chen calmly put the shadow wolf's core into his pocket and slowly walked towards the red-haired man, his right hand gripping the dagger, ready to cut his throat. Stop. Chen, that's enough. Just as Chen was about to strike, a stern voice suddenly came from behind him. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately halted his attack and slowly lowered the dagger. However, his fierce gaze remained fixed on the red-haired man. From now on, I don't want to see you in this gray city. Otherwise, the fate of the shadow wolf will be your fate. After saying this, Chen turned and left directly. Watching Chen's gradually receding figure, the red-haired man felt his legs go weak, and he collapsed to the ground, yellow, foul-smelling liquid flowing out between his legs. Clearly, the previous scene had terrified him. If Chen hadn't stopped, he might have already lost his head. What the hell? Did this guy just piss himself from fear of Chen? The red-haired man was already timid and often bullied by others. Now, he had finally hoped to prove himself, but unexpectedly, Chen could easily defeat him even without a monster beast. How pitiful. The monster beast he had just acquired was dead in no time. For a spirit contract master, losing a spirit companion they had grown with was equivalent to becoming an ordinary person. The people of the Spirit Contract Association won't help capture a second time. If this guy doesn't have money to buy an already tamed E1 beast and complete a contract with it again, his life will be completely ruined. Although Chen's fierce side just now scared off quite a few onlookers, there were still many people around watching, all with the mentality of enjoying the spectacle and making comments about the red-haired man. Not a single person thought about stopping this farce from happening. This is the attitude of the people in the lower city. Chapter 4, Accept Fate? Not a chance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Option 2. Reward: Spirit power level increased by 1 small level. Given the host's fierce combat performance, an additional small level is rewarded. Just as Chen left the red-haired man and turned into a small alley, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Immediately, Chen sensed a significant increase in the spirit power fluctuations within him, rising from the original F1 level directly to F3 level. Besides that, the enhancement in spirit power level also made Chen feel a boost in his overall strength. For Chen, who had awakened the weakest initial spirit power level, It was nearly impossible to gradually improve his level through training due to his poor innate talent, which was hardly different from that of an ordinary person. Not to mention contracting a spirit beast. Even mobilizing spirit power was a challenge. However, he didn't expect that in just an instant. This strange reward would elevate him to F3 level, which surprised him greatly. What is this? An exclusive cheat for me? As Chen walked deeper into the alley, he pondered this question. It seems you took my words as mere wind in your ears. Didn't I remind you not to kill unless absolutely necessary? At this moment, a sturdy middle-aged man with light, golden long hair and a noticeable scar on his right cheek approached from the depths of the alley. Uncle Chen, that guy provoked trouble first. Besides, I was already quite displeased with him, and he was so aggressive, so I can't be blamed for that. Moreover, I didn't intend to kill him. Killing his contracted spirit would have already achieved my goal. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. To outsiders, Chen was not a good person. He was known for his fiery temper and vendetta. However, in front of this middle-aged man, he appeared very obedient, leaning against the wall and responding calmly. All right, since you have your reasons, let it go. I ask you, did you cause the explosion in the upper city of Yaoxing City 3 days ago? I want to hear the truth. Don't try to play tricks on me. The middle-aged man walked directly to Chen's side, looking at him seriously, resembling a father educating his son. But this middle-aged man was not Chen's father. To be precise, he had no blood relation to Chen at all. 10 years ago, when Chen was lost on the streets, this middle-aged man adopted him. Having no offspring, he regarded Chen as his own son and took great care of him. The middle-aged man, named Chen, was quite famous in this area. Apart from his strong combat skills, he was also a C1 level spirit master. It was precisely because of his reputation that Chen was not bullied by others. Chen's excellent combat skills were also taught by Chen. So what if I did it? Why should we people from the lower city be born lower than those from the upper city? Why are we considered slaves in their eyes? Why can't we go to the upper city and live the same life as them? Faced with Jun's questioning, Chen showed no signs of hiding, admitting right away, I don't want to stay in the lower city for the rest of my life. But why does fate mock me like this? First, I awakened smoothly. Then I was given this unprecedented initial level. Why? As Chen spoke, his eyes immediately turned red, his fists clenched tightly, with his nails digging into his flesh, drawing a bit of blood. Having lived in this dark and chaotic Ashen City for a full 10 years, Chen knew how terrifying this place was. The lofty Yaoxing City was like a paradise, where one could not only enjoy a high-quality life, but also have the most powerful protection, without worrying about spirit beasts at all. Why can those in the upper city enjoy such comforts, while those born in the lower city must hide like rats in this sunless lower city? Even the protection of the lower city is something the upper city people have bestowed upon them. To them, lower city people are no different from slaves in slums. Hardly worth mentioning. This was what Chen could not tolerate the most. So he vowed from a young age to escape from this lower city and carve out his own territory. He wanted to prove himself and slap those upper city people in the face. But he never expected that fate would play a big joke on him, directly pushing Chen into the abyss. As for the multiple choice question that just appeared in his mind, while it shocked Chen and indeed increased his spirit power level, he did not expect such intangible things to appear a second time. Everything must rely on oneself. Sigh, perhaps this is fate's arrangement. Chen, being an ordinary person is pretty good too. Whether in the lower city or the upper city, one can live a stable life. Jun also heard about Chen awakening the weakest spirit power level and was very puzzled as to why someone with such good qualifications would have such a thing happen. It was truly unfair. I don't want it. I refuse. I don't believe it. Do I have to rely on those spirit beasts? I want to prove that I am not inferior to those spirit beasts. Chen would not accept fate just like that, since heaven was unfair to him. He would defy fate and change his destiny. Chen wanted to prove that even with the lowest initial level, even without any spirit beast control talent, he could rely on himself to make a name for himself. Spirit beasts are after all spirit beasts. Human power is always limited. And what you can defeat are merely some E-level spirit beasts. Those powerful spirit beasts are definitely beyond your imagination. You caused quite a stir in the upper city 3 days ago. People from the enforcement team will come to the lower city to investigate. It's best for you to lay low for a while. If you get caught by the enforcement team, your life will be over, let alone proving yourself. Upon hearing this, Chen did not refute. Indeed, with his current strength, he could only barely deal with E-level spirit beasts. While those in the upper city's enforcement team were at least D-level spirit masters, not something Chen could handle. After a helpless sigh, Chen followed Chen Jun obediently, leaving the small alley. In Ashen City, it is divided into 4 areas: east, west, south, and north. The area where Chen was located was the eastern area. Chen Jun was quite famous in this eastern area, owning a tavern where local ruffians would almost all come to drink, but no one dared to cause trouble, all because of Chen Jun's presence. Moreover, these ruffians respected Chen Jun greatly. It was precisely because of Chen Jun's protection that the people in the eastern area were not bullied by those from other areas. In their minds, Chen Jun was like the black boss. Behind Chen Jun's tavern was a dilapidated cement house, which was home to both Chen Jun and Chen. Upon returning here, Chen, with a dark face, walked straight into his room. Chapter 5, Chaos Just Now. After Chen fought fiercely with the Shadow Wolf and successfully killed it, he also sustained some injuries when he crashed into the wall, breaking 2 of his ribs. Fortunately, he had experienced such injuries countless times growing up, so he knew some emergency methods. He easily bandaged himself up, swallowed a few healing pills, and lay down on a nearby wooden chair. Meow. At that moment, an orange cat sprang out from the side and jumped onto Chen. Upon seeing this orange cat, Chen's expression immediately relaxed, and he broke into a long-lost smile, gently stroking it. This orange cat had been raised by Chen's parents during their lifetime and had accompanied Chen ever since their unexpected death, almost becoming a family member to him. This orange cat was not an ordinary cat, but a mutated one, which Chen named Xiaohu. Unfortunately, its mutation was not very successful. It did not reach the level of a demon beast, lacking any powerful attacks, and only had a longer lifespan than normal cats, making it less prone to death. Xiaohu, you just stepped on my wound. Xiaohu pounced directly onto Chen's chest, right on the injured area, and with its relatively chubby body. It had some weight, prompting Chen to remind it. Meow. Being a somewhat mutated orange cat, it was naturally quite intelligent. Upon hearing Chen's words, Xiaohu immediately displayed a human-like sad expression and began to gently lick Chen's wound. Xiaohu, you're still the best. Usually, Chen maintained a demeanor that kept others at bay, but in front of this orange cat, he would let down all his defenses. Meow, meow. After licking Missouri Chen's wound for a few minutes, Xiaohu, who was sitting in Chen's lap, pointed to the braised pork on the table and then to its own belly. So you lick my wounds just to get that? Don't even think about it. That's the food Uncle Chen left for me. Go eat your cat food. Meow. After being rejected by Chen, Xiaohu stomped on Chen's chest in displeasure, then jumped down angrily and curled up under a nearby chair, looking very aggrieved, as if Chen had starved it for several days. You better not try to extort me. When have I ever starved you? I was planning to go out and buy you something delicious later, but now it seems I'll forget about it. After saying this, Chen stood up, quickly put the plate of braised pork in the refrigerator to prevent Xiaohu from stealing it. For someone like Chen, who practiced martial arts, not eating meat would leave him without the strength to fight. However, such a small amount of meat was quite rare in the lower city, and the prices were relatively high, so it couldn't be wasted. Meow, meow. Upon hearing Chen mention buying it something delicious, Xiaohu's eyes lit up, excitedly running back and forth by Chen's legs. You little rascal. Fine, fine. Who told me to be your master? Chen picked up Xiaohu and playfully messed with it for a while before changing into a clean outfit and heading out. On the streets of the East District of Dusty City, one could see scrap metal, cardboard, fruit peels, and a series of garbage everywhere, with a foul smell permeating the air. Along the way, there are also many homeless people and some disabled individuals. The living environment in the lower city was truly terrible. However, Chen had lived in such an environment for over 10 years, so he was already accustomed to it and calmly walked into an old, poorly decorated shop. "Isn't this Chen? What are you here to buy today?" The shopkeeper was a balding middle-aged man wearing a white tank top and black shorts. However, his white tank top was so worn and washed so many times that it had become very shabby and even started to turn yellow with sweat stains. In addition, there was a strong smell of sweat on him, as if he hadn't bathed in days. Nonetheless, he was quite familiar with Chen, smiling as he greeted him upon seeing him enter. "Boss, how much is this beast core worth?" Chen said nothing more and directly pulled out the beast core he obtained from killing the shadow wolf earlier, placing it on the counter. "Oh, little brother you're impressive, managing to get a beast core from a demon beast." Upon seeing the E-grade beast core that Chen took out, the balding uncle's eyes immediately lit up. He took out a magnifying glass and began to examine the beast core seriously. Unfortunately, this beast core is of very poor quality. It must have dropped from an E1 grade demon beast. It's worth at most $3,000, and that's because we're old acquaintances. The light in the balding uncle's eyes instantly faded, and he shook his head slightly. 3,000. Fine, just 3,000 then. Chen was not surprised to hear this, as it was about what he had expected. Soon, after a simple transaction, Chen bought some fish canned meat and other items in the shop, grabbed a shopping bag, and turned to leave. Just as Chen passed by an alley, he suddenly heard shouting from inside and instinctively looked towards the alley. He discovered that 3 strong men were beating a yellow-haired young man who was curled up in a corner, punching and kicking him fiercely. "I want you to bring out 1,000 blue star coins, but you only brought 500? Are you playing us? You really don't know how to die. We must teach you a lesson today." Among the 3 strong men, one had the worst attitude and was the most brutal, kicking the yellow-haired youth in the stomach with force. In just a moment, the yellow-haired youth, who was curled up in the corner and desperately holding his head, was already beaten black and blue and started to spit blood. "Forget it. I'll let you go today. If you don't prepare 1,000 blue star coins by this time tomorrow, I'll break your right leg." After saying this, the 3 strong men spat at the curled-up yellow-haired youth and turned to leave. As they walked out of the alley and past Chen, they grinned at him but said nothing. Although Chen had witnessed the entire scene, he had never thought of intervening to help, nor did he pay attention to those men. The world was inherently cruel, especially in this chaotic lower city, where it was perfectly normal for the weak to be bullied. As long as they did not provoke Chen, he naturally had no interest in dealing with them. Chapter 6. Not knowing life or death. Stop right there. Just as Chen was about to walk away, the half-dead guy suddenly shouted at him. Chen paused slightly, turned his head to look, and asked, "What do you want? Give me 1,000 right now, or I'll kill you. Don't even think about resisting. Even though I'm injured, I'm still an E2 level contract spirit master, and the spirit I've summoned is also an E2 level beast. If you obey me, I won't harm you." The young man with yellow hair, who had just been beaten up, was now forcing himself to stand, glaring fiercely at Chen. The reason why he dared to provoke Chen was simple. In his eyes, Chen was just an ordinary person. After being beaten, he had nowhere to vent his anger and had caught sight of soft target, which he naturally wouldn't let go. He was indeed out of money and had seen Chen buy a lot of things, so he figured that Chen must have cash on him. If he didn't find a way to get money, he would definitely be beaten to death by those guys tomorrow. After speaking, the young man made a quick motion with his right hand, opening the spirit space and summoning a wolf dog with bright red fur. Chen recognized it as a type of beast known as the fire flame dog. Like the previous shadow wolf, it was one of the more common contract spirits. However, this fire flame dog didn't seem to be fully grown, but both its aura and size exceeded that of the earlier shadow wolf. It was indeed an E2 level beast. "I understand a bit now why you got beaten so badly. Turns out you're this shameless. But do you really think you can rob me?" Chen coldly assessed the fire flame dog and sneered. At that moment, the familiar choice question appeared again. Option 1. The opponent is an E2 level contract spirit master, and the summoned beast is very powerful. You are scared and immediately take out 1,000 yuan to give to him, then escape in disgrace. Reward: 5,000 blue star coins. Option 2. This bastard dares to provoke you. You can't tolerate it and decide to teach him a good lesson. Reward. Level up your spiritual power by 1 level. It appeared again. It seemed this wasn't just some ethereal thing. There was indeed a mysterious power within me. However, for the choice question to appear, certain conditions had to be met. When the question first appeared, Chen was shocked. But he found it hard to believe in something so intangible. But now that it had appeared again, no matter how much he refused to believe it, he had to accept this fact. For someone like me, born in a poor lower city, 5,000 yuan was already a huge amount of money. Unfortunately, I could never bring myself to beg for mercy or run away, so I choose the second option. After accepting the appearance of these choice questions, Chen remained calm and even secretly smiled. The rewards from these choices were real and effective, which meant that there could indeed be a terrifying power within him. Of course, Chen could never disclose this secret to others. This was his only chance to change his fate. Chen, I recognize you, and I know you're strong. But right now, you're just a waste who has awakened to F1 level, and you don't have any beast to help you fight. Even though I'm heavily injured, I can still command this fire flame dog to kill you. Don't think about running away. You can't escape. I advise you to obediently give me 1,000 yuan and not be foolish. I'm not like that idiot Hong Mao. Cough, cough, excuse me. But where did I provoke you? Since you have such courage, why don't you go seek revenge on those 3? Chen coughed lightly, interrupting the yellow-haired youth's speech. He put the shopping bag he was holding down on the ground and casually leaned against the wall, showing no signs of panic. You indeed did not provoke me. But who told you to show up at this time? Those 3 are all stronger than me. As long as I pay them, they won't bother me anymore. For that reason, I can only sacrifice you. Now give me the money. The yellow-haired youth replied decisively. So that's how it is. So you're just picking on soft targets, huh? How shameless. Chen said, his eyes flashing with a hint of killing intent, and his gaze became sharp. Drinking wine without eating punishment wine. Do you really think you're invincible? You're just a waste, a complete waste. Fire flame dog, tear him apart. The yellow-haired young man, feeling insulted, shouted angrily. The fire flame dog beside him sensed its master's fury and immediately lunged at Chen. The fire flame dog's attack was stronger than the shadow wolf's, but its speed was far inferior. I killed the faster shadow wolf. So why would I be afraid of you? Seeing the fire flame dog pounce towards him, Chen didn't dodge at all. He swiftly pulled out a dagger from his pocket and lunged at the fire flame dog's head, moving faster than the beast itself. Wong Wong. The fire flame dog never expected that this human, upon seeing it, not only showed no fear, but also sought to attack. It was even more surprised by Chen's speed, forcing it to leap aside hastily. Attempting to dodge Chen's frontal assault, it shot a fireball from the side. Oomph. Chen seemed to have seen through the fire flame dog's attack, directly predicting its jump position, and forcefully threw the dagger. How foolish. That dagger is your only reliance. Let us see what you could do now. The yellow-haired youth knew Chen was strong, but a beast was a beast, no matter how strong a human was. They couldn't team match it in physical combat. Besides, that dagger was Chen's only weapon, and now that he had thrown it, wasn't it equivalent to sending himself to his death? He didn't believe the dagger would hit his fire flame dog. He thought Chen would definitely lose this battle. However, the reality slapped him hard in the face. Just as the fire flame dog landed and prepared to breathe fire, the dagger accurately pierced into its chest, causing it to yelp in pain, blood gushing out uncontrollably. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Not only was it fast, but it also had tremendous power. My dagger is made of high-quality steel. It can cut through D-level beast flesh, so why should I fear a small E2-level beast? You might, Chen said coldly as he walked towards the fire flame dog. The fire flame dog, pierced by the dagger, was in so much pain it nearly fainted, continuously howling in agony. During this process, it certainly saw Chen approaching, but Chen's earlier method had truly frightened it, and on top of that, it was already injured, making it even more terrified. However, as a beast, if it feared a human, wouldn't that be a huge embarrassment? So, seeing Chen approach it unarmed, the fire flame dog immediately made a desperate leap, opening its mouth and attempting to use its last ounce of strength to bite Chen to death. Chapter 7 Lessons. It's just a dying struggle. If Chen dared to approach it, he certainly had the confidence to win. He had already anticipated that the Crimson Flame Hound would resist and delivered a kick right at it. Boom! Chen's kick was powerful, sending the Crimson Flame Hound flying directly into the wall, which let out a miserable howl. Then, Chen's figure flashed as he rushed to the front of the Crimson Flame Hound, ruthlessly pulling out the dagger stuck in its chest. Blood splattered onto Chen's face, and the injured Crimson Flame Hound continued to howl in pain. "Shut up, you damn dog," Chen said, and as soon as he finished speaking, he seized the opportunity to slice the hound's throat, causing blood to spray like a fountain all over Chen. "Great, now my clothes are dirty again," Chen silently complained, but didn't care much. In front of the blonde youth, he dissected the Crimson Flame Hound and extracted an E-grade beast core from its body. Then, he tossed the miserable corpse of the Crimson Flame Hound towards the blonde youth. "Monster, you are a freakish monster." The blonde youth, terrified at the sight of the hound's corpse landing before him, felt his legs go weak and collapse to the ground, his face filled with endless fear. Chen's terror had far exceeded his imagination. He never expected that his E2 level Crimson Flame Hound would be utterly no match for Chen. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to escape, but he had already been beaten and was seriously injured, and he was also frightened by Chen's strength, rendering him unable to move. He could only watch as the devil-like Chen approached him. "Big brother, I was wrong. I will never dare again. I shouldn't have taken action against you. Please, just for the sake of how badly I've been bullied, spare me this time. I swear I'll never appear in your sight again. Never again." The blonde youth knelt and begged for Chen's forgiveness, his voice trembling more and more with extreme fear, his face extremely pale. Isn't it quite ironic that a dignified E2 level spirit master was defeated by a mere F-grade waste like me? Chen took out a piece of white cloth from his pocket and seriously wiped his dagger while stepping closer to the blonde youth. Having gotten blood on himself while dissecting the Crimson Flame Hound, Chen left bloody footprints with every step he took, looking very eerie. "Big brother, I was really wrong. Please spare my dog life." The blonde youth knocked his head on the ground in front of Chen with all his might, not stopping even if he bled, driven by a strong desire to survive. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Chen crouched down and gently tapped the blonde youth's face with a polished dagger. "However, I don't want anyone else to know about what happened here." Saying this, Chen stood up and glanced at the corpse of the Crimson Flame Hound nearby. "If others find out about this, your fate will be just like that of the Crimson Flame Hound, dismembered and dying a miserable death. Don't think you can run away. I can find you in an instant." As soon as Chen finished speaking, he caught a whiff of urine and frowned slightly, noticing that the blonde youth's pants were already soaked. Clearly, he had been so frightened that he wet himself. Seeing this, Chen felt satisfied and gently patted his shoulder. "Get lost. Thank you, big brother, for sparing my life. Thank you, big brother, for sparing my life." The blonde youth, already terrified, suddenly burst with potential upon hearing Chen's permission to leave, running out of the alley as if all his injuries had healed. As for why Chen didn't kill him, he remembered Chen Jun's teachings about not casually killing people to avoid becoming a habitual killer and attracting trouble. Of course, there was also the most important reason. After battling 2 E-grade beasts in one day and sustaining injuries, even Chen's stamina was starting to wane. Moreover, the blonde youth was merely a spirit master who had just awakened not long ago. For someone from the lower city to have a beast was already quite difficult. It was their capital for turning their lives around, and they would take good care of it. But once they lost their reliant beast, a spirit master would be no different from an ordinary person. Given that the lower city was already impoverished, how could they afford to buy a second beast? They would essentially be rendered useless, so Chen naturally didn't take it to heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. Reward: increase in spiritual power by 1 level. Just after the blonde youth fled the scene, Chen's mind echoed with the system's voice. Following that, a sudden surge of powerful spiritual energy infused into Chen's body, directly promoting him from F3 to F4. Another multiple choice question completed. F-grade talents are generally difficult to level up through cultivation. The only way is to find ways to advance to E-grade. It seems I need to trigger this multiple choice question a few more times. Feeling his spiritual power level increase by 1, Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if nothing had happened, he picked up the shopping bag he had placed on the ground and turned to leave the alley. He didn't care about the blood on him. After all, this was the lower city, and no one would notice him. Meanwhile, in the chaotic and lawless eastern district of the Dusty City, 2 men in blue and gold uniforms suddenly walked in. They wore air-purifying masks over their faces, clearly disgusted by the lower city's environment. These 2 were members of the law enforcement team from the Shining Star City. Their target was clear. After entering the eastern district of Dusty City, they headed straight for a place called the Bond Tavern. The law enforcement team from the upper city has indeed arrived. It seems the explosion that happened a few days ago in the upper city was quite significant. These upper city scoundrels are always looking for trouble in our lower city. It's just a pity they didn't blow up more people. I wonder which brave soul did it. I can only say well done. Hey, it seems the law enforcement team is targeting the Bond Tavern. Could it be that old Chen did it? Upon seeing these 2 law enforcement members, the people on the streets of the eastern district of Dusty City displayed disdainful expressions. Even though they couldn't fight these 2, they didn't show much fear and openly discussed it without any hesitation. Some daring residents even deliberately walked right in front of them, wanted to see whether these upper city folks had 2 eyes or 2 ears and why they were so arrogant. Chapter 8. One man does the deed. One man takes the blame. The sudden arrival of the enforcement team in the eastern district of Dustfall City naturally caused quite a stir. Montauk Chen, who was originally planning to go home, also heard the commotion around him. It was the enforcement team. He didn't expect them to come so quickly. It seemed they were looking for Uncle Chen. A true man takes responsibility for his own actions. Chen would not let others take the blame for him. He knew that the enforcement team's sudden visit to their lower city was entirely due to what he had done 3 days ago in the upper city. Therefore, Chen did not plan to hide and hurried toward the Brotherhood Tavern. 2 enforcement team members walking down the streets of the eastern district of Dustfall City considered themselves superior and completely ignored the people from the lower city, viewing them as nothing more than stray dogs, not even bothering to look at them. In this way, under the gaze of many, the 2 enforcement team members directly pushed the door open and entered the Brotherhood Tavern. It was the enforcement team. Upon seeing the 2 enter, the patrons sitting in the Brotherhood Tavern immediately stood up, revealing fierce expressions. They were all regular customers of the tavern and held great admiration for Chen Jun. If people from the upper city wanted to harm Chen Jun, they would certainly not stand by and watch. The Brotherhood Tavern, true to its name, was the only place with a sense of humanity in the chaotic eastern district of Dustfall City. Sit down, the upper city enforcement team is here. We should be a bit polite. When Chen Jun saw the 2 enforcement team members walk in, he did not panic at all. On the contrary, he remained exceptionally calm and waved to the people around him. Among the 2 members of the upper city enforcement team, one was older and appeared to be about the same age as Chen Jun. He brought along a younger subordinate and walked confidently to the bar of the tavern. Chen Jun, I won't beat around the bush. As long as you hand over the person related to the explosion case, nothing will happen here. The older enforcement officer slowly removed his mask, revealing a weathered face. He casually placed the mask aside and spoke earnestly to Chen Jun, looking quite familiar with the place. Captain Yang, you must be joking. How could I possibly have anyone related to the explosion case here? You must have made a mistake. Would you like to try the special cocktail of our tavern? In the face of the 2 enforcement team members, Chen Jun showed no signs of panic and began to mix a cocktail leisurely. Chen Jun, do you think I came here without any evidence? I'm giving you face by doing this. If you hand over that person now, then nothing major will happen. Otherwise, in a few days, the enforcement team won't just be sending 2 people. The younger enforcement officer spoke with disdain. Let me tell you the truth. The higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously. The officer named Yang Rong was the captain of the 3rd team of the Upper City Enforcement Team, possessing C1 level strength, and was assigned to investigate the explosion case. Having been in this position for many years and frequently interacting with these lower city criminals, Yang Rong was quite familiar with the local thugs. The person leisurely mixing drinks in front of him, Chen Jun, was the local boss and well-respected, which caused Yang Rong to treat him with a degree of courtesy. The cocktail is ready. Please have a taste, Captain Yang. Chen Jun ignored Yang Rong's earlier question and, with a smile, handed a glass of deep red cocktail to him. Smack! Just as Chen Jun was handing the drink to Yang Rong, the younger subordinate behind him disdainfully knocked the cocktail to the ground. You think we would drink this filthy water that you lower city folks consume? I advise you lower city scum not to play tricks and hand over the person honestly. What are you doing? Trying to cause trouble? As the cocktail fell to the ground, all the patrons present stood up, glaring fiercely at the two enforcement team members. Even Chen Jun, who had maintained a smile, furrowed his brows. Impudent. Who allowed you to do that? Yang Rong was taken aback by his subordinate's violent temper and immediately stood up to scold him. Captain, we don't need to be polite with these people. Just take action. The young enforcement officer continued with his disdainful tone. I don't need you to teach me how to do my job. Get out of here now. Yang Rong was truly exasperated. While the lower city folks might seem insignificant in the eyes of the upper city people, that was only true for ordinary individuals. However, Chen Jun was not an ordinary person. If they provoked him, the next time the enforcement team came to the eastern district of Dustfall City, it would certainly be quite troublesome. This was why Yang Rong had been polite to Chen Jun since entering the tavern. Though the young enforcement officer remained dissatisfied, he had no choice but to heed his captain's orders. With a cold snort, he turned and left the tavern. Captain Yang, I'll say it again. The person you are looking for is not here, Chen Jun said darkly, suppressing his anger. In that case, don't blame me. The eastern district of Dustfall City is now under lockdown. Wait for the enforcement team to come for investigation. After speaking, Yang Rong put his air-purifying mask back on and turned to leave the tavern. Boss Chen, are we just going to let these upper city dogs bully us? Why don't you lead us in resisting? If they dare to come, we'll teach them a good lesson. In the eyes of those from the upper city, they were considered mere rat droppings, so why should they be polite with them? The arrogant attitude of the two enforcement team members had been witnessed by everyone present, and now they all clenched their fists, itching to rush out and beat up the two enforcement officers. Sit down, I'll handle this. Just enjoy your drinks. Chen Jun sighed slightly, picked up a broom from the side, and began to clean up the shattered glass, ignoring the voices around him. At that moment, Chen rushed in. As he entered through the back door of the tavern, he happened to see the cocktail being knocked over by the arrogant enforcement team member, which was undoubtedly a slap in Chen Jun's face. Chen initially wanted to rush forward to hit the enforcement officer, but was stopped by a burly man beside him. It wasn't until the enforcement team left that Chen was allowed to enter the tavern. Why do this? This is my problem. There is no need for you to take the punishment for me. Chen snatched the broom from Chen Jun's hands and began to clean up. Since I took you in, you're my son. How could I watch you get into trouble? You don't need to say anything. I have my ways to handle this. Chen Jun acted as if nothing had happened and returned to the bar of the tavern. Uncle Chen, I've noticed you've changed. You're not the Uncle Chen I used to know. The Uncle Chen I knew was a tough guy who would never swallow his pride and live like a coward. After cleaning up the broken glass, Chen put the broom aside and sat next to Chen Jun, speaking softly. Chen, this world is much more complex than you imagine. I don't want you to get into trouble. Just live a stable life from now on. Chen Jun responded, noticing that Chen had blood on him, indicating he had been fighting again. I don't want to stay in this dark lower city forever, and I want to let you take the blame for me. The problems I create, I'll handle myself. After saying this, Chen turned and left the tavern. Option 1. Because of your actions 3 days ago, the East District of Dusty City is about to suffer, and a large number of law enforcement members will enter the East District. Faced with the threat of the law enforcement team, you are scared and choose to let Chen Jun take the blame. Reward: increase spiritual power level by 1. Option 2. One person does the work, one person bears the responsibility. This disaster was caused by you, so you must bear it yourself. However, your current strength is too weak, and you have no ability to contend with the law enforcement team. To survive, you can only work hard to increase your strength and unlock the system trial tower. Just as Chen walked out of the Friendship Tavern, he hadn't had time to plan how to deal with the law enforcement team when a choice appeared before him again. However, this time it was a bit different. There was an additional system trial tower. Chapter 9 Trial Tower I, Chen. Will do everything myself, and 1T let others take the blame for me. Even though this reward is very tempting, I still 1T choose it. I choose 2. Currently, Chen's strength is at F4 level. If he chooses 1, he can easily upgrade his spiritual power by 1 level to F5, getting closer to the normal contract spirit master level of E1. However, there is no way Chen would back down and let Jun take the blame. No matter what the trial tower of choice 2 entails, Chen will choose it. Host chooses 2, activating the trial tower. As soon as the system's voice fell, a small crystal emitting a faint golden light suddenly appeared in Chen's hand. What is this thing? Looking at the strange crystal that appeared inexplicably in his hand. Montag Chen was bewildet. This is the key to open the first level of the trial tower. The host must go to the outskirts of the Dustfall City's Source Shadow Forest and crush it to officially open it. So it's the key to open the trial tower. Interesting. Although the Source Shadow Forest is very dangerous, as long as I can improve my strength, I can face any danger. But not today. I should go home and get a good night's sleep. After carefully placing the golden crystal into his pocket, Chen returned home. Right now, nothing is more appealing to Chen than having a good meal and getting some sleep. After 2 battles in one day, he was already exhausted. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Chen was already awake. He had to try out the key to the trial tower he obtained yesterday. Meow. Just as Chen was about to step out the door, Little Tiger jumped onto his shoulder and clung to him tightly. Oh no, Little Tiger, what are you doing? Stay at home and behave. The place Chen was heading to was the Source Shadow Forest, a gathering place for demon beasts. Not to mention Chen. Even contract spirit masters of Chen Jun's level wouldn't dare to easily step in. If something unexpected happened while bringing Little Tiger along, what would he do? Little Tiger was like family to Chen, and he couldn't let it get into trouble. Meow, meow. But Little Tiger didn't think so. It clung to Chen and wouldn't leave him alone for some reason today. I really can't deal with you. If you want to come, then come along. Chen had heard the order from the captain of the enforcement team yesterday, stating that they would begin to seal off the eastern district of Dustfall City. It wouldn't be long before the enforcement team would come marching in, and Chen had to sneak out before they arrived. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave. After looking around to ensure no one was watching, Chen quickly took Little Tiger and ran towards the Source Shadow Forest. Chen, no matter what happens, I will protect you. Chen Jun lived with Chen, so he naturally kept an eye on Chen's every move. However, he didn't stop Chen. He had to deal with a more pressing matter, the arrival of the enforcement team. The Source Shadow Forest is located just outside Dustfall City. It can be said that everyone in Dustfall City knows where it is. It's south also the place where newly awakened contract spirit masters first enter to contract demon beasts. However, only contract spirit masters can freely enter and exit. Ordinary people going in would undoubtedly be walking to their doom. Currently, Chen not only had low spiritual power, but also lacked any beast taming talent, making him not a true contract spirit master. Adventuring into the Source Shadow Forest was quite dangerous. Little Tiger, you chose to come along, so if anything happens, you can't blame me. At this moment, Chen had successfully slipped out of Dustfall City and entered the Source Shadow Forest. Meow. Hearing this, Little Tiger didn't seem scared at all. Instead, it stood up fiercely, waving its little fists, looking as if it wanted to protect Chen. Enough already. I'm not counting on you to protect me. Just be careful. I want to see what this trial tower is all about. Right now, Chen was at the outermost edge of the Source Shadow Forest, where demon beasts were scarce and powerful ones rarely appeared. Following the system's hint from yesterday, Chen took a deep breath and took out the golden crystal, crushing it directly. Whoosh! As the golden crystal shattered in his hand, a powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted, and a fissure resembling a vertical eye appeared right in front of Chen. Then Chen's vision went dark, and he was sucked into the eye-like fissure. When Chen slowly opened his eyes, he found himself inexplicably transported to a place similar to an arena. It was completely dark, and at that moment, the system's voice rang out. Successfully entered the first level of the trial tower. Please slay 20 shadow wolves. Task reward: a large amount of spiritual power. Shadow Wolf Beast Soul. Note: during the execution of the task, the host will gain some spiritual power for each shadow wolf slain. This is a real hunting task. If the host dies, it is real death. At this moment, the system's voice abruptly stopped, and suddenly, pairs of scarlet eyes appeared in front of Chen. What? Slay 20 shadow wolves? Are you kidding me? To be honest, given Chen's current strength, he could easily defeat shadow wolves of this level without relying on a beast. But no matter what, Chen was just a human. He might handle 1 or 2 shadow wolves without much of a problem, but facing a full 20. Even the bold Chen began to feel nervous. Moreover, Chen was completely clueless about where this place was. Wasn't he in the Source Shadow Forest? Why did he suddenly end up in this strange location? Not only that, but the task reward also puzzled Chen. What is a Shadow Wolf Beast Soul? Such a strong presence of demon beasts. It seems the system isn't joking. The shadow wolves here truly exist, and he must brace himself. Looking at the surrounding crimson eyes drawing closer and the air filled with the scent of demon beasts, Chen couldn't hesitate any longer. This was the path he chose for himself, and no matter what, he had to walk it. By the way, little tiger, where are you, little tiger? At this moment, Chen suddenly remembered little tiger had come with him. However, just as he was worried about little tiger's safety, he found that the little guy had also been transported here at some point and was now peacefully asleep nearby. Strangely, it was sleeping very soundly, and the shadow wolves slowly approaching from the front seemed to deliberately avoid little tiger, not harming it. Forget it. Let us deal with these guys first. This scene surprised Chen, but he couldn't afford to think too much right now. He pulled out a steel dagger from his pocket, glaring fiercely at the approaching shadow wolves. Though the system task required Chen to slay 20 shadow wolves, not all 20 appeared at once. Only 5 showed up, some being adults and others still cubs. In Chen's view, they would likely appear in batches until the task of slaying 20 was complete. Roar! Just as Chen took out the steel dagger, an adult shadow wolf opened its bloody maw and lunged directly at Chen. Chapter 10. Slaying Mission Beast. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Looking at the ferocious black shadow wolf charging at him, Chen leaped into the air and kicked it squarely on the head. Ow! With a powerful kick, Chen sent the black shadow wolf flying, causing it to scream in agony. However, the wolf that had just attacked Chen was already an adult with a strength around E3, and it was impossible for it to be defeated so easily. Moreover, there were not just 1, but 4 other black shadow wolves around Chen, all drooling and charging toward him madly. Come at me. I'm not afraid of you. To become a supreme strongman, how could I possibly die here? Chen focused on one of the still immature black shadow wolves, gripping his steel dagger tightly, and swiftly swung it toward the wolf. Ow! Accompanied by a tragic howl, the black shadow wolf cub that Chen slashed at was immediately decapitated, falling into a pool of blood. It died in 1 hit. It seems that the increase in spiritual power level is indeed effective, and my physical strength has obviously improved a lot. 20 black shadow wolves, bring it on. Slaying black shadow wolf mission. 21. Just as Chen marveled at his newfound strength, the system's voice rang out. At the same time, a faint blue light rose from the corpse of the dead black shadow wolf cub and infused into Chen's body. This is, my spiritual power has increased? The system is not lying to me. Indeed, each time I slay a black shadow wolf, I gain some spiritual power, feeling the spiritual power infusing into his body. Chen was even more motivated. He widened his eyes and looked at another immature black shadow wolf cub. Adults are tough to deal with, but these immature cubs are different. They are just here to provide me with experience. However, this time, things didn't go as smoothly for Chen. The black shadow wolves anticipated that he would try to ambush the cubs, so they protected the cubs behind them, with the adult black shadow wolves launching the first attack. Black shadow wolves are E-grade magical beasts, possessing only 2 skills, Shadow Wolf Claw and Black Gas Around. Once the Black Gas Around is activated, it can enhance their attack power and movement speed, which combined with the Shadow Wolf Claw is enough to inflict terrifying damage on Chen. But Chen was not afraid of them at this point. As long as he had a weapon in hand, and with his brutal fighting capability, as long as not too many black shadow wolves appeared at once, he was fully capable of defeating them. Thus, with red eyes, Chen gripped the sharp dagger made of steel and launched an attack against the 4 Black Shadow Wolves. Slaying Black Shadow Wolf Mission 22. Slaying Black Shadow Wolf Mission 23. Slaying Black Shadow Wolf Mission 24. Watching as 1 Black Shadow Wolf fell before him. The spiritual power emerging from its corpse was completely absorbed into Chen's body. In just a short while, he had already slain 4 Black Shadow Wolves. However, due to the large number of Black Shadow Wolves, even though Chen could defeat them one by one, he still sustained some injuries, with numerous scars on his body, including bites and scratches from the wolves, causing a lot of blood loss. But as long as spiritual power continued to flow into Chen's body, he could maintain his fighting strength, and he could endure the pain in his body. You can die too. Swish! The sharp steel dagger pierced through the remaining Black Shadow Wolf's head, marking Chen's successful killing of the first batch of 5 Black Shadow Wolves. With this influx of spiritual power into his body, his spiritual power level rose from the initial F4 to F5. At this rate, if I slay all 20 Black Shadow Wolves, I can definitely advance to E grade. Watching his spiritual power continue to rise, Chen felt increasingly motivated. To ensure he had the stamina to continue fighting, he quickly swallowed a few healing pills during the brief pause after defeating the 5 Black Shadow Wolves. By the way, he glanced at the small tiger beside him, and sure enough, it was still sound asleep, completely unaffected. However, Chen didn't have much time to rest. After the death of the 5 Black Shadow Wolves, 5 more shadowy figures sprang out from the side, and this time, all of them were adult Black Shadow Wolves, each with strength above E3. Bring it on. Chen wiped the blood off his face and raised his dagger to charge forward. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over 2 hours had passed. At this point, Chen was panting heavily, slumped on the ground, with numerous wounds from the Black Shadow Wolves' attacks. His right leg bore a deep gash that exposed bone. If it weren't for the bleeding-stopping pills he had taken, he would have already fainted from blood loss. This feeling is so exhilarating. The intense pain had long since numbed him, and with bloodshot eyes, he stared at a Black Shadow Wolf before him that had its eyes gouged out and was extremely weak. This Black Shadow Wolf was the last one he needed to kill in the first level of the trial tower, and it was also the strongest, possessing E5 level strength. With a size far larger than ordinary Black Shadow Wolves, nearly 2 meters tall. To say it wasn't an exaggeration, it could already be considered the Black Shadow Wolf King. As soon as it appeared, Chen immediately engaged in a fierce battle with it. Although he couldn't kill it, he had heavily injured it. However, Chen himself was not in a good state either. The deep gash on his right leg was a gift from it. Fortunately, having hunted down 19 Black Shadow Wolves, Chen's cultivation had smoothly advanced from F5 to E2. If he could slay the Black Shadow Wolf King in front of him, not only could he elevate his cultivation, but he could also receive the mission reward. Slaying Black Shadow Wolf Mission 2019. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again, as if reminding Chen that he was just one step away from completing a mission. Its eyes were now blind, and it had numerous wounds on its body, leaving it with little fighting power. One last attack. Either it dies or I die. Chen, enduring the excruciating pain in his body, tightly gripped the steel dagger in his hand and charged at the Black Shadow Wolf King. Although the Black Shadow Wolf King had lost its eyes and was heavily injured, it was still a powerful magical beast, and its sense of smell was far superior to that of a human. Quickly detecting Chen's attack, it immediately launched an attack, biting fiercely at the position where Chen might appear. Ow! However, just as the Black Shadow Wolf King anticipated Chen's position, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its abdomen. By the time it realized what had happened, its belly had already been sliced open by Chen, and it fell tragically into a pool of blood. The Black Shadow Wolf King did indeed manage to attack just now, but what it bit into was merely the corpse of a Black Shadow Wolf stained with Chen's blood. The real Chen had already slid beneath it at the moment it lunged, successfully slaying the Black Shadow Wolf King. Chen's successful attack was also thanks to having previously heavily injured the Black Shadow Wolf King's eyes and the presence of numerous dead Black Shadow Wolf corpses around him, filling the air with a foul stench of blood, which helped to confuse the Wolf King's sense of smell. Chapter 11, Beast Soul Captivity, Slaying the Shadow Wolf Task, 2020. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. With the fall of the Shadow Wolf King, the task on the first floor of the trial tower was successfully completed, and a surge of inexplicable powerful energy directly flowed into Chen's body. His severely injured body, which had been unable to stand, was suddenly healed in an instant. Not only that, the spiritual power gained from slaying the Shadow Wolf King far exceeded that of ordinary Shadow Wolves, directly allowing Chen to advance to E3 level. The E3 level spiritual power fluctuations finally reached the level of a normal spirit contracting master. Feeling the surging spiritual power within him, Chen was extremely excited. Who would have thought that a person with no beast taming talent, who had barely awakened an F1 level talent, could enhance his own strength by continuously slaying monsters? Wait a minute. At that moment, Chen suddenly remembered the strange task reward. What was the Shadow Wolf Beast Soul? Just as Chen's voice fell, strands of black mist slowly emerged from the corpse of the already dead Shadow Wolf King. Chen instinctively thought that the Shadow Wolf King was not completely dead and stepped forward to kick it a few times. The host has successfully unlocked the skill Beast Soul Captivity. Please capture the Shadow Wolf Beast Soul in front. Just as Chen was in a daze, the system's voice suddenly rang out again. Immediately, Chen felt as if a very magical power had appeared within him. Beast Soul Captivity. After the host kills a monster, they can use this skill to capture the monster's beast soul, allowing it to attach to their body and gain all the powers of that monster. Reminder: the host can only capture the beast souls of monsters they have killed, and currently can only capture beast souls of no higher than a level. What? Looking at the skill introduction that emerged in his mind, Chen was completely dumbfounded. After all, in this world, spirit contracting masters could only contract monsters to make them fight on their behalf. Although some powerful high-level spirit contracting masters could also gain some abilities from their contracted spirits, it was still limited. Moreover, once someone becomes a spirit contracting master, humans rarely fight directly. They often use monsters to engage in combat. Even some high-level spirit contracting masters who can use part of their contracted spirit's abilities mostly do so for self-protection. To have the ability to directly capture beast souls and gain all the powers of that monster was something Chen had never known before, and it truly shocked him. Beast Soul. Once he understood what the Beast Soul Captivity skill was, Chen, filled with excitement, looked at the corpse of the already deceased Shadow Wolf King and slowly spoke. Just as Chen's voice fell, the corpse of the Shadow Wolf King suddenly began to tremble. A whoop, accompanied by a mournful wolf howl. A pitch-black phantom emerged from the corpse of the Shadow Wolf King, resembling the soul of the Shadow Wolf King itself. It was the Shadow Wolf King's beast soul. The moment the Shadow Wolf beast soul appeared, it began to struggle and roared at Chen, showing strong resistance. However, Chen did not give it a chance to escape. He coldly looked at it and shouted, "Capture!" The beast soul, which had been struggling violently, seemed to be forcibly immobilized by a powerful force upon hearing the word capture, losing its ability to resist. Then, the beast's soul transformed into a black light and directly entered Chen's chest. At that moment, it felt as if a terrifying force was being infused into Chen's body, making it difficult for him to bear, causing him to kneel in pain. But soon, this painful feeling disappeared, and at the same time, a tattoo of a shadow wolf appeared on Chen's chest. Successfully captured the Shadow Wolf Beast Soul. Reminder: while the host level is below B, only one Beast Soul can be captured, which can be replaced at any time. With the appearance of the Shadow Wolf tattoo, Chen felt a remarkable power within him without needing the system's reminder. As soon as Chen concentrated, his right hand immediately emitted a large amount of black mist, forming a Shadow Wolf claw. He could even control this black mist to wrap around himself, thereby enhancing his attack power, speed, and more. These abilities were all possessed by the Shadow Wolf, and from the moment Chen successfully captured the Beast Soul, he gained all the powers of the Shadow Wolf. At this moment, Chen truly felt like a human-shaped monster. Even if I can't contract a monster, so what? I'm the strongest monster myself. Feeling the powerful strength of the Shadow Wolf King within him, Chen revealed a satisfied smile. If at first Chen wanted to rely on his own strength to try to defeat one monster after another, it would definitely be difficult, but from now on, everything had changed. With the Beast Soul captivity skill, Chen had carved out a unique path, a path that belonged solely to him. However, using the power of the Shadow Wolf King would continuously consume Chen's spiritual power. Currently, his spiritual power level could not maintain this state for long, so he could only quickly release it. After successfully capturing the Shadow Wolf Beast Soul, the first floor of the trial tower was completely cleared, and the familiar spatial rift reappeared. But Chen did not leave immediately. Instead, he picked up the steel dagger again and skillfully dissected the corpses of the Shadow Wolves, extracting all the beast cores from within them. For someone like Chen, who came from a poor background, he would never miss any opportunity to make money. After collecting all the beast cores, Chen picked up the little tiger and stepped into the spatial rift. After a brief moment of dizziness, Chen slowly opened his eyes. He had already left the trial tower and returned to the outskirts of the Source Shadow Forest. The little tiger in his arms also woke up at this moment, stretching comfortably. It had really enjoyed this sleep. However, Chen's attention was not on the little tiger. He clearly heard intense arguing coming from the eastern district of Dusty City, and many vehicles from the upper city law enforcement team were already parked at the city gate of the eastern district. There was no doubt that the law enforcement team had indeed arrived. Little tiger, this is not the time for jokes. You go home first. I need to deal with the trouble I've caused. Seeing Chen's serious expression, the little tiger stopped bothering him. After meowing a few times, it jumped out of Chen's arms and ran into Dusty City. At this moment, Chen also stealthily infiltrated Dusty City. Currently, the eastern district of Dusty City was surrounded by a large number of law enforcement officers, all wearing air-purifying masks, utterly disgusted by the environment of the lower city. Not wanting to breathe in even a trace of its air, they looked at the lower city residents around them with disdain, as if they were viewing a pack of stray dogs. Search everyone. Anyone suspicious, bring them back to the prison in Yaoxing City. We must teach these lowly lower city people a lesson. Among those arrogant law enforcement officers stood a cold-faced man with a buzz cut. He was the other young law enforcement officer who had come to the Kiwi Yijiu Tavern with Yang Rong. His name was Su Run, possessing D3 level strength, and he was the apprentice of Yang Rong, the captain of Law Enforcement Team 3, and also the vice captain of this third team. Chapter 12, Blockade of the Eastern District. His task was to blockade the Eastern District of Gray City and capture everyone related to the explosion case. Surin originally had an extreme dislike for the people of the Bottom City, and now these despicable Bottom City people had the audacity to stir up trouble in the Upper City, causing the law enforcement officers to suffer the wrath of the Upper City's big shots. All of this combined made Su Run even angrier, and he showed no mercy towards these Bottom City people, using extremely cruel methods. Faster, faster. Be quick about it. If necessary, it's permissible to kill a few Bottom City ants. Su Rin coldly observed the terrified Bottom City residents around him. Even though many of them were ordinary people without any spiritual power, he didn't care at all. In his eyes, these people were nothing more than ants. As long as he could quickly complete his task and quell the anger from above, even if he killed a few more Bottom City people, wouldn't matter at all. Su Weiying, do you really think we Bottom City people are easy to bully? I tell you, if you dare to continue this way, we will fight back. That's right. How dare you bully us Bottom City folks like this? Do you think we're pushovers? Brothers, charge. Drive these Upper City dogs out of Gray City. Su Rin's lawless actions in the Bottom City, killing people, naturally stirred up public outrage. The Bottom City residents already hated the Upper City people, and with this disturbance, the conflict immediately escalated. Many contract spirit masters from the Bottom City summoned their spirits, attempting to fight against the law enforcement team. Oh, you ants dare to resist? Kulme, kulme, kulme. If you have the guts, try making a move. For every law enforcement officer you kill, Gray City will pay with 100 lives. This is a clear rule from the Upper City. If you dare break the law, then come at me. I guarantee that if you do, the Eastern District of Gray City will be bathed in blood. Looking at those stubborn Bottom City contract spirit masters, even though many of them had considerable power. Su-ren felt no panic at all. On the contrary, he was very calm, clearly looking down on them. The Bottom City Contract Spirit Masters, who were ready to engage the law enforcement team, began to hesitate upon hearing Su-ren's words. Indeed, as Su-ren said, their lives were completely insignificant in the eyes of the Upper City people. If they attacked the law enforcement officers now, Gray City would surely face the wrath of the Upper City's Shining Star City in the future. How despicable, you beasts! At that moment, a tall and strong young man couldn't hold back his anger and rushed forward. I'll fight you. Stop! Just as he charged out, an older man grabbed him. We can't act recklessly. Once both sides engage, the Eastern District of Gray City is done for. Heh, ants are still ants, utterly ridiculous. Su-ren couldn't help but mock the Bottom City people who wanted to act, but dared not. Meanwhile, the other law enforcement officers were also rampaging through the Bottom City, searching without restraint, smashing anything they saw. When someone tried to stop them, they kicked them away, even summoning many beasts to threaten the Bottom City residents. I advise you to be sensible and obediently hand over the true culprit behind the explosion. That way, you can suffer less. Su-ren was sitting atop a golden-haired lion, looking down at the Bottom City residents with a condescending attitude. Even though Su-ren himself had little status in the Upper City, he still considered himself far superior to these Bottom City people. Upon hearing Su-ren's words, the faces of the Bottom City residents changed. Some genuinely did not know who the true culprit of the explosion was, while others knew a bit of the inside story. However, Mo Chen was the adopted son of Chen. If they revealed that it was Mo Chen now, these Bottom City residents would be retaliated against by Chen and would certainly end up with no burial place. The pressure from both sides made many of those in the know extremely hesitant, their faces pale, truly unsure of what to do. Stop! At that moment, a middle-aged man with light golden long hair slowly walked out from a small alley. As he approached, it was clear that there was a scar on his right cheek. Chen, you have indeed appeared. Since you're the boss here, things will be easier. Hand over the true culprit of the explosion. Or today, I will definitely turn your Eastern District upside down. In fact, facing Chen, Su-ren was still a bit nervous. After all, he was merely a D3 level contract spirit master, while Chen in front of him was a much stronger C1 level contract spirit master. There were even rumors that Chen was extremely skilled in close combat and could defeat beasts with his bare hands without summoning a spirit. But Chen status was too lowly. He was just an ant born in the Bottom City. As an Upper City person, Su-ren believed that Chen would certainly not dare to act against him. The moment Chen appeared, the previously unruly law enforcement officers stopped and all gathered together. Clearly wary of Chen Su-ren, it seems you haven't taken Yang Rong's words to heart. Aren't you afraid that I might just kill you right now? With every step Chen took, a powerful wave of spiritual energy from a C-level contract spirit master erupted from him, and his cold eyes fixed on Su-ren, as if suppressing a terrible rage. Captain Yang is getting old, cautious about everything. I won't be like him. Chen, I warn you. If you dare to act against us, I can guarantee that your entire Eastern District of Gray City will be finished. It would be too easy for us Upper City people to wipe you ants out. Su-ren was clearly intimidated by Chen imposing presence. Even the golden-haired lion he was sitting on instinctively took 2 steps back. Brother Chen, let us in resistance. We can't endure this any longer. These bastards are bullying us like this. Brother Chen, let's fight them. If it comes to death, so be it. If I could take down a few Upper City dogs before I die, it would be worth it. At first, many Bottom City people thought that if they handed over Mo Chen, they would be fine, but now they were thoroughly enraged. Indeed, in the eyes of the Upper City people, the lives of Bottom City people were insignificant. Even if they handed over Mo Chen, it wouldn't change the situation. Bottom City people would still be just Bottom City people, enduring the fate of being bullied by the Upper City people. Perhaps many of the Bottom City people were quite bad, but when facing the Upper City people, they shared a common goal: to drive away these Upper City dogs. Chapter 13. Blast off what? You people from the Lower City want to rebel? Come on. Do you really think our law enforcement team is pushovers? Watching the Lower City folks shouting incessantly on the opposite side, Su-ren couldn't hold back any longer and shouted in anger. Damn it. Just as Su Ren finished speaking, a shadow sprang out from nowhere, landing a punch squarely on Su Ren's face, sending him flying. The air purification mask he was wearing was also destroyed on the spot. The shadow moved so fast that even Su Ren's golden-haired lion, which he was sitting on, couldn't react in time. Everyone around, whether law enforcement officers or lower city residents, were dumbfounded at what had just happened. You bastard! How dare you act so recklessly in the lower city? Do you really think I won't take action against you? As everyone was in shock, trying to figure out who had made the move, the shadow slowly walked out from the side, wiping the blood off his hands. It was Chen, who had just rushed back from the Source Shadow Forest. As soon as Chen returned to the eastern district of Great Falls City, he witnessed the brutal actions of a law enforcement team, especially when he saw them attacking powerless women and children from the lower city, which directly crossed Chen's bottom line. No matter what background these law enforcement officers had, Chen just wanted to teach them a harsh lesson. Anyway, since they dared to cause trouble in the upper city, Chen didn't mind adding another charge to himself. You lowly lower city insect dared to hit me. I know now, you must be the true culprit behind the explosion. Come on, someone, quickly arrest him. The sudden punch completely stunned Su Ren. Not only was his air purification mask smashed, but several of his teeth were also broken. However, he quickly regained his composure, enduring the pain on his face, and ripped off the already damaged air purification mask, shouting with a twisted expression, Chen, who allowed you to come here? Go back immediately. The moment Chen Jun saw Su Ren being knocked away, he knew it had to be Chen's doing. Chen Jun had originally shown up intending to take the blame for Chen, hoping to stop the law enforcement officers from killing, while he followed the law enforcement team back. But unexpectedly, Chen had charged out midway and directly engaged with the law enforcement team. Uncle Chen, this matter is entirely my doing. I won't let you take the blame for me. You upper city dogs wanted to catch me, right? Come on, I'm right here. If you can catch me, I'll admit defeat. Chen Jun had immense gratitude towards Chen. Not only was he like a father figure, but he was also the master who taught him martial arts. No matter what, Chen would never let Chen Jun take the blame for him. Taking responsibility for one's own actions was a principle Chen had understood since childhood. Quickly, arrest this little bastard. No, kill him directly. Hurry. Su Ren could never have imagined that a mere insect from the lower city would be so audacious. As the deputy captain of the 3rd Squad of the law enforcement team, he felt utterly humiliated and had to kill Chen immediately to vent his anger. As soon as Su Ren finished speaking, a large number of law enforcement officers immediately surrounded Chen, each summoning their respective spirit beasts. The law enforcement officers were generally at levels D1 to D3, and the spirit beasts they summoned were all within this range. Although such spirit masters were nothing in the upper city, where they could be found in droves in the lower city, they were considered quite powerful. Since I've gained power, let us take you on. Since Chen had already made his move, he naturally wouldn't back down. Even if he might die at their hands, he didn't mind taking a few down with him. You little bastard, how dare you strike me? I'll destroy you. Seeing that Chen was already surrounded, Su Ren immediately commanded his golden-haired lion to pounce on Chen. This golden-haired lion was actually a D-class beast, known as the Golden Flame Lion, over 3 meters tall, and was considered quite powerful among D-class beasts. Roar! The Golden Flame Lion let out an enraged roar. Its body engulfed in golden flames, charging fiercely towards Chen, intending to swallow the human who had harmed its master whole. Isn't that Chen? I didn't expect him to be the one behind the explosion in the upper city. But now that he's recklessly appearing and fighting the law enforcement team, he wouldn't be able to escape. It was said that although Chen had successfully awakened, he had no beast taming talent, and his initial spirit power level was the weakest F1 level, so he surely wouldn't be able to withstand the Golden Flame Lion. When the lower city residents present saw Chen appear and engage with the law enforcement team, they admired him even more. However, remembering Chen's useless talent, they knew he wouldn't be able to escape this time. This Golden Flame Lion and that guy are both D3 level. It's my first time fighting such a beast. Let me see your strength. As the massive Golden Flame Lion charged towards him, Chen frowned and quickly pulled out his steel dagger. Oh, you seem to have no spirit beast at all. I really don't know where you get the courage to fight against a noble spirit master. Let the Golden Flame Lion send you on your way. Suren originally thought Chen must be a somewhat capable spirit master. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. But he never expected that Chen didn't have a spirit beast at all and intended to confront the Golden Flame Lion with just his own strength. This was undoubtedly like striking a rock with an egg. However, Chen ignored Suren's taunts. With a Golden Flame Lion lunged at him, he seized the opportunity to roll to the side, dodging the lion's ferocious attack. Then, he activated the power of the Shadow Wolf Beast's soul, wrapping his right hand in black energy, tightly gripping the dagger aimed at the lion's leg and stabbing it fiercely. Roar! With a brutal stab to its right leg, blood gushed out like a fountain. The Golden Flame Lion let out a painful roar, using its thick tail to whip Chen away, crashing him into a nearby pillar. Fortunately, the black energy wrapping around Chen absorbed some of the damage, but he still couldn't help but spit out a bit of blood. What the hell? What is going on with Chen? Not only did he injure the Golden Flame Lion, but after being knocked away, he doesn't seem to be too hurt. Is he even human? Don't tell me Chen can defeat a D-class beast? Everyone originally thought Chen would surely die at the hands of the Golden Flame Lion, but they didn't expect him to be so nimble and tough-skinned. In just one encounter, he had injured the Golden Flame Lion. Chen, to be honest, the power Chen was now exhibiting far exceeded Chen Jun's expectations. Perhaps others hadn't noticed, but he clearly saw the faint black energy emerging from Chen. In Chen Jun's view, Chen must possess another form of powerful strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to injure the Golden Flame Lion, and he certainly wouldn't be able to stand unharmed after enduring such a strong attack. Chapter 14, Beheading D-Class Monsters are indeed different. I originally thought of slicing off your right leg, but it turned out to be so tough. However, the next attack won't be so simple. If I hadn't obtained the beast soul of a Shadow Wolf, that attack from the Golden Flame Lion just now would have definitely seriously injured Chen. But with the support of the Shadow Wolf's beast soul, along with his own excellent combat abilities, Chen believed he definitely had the capability to defeat this Golden Flame Lion. You little beast, dare to hurt my monster. Golden Flame Lion. Use flame spray and burn him to ashes. Seeing the Golden Flame Lion's right leg continuously bleeding, while Chen stood up almost unscathed, Suren was quite shocked. However, he still thought of Chen as just an ordinary person, without the power to command monsters. After all, he was a D3 level spirit contract master, fully confident he could defeat Chen. Roar! In the eyes of the Golden Flame Lion, Chen was merely a human akin to an ant. To its surprise, it was injured, and this humiliation was unbearable. After a furious roar, it sprayed golden flames at the just standing Chen. At that moment, everyone watching, whether from the enforcement team or the commoners of the lower city, quickly retreated, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Montauk Chen Jun's heart tightened upon witnessing this scene. At this moment, he had only one thought: to save Chen. Disregarding the issues between the upper city and the lower city, he rushed madly towards Chen. He too slow, looking at the golden flames shooting towards him. Chen sneered, and his entire body was immediately enveloped in a large amount of black mist. His figure flickered, and he vanished from his original spot. Boom! The flames from the Golden Flame Lion naturally missed, failing to injure Chen at all. How is this possible? Where did that little beast run off to? Suren, who thought he had succeeded, looked around and was astonished to find Chen had suddenly disappeared. However, just as everyone was bewildered, the vanished Chen inexplicably appeared on the back of the Golden Flame Lion. At this moment, Chen was entirely wrapped in black mist, and the black mist around his right fist had transformed into the claws of the Shadow Wolf. As soon as Chen's words fell, his right fist, transformed into the Shadow Wolf's claw, struck directly at the Golden Flame Lion's forehead, blood spraying out like a fountain. To ensure the Golden Flame Lion was killed, Chen tightly grasped its fur and continuously swung his right fist, using the power of the Shadow Wolf's beast soul to relentlessly hammer the Golden Flame Lion's head. At first, blood splattered everywhere, and later, white brain matter mixed in, making the scene extremely gruesome. Until the massive golden flame lion gasped its last breath and fell to the ground in a tragic manner. Chen finally stopped. He then took out a steel dagger and, in front of everyone, dissected the beast core from the golden flame lion. The beast core of a D-class monster is light green and worth much more than an E-class beast core. Chen killing the golden flame lion and publicly extracting its beast core truly stunned everyone present. Some women and children who couldn't bear the bloody scene covered their mouths and closed their eyes, while others widened their eyes in disbelief. Who would have thought that Chen actually killed the golden flame lion? Although many people present had seen Chen enveloped in black mist, with a faint shadow of black wolf claws on his right fist, those details paled in comparison to the shock of him killing the golden flame lion. Humanoid monster. At this moment, the impression of Chen in the minds of the crowd could be summed up in just 4 words. No, it's impossible. Who are you? You are a monster, a monster. Watching his monster die tragically before him, and killed by a commoner from the lower city with bare hands. This heavy blow was something Su Ren simply could not accept, exclaiming repeatedly. The surrounding enforcement team members no longer dared to encircle Chen, beginning to feel a primal fear towards him, especially the summoned monsters around them. They were too afraid to make eye contact with Chen, fearing they would be next. All right, it's your turn now. After killing the golden flame lion, Chen slowly stood up, his beast-like eyes directly staring at the already terrified Su Ren. Even though he had previously been strong as a D3 level spirit contract master, once the spirit was dead, he was no different from an ordinary person. Chen's figure flickered and transformed into a shadow, appearing directly in front of Su Ren. He gave Su Ren no chance to speak, ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people, and took out his steel dagger, aiming for Su Ren's throat with a swift strike. In an instant, Su Ren's head was severed from his body, his head rolling onto the ground. Chen reached down to pick up Su Ren's head, his cold eyes scanning the surroundings, asking, "Is there anyone else?" "Monster, this is a monster." This commoner from the lower city actually killed Deputy Captain Su. "Quickly retreat. We must report this immediately." Su Ren was able to serve as deputy captain, indicating his strength was indeed superior to theirs. With Su Ren defeated by Chen, they feared if they did not leave, they would meet the same fate as Su Ren. Especially seeing Chen's bloodthirsty gaze frightened these enforcement team members, prompting them to flee the lower city. Humph! After seeing the enforcement team retreat, Chen snorted coldly and casually tossed Su Ren's head aside. Chen, from today onwards, you are my idol. You truly brought honor to us people of the lower city. At this moment, those from the lower city who had initially been oppressed by the enforcement team and dared not retaliate could no longer hold back, shouting Chen's name. Not to mention, just the fact that Chen dared to shout at the upper city people and directly kill one of them publicly was something they could never match. Having been accustomed to oppression, the people of the lower city were now elated to see the upper city people suffer, and they cheered. However, among the crowd, only one person's expression was extremely poor, and that was Chen. The others only knew that Chen was now very impressive, unaware that what awaited Chen next would be something even more terrifying. "Come with me." Chen walked towards Chen with a serious expression and pulled him away. After Chen took Chen away, a small-statured old man with white hair slowly appeared among the dispersing crowd of the lower city. Due to his inconspicuousness, no one noticed him. At this moment, the old man furrowed his brow, staring at the corpse of the golden flame lion killed by Chen, feeling puzzled. "It's really too strange. How did he do it?" "Uncle Chen, I'll say it again, I do my own deeds and bear my own consequences. Since I dared to do this, I'm not afraid of the consequences. That bastard dared to treat our people from the lower city like this. How could I not kill him to justify those from the lower city who were harmed?" Chen was pulled back to Chen home, but he had no regrets and was not afraid of the upper city people. If worst comes to worst, he would just leave the dusty city. Enough. Since the deed is done, there is no room for retraction. But don't worry. I believe those from the upper city truly take action against the lower city. The interests involved here won't change just because of a mere enforcement team member. Those big shots from the upper city still rely on us from the lower city to make money. At this point, Chen Jun could no longer remain patient to ensure Mo Chen's safety. Chapter 15. The Legislator's Uncle Chen. Do you mean to go look for those people in the South District? Mo Chen immediately guessed what Chen Jun wanted to do upon hearing his words. That was to find the people in the South District of Luohui City. The South District of Luohui City was also the most chaotic area in the entire city, a place where a large number of thugs gathered. It was said that the local boss was acquainted with Chen Jun. However, Chen Jun had rarely mentioned this person over the years, and both sides had kept their distance. But Mo Chen, being someone from the lower city, was well aware of some of the happenings there. Clearly, in order to protect Mo Chen's safety, Chen Jun had no choice but to seek out that person. You don't need to worry about this matter. Remember, as long as I'm here, you won't be in trouble. Chen Jun simply responded to Mo Chen and left the room with a grim expression. Uncle Chen. Watching Chen Jun's departing figure, Mo Chen felt complicated emotions. For a moment, he wondered if he was being too extreme. If he hadn't insisted on causing trouble in the upper city, perhaps these things wouldn't have happened. However, the deed was done, and Mo Chen had also killed members of the enforcement team, a fact he did not regret. I'm not afraid of them. Mo Chen clenched his fists tightly, hating that his current strength was still not enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to deal with such trouble. Meow. The little tiger beside him sensed Mo Chen's unusual mood and quickly jumped into his arms, gently licking his hand. Little tiger, you stay at home for now. I need to go train for a bit and see if I can find any opportunities to trigger a choice question. The only way for Mo Chen to quickly increase his strength was through those randomly appearing choice questions. If that system trial tower appeared again, Mo Chen would definitely become stronger. In order to trigger the appearance of choice questions, Mo Chen didn't stay at home any longer. After making sure Little Tiger was settled, he turned and walked out. Meanwhile, in the high and mighty upper city of Yaoxing City, there was a magnificent palace, and at the very top of this palace was a large conference hall. This was the place where the 7 legislators of Yaoxing City gathered to discuss matters, known as the Yaoxing Supreme Conference Hall. These 7 legislators were the highest authorities in Yaoxing City, controlling all affairs, including those of the 2 affiliated lower cities. At this moment, only 4 legislators were present in the Yaoxing Supreme Conference Hall. How outrageous! The East District of Luohui City is so audacious, not only setting explosives in Yaoxing City, but even daring to kill members of the enforcement team. I think it's time to properly cleanse the East District of Luohui City. One middle-aged man with dark skin and long golden hair slammed his fist on the table in anger. The lower cities have indeed become increasingly arrogant in recent years. Some people are even riding on our backs. Do they really think there's no one in the upper city? He continued, taking advantage of this riot in the East District of Luohui City and the bombing in the upper city, we can take care of these troublesome citizens. Beside the dark-skinned man, there was a silver-haired woman in armor with an iron wire mask, who also expressed the need to clean up Luohui City. No, we can't take large-scale action against Luohui City. Don't forget, there are some tough characters in Luohui City, and the affairs of the South District also concern our interests in the upper city. I agree with this view. Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot act against Luohui City. If we push them too hard, it will cause significant losses to our upper city, especially those people in the South District. Apart from the dark-skinned golden-haired man and the armored silver-haired woman, the other 2 legislators present opposed large-scale cleansing of Luohui City. Then what should we do? Let those lowly ants from the lower cities step on our heads? The dark-skinned golden-haired man said with a gloomy face. His anger stemmed from the fact that the site of the bombing in the upper city was his property, resulting in significant losses, prompting the enforcement team to recklessly capture criminals. To us upper city people, the lower city folks are like ants. Are we going to bother with ants? I think the matters of the lower city should be left to them to handle. Contact that guy from the South District and have them send people to clean up the East District. What do you all think of my proposal? A young man in a white suit, who is also an opposing legislator, spoke up. The others fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Then let's implement this method. I want to rest until the East District of Luohui City is taught a lesson. After speaking, the dark-skinned golden-haired man left the Supreme Conference Hall. The remaining three continued to discuss other matters before leaving as well. At this time in Luoyi City, Mo Chen walked directly towards the South District after leaving home. For Mo Chen, besides the uncertain choice questions, the only way to increase his strength was through the infamous Black Street of Luoyi City. That Black Street was also the place where Mo Chen made a name for himself, located in the most chaotic South District. "Hey, young man, are you interested in having a chat?" Just as Mo Chen was about to head to the South District, an old man in tattered clothes suddenly jumped out from the side. "Not interested, get out of the way," Mo Chen coldly replied without wanting to deal with him, and continued walking ahead. "Young man, I have a way to help you avoid being targeted by the enforcement team. Would you be willing to hear me out?" The old man, looking about 5 meters tall and thin, leaned against the wall and spoke to Mo Chen. "You have a way?" "Old man, I don't have time for jokes. If you want to scam money, go find someone else." How could Mo Chen possibly believe an old man who suddenly appeared claiming to have a solution to the enforcement team's issues? He looked like a con artist, which was not unusual in Luoyi City. Mo Chen didn't want to bother with him any longer, pushing the old man aside and entering the South District. The old man who was pushed aside didn't get angry. On the contrary, his gaze towards Mo Chen grew increasingly curious. There's no mistake. This guy has no beast-taming talent at all, and his awakening initial level is the lowest, almost equivalent to an ordinary person, with no ability to cultivate and improve. After all, normal spirit contract masters usually required the cooperation of their contracted spirits to grow together. But this person was able to elevate his spiritual power from F1 level to E3 purely based on his own strength, which was a miracle in the history of spirit contract masters. Moreover, it seemed he could also borrow the power of demon beasts to increase his attack power. This combat style was something the old man had never seen in all his years. This guy is really interesting. Watching Mo Chen's gradually distant figure, the old man couldn't help but show an enigmatic smile before disappearing from the spot. Chapter 16 Return to the Black Street. If the eastern district of Dustfall City still retains a hint of humanity, then the southern district is truly a dark world. Here, fights and brawls are commonplace, and there are even numerous decaying corpses exposed on the filthy streets. The entire area is filled with an extremely foul odor, making it hard for even Mo Chen, who was born in the lower city, to accept the environment. Yet in such a place, many lower city residents live, and upon seeing Mo Chen enter from the eastern district, they all watched him with predatory eyes. "Little brother, I'm short on cash lately. Can you lend me 200? A greasy man in a black tank top, holding a cigarette, stepped out from the side. "Don't block the way." Mo Chen ignored him and coldly walked past, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. The greasy man, seeing that he was ignored, became furious and swung a fist at Mo Chen. Mo Chen could kill demon beasts with his bare hands, so why would he fear these small thugs? Bang! The greasy man hadn't even touched Mo Chen when he was kicked away by Mo Chen, crashing hard into a nearby garbage pile, blood oozing from his mouth as he lay on the ground convulsing. It was clear that Mo Chen's kick was powerful enough to severely injure the man, leaving him with no chance to get back up. Originally, there were quite a few people around who intended to attack Mo Chen, hoping to rob him of some money. But upon witnessing this scene, they were completely frightened and scattered, not daring to provoke Mo Chen, nor caring about the greasy man's life or death. It was of no importance to them. Thus, with a dark expression, Mo Chen entered the southern district of Dustfall City until he stopped in a dimly lit alley. "Isn't this Mo Chen? I didn't expect you to dare come to the Black Street. Aren't you afraid we'll beat you to death?" Just as Mo Chen was about to enter the alley, a big man in a black studded leather jacket emerged from the dark ahead, accompanied by a shadow wolf behind him, which exuded an E4 level of power. Undoubtedly, this big man was at least an E4 level spirit master. If I were afraid, would I still come here? Mo Chen faced him without any panic, looking up coldly at him. Mo Chen, do you really think the Black Street is a place you can enter casually? As a person from the lower city, you can't possibly be unaware of the rules here. Before you awakened, we arranged for you to face some worthless opponents who couldn't awaken. Who knew you could fight so well and defeat those useless ones with your fists? But now, it seems you've participated in the awakening assessment. And I heard you have no beast taming talent? Ha ha ha. The man in the studded leather jacket walked around Chen, unable to contain his laughter. What does it matter if I have no beast taming talent? I'm going in now. Do you think you can stop me? Montauk, Chen replied coldly, showing no signs of agitation. Even the shadow wolf beside him appeared to be weak in Chen's eyes, with just a glare. It felt an unprecedented fear and began to tremble. Huh? What is going on? As the owner of the shadow wolf, the big man could not help but sense the wolf's emotions, looking confused at its current state. Chen didn't want to explain anything and took the opportunity while the man in the studded leather jacket was stunned to enter the Black Street. The Black Street in the southern district of Dustfall City is essentially an underground arena. Here, if you haven't awakened or have failed your awakening, you are just an ordinary person. The duels you participate in are merely fights among ordinary people. However, if a successfully awakened spirit master enters, they face battles against demon beasts. Moreover, the rules of the matches in this underground arena are extremely brutal. Once you enter a duel, you cannot simply concede. The match only ends when one side is completely incapacitated or killed. Of course, under such strict rules, there are also extremely generous rewards. Each victory brings corresponding wealth. In the past, Chen participated in the duels for ordinary people and won 30 matches in a row, defeating all the small thugs inside, earning a reputation as the Black Street Berserker. But now it's different. Chen has completed the awakening assessment. Although he has no beast taming talent and awakened with the weakest spirit power level, he is still considered successfully awakened. He can faintly emit some spirit power fluctuations. And with the enhancement of spirit power, Chen's physique far exceeds that of ordinary people, making him unable to participate in duels against ordinary people. For Chen now, entering the Black Street signifies a battle against spirit masters. Isn't that the famous Black Street Berserker? You want to participate in the arena duel again? But we heard you successfully awakened without any beast taming talent. That really cracks us up. But even so, you must strictly follow the rules of the Black Street and participate in duels against spirit masters. And once you enter, it's not us forcing you. At the end of the dimly lit alley, there's a passage leading underground, which is the underground arena of the Black Street. However, at this moment, there are many fearsome-looking individuals standing outside the passage. They're all staff members of the Black Street. Enough with the nonsense. Since I dare to come, I naturally understand the rules here. Chen was too lazy to say more and coldly nodded. Hee, since you insist on seeking death, we won't stop you. Go in, once the famous Black Street Berserker. Amid the mocking laughter of the Black Street staff, Chen slowly walked into the underground arena, accepting the duel against spirit masters. Breaking news. The once Black Street Berserker Chen returns to the underground arena. Breaking news. The once Black Street Berserker Chen returns to the underground arena. As Chen stepped into the underground arena, this news spread throughout the southern district of Dustfall City, and upon hearing it, everyone showed shocked expressions. Chen actually returned. There was a good show to watch, as his previous battles were indeed very exciting. That is all in the past, don't you know? That Chen awakened with the weakest initial spirit power level and has no beast taming talent. Do you know what that means? It means Chen is equivalent to an ordinary person as a spirit master. Once he enters the Black Street, he will undoubtedly face true spirit masters in battle. Isn't that just seeking death? I can't wait to see that Chen being trampled to death. Let us go. We're going to watch the match. There are actually such things happening. I want to see what capital that Chen has. After hearing about Chen's return to the Black Street arena, many people in the southern district headed towards the Black Street, not to participate in the underground duels, but to enter as spectators. This is also permitted by the Black Street, often entering through a dedicated passage. Chapter 17. Black Street Arena. Come, place your bets. Bet that Chen can't last 3 rounds, bet on the left side. Bet that Chen will win, bet on the right side. Don't miss this opportunity, everyone. Hurry up and place your bets. The news that Chen was going to challenge a spirit master quickly attracted a large crowd of spectators, many of whom had been thoroughly beaten by Chen in the past and were eager for revenge, but unfortunately, they couldn't defeat him. However, today was different. Chen was challenging a spirit master. And even if the opponent was just a weak spirit master, they believed he would be much stronger than Chen, who was nearly equivalent to an ordinary person. Thus, those who had previously been taught a lesson by Chen were looking forward to seeing him being ruthlessly defeated and were all betting on his loss. Of course, there were also some people looking to take advantage of the situation and make a profit, betting that Chen would win. So overall, there were bets on both sides. Here it comes. The first match today is Chen versus Huang Heng, who has won 3 consecutive matches. As soon as the staff of the Blackstreet Arena finished speaking, a thin, lewd-looking middle-aged man walked up from the side, flanked by 2 scantily clad women with curvy figures, whom he was embracing. These 2 women were all unable to awaken and become spirit masters. But they were beautiful and had great figures, allowing them to live comfortably by attaching themselves to powerful spirit masters through various means. Are you kidding me? Let me fight against a useless person who can't even control beasts? Even if I win, what's the point? Where's that useless guy? Why isn't he out yet? Huang Heng calmly walked into the arena, sitting on a nearby sofa with the support of the 2 women, and casually lit a cigarette. Then, Chen slowly walked into the arena from the other side. Even facing Huang Heng's mockery, his expression remained calm. Oh, I didn't expect it to really be you. Montak Chen, just because you know a bit of martial arts, you think you can fight against powerful beasts? That's like hitting a rock with an egg. You don't really think that just because you killed a few E-class beast cubs barehanded, you are invincible, do you? Huang Heng looked at Chen with disdain and scoffed. Since Chen was quite famous in the Blackstreet, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. When it was learned that Chen had successfully awakened but had no talent for controlling beasts, it truly made the people of the Blackstreet laugh out loud. Even if they heard that Chen killed E-class beasts, so what? They were just underage cubs. In Huang Heng's eyes, Chen was utterly weak. As for the recent incident with the law enforcement team causing chaos in the East District, it had only just happened today, and the people of the Blackstreet were still unaware. At this moment, however, Chen paid no attention to Huang Heng's provocation and silently stood in place, seriously looking at the multiple-choice question that appeared before him. That's right. The moment Chen stepped into the arena, the choice question that made his blood boil appeared again. Option 1. The spirit masters in the Blackstreet are all very brutal spirit masters, unlike those rookies. You feel that you absolutely cannot win, so you choose to admit defeat and escape the Blackstreet. Reward: 10,000 blue star coins. Option 2. In order to hone your combat skills, you can only choose to fight against these cruel and experienced Blackstreet spirit masters. Successfully defeat 5 Blackstreet spirit masters. Reward: Shadow Tiger Claw. Tip: Shadow Tiger Claw is made from the bones of D-class beast, Swift Shadow Wolf, forged with fine steel, and has considerable lethality. Shadow Tiger Claw. This is a weapon made from the materials of a beast. Upon seeing the weapon description that appeared before him, Chen was quite shocked. Although he currently had a dagger made of fine steel, which was given to him by Chen Jun and had accompanied him for many years, that fine steel dagger, no matter how strong, was far inferior to this weapon made from beast materials. The two were simply not on the same level. Weapons and equipment made from beast materials carry part of the beast's power and have far more power than ordinary equipment. However, such weapons and equipment are extremely expensive, definitely not affordable for ordinary people, and are often used by high-level spirit masters for self-protection. Of course, some wealthy families with failed awakenings might buy such weapons for self-defense. The Shadow Tiger Claw introduced now was made from the bones of the D-class beast, Swift Shadow Wolf, which is one of the evolutionary forms of the Shadow Wolf, making it very suitable for Chen, who possesses the Shadow Wolf beast soul. Originally, Chen planned to buy such beast weapons, but the high price made it impossible for him to afford, and he could only save money slowly. Now that there was a direct way for Chen to obtain the Shadow Tiger Claw, he certainly would not give it up. It's just 5 Blackstreet spirit masters. What's there to be afraid of? I choose option 2. Chen clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with determination. Host has chosen option 2. Task initiated. Please defeat 5 Blackstreet spirit masters. As the system's voice fell, The multiple choice question that had appeared before Chen immediately disappeared. I say, what are you mumbling about over there? Aren't you supposed to be tough? What's wrong? Are you scared now? Huang Heng, seeing Chen standing there in a daze, talking to himself, furrowed his brows slightly and immediately shouted at him. Scared? The word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Enough nonsense. Summon your spirit. Chen was too lazy to waste more words with him, pulling out the fine steel dagger from his pocket and glaring fiercely at Huang Heng. Ha ha ha. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Fine, let me, Huang Heng, take care of this arrogant fool. Come out, Crimson Flame Dog. Seeing the battle stance that Chen was currently displaying, Huang Heng couldn't help but laugh and didn't even bother to stand up from the sofa. He calmly opened the spirit space and summoned his beast. Huang Heng's beast was an already mature Crimson Flame Dog, much larger than the one Chen had seen before. With a size of no less than 2 meters and a level of E5, making it one of the most powerful existences among E-class beasts. If Huang Heng were able to break through to D1 level, he could evolve the Crimson Flame Dog. However, evolving beasts often requires many rare materials. And as a citizen of a lower city, Huang Heng had no money to buy these evolution resources. But even if he couldn't continue to evolve, as an E5 level spirit master, he could still thrive in this lower city. Chapter 18, Ruthless. The E5 level Crimson Flame Dog looks like it should be a bit tougher to handle, right? Looking at the fierce Crimson Flame Dog, Chen remained calm, casually glancing at it a few times. In Chen's mind, this Crimson Flame Dog was already a corpse. It was just a matter of time. Crimson Flame Dog, this will be your dinner today. Huang Heng didn't even want to command the Crimson Flame Dog, believing Chen had no chance of winning. Comfortably lying on the sofa with 2 women beside him. Woof woof woof. The Crimson Flame Dog drooled, glaring fiercely at Chen, its body engulfed in red flames. Finding this unaware human before it quite laughable. Here it comes, it's coming. Chen against the E5 level Crimson Flame Dog. How many rounds do you think he can last? I bet no more than 3 rounds. Either he'll have his head bitten off by the dog or his body torn apart. An awakened individual with no beast taming talent daring to fight against an E5 level spirit master is truly courting death. This Chen humiliated us thoroughly back then. Today we can finally see him being brutally killed. How satisfying. Huang Lauda, hurry up and kill Chen. Many in the audience cheered. They were ordinary people who had failed their awakenings, all of whom Chen had defeated in the dark streets, harboring resentment against him but not daring to act. Now, they certainly wouldn't miss this rare opportunity to humiliate Chen. Then let's begin. Chen ignored the mocking voices around him. Wielding the dagger in his hand and charging directly at the Crimson Flame Dog, and faintly, one could see some dark energy swirling around Chen's legs. Jumping clown, let the Crimson Flame Dog attack. Huang Heng glanced coldly and mentally commanded the already eager Crimson Flame Dog. As soon as Huang Heng's words fell, the Crimson Flame Dog roared, its 4 limbs ablaze, rushing towards Chen. Too slow. If it were the Chen of a few days ago, he might have struggled against this Crimson Flame Dog, but now, with the enhancement of the Shadow Wolf Bee Soul, Chen's speed was extraordinarily fast. To him, the Crimson Flame Dog's speed was like a turtle crawling. With such slow speed, how could it possibly hit Chen? Just as the Crimson Flame Dog swung its front paw down fiercely at Chen, he had already jumped into the air, his legs wrapped in dark energy, striking fiercely at the dog's head. Boom! With a loud crash, the Crimson Flame Dog flew backward, crashing into the edge of the arena, causing a violent tremor. Although Chen also flew out, it was not because he was attacked by the dog, but due to the reaction force. He suffered no harm and landed gracefully on the ground. Woof! Chen's kick, besides containing his own strength, also borrowed some of the Shadow Wolf Bee Soul's power, making it exceptionally powerful, directly shattering the Crimson Flame Dog's skull and causing a large amount of blood to spill out. Is this it? This is the Crimson Flame Dog you were so proud of? Truly pathetic. Chen had even defeated the more powerful D3 level Golden Flame Lion. So why would he fear this mere Crimson Flame Dog? Defeating it was without a doubt. What the heck? What's going on? Chen defeated the Crimson Flame Dog in one blow? Oh my god! How is this possible? That kick's power. Is that something a human can generate? The spectators watching this match were all dumbfounded. Crimson Flame Dog. This scene also caught Huang Hong off guard, causing him to jump up from the sofa in shock, no longer caring to touch the two women beside him. As a spirit master, Huang Hong was connected to the beast he had contracted, and now that the Crimson Flame Dog was injured and down, he naturally felt it. It was clear that Mo Chen's kick was truly powerful, heavily wounding the Crimson Flame Dog. For a spirit master, the beast was the most important existence. Now that the Crimson Flame Dog was severely injured, if it continued to be attacked by Mo Chen, it would definitely die. In this case, Huang Hong would lose the beast he relied on for survival, effectively rendering him useless. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his pride. He had to ensure the Crimson Flame Dog did not get up again and immediately admit defeat to Mo Chen. Otherwise, with Mo Chen's temperament, the dog would surely die. Montak Chen e atmit. However, just as Huang Hong was about to speak and admit defeat, Mo Chen had already appeared next to the Crimson Flame Dog. The tightly gripped steel dagger plunged fiercely into the dog's head. Accompanied by a shrill howl, the Crimson Flame Dog was completely dead, reduced to a cold corpse. Done. As someone born in the lower city, Mo Chen understood how cruel it was here. He wouldn't be merciful enough to show any leniency. Facing the uncertain threats of the future, he had to eradicate them completely. Moreover, the rules of the Blackstreet were such that one either completely lost combat ability or died outright. Otherwise, the match wouldn't end. And Mo Chen certainly didn't want to be ambushed and have his beast killed. Defeated a Blackstreet Spirit Master, 5-1. At this moment, the system's voice also echoed in Mo Chen's mind. Not only that, but at the moment he killed the Crimson Flame Dog, an inexplicable surge of spiritual energy also flowed into Mo Chen's body. Though it wasn't much, it allowed Mo Chen to clearly sense the increase in his spiritual energy. This further confirmed Mo Chen's idea that due to his talent issues, he couldn't contract a beast or normally cultivate to enhance his spiritual energy level. But Mo Chen had another method, killing beasts. Each time he killed a beast, Mo Chen could obtain some spiritual energy from it, which was the key to his strength enhancement. This meant that Mo Chen could continuously level up by killing beasts. Even if he couldn't cultivate normally, he still had the opportunity to become the most powerful S5 level spirit master. Montak Chen, you bastard, I was about to admit defeat. Why did you kill my beast? I'm going to fight you. Huang Hong, upon seeing his beast killed by Mo Chen, completely lost his rationality, kicking away the two women beside him and rushing towards Mo Chen without a second thought. The Crimson Flame Dog was his most important spirit beast. Losing it meant everything was over, which was why Huang Hong lost his mind. However, with even his spirit beast killed by Mo Chen, how could Huang Hong, as its master, possibly defeat Mo Chen? Get lost. Mo Chen showed no mercy, kicking Huang Hong away. The sound of cracking ribs accompanied by intense pain immediately caused Huang Hong to faint. The audience erupted in uproar. No one could have predicted this turn of events. Staring in disbelief at Mo Chen in the arena. Is this still a human? At this moment, the only thought in the minds of the audience was this. Chapter 19 Threats arrange the next battle. After dealing with Huang Hong, Mo Chen could actually choose to leave and not continue the duel according to the rules of the Blackstreet Arena. If he wanted to continue fighting, he could also have a rest period. However, Mo Chen did not need a break. He was eager to fight and grow stronger. Right now, he needed to obtain that Shadow Tiger Finger. A monster, truly a monster. Mo Chen's decision to forego rest and continue accepting challenges had been seen before. But that was merely a duel between ordinary people, which was considered small fry in the eyes of spirit masters. But now it was different. Mo Chen had easily defeated E5 level spirit master Huang Hong using only his own strength, which not only stunned the audience, but also left the Blackstreet staff in shock. Immediately arranged the next match. Following the arrangements of the Blackstreet staff, the second challenger for Mo Chen quickly appeared. It was a robust man who also emanated E5 level spirit energy fluctuations. However, due to the power Mo Chen had previously displayed, the spirit masters present were on high alert and did not dare to underestimate him. Montak Chen. Next, I will be your opponent. I'm not an idiot like Huang Heng and will not give you a single chance. The strong man shouted at Mo Chen before immediately summoning his spirit, which turned out to be an E5 level shadow wolf. For those from the lower city, even if they successfully awakened to become spirit masters, they often did not attract the attention of the Spirit Association unless they had outstanding talent. The initial spirit masters were mostly quite ordinary and common, like the now overused shadow wolves and scarlet flame hounds. Here we go, let us begin. Mo Chen slowly stood up from the sofa, stretched his muscles, and immediately glared at the shadow wolf. His training in the first layer of the trial tower had made him unafraid of these shadow wolves, coupled with his own shadow wolf beast soul. Just a glare from Mo Chen caused the shadow wolf to feel an unprecedented pressure and fear. What's going on? Why is my shadow wolf like this? The robust man looked at his summoned shadow wolf, which had originally been glaring fiercely at Mo Chen, but now showed signs of fear, leaving him perplexed. However, Mo Chen would not give him any explanation. Since he had stepped into the arena, it meant the duel had already begun. Dark energy immediately appeared around Mo Chen, wrapping around the steel dagger in his hand as he charged towards the shadow wolf. Accompanied by the sorrowful howls of the shadow wolf, this battle, which had no suspense, ended instantly. Without exception, Mo Chen showed no mercy, fighting with the determination to kill the opponent's spirit. The robust man's E5 level shadow wolf met a tragic end at Mo Chen's hands. Defeated Blackstreet Spirit Masters, 5-2, at the same time, the system's voice rang out again. An inexplicable surge of spirit energy flowed into Mo Chen's body, witnessing Mo Chen's domineering strength again. None of the audience dared to underestimate him anymore. Those who had confidently bet that Mo Chen would definitely lose had long since lost everything. In contrast, those who took the risk and bet on Mo Chen winning had made a fortune. At this moment, these people were completely convinced by Mo Chen's strength, and with their pockets full, they all stood up cheering. Mo Chen, Blackstreet Berserker. Awesome. Mo Chen, I'm your fan. In the southern district of Dusty City, amidst many dilapidated, abandoned houses, there was a luxurious villa that stood in stark contrast to the style of the lower city. Isn't that the commander of the upper city enforcement team? Truly an unwelcome surprise. What are you all still doing? Go prepare for the banquet. In this luxurious villa sat a middle-aged man dressed extravagantly. Upon closer inspection, one could see a noticeable scar at the corner of his right eye. Opposite him stood a person with long crimson hair, a powerful aura, and dressed in an enforcement team uniform. Although the foul stench from outside could not be felt within the luxurious villa, he still wore an air-purifying mask, showing just how much he despised the lower city. Feng Qing, I didn't come from the upper city just to eat your lower city's garbage. I'll tell you the truth. If you don't do as we in the upper city say, don't blame me for arresting you. I remember all the bad things you've done. The red-haired enforcement officer was Lu Xiao, the commander of the Yaoxing City enforcement team, with A-level powerful strength, one of the top experts in the upper city. And across from Lu Xiao, comfortably lounging on the sofa, was Feng Qing, the leader of the southern district of Dusty City, with only D4 level spirit master cultivation. However, facing Lu Xiao, he showed no signs of nervousness. Haha, Commander Lu, what are you talking about? What bad things have I done? If it weren't for me holding up Dusty City, even more people would have died here. I'm doing good deeds, accumulating merit. You want to arrest me? What are you going to use to arrest me? Feng Qing coldly replied, picking up the coffee on the table to drink. Impudent. Hearing this, Lu Xiao immediately unleashed the powerful spirit energy fluctuations of an A-level spirit master, shattering several nearby tables and chairs. Feng Qing, I warn you, if it weren't for the fact that you still have a little value in the eyes of the counselor, I would have ruthlessly eliminated you. Oh, Commander Lu, you are so imposing. If you want to eliminate me, feel free to do so at any time. But you should think carefully about the consequences. If I die, there will be no one to manage Dusty City, and the deals of the upper city big shots might immediately become void. Do you think you can bear the consequences of that? Even as Lu Xiao unleashed a shocking wave of spirit energy, Feng Qing remained calm. Even the coffee in his hand did not shake. In his opinion, Lu Xiao in front of him would definitely not dare to act here. Damn it. Lu Xiao looked at Feng Qing's calm and relaxed expression, feeling furious inside. Who would have thought that a dignified, ill-level high-level spirit master would be threatened by a mere D-level spirit master? Chapter 20. Shadow Tiger Finger Feng Qing. I'm too lazy to waste more words with you. This is the order from the city councilor, and I don't care what you think. You must accept it. Lu Xiao suppressed his anger, calmed himself down, and coldly stared at Feng Qing across the table. Tell those counselors that I will handle the matters of the lower city, and it's not their place to intervene. If they dare to let the law enforcement team slaughter the people of the lower city like they did in the East District, don't blame me for being rude. Show him out. As soon as Feng Qing finished speaking, he placed the coffee he had been holding on the table. Oof. Despicable people from the lower city. Lu Xiao clenched his fists tightly, took one last look at the self-righteous Feng Qing, and turned to leave. Tian Yun, since that Mo Chen isn't your biological son, just hand him over to the law enforcement team. That way, everything will be resolved. After Lu Xiao left, Feng Qing poured the now cold coffee into a nearby trash bin and spoke towards a hidden door behind him. The hidden door behind the bookshelf slowly opened, and Chen Jun walked out. Mo Chen is my son. Even if I die, I won't let anything happen to him. If your daughter did something like this, I'm sure you would fight to protect her too. Chen Jun seemed very familiar with the situation here and showed no fear towards Feng Qing, directly sitting down on a nearby sofa. Upon hearing the word daughter, Feng Qing's previously calm expression immediately turned serious as he turned to look at Chen Jun. I tell you, this matter won't be so simple. Since we used to know each other, I can help you this time, but starting today, the ruling power of the East District must also be handed over to me. Fine, but you must not touch the people in my tavern or Mo Chen. Otherwise, I will make sure you regret it. Since Chen Jun chose to seek out Feng Qing, the biggest thug in the lower city, he naturally understood what he wanted. Very well, if there's nothing else, please leave. After a few simple exchanges, Chen Jun also left. Feng Qing continued to lie on the sofa, eyes closed as if deep in thought. Meanwhile, in the southern district of Dustfall City, on the Black Street, defeat the Black Street Contract Spirit Masters, 5-5. As Mo Chen defeated the 5th challenger, the system task was finally completed. However, Mo Chen did not want to expose the system's secrets in front of everyone. After completing the task, he ended today's duel, collected his reward, and hurriedly left the Black Street. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing option 2, reward, Shadow Tiger Finger. As soon as Mo Chen left the Black Street, the system's voice sounded, accompanied by a flash of golden light. The highly coveted Shadow Tiger Finger appeared in Mo Chen's hand. Great, I finally got it. Carefully storing the Shadow Tiger Finger, Mo Chen quickly left the southern district. This area was much more chaotic than the East District, and he couldn't rule out the possibility of someone eyeing the Shadow Tiger Finger. Although Mo Chen was not afraid of them, he did not want to invite trouble. Hey, young man, wait up. At that moment, a voice came from behind, belonging to the old man who had previously stopped Mo Chen. Old man, do you really think I won't hit you? Hearing this, Mo Chen immediately stopped, glaring angrily at the short old man who was about 1.5 meters tall. Mo Chen thought this guy had already left, but unexpectedly, he was still around, truly a persistent ghost. Young man, don't be impulsive. I have something important to tell you. The short old man, panting heavily, ran to Mo Chen's side. Old man, I warn you, if you keep following me, don't blame me for being rude. In Mo Chen's impression, this old man was undoubtedly a con artist. He had never bothered with such people, but given his age, he refrained from kicking him away. After saying that, Mo Chen turned to leave, ignoring him. You can choose not to believe me, but with your ability, this Black Street arena is no longer suitable for you to hone your strength. Don't you want to become stronger and be among the best? Only then can you gain the respect of the upper city people and make them think twice before laying a hand on you. Young man, your only way out now is to enter the Yaoxing Academy. You have no other choice. Mo Chen had just taken a few steps when he heard the old man's shout from behind, furrowing his brows. Yaoxing Academy? How do you know about this? Thinking of this, Mo Chen immediately turned around to look at the old man. Who exactly are you? I'm just an old man passing by. If you are willing, then go to the upper city's Yaoxing Academy. As soon as the short old man finished speaking, he suddenly vanished before Mo Chen, as if he had never appeared. If Mo Chen initially thought the old man was a con artist, It now seemed that he was definitely not simple. From Chen's speculation, he should be someone from a Yaoxing Academy in the upper city. Why would someone from the Yaoxing Academy follow Chen? Chen himself did not know. But his words did indeed resonate with Chen. The contract spirit masters in the Black Street Arena were nothing more than D and E level weak contract spirit masters from the lower city. They were simply delivering experience to Chen, lacking any challenge at all. If he wanted to improve his strength and become even more powerful, then Yaoxing Academy was indeed an excellent choice. In this despicable lower city, if there was a chance to soar to great heights, it would undoubtedly be to awaken and become a powerful contract spirit master. Only this way could he possibly enter Yaoxing Academy. That was the true opportunity for contract spirit masters from the lower city to turn their fortunes around. Even though he looked down on being associated with upper city people, that place could indeed help him hone his skills. That old man clearly wanted him to join Yaoxing Academy. Since that was the case, he would go. At this moment, Chen clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolutely fixed on the direction of Yaoxing City high above. Chen was not particularly yearning for life in the upper city, but wanted those lofty upper city people to know that the people of the lower city could also become the strongest in the world. Then, Chen no longer lingered in the area and swiftly left the southern district, returning to his residence in the eastern district. Along the way, Chen noticed that many people from the southern district were heading towards the eastern district, which puzzled him. In Chen's memory, the eastern district was a unique existence in Dustfall City, having no interaction with the other three districts. Yet now, these people from the southern district were constantly entering the eastern district. Could it be that Uncle Chen? Chen suddenly recalled what Chen Jun had said, and a sense of tension arose in his heart. Chapter 21 Departure. Uncle Chen, what's going on? How come people from the south district have all entered our east district? Aren't we usually keeping to ourselves? Chen returned home and asked Chen Jun in surprise. Chen, do you know? I used to think that by holding back my anger all these years, I could allow the East District to live a peaceful life. Even when people from the upper city bullied us, I endured it and didn't fight back. But now I realize I was wrong, terribly wrong. Even if I hold back my anger, in the eyes of those from the upper city, we are still nothing but lowly ants. Since that's the case, it's time for us lowly ants to unite. At this moment, Chen Jun's eyes were no longer filled with hesitation. Instead, they were filled with a killing intent. Uncle Chen. Looking into Chen Jun's eyes now, Chen felt as if he was transported back to his childhood, when Chen Jun was full of vigor and had become the boss of the East District through his dominating strength. He had since become an idol-like figure for Chen. However, as time passed, Chen noticed that Chen Jun became increasingly cautious and even timid, leading Chen to wonder if Chen Jun had aged and lost his youthful spirit. But now Chen understood that Chen Jun had not become timid. Everything he did was to protect those he cared about, like Chen himself and the people in the tavern. What Chen Jun needed to do now was to bring the East District under the control of the South District's boss. Only under his rule could the city of Fallen Ash avoid being bullied by those from the upper city. Uncle Chen, if we hand over management to the boss of the South District, doesn't that mean there will be many factories in our East District? The environment here will only get worse. The East District, where Chen lived, could be considered the best area in Fallen Ash City in terms of environment. If it also came under the control of the South District's boss, there was no doubt that the environment would deteriorate. Don't worry. That guy has promised me that he won't destroy the environment here and won't harm the people in my tavern. As for the law enforcement team's matters, there are ways to handle it. Chen Jun comforted, patting Chen's head. Sigh, at this point, we can only do this. Chen nodded slightly. As long as Chen Jun was fine and the people in the tavern were safe, Chen could be at ease. As for others, they held no significance for him. By the way, Uncle Chen, I have something to tell you. I have decided to go to the upper city. I want to attend the Starry Academy. What did you say? The Starry Academy? Chen Jun was taken aback by Chen's words and grabbed his hand tightly. Chen, although I don't know what means you use to raise your spiritual power level to E3 and seem to possess some incredible power, you ultimately lack the talent for beast taming. You can't get into the Starry Academy. As a C1 level spirit contract master, Chen Jun had witnessed Mo Chen's battle with the law enforcement officer Su Run and understood that Mo Chen had powers beyond ordinary humans. However, in Chen Jun's eyes, Mo Chen could not be considered a spirit contract master, so how could he possibly enter the Starry Academy? Moreover, the upper city was extremely exclusionary towards people from the lower city, and many people in the law enforcement team had seen Mo Chen's appearance. How could Chen Jun feel at ease letting Mo Chen go to such a place? Uncle Chen, I know I can't tame beasts, but I have another method. I'm no worse than those normal spirit contract masters. Please allow me one last act of willfulness. If I can't get into the Starry Academy, I'll come back and behave in this lower city without causing any trouble. At that moment, Mo Chen was eager to become stronger, and in this lower city, he could see no future for himself. For this reason, he had to leave and head to the Starry Academy. Chen Jun found it hard to make a decision. After so many years of being together, he had long regarded Mo Chen as his own son. Uncle Chen, I'm not hiding anything from you. Actually, an old senior has guided me to the Starry Academy. I believe that since he has shown himself and said this to me, he must have a way for me to get in. I want to give it a try, Uncle Chen. Mo Chen expressed his desire, gripping Chen Jun's hand tightly. Sigh. Fine, go ahead. But remember, don't cause any more trouble. Chen Jun knew Mo Chen's temperament all too well. He was like a stubborn bull, and it was impossible to forcibly pull him back. It was just that Mo Chen indeed possessed an incredible power. Otherwise, Chen Jun would never allow him to take such risks. Thank you, Uncle Chen. I'll pack up now and prepare to head to Star City. Mo Chen smiled for the first time in a long while, hugged Chen Jun tightly, and then returned to his room to start packing. Meanwhile, the little tiger, although looking confused, would follow Mo Chen wherever he went and would not leave his side. The next day, on the streets of the East District in Fallen Ash City, a large number of people from the South District appeared, all dressed in black studded leather jackets, looking very much like the staff from the Black Street. These people were all subordinates of Feng Qing, each a formidable spirit contract master. Among them, the strongest were on par with Chen Jun, being sea-level spirit contract masters. Under Feng Qing's orders, these people began to sweep through the East District, primarily targeting some of the more notorious ruffians in the area. They were no match for Feng Qing's subordinates and were all captured together. Then, they were casually charged with bombing cases and assaulting the law enforcement team, forcibly handed over to the law enforcement team of the upper city, which quelled the anger of the upper city officials. Thus, Fallen Ash City once again returned to calm. Mo Chen observed all this. Although he had no good feelings towards Feng Qing and knew he had done many bad things, even having fought with Chen Jun, leading to their falling out, it was undeniable that he took care of the people from the lower city. With him in Fallen Ash City, the people would not be bullied by the upper city at will. With that, Mo Chen felt completely at ease. After bidding farewell to Chen Jun, he left Fallen Ash City and headed towards the lofty Starry City. The distance from Fallen Ash City to Starry City was not particularly far. The nearest route was to cross the Source Shadow Forest, but deep within the Source Shadow Forest lived many powerful beasts, which Mo Chen was not capable of dealing with at the moment. Even those from the upper city would not choose to directly cross the Source Shadow Forest to come to Fallen Ash City. They usually opted for a different route. Though it was longer, it had some means of transportation. Under Chen Jun's arrangements, Mo Chen boarded a truck transporting goods, speeding toward the direction of Starry City. The goods on this truck were all manufactured in the factories of Fallen Ash City. The upper city did not want to pollute their living environment, so they built these heavily polluting factories in the lower city. This was also why the upper city dared not easily clean up the lower city. They feared a rebellion that would lead to a strike in these factories, which would cause significant losses to the upper city. Chapter 22. Yaoxing Academy. Soon, under the rapid driving of the cargo truck, Mo Chen finally arrived at Yaoxing City. Mo Chen had previously sneaked into Yaoxing City and had seen how luxurious it was, like a paradise compared to the desolate gray city where he lived. It was truly a world apart. There was no trace of litter, not even fruit peels or paper scraps. The streets of Yaoxing City were constantly cleaned, and a faint floral fragrance lingered in the air, giving a refreshing feeling. Anyone from the lower city would be attracted to it. However, these lower city residents could not casually enter Yaoxing City. They would be strictly checked for identification and not allowed to enter freely, to avoid polluting the upper city's environment and displeasing the counselors. At this moment, Chen was riding in a cargo truck carrying supplies to the upper city, so he could naturally enter Yaoxing City, but they could not enter through the main gate and had to use a side entrance that resembled a dog hole. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation for the lower city people. "Who are you? What do you want?" As the truck approached the side entrance, two arrogant law enforcement officers suddenly stepped out. Upon seeing the cargo truck from the lower city, they were filled with a sense of nausea and quickly put on air purification masks. "Hey, we are here to deliver supplies," the driver, an ordinary person with years of experience, said while bowing and scraping to the lofty upper city law enforcement. Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, remained indifferent, too lazy to look at these upper city people's dogs, quietly stroking the little tiger in his arms. The little tiger was as dear to Chen as family, and he took it with him wherever he went. Now that he was about to head to Yaoxing Academy, unsure of when he would return, Chen worried about leaving the little tiger without care, so he brought it along. "Cut out, it's a garbage truck from the lower city. Hurry up and get in." The law enforcement officers briefly checked the truck and confirmed that the supplies were indeed needed in the upper city. They waved their hands to let them through. As for who was sitting in the passenger seat, they couldn't be bothered to check. After unloading the cargo, all lower city people would be expelled from Yaoxing City anyway. Thank you, sirs," the driver flattered, then drove the truck through the small hole that resembled a dog hole and into Yaoxing City. Since their destinations were different, the driver needed to go to a specific location to unload the cargo, while Chen was heading to Yaoxing Academy. After entering Yaoxing City, Chen said goodbye to the driver and jumped down from the window with the little tiger. "One day, I will walk through the grand entrance of Yaoxing City. Not through here." Chen could not bear this feeling of humiliation and secretly vowed to become the strongest. When Chen sneaked into Yaoxing City last time, he had roughly figured out the directions to several iconic buildings, including Yaoxing Academy. So after getting off the truck, he held the little tiger in his arms and hurried towards the direction of Yaoxing Academy. Although many elegantly dressed upper city people noticed him rushing by and looked at him as if he were a street rat, shouting for the law enforcement to come, Chen paid them no mind and ran swiftly towards Yaoxing Academy. "No matter what, I must successfully enter Yaoxing Academy today." "Stop, lower city rat. Who allowed you to trespass into Yaoxing City? Stop right now, or we want to be polite." After the commotion caused by Chen last time, the law enforcement had clearly intensified their patrols. Upon hearing the shouts, they immediately confirmed Chen's direction and chased after him. "Stop! Let that kid in. This is an order from above." Just as the law enforcement was about to summon a beast or use firearms to kill Chen, the head of the law enforcement team, Lucio, walked over with a dark expression. Although he was very unwilling, he could not disobey the orders from above. So he immediately called back the officers and allowed Chen to enter the territory of Yaoxing Academy. Yaoxing Academy is located at the rear of Yaoxing City and is one of the most iconic buildings in Yaoxing City, as well as one of the 5 strongest institutions for training contract spirit masters in the world today. The strength of Yaoxing Academy ranks among the top 3, and its current principal is also one of the 7 counselors of Yaoxing City, holding supreme power. However, entering Yaoxing Academy is extremely difficult. Not just any contract spirit master can get in, unless one has a powerful background in the upper city to enter Yaoxing Academy. One must awaken as a contract spirit master at the age of 18 with an initial spirit power level of E3 or above and pass the Academy's assessment. As long as one meets the E3 spirit power requirement and passes the Academy's assessment, anyone, whether from the lower city or the upper city, can enter Yaoxing Academy to study. Moreover, as long as one successfully graduates from Yaoxing Academy, even if they are from the lower city, they will gain the right to live in Yaoxing City. This is why it is the only opportunity for lower city contract spirit masters to turn their fortunes around. Unfortunately, the assessments of Yaoxing Academy are too difficult. Even those who can awaken spirit power above E3 cannot easily pass. This results in the majority of students at Yaoxing Academy being from the upper city. There are indeed some contract spirit masters from the lower city, but they are very few and often face unwarranted targeting. Strange, why aren't they chasing anymore? Chen thought they would keep pursuing and even wanted to fight them. But unexpectedly, they had all left, which puzzled him. However, Chen didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he had already arrived at the territory of Yaoxing Academy. The enormous buildings in front of him were the renowned Yaoxing Academy. The old man had guided him to Yaoxing Academy, but it seemed the assessments had concluded a few days ago, and enrollment had stopped. How was he going to get in? Looking at the imposing gates of Yaoxing Academy, Chen stroked the little tiger, which was sound asleep in his arms. And for a moment, he really didn't know how to enter. Ahem, are you Chen? Just as Chen was pondering how to get in, the grand gates of Yaoxing Academy suddenly opened by themselves, and a figure slowly walked out from inside. Yes. Upon hearing this, Chen slightly nodded. Although he was surprised that someone from Yaoxing Academy knew him, he quickly realized it must have been the old man who had instructed them. Indeed, he did not deceive Chen. As long as he arrived at Yaoxing Academy, he would be allowed to enter. Chapter 23, Discrimination, Then Come In With Me. The man leading Chen into Yaoxing Academy was actually the director of the Academic Affairs Office, named Xiao Su. Originally, he had no knowledge of Chen at all, but suddenly received orders from above to allow Chen to enter Yaoxing Academy unconditionally. This left him quite puzzled, but unfortunately, he had no authority to defy orders from higher-ups. Yaoxing Academy, here I come. Chen did not hesitate, since he had decided to come here. He had no regrets and followed Xiao Su inside with large strides. Since he was entering Yaoxing Academy, he would be a student here. Let me briefly explain a few things to you. First, I am the director of Yaoxing Academy, named Xiao Su. In this academy, each session has 6 classes labeled B, C, D, E, and F, with class A being the strongest and class F the weakest. Originally, spirit masters from the lower city, you could only enter class E or F at most. Today is the day for new student registrations, and your arrival is quite timely. However, I don't know what you did to have the principal personally order your entry into class A. At this point, Xiao Su clearly paused, looking at Chen with a surprised expression. As the director of Yaoxing Academy, he possessed considerable cultivation and immediately sensed that Chen's spirit power level was E3. Although this met the Academy's minimum standard, it was far from enough to qualify for Class A. Not to mention, most students in Class A were children of prominent figures from the upper city. It left Xiao Su genuinely puzzled as to why a lower city person could enter Class A. As for the sleeping orange cat in Chen's arms, Xiao Su was well aware that it was merely a mutated animal, not even classified as a magical beast. Class A. Chen was also taken aback upon hearing this. Who is that old man? Not only did he let me enter Yaoxing Academy unconditionally, but he also put me in Class A. This is unbelievable. It seems even you are surprised. In that case, I won't ask further. Xiao Su said, this is what the Academy provides for each student. Keep it safe. Looking at Chen's clueless expression, he decided not to press further, taking out a ring and a device resembling a watch. This is a low-level spatial ring and a magical beast encyclopedia. Chen's eyes brightened upon seeing these 2 items. As a person from this era of beast taming, even a lower city native like him knew how precious these items were. Although the low-level spatial ring was the most basic kind, it had an internal space of 2 square meters, making Chen's future travels much more convenient. The magical beast encyclopedia was even more extraordinary. As long as he wore it, it could detect detailed attributes of any magical beast on Blue Star. Originally, these 2 items were incredibly valuable, and Chen, coming from the lower city, could never afford them. But now, entering Yaoxing Academy meant he received them for free. It must be said that the resources of the upper city were far beyond what people from the lower city could imagine. Keep it safe. If you lose it, people from the lower city can't afford to buy another one. Xiao Su coldly said as he handed the low-level spatial ring and the magical beast encyclopedia to Chen. After hearing this, Chen felt a bit displeased, but Xiao Su was right. These items were indeed not affordable for someone from the lower city. and Chen absolutely could not afford to lose them. Thank you, Director Xiao, Chen said as he put on the low-level spatial ring and a magical beast encyclopedia. He then stored all his luggage in the spatial ring, while the orange cat, Xiao Hu, remained sound asleep in his arms, unaffected by the outside world. All right, follow me. Xiao Su nodded slightly and said no more, directly leading Chen toward Class A. Soon, under Xiao Su's guidance, Chen arrived at Class A of Yaoxing Academy. After giving Chen a few brief instructions, Xiao Su turned and left. Chen did not hesitate, took a deep breath, and stepped into Class A. As soon as he entered the classroom, Chen noticed that the students in class seemed quite extraordinary. Each of them either behaved elegantly and wore expensive-looking clothes or appeared well-fed and clearly came from wealthy families. Compared to Chen, aside from his decent looks and height, he was dressed in a plain black loose t-shirt and jeans that looked like they had been washed many times, making him stand out in stark contrast to them. However, Chen did not mind these things. Seeing an empty seat in the corner of the classroom, he walked over and sat down directly. A new classmate? Wow, what is that guy wearing? That black t-shirt is all faded, and his pants look ragged. Goodness, he must be from the lower city. Look quickly. His shoes are also very dirty. Yes, definitely from the lower city. What is going on? How could the academy place a lower city person in our Class A? Although that guy looked dirty, he wasn't bad-looking. He had a rebellious charm, and the orange cat in his arms was quite cute. Stop daydreaming. So what if he is good-looking? This is Class A. We are all top students, the cream of the crop among our peers. And we will all become powerful spirit masters in the future. How could someone from the lower city possibly compare to us? Besides, that orange cat in his arms, isn't even a magical beast. It's too inferior. Upon seeing Chen calmly walk into Class A and sit down steadily, the group of wealthy upper city students who had been happily chatting before all showed displeased expressions. Kid, where did you come from? This is Class A, not a place for people like you from the lower city. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? At that moment, a tall, handsome man in a white shirt with fair skin approached Chen with a serious expression. All the students in the classroom immediately turned to look. I haven't made a mistake. I am a member of your Class A. Chen naturally heard the previous discussions among the students, but he was too lazy to waste words with them. Facing the handsome man's question, he answered calmly. You little brat, do you know what kind of people are in Class A? How could someone like you from the lower city come in here? Get out. The handsome man frowned and slammed his hand on Chen's desk, demanding, get out now. Chapter 24, Embarrassment. Telling me to get lost? Chen chuckled coldly upon hearing this. What right do you have to tell me to get lost? Let me tell you, Class A is a class for top students. The handsome man said proudly. To be in Class A, besides having a strong initial spiritual power upon awakening, the contracted spirits must also possess high growth potential. Do you think that as a person from the lower city, you can compare to us? Sorry, but I really can compare to you. Chen replied calmly. So arrogant. The handsome man said with disdain, I see you are at most an E3 level contracted spirit master. As a person from the lower city, how could you possibly have a strong contracted spirit? They are all just useless monster beasts like shadow wolves and firehounds. Since you claim to be a student of Class A, let me ask you, what is your monster beast? Let us see. Monster beast. Chen fell silent for a moment after hearing this, then looked at the orange cat in his arms. Look, this is my monster beast. As soon as Chen said this, the whole room fell silent. Everyone looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. You little brat, are you messing with us? I don't care how you got into Class A, but this place is not for lowly people like you from the lower city. I will definitely inform the teacher and have you expelled from the Stellar Academy. After the handsome man finished speaking, he kicked over Chen's desk, then glared at him fiercely. You lowly person from the lower city, you don't deserve to be in our class. Get out of here right now, or I will take action myself. After hearing the handsome man's words, Chen felt that these upper city people were really too childish. He was too lazy to waste more words with them and said, please pick up the desk you kicked over yourself. Damn it, you lowly person from the lower city. Do you think my words are just nonsense? Seeing Chen remain indifferent, even speaking arrogantly, made the handsome man unable to tolerate it anymore. and he swung a punch at Mo Chen's head. However, how could Mo Chen, who could kill a monster beast with bare hands, be bullied by a weak upper city noble? The moment he saw the fist coming, Mo Chen took the initiative, grabbing the handsome man's fist. Mo Chen's grip was very strong, holding onto the handsome man's right hand like a steel claw. "Ah, it hurts. Let go." The handsome man, who was pampered and spoiled, could not withstand Mo Chen's strength. His right hand was in severe pain, causing him to scream, completely losing his previous arrogance. You a person from the lower city dare to lay hands on us upper city people. You really are lawless. You brat, if you don't let go now, I will tell the academy's teacher. A person from the lower city is so audacious, he must be expelled." Seeing Mo Chen tightly gripping the handsome man's right hand, causing him to scream in pain, the students present were very surprised. In their eyes, lower city people were like ants. They usually had to show utmost respect to upper city people, but the result was that Mo Chen directly made a move, which they found incredibly hard to believe. But seeing Mo Chen subdue the handsome man with one hand and his fierce expression, the students present dared not speak out of anger. "Stop it. Do you want to fight in the classroom? This is unacceptable. Everyone go back to your seats." At that moment, a tall woman with a ponytail and wearing black glasses walked in from the door. This person was the head teacher of Class A, Chen Shui. She had come to class happily, but was very angry when she heard the arguing from afar. "Teacher." When the students saw this woman appear, everyone was startled, as if they saw someone very terrifying. TCH, boring. Mo Chen had originally planned to teach these so-called upper city people a lesson, but unexpectedly the teacher appeared. Mo Chen immediately stopped his actions and forcefully threw the handsome man away. "Teacher, this guy is too audacious. He suddenly attacked me." The handsome man, holding his painful right hand, immediately complained to Chen Shui. "That's right, teacher, he started the trouble first. A lower city person inexplicably barged into our class, and wanted to attack us over a disagreement. Lower city people really have no quality. Teacher, please kick him out. How can someone like this be worthy of our stellar academy?" The other students in the class, who could not stand Mo Chen, also began to speak out, unable to tolerate being in class with a lower city person. "Everyone be quiet." Chen Shui frowned and slammed the podium. A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from her, completely contrasting her seemingly weak appearance. Seeing this, the students present immediately shut their mouths and dared not speak. Meanwhile, Mo Chen sat in his chair, continuing to pet the orange cat Xiao, who as if nothing had happened. "Aren't you embarrassed enough? It's only the first day of school, and you've caused such a joke. I feel embarrassed for you." As for the distinction between lower city and upper city people, sorry, in Stellar Academy, there's only one kind of person, and that is a student. Chen Shui looked at these upper city nobles with disappointment, then glanced at Mo Chen, who was named Mo Chen, and confirmed that he had not entered the wrong class. He was indeed a member of Class A. "I do not want you to discriminate in the future. Otherwise, you will be expelled directly." "What? That guy is really from Class A? Why is this happening? How could a lower city person enter Class A? Shouldn't they be in classes E or F?" "Teacher, can you tell us why? I really cannot accept being in class with a lower city person." Hearing this news, the upper city students all showed expressions of disbelief, excitedly rushing to Chen Shui. "There is no why. This is the academy's decision, and your acceptance or not cannot change that. Enough of the nonsense. Pick up that desk you kicked over and let us start class officially." As for Mo Chen suddenly joining Class A, Chen Shui, as the head teacher, had just learned about it, but this was the principal's order, and she could not refuse. At first, she was curious about Mo Chen, but now that she saw Mo Chen in person, she felt a bit of appreciation for him. Being able to calmly face these arrogant upper city nobles without any panic or fear showed good mentality. As for his strength, Chen Shui still did not know, only sensing that he was at E3 level, which was just average in Class A. As Chen Shui finished speaking and her authoritative expression emerged, the students present dared not say anything further. The handsome man who had kicked over the desk reluctantly moved the desk back to Mo Chen's front. The handsome man glared fiercely at Mo Chen. "You little brat, wait for me. I will deal with you slowly later. All right, I'll be waiting for you." Chen remained unbothered, petting the little tiger in his arms, infuriating the handsome man to grit his teeth. But he couldn't make a move here and could only turn back to his seat. Chapter 25, 1 year, looking at these rowdy students who finally quieted down. Chen Shui let out a sigh of relief and restrained her own spiritual power fluctuations. On the first day of school, to cause such a commotion. It seems you all have plenty of energy. In a month, the Academy will hold a wild training session for freshmen, and I assure you, you will have plenty of opportunities to vent then. But for now, you all need to study hard. If anything like today happens again, I don't care where you're from, you'll be out. Do you understand? Chen Shui pushed her glasses up, speaking sternly to everyone present. A stark contrast to her seemingly weak appearance. The students in class had become much more obedient, not daring to provoke Chen Shui again, all nodding in agreement. They understood that being the homeroom teacher of class meant she had extraordinary skills, and they shouldn't mess with her. Now let us start the class. In this month, there is a lot of knowledge you need to learn, including the identification and classification of monster beasts, proper cultivation and training of spirit contracts, enhancing combat power, practical training, and so on. This knowledge is very important. If you don't study hard, the wild training a month from now will be quite difficult. As your homeroom teacher, I am also your teacher in monster beasts, and this first class will focus on identifying various types of monster beasts. As soon as Chen Shui finished speaking, she wrote the 4 large characters monster beast identification on the blackboard behind her. Then she began explaining the basic information about various monster beasts to the students present, such as their characteristics, skills, habits, and so on. For Chen, who was born in the lower city, getting the chance to attend Yaoxing Academy was already quite rare, especially being in the best class A. Although some unpleasantness had occurred earlier, it did not affect Chen's earnestness in attending class. The orange cat in his arms was also sleeping more soundly, emitting a series of low purrs. In the following month, Chen diligently attended classes almost every day, even though he did not possess the ability to summon beasts. He still listened attentively, especially when observing the practical exercises between teachers and students. He watched carefully, learning some of the techniques involved. Of course, Chen was not learning these techniques and knowledge to become a spirit contract master, but to better understand how to deal with these spirit contract masters. Throughout this month, Chen chose not to participate in any of the practical exercises, so he had not revealed his trump cards or true strength. In the eyes of the upper city students in the same class, Chen was just a coward who was afraid of embarrassment and didn't dare to summon a spirit beast. Coupled with their exclusion of him, Montauk Chen was basically isolated. However, all of this was noticed by Chen Shui, who, as the homeroom teacher, grew increasingly curious about Chen. The fact that the principal personally ordered him to enter class meant he was definitely not an ordinary person. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After simply packing his luggage, Chen picked up the orange cat, Xiao Hu, and walked out of the dormitory. It must be said that Yaoxing Academy provides great benefits for students. Not only are various fees waived, but even the meals in the cafeteria are free. Each student also has their own private room, allowing Chen to avoid dealing with these upper city students. Moreover, due to the strict rules of Yaoxing Academy, even though there were many disdainful gazes from upper city students as they came and went, they did not dare to take action, fearing expulsion from the academy. Thus, Chen carried Xiao Hu and made his way to the entrance of Yaoxing Academy. At this time, many new students gathered here, lining up according to their classes. After finding Class A, Chen calmly walked over and stood at the back of the line. Holding the cat, he was met with comments like, Chen, aren't you afraid that little guy will be eaten by a monster beast in the wild? And Chen, you've never summoned a beast. Is this little guy really your monster beast? It was truly laughable, a grown man always holding a cat. Seeing Chen still indifferent and unconcerned. The students of class couldn't help but mock him again. Do you have any say in this? Does the academy prohibit keeping cats? Chen was too lazy to argue with these guys, responding lightly. Enough. What are you all arguing about? The wild training is about to start, and you're still so carefree. Chen, are you really going to bring that cat? Chen Shui called out to Chen at the back of the line. Yes. Chen nodded slightly in response. Then I one-team manage you. Just take care of yourself. All right, Everyone is here, so let's get on the bus. After confirming the members of Class A, Chen led them onto a large bus, heading toward the city gate of Yaoxing Teacher. Where are we going for the practical training? I can't wait. Finally, we can hunt those monster beasts. The students on the bus began to get excited, as this would be their first time facing wild monster beasts head-on. Don't ask too much. You'll know when you get there. As spirit contract masters, we need to learn not only combat techniques and enhance our own strength, but also master a lot of knowledge, such as identifying common monster beasts outside Yaoxing City, knowing their abilities, weaknesses, habits, and so on. You also need to learn outdoor survival skills, which will be very useful when you leave the academy and face monster beasts for real. Don't forget, our seemingly peaceful life is protected by powerful spirit contract masters who fight to keep us safe. Without their protection, humanity would have long been overrun by monster beasts. Seeing these students still smiling and naive, having not experienced the world, Chen couldn't help but sigh, looking out the window, hoping these kids would still be able to smile so happily in the wild. As for Chen, due to his identity as someone from the lower city, he was heavily excluded by these upper city students and did not communicate much with them. He quietly leaned back in his seat, resting his eyes, while Xiao, who in his arms, continued to enjoy Chen's petting. After some time of driving, the bus gradually came to a stop. Everyone looked out the window and found themselves in a desolate area, surrounded only by many wooden houses. Where is this? Could it be the Source Shadow Forest? This doesn't seem right. Is there a place like this in the Source Shadow Forest? Yeah, ISNT, that where monster beasts gather? Why would there be wooden houses built by humans? Teacher, where exactly are we? At this moment, the students present looked curiously around, gradually feeling a sense of unease. Just follow me for now. Chen didn't explain much and led the Class A students off the bus, walking forward. Soon, two middle-aged men walked out from a wooden house ahead. They looked to be in their 40s. The man on the left had long brown hair and a weathered face, and his right leg seemed to have sustained a serious injury, causing him to limp. The other man had short black hair, a cigarette in his mouth, and sharp eyes that scrutinized the students before him. I'll give you a brief introduction. The man on the left is named Han Xia, and the man with black hair is named Lin Dong. They are both your outdoor practical training teachers, and you'll be staying here for the next whole year. What? Teacher, you're not joking, right? We have to stay here for a whole year? Upon hearing Chen Shui's words, the students present were all taken aback. I thought this so-called field training would last at most a few days, but who would have thought we had to stay here for a year? They're all rich kids from the upper city. Staying in this place for a few days might be bearable, but staying for a year is truly unimaginable for them. Chapter 26. Field Combat He? Are you scared already? Truly, one generation is worse than the last. Han Xia looked at the students in front of him who were already starting to back down, feeling quite speechless, and snorted coldly. So, are you scared and planning to go back? Chen Shui furrowed her brows slightly, speaking in a tone of disappointment. Teacher, it's not that we're scared. We just don't understand. Is it really necessary to stay for a year? The handsome young man who had been shouting at Chen earlier spoke up at this moment. What do you mean by unnecessary? Let me tell you the truth. In recent years, the demon beasts have become increasingly rampant, constantly attacking us humans. Many spirit contract masters have met a terrible end at the hands of these beasts, and I'm sure you've seen such news. The comfortable lives you enjoy now are all bought with the blood of those spirit contract masters. Currently, this balance may last for a while, but you never know when the demon beasts will launch a large-scale attack on the human world again. Yaoxing Academy is not a place for raising greenhouse flowers. What we need are strong spirit contract masters who can contend with the powerful demon beasts. Students of Yaoxing Academy throughout the years have had to endure such training. But given the increasingly dire situation, the Academy has no choice but to strengthen your training earlier. If any of you are scared, you can come back with me now. Yaoxing Academy does not need weaklings like you. Chen Shui could fully understand that students facing such a situation for the first time might feel scared. But if they started to back down and choose to give up because of that, it would be very disappointing for her. Students like that would not be wanted at Yaoxing Academy and would be expelled immediately after returning. Teacher, it's not that we're scared. We just need a moment to prepare. A year of field combat training is acceptable, but where are we going to live? After some internal struggle, some of the students present adjusted their mindset, feeling that the teacher's words made sense and realizing they couldn't be sheltered flowers. So they began to ask about some details. Lin Dong at this moment extinguished his cigarette and pointed to the wooden houses nearby, saying, "That's where you'll be living." Upon hearing this, the students rushed over, and their expressions turned increasingly worse. These wooden houses were not small, each about 30 to 40 square meters, but the conditions were truly too rudimentary. Inside the wooden houses, there was nothing but a hard wooden bed and a few wooden stools. "Teacher, isn't this a bit too terrible? We can accept living here, but at least you should provide some cabinets, shelves, or basins. And there is not a bit of food and no toilet or shower. How are we supposed to survive?" Some pampered rich kids from the upper city said with ugly faces, "You're here for field combat training, not for a vacation. Figure out how to solve your own food problems. As for toilets and showers, it's the same. Figure out yourself." Han Xia said disdainfully while looking at these naive students. "Solve it ourselves? How are we supposed to do that?" Upon learning the situation, the students present all wore expressions of despair. They were all spoiled children from the upper city and had never experienced such hardship. Usually, they hadn't even cooked a meal. Now asking them to solve their food issues was indeed difficult for them. However, for someone like Chen from the lower city, it was easy to accept. After all, the environment in the lower city was even worse. Chen had lived there for 10 years, so why fear this? Moreover, training here for a year could indeed help Chen quickly improve his strength, which was what he looked forward to the most. "Teacher, what is that larger wooden house for?" At this moment, Chen noticed a very large wooden house ahead and curiously asked. "You're quite observant," Han Xia replied, then pointed to the large wooden house, saying, "Pay attention, that wooden house is actually a supermarket where you can buy daily necessities. Everything you mentioned earlier can be found inside. Not only that, if you want better living conditions, you can even rent specialized houses, which are far superior to these wooden houses. The conditions inside are very good." "What does that mean? We have to spend money to buy?" "Well, if spending money can provide a better environment, we can accept that. How much does it cost?" Hearing that the wooden house was a supermarket, the students all breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't short on money, so they could naturally make purchases. Some of the students were already thinking about renting those better houses. When did I say you could buy with money? Listen carefully. In that supermarket, no money will be accepted. Only various demon beast skins, bones, cores, complete corpses, or some precious spirit herbs and spirit stones will be accepted. What you need to do is to hunt various demon beasts with your own strength to exchange for the supplies you need to live here for a year. No way. Is it really that harsh? After hearing Han Xia's words, many students from Class A began to feel nervous, with some even wanting to back down. "Teacher, what if we encounter demon beasts that we can't fight against?" As many students nervously whispered to each other, Chen slowly spoke up. "Don't worry. The area you are in has already been cleared by Yaoxing Academy. There are no demon beasts above D5 level here. Additionally, at the outer edge of this area, there are strong spirit contract masters from the upper city protecting you, preventing terrifying demon beasts from invading. During this year, you can choose to hunt demon beasts alone or form small teams. The Academy has no strict regulations on this. However, one thing is for sure, no harming your companions, and absolutely no stealing others' prey. Violators will be expelled immediately. As spirit contract masters, we must protect our homeland, our family, and loved ones behind us, not fight against our companions beside us." Han Xia explained to these students with a serious expression. By the way, let me add something. Another teacher, Lin Dong, spoke up at this moment. "Since you're Class A students, the difficulty of this field combat will be slightly higher than other classes, so be prepared. But still, the same statement. If you want to stay, you can. If you don't want to accept it, you can follow teacher Chen Shui back." After Lin Dong and Han Xia finished speaking, they no longer spoke, sternly watching the students in front of them. Chapter 27, Isolation. What is unacceptable, I accept. Chen was eager to improve his strength, and this was a perfect opportunity, so he naturally wouldn't give it up. He directly hugged the little tiger and walked towards Han Xia and Lin Dong. "Very good. This is what a student of Yaoxing Academy should be like. Han Xia nodded in satisfaction, but when he noticed the orange cat in Mo Chen's arms, his brows furrowed slightly. What is your name? Why did you bring a cat? I'm Mo Chen. Can't teachers bring cats? It's not that you can't, as long as you can take care of it. I won't stop you. Although Han Xia didn't understand Mo Chen's actions, he had a bit of admiration for him. At least he was quite courageous. Damn it. I can't let Mo Chen steal the spotlight. We're going to. Yes. Anyway, we'll have to face these situations after graduation, so we might as well experience it early. Teacher, we accept too. Seeing Mo Chen being the first to accept the outdoor combat training, the students from class A became quite anxious. They didn't want to be ridiculed by the people from the bottom city, so after some psychological struggle, they gritted their teeth and accepted. Of course, a few of the upper-class young masters who couldn't bear it followed Chen Shui back, looking dejected. On the way, Chen Shui gave those fleeing students a cold look, cursing in her heart. What a bunch of useless people. The students who accepted the outdoor combat assessment then followed Lin Dong into a wooden cabin. This wooden cabin was actually a classroom, and Lin Dong briefly explained some of the possible demon beasts that might appear nearby, as well as their habits, weaknesses, and so on, to help the students avoid panic when encountering these sudden appearances of demon beasts. After Lin Dong finished explaining, Han Xia dragged a demon beast carcass in front of the students and began to dissect it on sight. Most of these upper-class students were seeing such a bloody scene for the first time, and some of the girls with weaker constitutions couldn't help but vomit. But in order to survive here, they tried their best to watch Han Xia dissect, so they could do it themselves in the future. As for Mo Chen, he had long been accustomed to such sights and had already dissected before, so he remained expressionless. The orange cat in his arms had already woken up and was running around at Mo Chen's feet. Soon, an hour passed, and the classes of Han Xia and teacher Lin Dong came to an end. In the coming year, most of the time will be up to you, but every 3 days you must gather here for us to teach you, for about 1 to 2 hours, mainly to impart some combat skills and outdoor survival knowledge. Do you all understand? Han Xia looked at the students in front of him, who appeared dazed and pale, having vomited who knows how many times, and spoke in a stern tone. Understood. The students from Class A responded weakly. Very good. Then the outdoor combat training officially begins now. However, considering that you have just become contract spirit masters not long ago, some combat skills of the contract spirits are not yet proficient, and the contract spirits have not yet grown. I suggest you all choose to act in teams to hunt your first demon beast, otherwise you'll be hungry tonight. Remember, you must return before nightfall. If there are no other questions, then let us set off. As soon as Han Xia finished speaking, he and Lin Dong turned to leave. The students from Class A in the wooden cabin, after adjusting for a while, immediately began to form teams, instantly splitting into several small groups. There were 3-person teams, 5-person teams, and even 8-person teams. After all, in such a wilderness where demon beasts roam, the more people there are, the better to avoid being ambushed by demon beasts. Of course, since Mo Chen was from the bottom city, he was heavily ostracized, and naturally, no one was willing to team up with him, all automatically avoiding him. However, Mo Chen didn't mind this at all. He originally didn't want to team up with them, and acting alone was actually more relaxed. Montak Chen, although you are from the bottom city, you're still a classmate. Come join our team. At this moment, a tall blonde girl suddenly looked at Mo Chen. This girl was named Han Ruoxue and could be said to be the goddess of many male classmates in Class A, usually very quiet. She was one of the few who didn't speak harshly to Mo Chen when he first entered Class A. What are you doing, Ruoxue? We don't want to act with someone from the bottom city. Exactly. Our 3-person team is fine. No need to bring him along. 2 girls stood beside Han Ruoxue, looking down on Mo Chen, clearly unwilling to let him join the team. After all, we are classmates. It's not good to let him act alone. After pondering for a moment, Han Ruoxue still looked at Mo Chen and extended an invitation to him. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm used to being on my own. Little tiger, let us go. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen smiled slightly and politely declined her, taking the orange cat, Little Tiger, out of the wooden cabin. For Mo Chen, Han Ruoxue was indeed one of the few people in Class A who gave him a bit of a good impression. At least she wasn't as annoying as the others. But Mo-chan didn't he want to have too much interaction with the upper-class people, and didn't he want to provoke unnecessary trouble? All right then. Upon hearing this, Han Ruashiwe couldn't he help but feel a bit disappointed. Ruashiwe, this kind of person doesn't he know how to appreciate kindness. Don't talk to him anymore. We kindly invited him, and he acted all cool and rejected us. Let us see how he survives alone. In the area where they lived, there were many human wooden houses established, and there were contract spirit masters from the upper city protecting the area, so no demon beasts dared to invade here. But once they left this area and entered the forest ahead, things would be different. Demon beasts would appear there. Although there were no demon beasts above D5 level, they still posed a considerable threat to these students who had just become contract spirit masters. Little Tiger, are you scared? As Mo-chan walked towards the forest, he spoke to the orange cat Little Tiger, following him. Meow. Little Tiger meowed twice angrily and then jumped on Mo-chan's shoulder, showing no signs of fear. Ha ha. As expected of my pet, let us go hunt some demon beasts together. Mo-chan patted Little Tiger's head and then entered the forest alone. Wow, that Mo-chan dares to enter the forest alone. He is quite bold. But why isn't he summoning his contract spirit? Instead, he brought a cat in? As for this Mo-chan, I just asked teacher Chen Shui. It seems he parachuted into Class A and is from the bottom city. During his time at the academy, he has never summoned a contract spirit, which makes him a bit mysterious. However, he dared to enter the forest alone and never showed signs of fear. I believe he must have something extraordinary. Let us see what level of demon beast he can hunt tonight. Watching Mo-chan enter the forest alone, Han Xia and Lin Dong, who were in the wooden cabin, were all watching and became curious about him. Chapter 28. The hunting moment soon. Mo-chan had already left the safe zone and entered an area where demon beasts roamed. As soon as he entered, Mo-chan immediately took out the shadow tiger ring from his spatial ring and put it on. For Mo-chan, a special contract spirit master without any beast taming talent. He had no spirit to rely on, only his own brute strength. Rustle. After walking a few steps, Mo-chan suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the grass ahead. Something's up, Little Tiger, step aside, Mo-chan said to the little tiger on his shoulder upon seeing the situation. The orange cat, Little Tiger, reacted quickly and immediately distanced itself, hiding behind a nearby rock. Then a gigantic black rabbit, about 1 meter in size, jumped directly out of the grass. This enormous black rabbit not only far exceeded the size of a normal rabbit, but also had a body full of muscle. Its pair of sharp rabbit teeth looked like they could crush boulders. At this moment, the giant black rabbit glared at Mo-chan with its crimson eyes, looking ferocious. And at that moment, the demon beast encyclopedia on Mo-chan's wrist lit up. Name, Black Strength Rabbit Species, Beast Attribute, Strength Type Level, E3 Potential. See Grade Skills. Leg kick, bite, ear slap. The demon beast encyclopedia proved to be very useful. Immediately detecting the detailed information about the black strength rabbit. Looking at the ferocious black rabbit in front of him, Mo-chan was not the least bit flustered. He simply did a few stretching movements, waiting for the black rabbit to attack. As for the attributes on the demon beast encyclopedia, Mo-chan was quite clear after studying at the academy. The most important one was the beast potential, which represented the maximum level the beast could evolve to. The black strength rabbit before him had a potential of C grade, which meant it could only grow to C grade at most, making it a very ordinary demon beast. It was even weaker than the shadow wolves and crimson flame dogs that Mo-chan often encountered, and its evolution direction was quite singular. Generally, contract spirit masters would not choose such demon beasts. However, it must be said that due to the recovery of spiritual energy on Blue Star, even the once cute little rabbits had mutated into these brutal rabbits that could devour flesh and blood. If even rabbits could become like this, one could only imagine how much worse it was for those already ferocious animals. Just then, the black strength rabbit suddenly let out a low growl, and its strong hind legs kicked off the ground, leaping several meters away. In an instant, it was in front of Mo-chan, biting down towards his head with its sharp teeth. Those teeth could crush boulders, let alone a human skull. With just one bite, it could shatter Mo-chan's head. However, how could Mo-chan allow it to succeed? Such a weak demon beast could be killed with a single blow from him. Chen clenched his right fist tightly. The shadow tiger ring on his right fist emitted a faint black aura, wrapping around his fist, and then he punched towards the black strength rabbit's head. Accompanied by a miserable howl, the black strength rabbit was sent flying several meters away, crashing hard against a rock, its head caving in, skull shattering, dying on the spot. Currently, Chen not only had the Shadow Tiger Ring to increase his attack power, but also had the enhancement of the Shadow Wolf's beast soul within him. Facing such a weak, E-level demon beast, Chen could kill it with a single punch. After the black strength rabbit died, a mysterious surge of spiritual energy was injected into Chen's body, increasing his spiritual power slightly. This was Chen's unique ability. He didn't need to cultivate normally. He just had to keep hunting demon beasts to enhance his strength. At the same time, a faint gray aura emanated from the corpse of the black strength rabbit. Chen was not surprised by this occurrence. It was something only he could see, the beast soul of the black strength rabbit, which he could capture if he wished. However, Chen was not the least bit interested in its beast soul. After all, the beast soul within him was the E5 level Shadow Wolf soul, which was already the strongest soul he could capture at his current level, and it was very compatible with the Shadow Tiger Ring. Moreover, since Chen could only capture one beast soul at present, he couldn't casually replace the existing soul power. The black strength rabbit's beast soul was so weak that Chen naturally looked down upon it. Since Chen did not capture the black strength rabbit's beast soul, its soul power gradually dissipated. Chen skillfully took out a steel dagger and began to dissect the black strength rabbit, collecting its beast core, fur, and flesh. Although this black strength rabbit was not strong, its flesh was delicious. Many years ago, Chen had eaten black strength rabbit meat hunted by Chen, which was far superior to normal rabbit meat. Now, in this wilderness, encountering a black strength rabbit was a rare opportunity, and Chen would not miss out on this delicious meal. Meow. Seeing Chen dissecting the black strength rabbit's corpse, Little Tiger immediately bounced over, circling around the rabbit's body. You must be hungry. This piece is for you. Chen smiled slightly and casually cut off a large piece of black strength rabbit meat and handed it to Little Tiger. Meow. Little Tiger excitedly called out a few times and then began to devour the meat ravenously. Although Little Tiger was just a slightly mutated animal and could not be considered a demon beast, it was much fiercer than an ordinary cat. Chen often fed it demon beast meat, and it never hesitated, not picky at all. Because of this, it had grown plump and chubby. After fully dissecting the black strength rabbit, Chen stored everything in his spatial ring and continued hunting nearby demon beasts with the now sated Little Tiger. For Chen, a special contract spirit master who could only enhance his strength by hunting demon beasts, there was no better place than here. He intended to hunt at least 10 E-level demon beasts before considering returning. At that moment, the familiar choice appeared before Chen once again. Option 1. You have successfully hunted a black strength rabbit, and tonight's dinner is settled. Satisfied, you choose to return to the camp. Reward: 5,000 blue star coins. Option 2. It's hard to come here, and there are no particularly powerful demon beasts around, making it very suitable for you to hone your strength. Hunt 10 demon beasts. Reward: medium spiritual power. Great, another choice. The first option is meaningless. I choose option 2. It just hunting 10 demon beasts? It's a piece of cake. Chen didn't hesitate at all and immediately chose option 2, leading Little Tiger deeper into the jungle. Chapter 29. As Chen walked through the jungle, he was constantly vigilant, carefully observing his surroundings for any potential beasts. The orange cat, Xiaohu, surprisingly showed no fear despite knowing that this was a jungle teeming with magical beasts. Instead, it followed Chen with a calm and content expression, occasionally sniffing around to see if a beast might suddenly appear. Meow. Just as Chen was about to step into a patch of grass ahead, Xiaohu suddenly emitted a hostile cry from behind. I noticed it too. Hearing Xiaohu's warning, Chen was not the least bit surprised and turned to look behind him. He saw a sparrow, its body wrapped in lightning, charging towards him at high speed, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. Name: lightning sparrow species, bird attribute, thunder level, E3 potential, see skills, peck lightning cloak flash of lightning little guy. Do you dare to ambush me? Without flinching, Chen raised his hand and caught the palm-sized lightning sparrow firmly in his grip. Even though the sparrow was wrapped in a lightning cloak, Chen didn't care at all. He activated the power of the shadow wolf beast soul, enveloping his right hand in dark energy, and felt only a slight numbness. The lightning sparrow, however, was in distress, struggling in Chen's grasp and pecking at his hand with its sharp beak. But all of this was futile the moment it charged at him aggressively. Chen had sensed its presence and had already predicted where it would appear, catching it effortlessly. No matter how much it struggled, it was meaningless. Chen showed no mercy, using the power of the shadow wolf beast soul to squeeze the lightning sparrow to death. A creature so small dared to ambush me. It was simply asking for death. With a forceful toss, he flung the lightning sparrow's corpse against a nearby tree, where it lay dead. Meow. Xiaohu excitedly ran over to the corpse of the lightning sparrow and began to feast without a care in the world. Although the sparrow was small and not very meaty, it still had an E3 level beast core, which Chen asked Xiaohu to retrieve. The rest of the corpse was a reward for Xiaohu. Xiaohu, understanding the situation, wasn't interested in the beast core. After extracting it with its sharp claws, it tossed it to Chen and resumed its meal. Although it was a slightly mutated animal, it was still fiercer than an ordinary cat. In just a few bites, Xiaohu swallowed the lightning sparrow whole. Coupled with the rabbit meat it had eaten earlier, Xiaohu clearly felt satisfied, its belly round, purring contentedly. All right, let us keep moving. After dealing with the lightning sparrow, Chen continued deeper into the jungle with Xiaohu. Along the way, several magical beasts attempted to ambush Chen, but unfortunately for them, the ordinary level beasts posed no threat to him. As long as they dared to show themselves, they would meet a tragic end at his hands. Hunt magical beasts. 10-10. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and received a reward. Moderate spirit power. As Chen delivered a punch that killed an E3 level scarlet flame dog, the system's voice rang out. Immediately, a surge of powerful spirit energy rushed into Chen's body, and with the additional spirit power obtained from the other beasts he had killed, he successfully advanced to E4 level. Not bad. This increase in spirit power has significantly enhanced my physical strength. Chen felt the surge of strength within him and nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. Due to his teacher's earlier instructions to return to the camp before nightfall, Chen knew he had to head back. However, Chen had hunted many magical beasts along the way, and the limited space in his low-level spatial ring forced him to dismember the larger beast corpses. The materials from these beasts could be exchanged for living supplies, and Chen couldn't afford to waste them. Afterward, Chen turned towards the direction of the camp. At this time, Xiaohu began to feel a bit lazy. Not wanting to walk, it jumped into Chen's arms and comfortably fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the camp, as the sky grew darker, the students from Class A who had formed teams to hunt magical beasts began to return. Since it was the first day of outdoor practical training, Xia and Lindong were looking forward to the quality of this year as Class A students. Standing at the entrance of the camp and chatting softly. Old Lin, what kind of magical beast do you think these Class A students will bring back? Lindong, after hearing this, did not rush to answer. Instead, he calmly lit a cigarette. Although Class A students were slightly stronger than those from other classes, the magical beasts in this area were tougher for better evaluation. Moreover, it was their first time in outdoor practical training, and it was very possible that they wouldn't hunt a single magical beast and would return empty-handed. After Lindong finished speaking, he offered a cigarette to Xia. You're not wrong. Xia nodded slightly, taking the cigarette from Lindong. If that's the case, then these pampered students might go hungry. I wonder how Chen, who went out alone, is doing. I estimate he probably hasn't hunted any magical beasts either. After all, he is by himself. However, given his courage, I plan to reward him with a chicken leg tonight. After Xia finished speaking, he took a few deep puffs of his cigarette, exhaling smoke. Look, some students are back. Just then, Lin Dong noticed three figures slowly emerging from the jungle, heading towards the camp. As they got closer, he realized that the trio was a group led by Han Ruoxue, all composed of girls, and they all wore radiant smiles on their faces. "Hello, teachers." Upon seeing Han Xia and Lin Dong, Han Ruoxue immediately greeted them warmly. "It seems you're in good spirits. You must have had a good haul." Lin Dong smiled at them, tossing away his cigarette, but, "Yes, teacher, we hunted an E3 level black forest rabbit, and it was especially large." One of the girls beside Han Ruoxue eagerly spoke, as if waiting for praise. "Very good, very good. Successfully hunting a magical beast in your first outdoor practical training, especially a relatively agile black forest rabbit, is impressive. Go on in." Han Xia and Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction, and then Han Ruoxue's team headed towards the supply station, clearly to exchange for materials. Chapter 30. Black Market. As Han Ruoxue's team returned, the A-class students' teams also came back one after another. Most of the students appeared to be in good spirits, clearly having gained something from their ventures. Some, overly vain, even dragged the corpses of the beasts they hunted back to show off to others. Among the returning teams, there was one group of 8, the largest, who successfully brought back 2 E4 level shadow wolves and a black power rabbit. Although some members of the team were slightly injured, it didn't dampen their mood at all. This indeed drew envy from many other students around, prompting even some smaller teams of 2 or 3 to merge, hoping to gain an advantage in numbers like them. Of course, while some students returned fully loaded, others came back empty-handed. It wasn't that they lacked strength, but rather that they were too nervous and scared. In a dangerous jungle, when terrifying beasts suddenly appeared, these timid students were too frightened to even command their spirit contracts to fight, and some even wet themselves. It seemed that the A-class students had mostly gathered. Han Xia stood at the camp entrance, carefully counting the number of returning students. No, one person was still missing. The lone MO, Chen, had not returned yet. Lin Dong suddenly realized this and said worriedly, "What if he encounters danger?" That shouldn't happen. Anyone who can enter A-class, especially under the direct orders of the dean, must have some strength. Moreover, in that jungle, as long as one doesn't go too deep, they would mostly encounter E-level beasts. Even if they can't defeat them, they should have the ability to escape. Surely, there won't be any accidents. Let's wait a bit longer. If it gets completely dark and he still hasn't returned, we will go look for him. We absolutely won't let any student come to harm. Han Xia pondered for a moment, his expression serious as he gazed toward the jungle ahead. Lin Dong beside him also fell silent, lighting a cigarette and looking in the same direction as Han Xia. At that moment, in the only supermarket in the camp, a large group of A-class students excitedly placed one trophy after another on the supermarket counter. "I want a wash basin. I want a clean and thick blanket. I want food. I want to eat. I want to take a shower." Each student was filled with excitement, and before the supermarket staff could finish checking their items, they began shouting, "Don't rush. One at a time, from a line." After briefly maintaining order, the supermarket staff began to count the spoils the students had obtained and then exchange them for the items the students needed, one by one. A thick blanket requires 1 E2 level B score. "Thank you for your patronage. There is a bathhouse outside the back door, but it requires bathing vouchers. Your E3 level B score can be exchanged for 7 bathing vouchers. Thank you for your patronage. 1 E3 level black power rabbit corpse, not including the B score, can be exchanged for 10 buckets of instant noodles or 10 bags of bread. Hot water for the noodles requires an additional fee. Oh, by the way, you students shouldn't only focus on collecting B scores. The blood, flesh, and fur of the beasts are also valuable. An entire corpse brought in is worth the most." "Hey, you, what are you doing stealing sausages? Are you looking for a fight?" The supermarket staff diligently exchanged supplies for the students, while also keeping a watchful eye on those who had nothing and attempted to sneak away with items during the chaos, promptly kicking them out. We just didn't manage to hunt any beasts on the first day. We just want to borrow a little something from you. We'll definitely return it tomorrow," the students who were caught said with a face full of reluctance. "Stop talking nonsense. If you haven't made any gains, you'll just have to go hungry tonight. Come back when you've successfully hunted a beast." The supermarket staff were very rude, showing no respect to these upper city students. "I say, you guys are too much. I brought in an entire E3 level Crimson Flame Dog corpse, and I ended up trading it for these food items, which are just quick meals. I'm not satisfied. I want meat. These things can be sold outside for much more. You can't be this deceptive. Exactly, black market. Some students who thought they could exchange for a good amount of food and supplies looked at the meager items they received and couldn't help but shout out. It's important to note that these students had all formed teams to hunt beasts together, with many groups consisting of 7 or 8 members. The things they obtained were simply not enough to share. This is how it is here. If you think it's unfair, then you don't have to exchange with us. We're not forcing you. You can take it or leave it. Next, facing the students' accusations, the supermarket staff didn't care at all. Remember, this supermarket was specifically set up by the Yaoxing Academy, and it was meant to be this way. This way, students would truly understand the value of these items and be motivated to hunt more beasts to survive, inadvertently increasing their strength. Damn it! Looking at the arrogant supermarket staff, the A-class students felt reluctant in their hearts, but had no choice but to swallow their pride. They had to live here for an entire year. And there was only this one supermarket nearby. If they didn't exchange here, wouldn't they starve? They were initially thinking about taking a shower, but now they couldn't even fill their stomachs, let alone think about bathing. They decided to fill their stomachs first. I don't need the blanket anymore. I can just cuddle with my spirit contract to sleep. Surely, I won't freeze to death. I have a big appetite. Tonight, I can only have a slice of bread. How am I supposed to survive? Thus, these disgruntled students could only mutter curses in their hearts while smiling and seeking to exchange with the supermarket staff. Hanjia, you hunted an E3 level black power rabbit in exchange for a lot of instant noodles, right? Can you spare us a little? We really tried our best to hunt beasts, but we accidentally let it escape. At this time, some students who hadn't hunted any beasts saw Han Ruoshue's trio, who were carrying a lot of food, and thickened their faces to approach them. Get lost. Ruoshue is easy to talk to, but we aren't. Aren't you all big and tall men? Why are you asking for food like little girls? Don't block the way, otherwise I'll hit you. The 2 female students beside Han Ruoshue, knowing that she might soften, immediately refused on her behalf before she could speak. Chapter 31 Impossible. Although this supermarket is quite shady, I managed to exchange for some food, so I can barely have a meal tonight. The handsome guy who clashed with Chen at the beginning of the school year, along with 3 teammates, slowly walked out of the supermarket. This handsome guy is named Songin, and he has a good base spiritual power level of E4 when he awakened. His contracted spirit is also quite powerful. So many students are willing to team up with him. Songin's haul today is also decent. He hunted 2 E-grade monsters and exchanged them for some living supplies and enough food to fill his stomach. Why haven't I seen that underground city person? He hasn't come back yet, has he? Songin has long wanted to humiliate Chen. He looked around and didn't see Chen at all, speaking in a mocking tone. Oh, speaking of which, Chen really hasn't come back. That underground city person went into the jungle alone and hasn't returned yet. Could he have had an accident? An accident would be great. To dare to enter the jungle alone, isn't that asking for death? He deserves it. This arrogant underground city person should be treated this way. At this moment, many students in Class A also noticed that Chen hadn't returned, but they were just casually chatting and didn't care whether Chen was dead or alive. In their eyes, Chen was just a lowly underground city person, practically invisible in Class A. If something unfortunate happened to him, that would be good. It would save them from having to attend class with him in the future. No matter what, Chen is still our classmate. We should at least inform the teacher. Han Ruoshue, who was originally prepared to return to the wooden house, began to worry when she learned that Chen hadn't come back. It's not that she cared about Chen that much, but after all, they were classmates. And it wouldn't be very heartless to just ignore it. Forget it. That guy refused us himself. He is just asking for trouble. Besides, the teacher will definitely take attendance. They must know that Chen hasn't returned. Let us go back and have something to eat first. The 2 girls beside Han Ruoshue thought differently. They had no good feelings toward Chen, even hating him, and pulled Han Ruoshue into the house. Other students in Class A, even knowing that Chen hadn't returned, were not in a hurry. They either went back to eat and sleep or gathered together to chat happily. Meanwhile, at the camp entrance, Han Xia and teacher Lin Dong were also becoming increasingly anxious as the sky completely darkened. We must go look for him. We can't let anything happen to the students. Old Lin, you stay at the camp while I go in to find that kid. Han Xia couldn't wait any longer. After all, he was someone personally arranged by the dean for Class A. Even if he didn't understand, he should ensure his safety. Saying this, Han Xia prepared to enter the jungle. However, just then, a figure slowly walked out from the jungle ahead. It was none other than the missing Chen. You brat, you finally came back. I almost want to look for you. Seeing Chen return to the camp, Han Xia and Lin Dong carefully examined him, confirming that he had no injuries, and the orange cat in his arms was sound asleep, which finally relieved them. Whilst he had said that everyone must return before dark, even if he didn't hunt any monsters, you still had to come back. Fighting monsters at night is very disadvantageous, and you went in alone. Do you want to die? The hot-tempered Han Xia immediately began to scold Chen, and Lin Dong beside him was also very angry. Teacher, I just walked a bit far and accidentally got lost on my way back. As for the monsters, I also managed to hunt some, so you don't have to worry. Chen was indeed not deliberately late. He really got lost in the jungle and wasted some time. Oh, you hunted monsters? Let's take a look. Hearing this, Han Xia and Lin Dong were immediately surprised. After all, Chen had entered the jungle alone, where the wild monsters were very ferocious. Some who entered in teams hadn't succeeded in hunting. How could Chen do it alone? Chen calmly nodded. Then the spatial ring in his hand flickered slightly, and a nearly 2-meter tall, pitch-black shadow wolf corpse appeared on the ground. You really managed to hunt one. It looks like this is an E4 level shadow wolf. Not bad. To be able to hunt such a monster alone in the jungle, as a novice contracted spirit master, you're quite impressive. It seems the teacher misunderstood you. Hurry back and rest well. Seeing Chen casually pull out an E4 level shadow wolf corpse truly shocked Han Xia and Lin Dong. Initially, they thought Chen was a bit overconfident entering alone, but now it seemed he was fully capable. Afterward, Chen smiled and nodded to the two teachers and dragged the shadow wolf corpse straight into the camp, heading towards the supermarket. In fact, this shadow wolf was the third one Chen had hunted. It was also the largest. By the end, Chen didn't even want to dissect it himself. So he brought back the complete corpse, as it could still be exchanged for resources. Everyone, did I see that wrong? That guy is Chen? No way. That really is Chen. Wow. Did he really hunt that shadow wolf? It's so huge. Didn't he enter the jungle alone? How could he hunt such a shadow wolf? How'd he do it? Originally chatting happily, the students in class suddenly noticed Chen dragging an enormous shadow wolf as he slowly walked into the supermarket, causing them to stand up in disbelief. Rubbing their eyes, some of the more excited students even followed Chen into the supermarket, wanting to confirm whether they had seen it wrong. Under the astonished gazes of a group of students, Chen, holding the sleeping orange cat in his arms, calmly walked into the supermarket and directly placed the shadow wolf's corpse on the counter. Well done, this student. This shadow wolf had E4 level strength and life and was almost at E5 level. The corpse is very well preserved. Everything is intact. What would you like to exchange for? The supermarket staff smiled at Chen after confirming the shadow wolf's corpse. What? This shadow wolf was almost at E5 level? Chen actually hunted such a monster? How is that possible? Didn't he enter the jungle alone? How did he manage it? This must be a joke. The shadow wolf must have been injured, and he just happened to find it. Right? I bet that's what happened. Normally, he wouldn't have succeeded. At this moment, many students from Class A learned that Chen had returned. Whether out of curiosity or to humiliate him, they all ran to the supermarket, only to witness the scene before them. It was simply unbelievable. Chapter 32 Envy. It should be known that these students are of similar age, and most of them have just awakened to become spirit masters. Even if some of them have outstanding talent and a higher initial level of spiritual power upon awakening, they basically lack practical experience. Moreover, their spirit contracts have yet to grow, and encountering fierce beasts in the wild would make anyone nervous to some extent. So how did this Chen, who is not even an E3 level spirit master, manage to kill a shadow wolf that was almost at E5 level? Currently, This is a question they cannot comprehend, leading them to suspect that Chen might have been lucky enough to find an injured shadow wolf. In the face of the crowd's doubts, Chen completely ignored them and walked towards the supermarket counter. He truly despised these self-proclaimed superior upper city people. I have some things, Chen said to a beautiful young lady at the counter with a smile. Let us exchange these all together. After speaking, the spatial ring in Chen's hand flashed again, and a large pile of materials from the beasts appeared on the counter, including quite a few beast cores. All of these were obtained from the beasts Chen hunted in the jungle. Originally, he had only planned to hunt 10 beasts, but because he got lost, he ended up fighting several more, and by today he had killed more than 10 beasts. By the end, Chen was too lazy to dissect them himself and brought back the complete corpses. Looking at the numerous beast cores and materials on the counter, the A-class students present were all dumbfounded. They stared at Chen with wide eyes, unable to utter a single word, looking at him as if he were a ghost. It is no exaggeration to say that all the beasts hunted by the A-class students combined today do not even compare to what Chen alone has caught. If earlier the A-class students thought Chen was overestimating himself by entering the jungle alone, they were now utterly mistaken. Chen's strength far exceeded their imagination. Even the supermarket staff was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to count the items, staring blankly at Chen. What, can't these things be exchanged? Chen asked the supermarket staff, unfazed. No, we'll help you count right away. The supermarket staff immediately snapped back to reality and began to seriously count Chen's items. There were a total of 17 E-level beast cores, of which 12 were E3 level, 3 were E4 level, and 2 were E5 level, along with the skins, bones, flesh, and blood of the beasts, and 2 complete beast corpses, including the shadow wolf. After counting, the supermarket staff revealed a radiant smile, saying, "There are so many items. You can freely exchange for anything in the supermarket." What Chen brought in was far more than what all the A-class students combined had, and all of it was E3 level or higher, with even E5 level beasts, clearly demonstrating how powerful Chen was compared to the other A-class students. The A-class students present had completely lost their ability to speak, and just thinking about how they had just insulted Chen and wondered if he might have met an unfortunate end in the jungle made their faces flush with embarrassment, feeling a deep sense of shame. To them, Chen was nothing but a lowly lower city person. While they considered themselves superior upper city individuals who had teamed up to enter the jungle, yet they ended up achieving less than Chen. This inner sense of defeat was incredibly hard for them to accept, especially for Song, who clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with jealousy and anger. "This is my first time here. I don't really understand. Do you have any recommendations?" Chen, genuinely curious about the supermarket's exchange rules, asked. "How about this? I suggest you rent one of our specially built luxury villas. It has everything from a kitchen, bathroom, and toilet to all kinds of furniture, and even a refrigerator stocked with some food and drinking water," the supermarket staff replied, treating Chen far better than the other students. Smiling as if he were a customer. "A place like that in the camp?" Chen was taken aback and asked, "How much does it cost to rent?" "With the items you provided, you can exchange for about half a month's stay, but the food and drinking water in the refrigerator are limited, and you'll need to exchange for more once they run out," the supermarket staff explained enthusiastically. Before Chen could respond, the A-class students present gasped in shock. They began to complain about how expensive the supermarket was, saying that so many beast materials and cores could only be exchanged for half a month, and that the food and drinking water had limits, calling it a black shop. "Half a month? Then I'll rent it for half a month." Chen quickly agreed without much thought. After all, he planned to hunt beasts every day and could continue exchanging for rentals without worry. Furthermore, Chen did not want to have too much interaction with these self-important upper city people. Staying in his room would be much quieter. By the way, the kitchen should have all the necessary seasonings, right? Chen thought of this and inquired. "Of course, it has everything you need," the supermarket staff replied enthusiastically. "That's good." After that, Chen received the key from the supermarket staff, holding the little tiger and walking out without saying a word to the A-class students. Watching Chen leave gracefully, the A-class students felt incredibly uncomfortable. While they were still worrying about how to fill their stomachs, and hunt more beasts. Chen had already rented the luxury villa, making them feel envious. Moreover, Chen was a lower city person, which made it even harder for these upper city people to accept. As he exited the supermarket, Chen noticed many students holding instant noodles, bread, and other items they had just exchanged for. And couldn't he help but sigh? What a bunch of spoiled wastes. Although some beast meats are not tasty, there are delicious ones like the black strength rabbit. These guys were willing to trade the meat for tasteless instant noodles and bread. Didn't they know that simply grilling the black strength rabbit meat would yield a delicious dinner? Ignoring the tasty black strength rabbit meat for bread and instant noodles. It must be said that these guys are truly foolish. Chen was speechless at these pampered upper city students who lacked basic life knowledge. However, he didn't want to talk to them any further and left the supermarket on his own. Then, led by the supermarket staff, Chen headed towards the villa area located behind the supermarket, which was not only for teachers to reside in, but also available for students to rent. Of course, the rental fees were quite expensive and not something just anyone could afford. Chapter 33. Demanding along the way, many students from Class A followed eagerly. Wanted to see what this villa looked like. It's just average here, not even comparable to our Yaoxing city. I said, what are you thinking? This is just a remote area, and there are numerous demonic beasts outside. Being able to stay in such a place in this camp is already quite good. Think about the wooden house we lived in. That was simply a pigsty. Damn it, I didn't expect a person from the bottom city to live in such a place. No way, I want to live here too. I'll definitely hunt more tomorrow. Even if it's just for one day, it would be worth it. Looking at Chen entering the villa, the students outside who were watching all gritted their teeth, feeling extremely jealous. However, no matter what they thought, Chen didn't pay them any attention and had already entered the villa, closing the door behind him. The villa has 3 floors, and, just as the supermarket staff said, it really has everything. Chen, who grew up in the bottom city, was very satisfied with the environment here. The orange cat, Xiaohu, in his arms, also excitedly jumped out and started bouncing around inside the house. Xiaohu, play by yourself for a while. I'm going to cook, Chen said, and then walked straight toward the kitchen. After a day of hunting, it would definitely be a lie to say Chen wasn't hungry. So he quickly took out all the black power rabbit meat he had prepared earlier. After simply washing it, he put some in a pot and boiled a big pot of meat soup. The rest, he marinated with spices, planning to barbecue it later since the kitchen had everything he needed, making it very convenient for him to cook. Not only that, but there were also plenty of food in the fridge. Besides various fruits and vegetables, there was also some meat. Even if Chen didn't go out to hunt for a few days, he would have enough to eat for several days. However, Chen didn't come here to enjoy himself. He needed to continuously improve his strength and had to hunt every day. Besides, how could ordinary meat compare to the delicious black power rabbit meat? Chen wasn't very interested in it. During the time he was marinating the black power rabbit meat, Chen temporarily left the kitchen and went upstairs for a hot shower. Compared to Chen's living conditions, the other students outside were in a miserable state. Not only might they not have enough to eat tonight, but they also had no place to take a shower. Even going to the toilet required finding a secluded spot to sneak away. I have to say, it's really brutal in this camp. As long as you are powerful and hunt enough, you can enjoy life like Chen, while those students are truly surviving in the wild. Why are there so many mosquitoes in this cursed place? How are we supposed to sleep? Mosquitoes? What is that? Look at the wooden house. I feel like the planks are about to break. Not only is it drafty, but also creaks. I've sweated too much today. I feel sticky and smelly. I really want to take a shower. I'm so hungry. I've only eaten a piece of bread tonight. At this rate, I want to be able to hold on much longer. I want to go home, damn it. I wonder what Chen is doing now. People from the bottom city have definitely never seen such a luxurious villa. He is probably enjoying himself comfortably right now. I'm so jealous. I want to rush in and drag Chen out. Why does he get such a good environment? At this moment, different levels of complaints spread through the many wooden houses in the camp, feeling very upset about Chen being able to live in such a good villa. Am I too hungry and imagining things? I seem to smell something very fragrant. Don't say, I smell it too. It's the smell of meat. No, This isn't an illusion. There really is a meat smell, and it seems to be coming from the villa area. I can't hold it anymore. I must go take a look. Since the wooden houses where the students lived weren't very far from the villa where Chen lived, and the aroma from the black power rabbit meat he was cooking was simply too enticing. The smell wafted all the way to them. These students, who were already struggling to eat and sleep, could hardly resist the tempting meat aroma and began to rush towards the villa area. In their minds, if the teacher was eating, maybe they could sneak a little. However, when they rushed to the villa area, they found that the source of the meat aroma was actually the villa rented by Chen. Again, this bottom city person. How infuriating. But what is he cooking? Why does it smell so good? I really can't stand it anymore. I want Chen to share some with me. I want to even call him a bottom city person anymore. Count me in. I'm really too hungry. Even if it's just a piece of meat. I'd be satisfied. These upper city students who were cold and hungry could not resist the aroma of the black power rabbit meat, and one by one, they thickened their skin and began to knock on Chen's door. Knock, knock, knock. Huh? Chen, who was drinking meat soup and skillfully grilling black power rabbit meat, suddenly heard the loud knocking sound from outside. He frowned slightly. Could be those guys? Originally, Chen didn't want to pay them any attention, but their knocking grew louder, making it unbearable for him. He put down the barbecue, his face darkening as he walked toward the door. Is this ever going to end? Chen opened the door and said in an annoyed tone. However, these Class A students ignored Chen's words and noticed the grease on his mouth. Not only that, but the moment Chen opened the door, the aroma of the meat truly made them unable to resist. Chen, as long as you share some meat with us, we can keep our distance in the upper city, and I can give you more attention as a bottom city person. Just so you know, getting our attention is what bottom city people dream of. This is a rare opportunity. Those who are perceptive should quickly bring out the meat. Even though they were shamelessly coming to Chen for meat, these upper city students still spoke to Chen with a condescending tone. Get lost. After hearing this, Chen was speechless. How did these guys manage to come asking for food and still have the audacity? After shouting, he slammed the door shut. Chen, you dare treat us like this? You're finished. I'll make sure you have no place to stand in the upper city. Don't think you're very impressive now. It's just that you got lucky on the first day and hunted a few more. Tomorrow, we'll catch up. Just wait, you lowly bottom city person. Watching Chen ruthlessly close the door, it was undoubtedly like giving them a slap in the face in public, making them extremely angry as they continued to curse at Chen. Chapter 34. The sudden multiple-choice question, however, no matter how much these students cursed, Chen was too lazy to respond and focused on grilling meat, savoring the delicious black rabbit meat piece by piece. It was incredibly tasty. As for those guys outside, Chen treated them as a joke. After all, they didn't dare to act recklessly here. Soon, the curses from outside gradually faded away. With their stomachs already hungry and unable to eat, the continued aroma of the meat was unbearable, forcing them to move away from the area. That night, they definitely couldn't sleep, and combined with the provocation from Chen, they decided to hunt monsters frantically the next day. Finally, it was quiet. Little tiger, come here. Chen put a portion of the grilled black rabbit meat into a bowl and handed it to Little Tiger, who was under the table. Both the person and the cat started to eat voraciously, their mouths greasy with food, comfortable, full, and ready to sleep. Chen had a very satisfying meal, and even though there was still plenty of black rabbit meat left, he had no good feelings towards those upper city people, so he naturally wouldn't generously offer them any. Instead, he placed the remaining meat in the refrigerator. After cleaning up everything, Chen carried Little Tiger upstairs to prepare for sleep. But at that moment, there was suddenly a knock on the door again, though this time it was noticeably softer. How annoying! When will these guys stop? Chen was truly speechless towards them, with an unhappy expression as he hugged Little Tiger and walked towards the door. However, just as Chen opened the door, he found 3 girls standing outside. One of them was familiar to him. It was Han Ruoxue, who had previously invited him to join her team. Is there something you need? If it were the other 2 girls, Chen would have unceremoniously closed the door. But Han Ruoxue had always been decent and had never looked down on the lower city people. Thus, among the entire class, Chen had a slight good impression of her, and his tone was noticeably gentler, not as rough as it was with others. Han Ruashua looked very hesitant at that moment, appearing as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare. The two girls behind her were a bit impatient, gently poking her back with their hands while smiling slightly at Chen. Usually, these Class A girls had never treated Chen well and were too lazy to say a word to him. Now, their sudden smiles genuinely surprised Chen. Chen, we feel really embarrassed, but could we three come in to take a shower? After some psychological struggle, Han Ruashua took a deep breath, looking somewhat aggrieved as she spoke to Chen. At the same time, Chen noticed that Han Ruashua was indeed covered in a lot of dirt, clearly from fighting monsters during the day. These upper city girls were almost all pampered princesses. They couldn't handle such filth. They probably couldn't sleep all night, which was why they had to muster the courage to find Chen. In fact, there were not just these three girls in Class A, but the others usually had a bad attitude towards Chen and looked down on someone from the lower city, so they naturally didn't dare to come over. The two girls who dared to approach were only because they had a good relationship with Han Ruashua and hoped Chen would give them some face, letting you in to take a shower. After hearing their request, Chen hesitated a bit. If it were only Han Ruashua coming, he might give her some face since it was just a shower. However, he had absolutely no good feelings towards the other two girls behind her. At that moment, the familiar multiple-choice question appeared before Chen again. Option 1. These upper city people have always looked down on you, and you naturally don't want to deal with them, directly driving them away. Reward: 5,000 blue star coins. Option 2. Although you're extremely disgusted with upper city people, you still have a bit of good feelings toward Han Ruashua, so you agree to let them take a shower for her sake. Reward: a small amount of spiritual energy. Han Ruashua's favorability increases by 10. Damn, this can trigger a choice question. Looking at the two options that appeared, Chen felt a bit speechless. After complaining a few times in his heart, he directly chose option 2. There was no other reason. What Chen urgently needed was to improve his strength. If letting them take a shower could earn him a small amount of spiritual energy as a reward, he was very willing to accept it. As for the favorability part, it was completely insignificant to Chen. After all, he didn't want to have too much interaction with upper city people. Chen, we won't take advantage of you. When we hunt monsters tomorrow, we will naturally return the favor. That's right, we won't be like those shameless guys. Seeing that Chen had been silent for a long time and his expression kept changing, the two girls behind Han Ruashua couldn't help but speak up. Han Ruashua lowered her head, not saying a word. Originally, it was already a blow to her pride to come to Chen with such a thick skin, and now she really didn't know what to say. Forget it, just go in. Chen didn't say much, just nodded slightly in agreement to let them in. Upon hearing this, Han Ruashua's eyes immediately brightened, and they thanked him. The three of them, eager to shower, rushed into the villa after thanking Chen. In the next moment, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, for completing option 2. Reward: a small amount of spiritual energy. Han Ruashua's favorability increases by 10. A strange surge of spiritual energy suddenly flowed into Chen's body. Although it was just a small amount, Chen could clearly sense that his spiritual energy had roughly increased by about a quarter, which was already quite good. As for the 10 increase in Han Ruashua's favorability, it meant nothing to Chen, and he couldn't see any changes in her. Oh my god, this place is simply too good. Compared to our place, it's like a pigsty. Look, not only does it have everything it should have, but it even has heating. It feels so comfortable in here. And, do you smell that? There's a strong aroma of meat. Gulyalu. Although Han Ruashua and the others were upper city people, the conditions of their usual living places were even better than here. However, that was different now. They had undergone outdoor combat training and could only stay in wooden houses that resembled pigsties. For a moment, arriving at Chen's luxurious villa gave them a huge sense of contrast, and combined with the fact that they hadn't eaten enough at night, they felt quite uncomfortable. Don't say that. It's so embarrassing. Let us hurry up and take a shower. Han Ruashua, who was already thin-skinned, felt her face turn red upon hearing her friend's words and hurriedly urged them to be a bit more restrained. Chapter 35. Yuan Blood Grass Originally. Han Ruoxue and the other two girls had thick skin and came to Mo Chen's place to take a bath, so they finished quickly in less than half an hour. At this time, Mo Chen was leaning on the sofa in the hall, resting with his eyes closed, stroking the orange cat, Xiao, who, when he heard the three girls coming down the stairs, Mo Chen, no matter what, I still want to thank you. Han Ruoxue politely expressed her gratitude to Mo Chen before preparing to leave. The other two girls beside her also no longer spoke harshly to Mo Chen. On the contrary, they had developed quite a bit of goodwill towards him. In fact, they all knew that Mo Chen's strength was very formidable, at least stronger than most students in their class. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hunt so many demon beasts all alone today. If Mo Chen were from the upper city, he would definitely be an idol in their hearts. Afterward, the three girls reluctantly left Mo Chen's villa, and even wanted him to give them some food before they left. However, they were too embarrassed to say it out loud and could only endure their hunger as they walked out of the villa. After they left, Mo Chen also let out a sigh of relief, picked up Xiao Hu, and returned to his room. The next morning, due to the humiliation they suffered from Mo Chen last night, the upper city students felt quite angry. To prove that they, as upper city people, were stronger than someone like Mo Chen from the lower city, they all rushed into the forest early in the morning, as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. It must be said that Mo Chen's provocation was quite effective. These originally lazy students had finally started to look somewhat presentable. It seemed that they would all have quite a harvest today. Early in the morning, Han Xia and Lin Dong saw many students from class hurriedly forming teams to enter the forest, completely opposite to their state from yesterday, which made them both very satisfied. Initially, Han Xia and Lin Dong thought that these pampered students might need a few more days to fully get into the swing of things. But they did not expect that Mo Chen's provocation would spur these students into action. The current state of these students, as if they were on fire, was exactly what Han Xia and Lin Dong wanted to see. Only in such an environment would they grow the fastest. Good morning, teachers. At this moment, Mo Chen had just stepped out of the villa, still holding the orange cat, Xiao Hu, in his arms, and walked calmly towards the forest. When he saw Han Xia and Lin Dong, he greeted them politely. Mo Chen, are you still going alone today? Although your strength is impressive and you obviously have more experience in hunting demon beasts than those students, you still need to be cautious. After all, you're going alone, so you must always be vigilant about your surroundings. By the way, before you're fully familiar with the situation here, don't recklessly enter the depths of the forest. The demon beasts there are far more ferocious than those outside. Seeing that Mo Chen was about to enter the forest, Han Xia couldn't help but remind him. In fact, they both reminded all the students entering the forest today, warning them not to be too impulsive and not to recklessly chase after Mo Chen into the depths of the forest, risking encounters with demon beasts beyond a level. Although there were no demon beasts above D5 level in this area, these students had only recently become spirit masters, and encountering a D-level demon beast would still pose a certain degree of danger. In severe cases, they could even lose their lives. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. Don't worry, teachers, I know what I'm doing. Mo Chen nodded slightly, leisurely stroking the cat while slowly walking into the forest. Mo Chen was much calmer than those excited students and was well aware of his own strength. As long as he didn't encounter demon beasts above D5 level, he had the ability to defeat them. Indeed, there were no demon beasts above D5 level in this area, so Mo Chen naturally appeared very composed. His goal today was to fight D-level demon beasts, which required him to enter deep into the forest. Get out of the way, don't block my path. As soon as Mo Chen entered the forest, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. An E4 level shadow wolf lunged at Mo Chen. To Mo Chen, this level of demon beast was truly no challenge at all. When he saw the shadow wolf charging at him, he didn't even need to dodge. He simply put on his shadow tiger gloves and threw a punch. Boom! With a loud bang, the E4 level shadow wolf was instantly sent flying, crashing against a nearby rock. Its skull caved in, dead on the spot. The next moment, a surge of inexplicable spiritual power flowed into Mo Chen's body. Although it was not much, he could clearly feel the boost. This was Mo Chen's unique cultivation method, As long as he continued to kill demon beasts, he could constantly raise his spiritual power level, becoming more powerful. My current spiritual power level is E4. Killing this E4 level shadow wolf obviously won't give me much power. I need to find a D-level demon beast. I can't waste any more time here. After making up his mind, Chen quickly dissected the shadow wolf's corpse, storing the useful items in his spatial ring. Picked up Xiao Hu and quickened his pace towards the depths of the forest. Yesterday, Chen had almost entered the depths of the forest, but unfortunately, it was getting late, and he had to return to the camp, which forced him to turn back. But today was different. He had entered the forest early in the morning and had plenty of time to venture deep inside. Wait, what is that thing? After running quickly for a while, Chen suddenly noticed a flash of red light in the grass ahead. Always alert, he immediately stopped and slowly walked towards the grass. Xiao Hu in his arms also widened its eyes, its first standing on end, worried about whether there might be something terrifying in the grass. However, when Chen approached the grass, he found that there were no demon beasts inside. Instead, there was a small plant emitting a faint red glow. This small plant was entirely crimson, clearly different from the other grass around. And Chen could sense a significant wave of spiritual power emanating from it, even before getting too close. Could it be Yuan bloodgrass? During the month Chen spent studying at the Yaoxing Academy, he had encountered a lot of knowledge regarding spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, and other heavenly materials. After carefully observing it, he confirmed that this crimson little plant was indeed Yuan bloodgrass. From the spiritual power fluctuations it emitted, it should be a green quality Yuan bloodgrass. Due to the revival of spiritual energy apart from animals mutating, some plants, and even the most inconspicuous stones have also undergone mutations, forming heavenly materials with special abilities. The Yuan bloodgrass in front of him was one such spiritual herb among heavenly materials. Moreover, these heavenly materials are categorized into levels, from low to high: green, blue, purple, red, and gold. Although the Yuan bloodgrass Chen discovered was of the lowest green quality, it was already of considerable value to him at the moment. Chapter 36 Hesitation. If I remember correctly, this Yuan bloodgrass can enhance the body's blood energy after consumption. However, such heavenly spiritual items are often consumed by demon beasts or used as evolution materials for them. There are few examples of humans consuming them, but there have been cases. Since I want to walk a unique path, I naturally cannot give up on such heavenly spiritual items. I'll consume this Yuan bloodgrass tonight when I return. After pondering for a moment, Chen quickly picked the Yuan bloodgrass in front of him and stored it in his spatial ring. Then, confirming that no demon beasts had appeared, he continued deeper into the jungle. I have to say, Chen felt a bit disappointed. After all, it is common for demon beasts to appear near such heavenly spiritual items, but after he harvested this Yuan bloodgrass, not a single demon beast showed up. It turned out to be a false expectation. He had initially thought about killing a few more demon beasts. Perhaps it was because the students today had gradually become accustomed to battling wild demon beasts and had killed quite a few in the jungle, which resulted in Chen encountering fewer demon beasts today. After over 2 hours in, he had only killed 3 E-level demon beasts, a noticeable decrease compared to yesterday. However, Chen could understand that the number of demon beasts in the jungle was limited. Since the demon beasts on the outskirts had basically been hunted clean, he could focus on the deeper parts of the jungle. Soon, after running with Little Tiger for a while, Chen finally arrived at the place he had turned away from yesterday. The spiritual energy ahead was significantly denser than outside. This should be the deeper part of the jungle. Little Tiger, be mentally prepared, Chen said, while stroking the little tiger in his arms. Meow. Little Tiger meowed proudly, jumped onto Chen's shoulder, waved its little paws, and showed no fear, which made Chen chuckle. However, just as Chen entered the deeper part of the jungle, he suddenly heard sounds of battle from afar. Those guys have also entered the jungle. This is getting interesting. Let us go take a look. Seeing this, Chen suddenly became interested and wanted to see how the A-class students' practical combat abilities were, so he immediately took Little Tiger and rushed toward the sound. Soon, Chen saw from a distance that 4 or 5 red ants were attacking several A-class students under the command of a winged red ant. Name: Red Fire Ant Race. Insect Attribute: Fire. Strength Level: E4. Potential: See Skills: Bite, Mighty Claw, Flame Spray. Name: Red Fire Flying Ant Race. Insect Attribute: Fire. Strength Level: D2. Potential: See Skills: Bite, Mighty Claw, Flame Spray. High-speed movement. It seems the teacher was right. The deeper parts of this jungle are indeed much more dangerous than outside. However, these guys are really unfortunate to be attacked by an ant swarm. Through the demon beast identification chart, Chen quickly recognized what those ants were. The red fire flying ant should be the evolved form of the red fire ant. On the other hand, the students, although they were numerous, about 5 or 6, were generally E3 and E4 level spirit masters. Moreover, they had only recently become spirit masters and were caught off guard by the ant swarm's attack, especially with a D-level demon beast among them. They absolutely could not cope with it, and one wrong move could cost them their lives here. Among those students, Chen was very familiar with one of them, Song-in, who had attempted to attack him on the first day of school. Serves him right. Whether these people live or die has nothing to do with Chen. He wouldn't show mercy to save them. After watching for a while like an audience, he turned to leave. After all, it wasn't Chen who caused their deaths. It was their arrogance that led them into the deeper jungle, resulting in this accident. They could only blame themselves for their foolishness. But just as Chen turned to leave, that familiar multiple-choice question appeared again. Option 1. These nobles from the upper city are usually arrogant and often target you in class. You despise them deeply and do not want to help them at all. You turn around and leave directly. Reward: a small amount of spiritual power. Option 2. These nobles from the upper city are indeed despicable, and you loathe them deeply. However, the red fire-flying ant is a relatively strong D-level demon beast, and killing it can yield good spiritual power. There are also plenty of demon beasts here. After thinking for a moment, you decide to help them this once. Reward: a large amount of spiritual power. Are you trying to stir things up? Chen was indeed caught in hesitation upon seeing the multiple-choice question before him. Forget it. It's not out of kindness that I want to help those upper city folks. It's just that the reward for option 2 is better. Sigh, to become stronger. I'll go. Chen sighed helplessly, chose option 2, and turned to walk towards Song-in and the others. Song-in, this is all your fault. If it weren't for your insistence on bringing us into the jungle, we wouldn't have encountered the swarm of red fire ants. If it were just a few red fire ants, that would be fine, but there's a red fire flying ant inside. Continuing to fight them is equivalent to seeking death. I don't want to die. I've just become a spirit master, and my future is bright. I cannot have any accidents here. Song-in, this trouble is all caused by you. You solve it yourself. I have to say, it is in such a critical moment that human nature is truly tested. Song-in was previously the strongest among them, having awakened initial spiritual power at E5 level, making him one of the most talented in A class. They were more than willing to follow Song-in, as this way they could hunt more demon beasts and obtain sufficient survival resources. However, now that they faced demon beasts that were too strong, after a while of fighting, their spirits were generally at a disadvantage and had sustained varying degrees of injuries. For these novice spirit masters, once their spirits died, their safety would be in jeopardy. They would definitely be killed by the swarm of red fire ants. As the saying goes, in times of great danger, everyone for themselves. Now, if they didn't run, they would undoubtedly die. Thus, the small team instantly collapsed, each person fleeing frantically in all directions. So ungrateful. They're abandoning me just like that. How despicable. Watching his companions flee in panic, Song-in understood that if he didn't run now, he would definitely die here. So he immediately called back his severely injured spirit and prepared to escape. However, as a D2 level demon beast, the red fire-flying ant had flying capabilities and was exceptionally fast. The surrounding ordinary E3, E4 level red fire ants also kept emerging from the ant holes, increasing from the original 4 or 5 to a full 8. These people had no way to escape. In just an instant, they were caught up and surrounded again. It's over. We're really going to die here. I'm not willing to accept this. Help. Chapter 37 Shock. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly flashed quickly from the side. In the next second, the D2 level red fire flying ant commanding the attack was struck hard by that shadow, its entire body flying backward, a large mouthful of purple blood spewing from its mouth, and its abdomen completely caved in, clearly suffering heavy injuries. These red fire ants generally measure around 70 to 80 centimeters in size, with shells resembling armor, and are immensely strong, already considered powerful E-level monsters. Their leader, the red fire flying ant, is even larger, with a harder shell and the ability to fly. Yet even so, it could not withstand that punch and was heavily injured on the spot. The remaining red fire ants were all shocked and quickly turned to look at their leader, showing a vigilant expression towards the suddenly appearing shadow. What is that? Such a powerful attack. It knocked the red fire flying ant down with one punch. Could it be the teacher's beast? It must be. The teacher discovered we were in danger and came to save us. How great. Teacher, hurry up and kill these beasts. Watching the red fire flying ant being severely injured by a single punch, the students, including Song and who had previously been in despair, breathed a huge sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. But just as they were cheering, the shadow slowly walked out from the side. What? It had to be the teacher who made the move? What? Upon hearing this, everyone present was first astonished, and when they finally saw who the shadow was, they instantly fell silent, each with an expression as if they had seen a ghost, filled with disbelief. Because the shadow that had just punched the red fire flying ant was not the teacher, nor was it some beast. It was the person they had been derogatorily calling a lowly person from the bottom city, Chen, seeing that it wasn't the teacher but rather me. A person from the bottom city, doesn't that disappoint you? The noble people from the upper city were saved by someone like me from the bottom city. Doesn't that feel very ironic? Chen found the shocked expressions of these students quite amusing. If it weren't for the better rewards of option 2, he absolutely wouldn't care about these upper city people. Their lives or deaths had nothing to do with him. But since he had already chosen option 2, Chen had no regrets and could take the opportunity to humiliate these self-righteous upper city people. Chen's words, though harsh, left Song, In, and the others truly unable to refute. The very people they looked down upon the most were now their saviors. Not only could they not accept it, but any upper city person would feel the same way. Why save us? Song In looked at Chen with a very ugly expression. Didn't you hate me the most? Hee, there's no other reason. I simply want to kill these monsters. Don't get me wrong. I still have no good feelings toward you upper city people. Chen coldly replied and then looked at the red fire ants, only to find that the red fire flying ant had vanished. Watch out. It's in the air. Chen, where's your spirit beast? Quickly let it attack. The students, seeing the red fire flying ant flying into the air and rushing towards Chen, couldn't help but shout out. They thought that the shadow which had just severely injured the red fire flying ant was not done by Chen himself, but rather by the spirit beast he possessed. Unfortunately, they were too quick to check the monster encyclopedia. Spirit beast? Do I need something like that? As a D2 level monster. Chen understood that his previous punch could not have killed it outright. The red fire flying ant would certainly retaliate. Chen was already prepared, with the shadow wolf spirit power surging through his fists, releasing a massive wave of spiritual energy as he struck out with all his might at the red fire flying ant. Boom! As Chen threw his punch, it formed a black fist shadow resembling a wolf's head, smashing heavily into the red fire flying ant, instantly shattering its steel-like jaws. With a mournful screech, the red fire flying ant was sent flying, crashing to the ground, its hard shell already shattered, purple blood flowing out. But Chen's attack did not end there. The moment the red fire flying ant hit the ground, Chen rushed over, stamping heavily on it. Then, without mercy, he violently tore off its wings, splattering purple blood onto himself, and the red fire flying ant was killed on the spot. After successfully killing the red fire flying ant, the spiritual energy gained flowed into Chen's body, clearly much more than what he would receive from killing an E-level monster. This scene not only frightened the red fire ants that had tried to attack Chen, but also left the students completely paralyzed on the ground. This This guy is a monster, killing a D2 level red fire flying ant with his bare hands. How is that possible? Is this something a human can do? Or did he summon a spirit beast, but just hid it from our view? No wonder every time we looked at him, his gaze was so fierce. At this moment, these students witnessed Chen's terrifying power and the brutality with which he tore apart the red fire-flying ant. It was impossible not to feel fear. Recalling all the humiliation they had previously heaped upon Chen, they felt a deep-seated terror rising within. This isn't the power of a spirit beast. It's the weapon in his hands. That's a monster weapon. Song-in, who was originally shocked, quickly noticed the shadow wolf finger in Chen's hand. In his view, it must be a weapon made from the materials of a D-level monster, otherwise, it couldn't have such power. However, under normal circumstances, spirit beast masters mostly rely on their spirit beasts to fight. This was the first time he had seen someone like Chen, who didn't summon a spirit beast, but fought directly using a monster weapon. Moreover, what was most unbelievable to Song and was that such monster weapons were usually used by ordinary people who couldn't become spirit beast masters, and their power was generally limited. Even if a spirit beast master used such a weapon, it was merely for self-defense. Why would this Chen go against the grain? Completely not summon a spirit beast, and only use monster weapons to fight? Furthermore, since Chen had never summoned a spirit beast since entering school, Song-in couldn't help but have doubts. Is he really a normal spirit beast master? Chapter 38, discussion looking at the shocked and confused expressions on these guys' faces. Chen sneered coldly, not bothering to respond to them at all. He then turned his gaze towards the trembling red fire ants. Their leader had already been killed by this human in front of them, so they naturally knew that they could not defeat him and immediately began to flee. However, Chen would not let them go, directly killing all the red fire ants in front of Song and the others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2, reward, a large amount of spiritual power. As all the red fire ants were killed, the system's voice rang out. A large amount of spiritual power surged into Chen's body, and with the killing of so many red fire ants, Chen instantly advanced to E5 level. Chen could clearly feel that his strength had increased once again. In addition, Chen also roughly understood how much spiritual power was added by the small, medium, and large amounts of spiritual power. Based on Chen's estimation, they corresponded to 1/4, 2/4, and 3/4. The reward for spiritual power that was better than a large amount would be a direct small level increase. Not bad. He had reached E5 level, and it was not far from advancing to D level. Chen nodded in satisfaction, ignoring the stunned students, and began to dissect the bodies of the red fire ants. Essentially, Chen was not doing this to save them. He was purely completing a task, so he couldn't be bothered to say much to them. After all the red fire ants had died, the orange cat Xiao, who had been hiding aside, excitedly ran out and circled around Chen. At that moment, the students were completely silent, all looking at Chen with blank expressions, and none dared to approach him to speak. It must be said that Chen's strength had completely frightened them. He hadn't even summoned his contract spirit and was able to easily kill such a large group of red fire ants. If he had summoned his contract spirit, how powerful would he be? Thinking of this, the students felt increasingly terrified and regretted their previous harsh words towards Chen. Is this how you've been fighting all along? Song-in walked towards Chen with a serious expression after a moment of silence. What about it? Chen replied, casually while skillfully dissecting the monster's body. Then, what is your contract spirit? I don't believe a normal contract spirit master wouldn't summon their spirit to fight. Huh? Do I really have to rely on a contract spirit? According to what you said, you could understand that I'm not a normal contract spirit master. After Chen finished speaking, he had just finished collecting the materials from the red fire ants. He gently picked up the orange cat, Xiao, and turned to leave. Watching Chen's departing figure, Song-in clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, he was not angry but felt a deep sense of shame. At the same time, he became even more curious about Chen. Song-in, we should leave quickly. Yes, it's really too dangerous deep in the jungle. I'm worried that powerful monsters will appear again. However, we really should thank Chen today. I promise I won't talk back in the future. I'll give Chen some face in the future and never speak ill of the people from the bottom city again. After the battle, just now, the students present had already been convinced by Chen's strength and understood why he was suddenly transferred to Class A. It turned out he was so powerful. After pondering for a moment, Song sighed deeply and led his teammates out of the depths of the jungle. As for Chen, he continued to sweep through the jungle, battling powerful D-level monsters. Time flew by, and soon the sky darkened. At this time in the camp, the students were almost all in the supermarket exchanging resources, while teachers Han Xia and Lin Dong sat in a room, discussing with serious expressions. What they were discussing was Chen's displayed strength today. Originally, Han Xia and Lin Dong were completely unaware, but after Song and the others returned to the camp and saw that they were all injured, even their contract spirits were severely injured, they inquired about what had happened today. As a result, they learned about Chen's actions today. In fact, they had a general estimate of Chen's strength and knew that he had the ability to fight D-level monsters. However, they never expected that Chen had not even summoned his contract spirit and had killed a whole group of red fire ants solely with monster weapons and his own fighting abilities. If it weren't for the witnesses like Song, and others, Han Xia and Lin Dong would have found it hard to believe. A contract spirit master who did not summon their spirit, relying only on their fighting ability and monster weapons, could kill an entire group of red fire ants. Including 8D2 level red fire flying ant old Lin, I've lived for more than half my life, and this is the first time I've encountered something like this. Han Xia leaned back in a chair, his mind filled with thoughts of Chen. Unfortunately, he hadn't been present at the scene. Otherwise, he really wanted to see how Chen had achieved this. To be honest, I still don't believe it. But upon closer thought, Chen might really be extraordinary. Otherwise, the principal wouldn't have personally come down to have him transfer to Class A. In my opinion, the principal must have known about Chen's strength. A contract spirit master who doesn't rely on their spirit is simply unheard of. Could it be that he has some special constitution? After Lin Dong finished speaking, he took a deep puff of smoke, and like Han Xia, he was curious about Chen. Not to mention how Chen achieved this. Just the fact that he can single-handedly kill a group of monsters, including D-level monsters, is enough to show that his strength far exceeds that of those students. I even suspect that Chen might be hiding his true strength. His actual spiritual power level might have already surpassed D-level. If he continues to hunt in the jungle, it won't be long before the monsters there are completely wiped out, and the other students won't have a way to improve their strength. Old Han, are you saying that Chen is no longer suitable to be here? Do you want to believe? Lin Dong immediately asked upon hearing this. Han Xia nodded slightly. That's right. He is too strong, obviously much stronger than those first-year students. I want him to skip a grade. Only then will it be the most suitable for him. It seems that this might be the only choice. Lin Dong took a puff of smoke and said, "Which level do you think he should skip to?" Although the Star Academy is a 4-year system, generally in the 4th year, students will leave the academy to go to various organizations and participate in tasks to resist and hunt monsters. The strength difference between first-year and second-year students isn't very significant. They are all E-level and D-level contract spirit masters, which is clearly not very suitable for Chen. In my opinion, let him go directly to the 3rd year. After pondering for a moment, Han Xia spoke. 3rd year. Although the jump is quite significant, it seems that this is indeed the only way. A student who had just been in school for 20 days was directly promoted from the 1st year to the 3rd year. This would be the first case in the Star Academy. It is likely that no one would dare to underestimate Chen, who was born in the bottom city, anymore. However, skipping a grade is a serious matter. We can't just decide this ourselves. It needs to be reported to the academy. We must carefully observe Chen. Old Han, this matter will be left to you. I'll return to the Star Academy and discuss it with them. As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, he hurriedly left the wooden house. Chapter 39. Lightning Leopard. At this moment, Chen, who had been fighting beast monsters in the jungle for a day, returned to the camp. Han Xia had long been waiting there, observing Chen with an incredulous expression. Chen wasn't particularly surprised. It must have been Song, and the others who informed the teacher after returning to the camp. "Teacher, can I go in?" Montak Chen. who didn't care about others' opinions and wasn't afraid of how they would view him, calmly spoke to Han Xia. Of course, you can go in. Han Xia smiled and nodded, saying nothing more, but continued to observe Mo Chen seriously. Through Han Xia's perception, he noticed that the spiritual power fluctuations on Mo Chen had already reached E5 level. Initially, Mo Chen was only at E3 level, and within just a few days, he had suddenly risen to E5 level, which was absolutely impossible. In Han Xia's view, Mo Chen must have been hiding his true strength. His awakened initial spiritual power level should have been E5, which already indicated extraordinary talent for a contract spirit master. Moreover, given what Mo Chen displayed today, Han Xia was convinced that he would become a great figure in the future and was very satisfied, nodding repeatedly. Mo Chen himself didn't think too much about it and strode into the camp. Currently, the students who had been lingering around the camp, upon seeing Mo Chen, no longer showed the disdainful expressions they had before. Instead, they looked at him as if he were a monster, even hesitant to glance at him too many times. Although they hadn't witnessed Mo Chen's strength firsthand, they had learned from Song and others about what he had done today. One by one, they dared not underestimate Mo Chen any further. As he walked past them, the students smiled and nodded at him. In this world where the strong are respected, the stronger a contract spirit master is, the higher their status. Mo Chen, being of a similar age to them, possessed such terrifying strength. So what if he was from the bottom city? As long as he grew up, he would undoubtedly become a formidable presence. Therefore, upon learning about Mo Chen's incredible strength, they completely forgot about his identity as a bottom city person, and because of Mo Chen's existence, they would no longer dare to look down on people from the bottom city. Rushue, I don't know why, but the more I look at Mo Chen, the more I think he's handsome. Come on, I think you're just envious of his strength. In fact, I thought he was different the first time I saw him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to our Class A. That's hindsight. I don't know who keeps calling him a lowly bottom city person. If they have the ability, they should go confront him now. The two girls beside Han Rushua watched Mo Chen walk into the supermarket with an indifferent expression, feeling no discomfort at all. In fact, they had already begun to develop a crush on him. However, Han Rushua herself remained calm because she already knew that Mo Chen must have been hiding his strength, which had finally been revealed today. Unfortunately, Han Rushua felt a bit regretful that she hadn't witnessed Mo Chen's battle herself. Mo Chen had hunted many beast monsters today, but he didn't take all the monster materials to the supermarket for exchange. He kept the D-level beast cores and some materials on him. After all, these items could sell for a good amount of money. And Mo Chen couldn't stay here forever. He still had to prepare for the future. Regardless, with Mo Chen's strength, he didn't have to worry about lacking living supplies. Later, under the gaze of many students, Mo Chen calmly held the orange cat, Xiao Hu, and walked towards his rented villa, not saying a word to any of the upper city students the entire time. The next morning, just like yesterday, Mo Chen got up early. After grooming himself, he took the orange cat, Xiao Hu, and continued to hunt beast monsters in the jungle. However, this time, many students secretly followed Mo Chen into the jungle. After hearing about Mo Chen's exploits yesterday, they were shocked and surprised, but more than that, they were filled with curiosity and wanted to see how Mo Chen fought alone against ferocious beast monsters without relying on a contract spirit. Mo Chen, ever alert, naturally noticed that many students were following him, but he didn't care. As long as they didn't disturb him while he hunted beasts, he could ignore them. Roar! Just as Mo Chen entered the jungle, a golden leopard wrapped in lightning suddenly jumped down from a large tree ahead. Name: Lightning Leopard Species. Beast Attribute: Lightning Level. E4 Potential. Beast Skills: Thunderstrike, Lightning Cloak, Flash of Lightning, a Lightning Leopard. Mo Chen actually encountered such a rare beast. In the 2 days of hunting in the jungle, the beasts he had encountered were mostly common ones, like shadow wolves and crimson flame dogs. The lightning leopard he faced today was a very rare beast, far stronger than those shadow wolves and crimson flame dogs, with a casual potential of B-level. With proper nurturing, training, or later taking potions to enhance its potential, it could become even stronger, undoubtedly a dream contract spirit for many novice contract spirit masters. Because this lightning leopard, even with normal growth, had the potential to evolve to be level. It was far superior to any shadow wolf or crimson flame dog. It could effectively help a contract spirit master transition to be level, becoming a high-level contract spirit master, thereby gaining the ability to contract a second beast without needing to change spirits midway due to low potential. Under normal circumstances, for a contract spirit master to enhance their spiritual power level and strengthen their own abilities, they needed to learn and master special cultivation techniques to grow alongside their contract spirit. Therefore, a very deep bond would be established between them, and the contract spirit often accompanied its master for a lifetime. If a contract spirit as potential was too low, breaking the contract midway to change spirits would have significant impacts on both the contract spirit master and the spirit itself, such as a severe regression in the hard-earned spiritual power level. If one really had to change their spirit, it should be done as early as possible to minimize the impact. This is why those gifted contract spirit masters, under favorable conditions, are very cautious in choosing their first contract spirit, never contracting casually. However, despite the lightning leopard being precious, it held no meaning for Chen, as he wasn't a normal contract spirit master. With no beast taming talent, Chen had no interest in beast monsters. The fact that this lightning leopard dared to provoke him meant it was undoubtedly a corpse in Chen's eyes. Oh my, that's a lightning leopard. I can't believe we encountered such a rare beast here. Chen was, after all, from the bottom city and had no means to obtain a good initial contract spirit. In my view, Chen would probably choose to subdue the lightning leopard and replace his already contracted beast. I think so too. This lightning leopard, let alone Chen. Even I am tempted. If it comes down to it, I could offer money to buy it from Chen. Let us not talk too much about that. Let us first see how Chen fights. The students who followed Chen, upon seeing the lightning leopard appear, all displayed shocked expressions. But they were also eager to see how Chen would battle, their eyes glued to him. Chapter 40 Stealthy, Following Boom. The lightning leopard sensed Chen's killing intent, and the lightning coiling around its body continuously emitted a rumbling sound. The next moment, accompanied by the roar of the lightning leopard, a thick golden lightning bolt shot directly towards Chen. Seeking death, Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He felt no pity for the lightning leopard and did not care how rare it was. With his fists clad in the shadow tiger's claws, he began to emanate black energy. The small tiger in Chen's arms was already accustomed to his unique fighting style. Sensing that Chen was about to strike, it wisely jumped down to the side and silently watched the battle. After activating the power of the shadow wolf spirit, Chen easily dodged the lightning strike from the lightning leopard with a single leap. Immediately afterward, while in midair, Chen swung a punch towards the lightning leopard. The lightning leopard was taken aback, unable to comprehend how this human could evade its lightning strike and even counterattack in an instant. Watching the black fist shadow resembling a wolf's head coming at it from midair, the lightning leopard could not afford to sit idly by. As a rare beast, its combat ability was naturally much stronger than that of ordinary shadow wolves and crimson flame hounds. Suddenly, the lightning leopard's body emitted a dazzling golden glow, and under the influence of its thunderous power, it moved at high speed, dodging Chen's punch like lightning. In that split second, it charged towards Chen, opening its massive mouth and aiming to bite down. Truly, as a thunder-type beast, its speed was astonishing. But just because you're an E4 level beast, wanting to kill me is still too weak. Even with the lightning leopard charging right in front of him, Chen remained unfazed. Under the influence of the shadow wolf spirit, his right fist was enveloped in abundant black energy, forming an illusory black wolf claw. With the power of the shadow tiger's claws, this black wolf claw was incredibly powerful. The moment the lightning leopard opened its mouth, Chen did not dodge or evade. He met it head-on with a punch. Boom! With a loud crash, the lightning leopard was sent flying by Chen's strike. Its mouth caved in, teeth shattered and bloodied, emitting a mournful cry. Chen had no intention of holding back, seeing the lightning leopard being knocked away. He immediately chased after it and delivered several more punches to its body, killing it outright. Done. Watching the lightning leopard already lifeless, Chen withdrew the shadow wolf spirit power, pulled out a steel dagger from his pocket, and began to skillfully dissect the lightning leopard's corpse. Meanwhile, the small tiger, who had been silently watching, excitedly ran over, regardless of whether Chen agreed or not, and began to gnaw at the lightning leopard's meat. Chen paid no mind to this, calmly extracting an E-level beast core from the lightning leopard's body. Unlike the ordinary shadow wolf and crimson flame hound cores, this lightning leopard's core, although also E-level, clearly contained much more powerful energy. Moreover, even though this E-level beast core was white, one could faintly see flashes of thunderous energy within it, indicating its uniqueness. This lightning leopard indeed had something special. This beast core must be worth a lot. Chen looked at the lightning leopard's beast core in his hand, nodding in satisfaction, then cleaned it before storing it in his space ring. As for the lightning leopard's corpse, after the small tiger had a bite or two, it lost interest. So Chen casually disposed of it and stored it in his space ring as well. He then continued deeper into the jungle with the small tiger. The students who had been stealthily following Chen witnessed the entire scene of him killing the lightning leopard. If there were still some who doubted yesterday that Chen could kill a beast solely relying on his own strength, after witnessing this, they had no choice but to believe it, no matter how shocked they were. A monster. Chen was definitely a monster. A contract spirit master who does not rely on their spirit to fight, but personally battles beasts. Isn't that a monster? What a magnificent lightning leopard. How could Chen kill it mercilessly? Such a pity. It seems someone mentioned before that they would eventually beat up Chen. Now is a good opportunity to take action. Who said that? Not me. I didn't say anything. After witnessing Chen's terrifying strength, these students satisfied their curiosity, but also developed a sense of fear towards him, no longer daring to follow him. They all turned to leave, going to hunt their own beasts. After the students dispersed, Xia's figure slowly appeared. This guy is indeed special. Although I don't quite understand him, his strength is formidable, and his attacks are very fierce. He's a good prospect. Let me observe you a bit longer. After saying this, Xia quickened his pace to continue following Chen. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. At this moment, after Chen had killed a D-level beast, he began to feel a bit surprised at the increase in his spiritual power. Chen noticed that the beast he hunted today seemed to have not contributed much to his spiritual power growth. Could it be that the spiritual power required to advance from E5 to D1 has increased significantly? However, this is understandable. After all, the cultivation of a normal contract spirit master is inherently slow, requiring mutual growth with their spirit. Such significant breakthroughs in levels are certainly not easy. It seems I need to hunt more beasts to strive for a quicker promotion to D-level. After dissecting the D-level beast, Chen saw that it was getting late and decided not to continue hunting beasts. He returned to camp before dark. Chen, come here. Just as Chen stepped into the camp and prepared to return to the villa to rest, Xia suddenly called out to him. Teacher, is there something? Chen asked, slightly furrowing his brows, but obediently following Xia into a wooden house. Chen, to be honest, I secretly observe your battles today. Under my observation, you not only have a unique fighting style, but also possess formidable strength, capable of handling wild and ferocious beasts with composure. You are already far superior to the other students in Class A. Xia paused for a moment before continuing. Chen, let me be straightforward. With your current strength, you are no longer suited to continue participating in the outdoor combat training here. If you stay here any longer, it will hinder the training of other students. Would you be willing to skip a grade and move up to the third year? Chapter 41, Don't Kill Anymore. Jumping grades? Upon hearing this, Chen slightly furrowed his brows. Xia's words caught him a bit off guard. Although Chen had anticipated that his strength might lead to an early conclusion of the outdoor training, he did not expect the outcome to be a direct jump to the third year. That's right, if you are willing, you can jump directly to the third year. You don't need to worry. The reason you can jump grades is that your strength is too outstanding and you are no longer suited to stay here. The students in your class are clearly no match for you. Xia paused for a moment, patted Chen's shoulder, and said, I can see that you are eager to improve your strength. Since that is the case, why not choose the more challenging third year? Jumping to the third year sounds interesting. I agree. After thinking for a while, Chen readily agreed to Han Xia. Han Xia was right. Staying here wouldn't provide much improvement. The strongest monsters here are only D5, which no longer pose a challenge for Chen. If he jumped directly to the third year, he would face stronger spirit masters and have the opportunity to hunt more powerful monsters. This was exactly what Chen wanted. Great, then prepare for the next few days. Someone will take you back to Yaoxing Academy. Han Xia nodded in satisfaction, increasingly appreciating Chen. Subsequently, Chen entered the camp. However, this time he did not go to the supermarket to exchange for supplies, but returned directly to the villa. After all, he had already hunted many monsters in the past few days and had exchanged enough resources to last a while. Moreover, since he would be leaving soon, Chen decided not to exchange anything, saving it for future selling. The next morning, Han Xia handed a document to Lin Dong, asking him to take it back to Yaoxing Academy. Due to the previous rule of gathering every 3 days in the wooden house, students began to enter the wooden house one after another. Although Chen was going to jump grades, he had not left yet, so he continued to follow this rule and gathered in the wooden house. The original purpose of having students gather every 3 days was to take attendance, confirm that each student was present, and teach them outdoor combat techniques and battle experiences. However, before taking attendance and starting the lesson, Han Xia first informed the students about Chen's upcoming jump to the third year. One by one, the students were shocked, looking at Chen in disbelief. Throughout the history of Yaoxing Academy, there have been many geniuses, and there are examples of students jumping grades. But Chen is the first to jump directly to the third year, just a few days after enrolling. The key point is that Chen is from the bottom city, which undoubtedly makes this explosive news. However, the students present were merely shocked at this moment and did not question it, because they had all witnessed Chen's terrifying strength, which far exceeded theirs. Having someone like him remain in class, it would only make them feel ashamed. Now, letting Chen leave their class, it would actually relieve these students. At least they wouldn't have to face this monster every day. As for Chen himself, he appeared very calm, still petting the orange cat little tiger in his arms, sitting in the back. Then, Han Xia didn't say much more and began the day's lesson. The students who had experienced outdoor combat understood how terrifying wild monsters could be, and they no longer looked down on it as they did at the beginning. They listened very attentively, not daring to miss a single detail. The seemingly long lecture time passed quickly. Everyone gradually left the wooden house to continue hunting monsters in the jungle. Chen naturally was no exception. Even though he would soon be leaving, he did not slack off and did not miss any opportunity to improve his strength. It must be said that with Chen's current strength, the vast majority of monsters in this jungle were simply no match for him. Even when D-level monsters appeared, they would be easily defeated by Chen. The gap in strength was truly too great. Chen increasingly felt that the spiritual power gained from killing these monsters was decreasing, and it was clear that he was still a long way from advancing to a D-level spirit master. As time went on, Chen found it increasingly uninteresting. With no challenge left, he actually began to look forward to the appearance of system choice questions, as only that could help him improve his strength faster. Thus, 2 days passed after Chen decided to jump grades. During these 2 days, the choice questions had not appeared even once, and the spiritual power gained from hunting jungle monsters was minimal. Moreover, the number of monsters in the jungle was decreasing. Teacher, when is that guy Chen leaving? He's too abnormal. He doesn't give us any chances. I didn't hunt a single monster today. I'm going to starve. Yes. Most of the monsters have been killed by Chen. We can't compete with him at all. If Chen doesn't leave soon, the monsters in the jungle will probably be completely wiped out by him, and we won't need to stay here anymore. At this moment, a large group of students surrounded Han Xia in the camp, all complaining about Chen's crazy monster slaughtering. To put it bluntly, while they struggled to kill a single monster, Chen might have already killed 3. This disparity in strength left them in the dust. Moreover, Chen was very indifferent. In the past, they had spoken harshly to him, so they didn't dare to approach him and could only turn to Han Xia, hoping he would make Chen leave quickly. Soon, Chen will leave. Don't worry, don't rush. Choosing to venture deep into the jungle is still very dangerous for you. That kid Chen, I will talk to him and ask him not to enter the jungle anymore. Looking at the frustrated expressions of the students in front of him, Han Xia couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, the students were not wrong. If Chen continued, the monsters in the jungle would indeed be slaughtered. By then, the students of class A would have no reason to stay here. Thinking of this, Han Xia couldn't help but complain in his heart, wondering why Lin Dong had been gone for so long and why the efficiency of Yaoxing Academy was so slow. If it continued like this, not only would Chen leave, but these Class A students would also have to leave and move to another place for outdoor training. Meanwhile, Chen returned to the camp, expressionless, holding the orange cat Little Tiger, slowly walking past them as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Chapter 42. No discussion. Chen, stop right there. Seeing Chen casually walking past, Han Xia felt quite speechless and hurried over to call him. Teacher Han, is there something you need? Chen innocently looked at Han Xia while stroking the little tiger in his arms. Is there something I need? Your situation is a big deal. Chen, the magical beasts here are already too easy for you. If you continue hunting, you'll wipe out all the magical beasts in that forest. What will the other students in Class A do then? Just watch you perform alone? I have to say, Chen's strength is indeed formidable. Han Xia felt a mix of love and hate towards him, to the point where he couldn't be too harsh on Chen. Teacher, I don't recall you ever saying I can't do this. Hunting these magical beasts is entirely based on my own abilities. Chen seemed to have anticipated Han Xia's words and responded calmly. You brat. Fine, regardless of whether you accept it or not. You're not allowed to enter that forest for the next few days. Just rest in the villa. With that, Han Xia didn't give Chen a chance to refuse. Patted his shoulder and left directly. The students waiting nearby were all watching intently, eager to see Chen's reaction. If I can't go, then so be it. I have no interest in that place anyway, Chen said, slightly nodding, then turned to the students beside him and grinned. How terrifying. What's with Chen's smile? He can't be thinking of getting back at us, right? We bullied him so much before. He must want revenge. No way. We can't stay here any longer. Let's run. The students present were instantly frightened by Chen's smile and scattered in all directions. At first, they looked down on Chen, who was born in the lower city. But now, they completely dared not speak to him. The next day at noon, since Chen was forbidden from entering the forest, he found a day quite boring. After all, he couldn't cultivate like a normal contract spirit master and could only rely on hunting magical beasts to increase his spiritual power level. Moreover, the system's multiple choice questions hadn't appeared in the past few days, leaving Chen with nothing to do. Chen, if you're too idle, come with me. Seeing Chen wandering around the camp, bored while holding a ginger cat, Han Xia immediately called out to him. Sure. Chen nodded slightly and ran over to Han Xia. Although he had no good feelings towards the upper city people and even felt disgusted, he had a bit of fondness for these teachers at Yaoxing Academy. For example, Han Xia, who looked fierce on ordinary days and was very strict with students, treated both the upper city students and Chen equally, showing no bias at all. He was one of the few upper city people with whom Chen felt comfortable. You probably haven't had lunch yet. How about we eat together? Han Xia was quite satisfied with Chen, and when he saw him come over, he couldn't help but look at him a few more times. In Han Xia's eyes, students like Chen were exactly what Yaoxing Academy needed. Far better than those pampered upper city young masters. Chen didn't refuse Han Xia's invitation and followed him into a villa. In this camp, besides a large area of wooden houses, there was also a villa area where Chen's rented villa was located. Additionally, the teachers from Yaoxing Academy and the camp staff also lived in those villas. At this moment, inside Han Xia's room, there was a table full of delicious dishes. At the dining table, there were quite a few people, all of whom were staff members who had been working in the camp for years, many of whom were also from Yaoxing Academy and friends of Han Xia. Whenever they had the chance, they liked to gather for meals. Even in this remote wilderness, they lived quite comfortably. Chen, come, eat together or the food will get cold. Chen was now well known in the camp. Everyone knew that this year's student from Yaoxing Academy was remarkable. Don't be shy. Eat as much as you want. There's plenty of food here. Han Xia gently patted Mo Chen's shoulder, smiling, which was quite different from his usual stern demeanor. Okay. Given their warm invitation, Mo Chen naturally didn't refuse, holding the little tiger and walking towards the dining table to sit beside Han Xia. Then everyone started to eat heartily without any reservation. If it weren't for the need to work, they would have long indulged themselves completely. Mo Chen, we've heard about your fighting style, but why did you choose such a way to fight? Human strength is ultimately limited and cannot rival magical beasts. After eating and drinking to their fill, they began chatting, all curious about Mo Chen's situation. Even the seasoned Han Xia looked at Mo Chen with curiosity. Due to my physical condition, I cannot contract any magical beasts, but I have my own way of fighting. I firmly believe that I can carve out my own path without relying on other beasts. Human strength is not necessarily inferior to magical beasts. While stroking the little tiger in his arms, Mo Chen answered their questions. Since he wanted to prove the path he chose, he naturally wasn't afraid of what they said. Of course, he didn't mention the secrets regarding beast soul binding and the system's multiple choice questions to avoid unnecessary danger. Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, everyone showed expressions of surprise and fell silent. A contract spirit master who cannot contract magical beasts? This was simply unheard of. If it were anyone else, they would likely have given up on that path, but Mo Chen resolutely chose what seemed like an impossible road. If they hadn't witnessed Mo Chen's astonishing strength, they would have never believed it. But Mo Chen truly achieved it. At least from what they could see now, he possessed exceptional combat ability, completely overwhelming the students from Class A outside. It's important to note that those who could enter Class A at Yaoxing Academy were quite talented contract spirit masters. But compared to Mo Chen, these individuals appeared rather ordinary. It must be said that the camp staff present, including Han Xia, greatly admired Mo Chen. At the same time, they understood why Mo Chen could be parachuted into class. It was likely due to this special ability. Chapter 43. Star Eating Mountain. So what are your plans for the future? After all, you've jumped straight to the third year, and there isn't much time left in the academy. If you want to join the military or the enforcement team in Yaoxing City after graduation, I can recommend you. If you prefer a bit more freedom and want to join other organizations or factions, like the Spirit Contracting Master Guild or mercenary groups, I can help with that too. Of course, if you prefer to go solo and don't want to join these organizations, just pretend I didn't say anything. Han Xia looked at Mo Chen beside him, curiously asking. After all, someone like Mo Chen, a special spirit contracting master, was a first for them, and everyone was concerned about how far he could go in the end. Teacher, I don't have any thoughts about joining any organizations right now. I just want to improve my own strength and slay more monsters, Mo Chen said without much thought. To be honest, Mo Chen had no good feelings toward the Upper City people and looked down on joining those factions, especially the Yaoxing City military and enforcement team. He would never consider joining them. He didn't want to be a lackey for those Upper City people. Moreover, Mo Chen had many secrets he didn't want others to discover. So going solo was the most suitable option for him. It's ultimately dangerous to be alone. I won't force you, but I hope you can think about it more. As for what you said about wanting to slay more monsters, you can rest assured about that. Han Xia patted Mo Chen's shoulder and said, when you reach Class A of the third year, I guarantee you can hunt monsters to your heart's content. You can do whatever you want without any issues. Is that true? Mo Chen asked with a hint of excitement upon hearing this. Of course it's true. You should know that according to the rules of Yaoxing Academy, students must leave the academy in their fourth year to face those monsters directly. Naturally, third-year students who are about to graduate need to undergo more training. I won't say more. You'll know once the notice from Yaoxing Academy comes down. That's great. This way, I can encounter more powerful monsters. Although Mo Chen wasn't clear on the specifics, it was evident that third-year students would also go outside the academy for training, which was the perfect fit for him. 2 days later, the long-awaited notice from Yaoxing Academy finally arrived. As soon as Lin Dong returned, he immediately took Mo Chen away from the camp. Watching Mo Chen leave, many students in the camp let out a deep sigh of relief, thinking, this monster has finally left. No one will be competing for monsters anymore. This time, Mo Chen didn't leave on a bus. Instead, he rode on a gigantic black eagle summoned by Lin Dong. Name: Dark Flame Eagle. Species: Bird. Attribute: Fire. Level: B2 potential. Skills: Sharp Beak, Hot Wind, Flame Jet, Flame Vortex, Black Flame, Eagle Claw. Ghostly fire from the Beast Guide on his wrist. Chen knew exactly what kind of monster he was riding on. The strongest monsters he had seen before were only D level, and while he had read about the Dark Flame Eagle in various monster books, he had never seen one in person. Such a powerful monster was something Chen couldn't deal with at his current level. Teacher Lin, where are we going? Chen wasn't naive. Ordinary places could be reached by bus, but now Lin Dong had summoned a spirit to take him away. It was clear that the destination was definitely dangerous. Naturally, it's the training ground for third-year Class A students. Once we get there. Lin Dong didn't elaborate, calmly sitting on the Dark Flame Eagle's back and closing his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Chen didn't ask any further questions and waited quietly. Meanwhile, the orange cat, Xiaohu, nestled in Chen's arms, was excitedly running around on the back of the Dark Flame Eagle. One had to admit, this little orange cat was quite bold, seemingly unafraid of the powerful monsters. After an unknown amount of time, the Dark Flame Eagle began to slow down, gradually descending towards the ground. Here, Chen jumped off the Dark Flame Eagle while holding the orange cat, Xiaohu, and carefully observed his surroundings. Could this place be Star-Eating Mountain? Although Chen had never been to Star-Eating Mountain, he had some knowledge about it. This mountain was located to the north of Yaoxing City and was a terrifying place teeming with monsters. In the past, beast tides often erupted here, attacking Yaoxing City and causing significant casualties. Chen had seen many news reports about beast tides erupting from Star-Eating Mountain, but the news had been less frequent in recent years. Third-year Class A students are actually here. Chen was indeed very surprised upon arriving at Star-Eating Mountain. But aside from surprise, he felt even more excitement. Just as Xia had said earlier, here, Chen could truly kill monsters without restraint. Follow me. After reaching the destination, Lin Dong promptly recalled the Dark Flame Eagle and continued walking ahead with Chen. After walking along the path of Star-Eating Mountain for about 10 minutes, Chen suddenly saw a large group of soldiers armed with firearms ahead. In addition to holding weapons, they were also wearing unified dark green uniforms, each with the emblem of the Yaoxing City military on their chests. This is a restricted area, no unauthorized entry. When these soldiers saw Lin Dong and Chen approaching, they immediately raised their weapons to prevent them from entering recklessly. Although firearms were not very effective against the terrifying monsters born from the resurgence of spiritual energy, they still posed a significant threat to ordinary people who could not become spirit-contracting masters. Moreover, the firearms used in Blue Ocean Star were specially made, with bullets capable of inflicting considerable damage on monsters. Some firearms were even terrifyingly powerful, capable of instantly killing large numbers of monsters. Among the soldiers armed with weapons, some were spirit-contracting masters, while others were ordinary people. Of course, ordinary people who could not become spirit-contracting masters had little status in this world. Even if they joined the Yaoxing City military, they would still be at the bottom and unable to rise. Seeing this, Lin Dong said nothing more and took out a token from Yaoxing Academy from his pocket. Upon seeing it, the soldiers immediately stepped aside, clearing a path. Let's go, or we'll be late. After saying this, Lin Dong quickened his pace, and Chen, holding the little tiger in his arms, hurriedly followed. Chapter 44. More Cruelty Teacher. If I remember correctly, it seems that Shishing Mountain is a place that frequently experiences beast tides, right? Are the third-grade students training in Shishing Mountain? Montauk Chen, who was following Lin Dong, asked curiously. You are right. In the past, Shishing Mountain was indeed very dangerous, but now it's different, Lin Dong patiently explained. With the continuous increase in population, the living area for humans has become smaller. After the conclusion of the Yaoxing City Council, it was decided to expand the area of Yaoxing City towards the northern direction of Shishing Mountain. This plan has been in implementation for several years, and powerful spirit contract masters have already eliminated most of the powerful monsters near Shishing Mountain. Subsequently, the army of Yaoxing City, the law enforcement team, the Spirit Contract Master Guild, and various mercenary organizations united to sweep through Shishing Mountain inside and out. This completely resolved the hidden dangers of Shishing Mountain, and there will no longer be powerful monsters appearing. This is also why Shishing Mountain has been very calm in recent years. It is because this area has been controlled by Yaoxing City. The monsters currently living in Shishing Mountain are intentionally left behind to train the graduating third-grade students. So that's how it is. Chen nodded in realization after hearing Lin Dong's explanation. However, he secretly criticized the upper city residents in his heart, thinking that they only cared about their own living environment, completely disregarding the lower city. Over the years, have they ever thought of providing some benefits for the lower city? They only know how to endlessly bully the people from the lower city. The more Chen thought about this, the more he felt disgusted with the upper city residents. Although there are no powerful monsters in Shishing Mountain now, it is still very dangerous, far more dangerous than the places he had been to before. Moreover, the previous outdoor practical training was only for first-grade students, and the difficulty was very low. There were basically no dangerous situations. Even if there were, the teachers could rescue them at the first moment. But the outdoor practical training for third-grade students is different. The third-grade students training here have to face sudden attacks from monsters at all times, and there won't be any teachers to rescue them. Everything depends on themselves. Therefore, every year, many third-grade students from Yaoxing Academy actually meet with accidents here. When Lin Dong said this, his expression darkened significantly. He spoke very seriously, stating that this world is very cruel. Once you decide to become a spirit contract master, you must be prepared to protect your home, family, and loved ones, and be ready to fight against monsters at all times. Yaoxing Academy does not need weaklings. Chen, are you prepared for this? That's what makes it challenging. I have been ready for a long time. Chen nodded firmly. If it continued like before, he would certainly find it very uninteresting. But after hearing Lin Dong talk about the rules here, Chen immediately became excited, eager to fight against the monsters. Very good. That's the kind of student Yaoxing Academy should have. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction and continued to lead Chen deeper into Shishing Mountain. After walking for about 10 minutes, a robust, one-eyed, bearded uncle in a black vest appeared in front of Chen. Upon getting closer, Chen noticed that the one-eyed uncle had many scars on his body, and his right arm had severe burn marks. Is this the so-called genius cat-loving student, Chen? The one-eyed uncle frowned and looked Chen up and down. With only 5 level of spiritual power, entering Shishing Mountain, isn't that too dangerous? I think it would be better for him to stay in the 2nd grade for a while and come back when he reaches D level. The one-eyed uncle spoke without any courtesy, and upon sensing Chen's spiritual power level of only E5, he immediately refused to allow Chen to enter Shishing Mountain. Just because I'm E5 level doesn't mean I can't enter Shishing Mountain. Let me tell you, even if a D5 level monster appears in front of me, I can still slay it. Without waiting for Lin Dong to speak, Chen immediately retorted, showing no fear of the one-eyed uncle. Even though Chen sensed that the one-eyed uncle was actually stronger than Lin Dong, he remained unfazed. Even the orange cat, Xiao Hu, in Chen's arms felt the provocation and angrily meowed at him. Ha ha ha. The one-eyed uncle laughed instead of getting angry. All right, it seems they weren't wrong. You really are quite arrogant. However, I quite like your arrogant personality. Chen, this is Teacher Yinfeng, who is also the head teacher of Class A in the 3rd grade. After introducing Chen, Lin Dong looked at Yinfeng and continued, Teacher Yin, I entrust Chen to you. This kid is really quite good. No problem. Since he has the guts to enter, I naturally won't stop him. But I must say in advance, if you get bullied inside, don't come crying to the teacher. Yinfeng added, by the way, be sure to take good care of that little cat in your arms. Don't let it get swallowed by a monster if you're not careful. The monsters here are quite dangerous. After speaking, Yinfeng briefly completed the handover with Lin Dong. TCH, no one has been born yet who can bully me. Chen. Chen caught on to Yinfeng's implication, but didn't take it to heart, responding coldly. The orange cat, Xiao Hu, in Chen's arms also showed no fear, staring defiantly at Yinfeng. All right, follow me. After completing the handover, Yinfeng turned to Chen, who was still petting the cat. Chen didn't respond and followed behind with big strides. The general situation here is actually very similar to the outdoor practical training you underwent before. It's just that the monsters are stronger and more ferocious. So, I want to introduce much. Teacher Lin must have already told you a bit about it. Let me just get to the key points. First, there are no camps in Shirshing Mountain. It's real outdoor practical training, and everything depends on you. Second, you will gather here every 3 days, but at 1 TB to teach you knowledge. It's mainly to take attendance and see how many people have died unexpectedly here. I will take you to the specific gathering point later. Is that clear? During the process of leading Chen deeper into Shirshing Mountain, Yin Feng spoke to him in a serious tone. Understood. Montauk Chen calmly nodded, continuing to pet Xiao, who in his arms. Seeing Chen so calm, Yin Feng nodded in satisfaction and then said no more. Chapter 45. Mockery soon. Under Yin Feng's lead, Chen arrived at an open area on Shirshing Mountain. At this moment, many third-grade Class A students were gathered in this open space. When they saw Yin Feng bringing Chen, their eyes immediately turned towards them, filled with curiosity about this newcomer who had suddenly joined their class. Who is this guy? Why did he mysteriously come to our Class A? Who knows? Could it be that teacher Yin called us over just to welcome him? Is this guy out of his mind? Coming here while holding a cat. Is he trying to be funny? However, that little brother looks somewhat handsome, with a bit of a rogue vibe, which is my type, though he seems a bit young. Oh, it sounds like you have a crush on him. Why not hurry over? Maybe he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Don't talk nonsense, I just think he is good looking. That's all, I have no other intentions. Seeing the suddenly appearing Chen, the students of third-grade Class A couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Everyone quiet down, Yin Feng said sternly as he brought Chen in front of the third-grade Class A students. This student beside me is named Chen. He was originally a first-grade Class A student, but due to his outstanding talent and extraordinary strength, far surpassing his peers, after much discussion among the teachers, it was decided to allow Chen to join our third-grade class directly. Let us welcome our new classmate. Teacher Yin, you can't be joking, right? Why should this kid jump straight to our third grade? Yeah, he is just a first-grade student, and school has only been in session for a little over a month. Even if he is amazing, he shouldn't be able to skip to third grade, right? Even if he is really strong, why come to our third grade Class A? We don't have time to deal with this little first grader. Wouldn't it be better for him to go to those regular classes? This is simply childish. As soon as Yin Feng finished speaking, the students of third grade class immediately erupted in chatter, finding it hard to believe that Chen had jumped straight to their class. If Chen were a second-grade student who was promoted to third grade because of his exceptional talent, they might have accepted it, as there have been such examples in the past. But Chen is a first-grade student, and first-grade students have only been in school for a little over a month. Yet he jumps to third grade, which they absolutely cannot accept. Seeing the strong reactions from the students in front of him, Yin Feng was not very surprised. It wasn't just them. Even he found it hard to believe at first. But the fact is, the principal of Yaoxing Academy personally issued the notification. And as a teacher, Yin Feng could only comply. Fortunately, Chen gave Yin Feng a good impression, and he looked forward to how he would perform after joining third grade Class A. This is the decision of Yaoxing Academy, and you have no right to object. Since Chen has just arrived and doesn't have a fixed team, which of you is willing to accept him into your team? In Shirshing Mountain, it's far more dangerous than the place Chen was in before. A single misstep could lead to death. Therefore, the students here operate in teams to hunt demon beasts together, minimizing danger. However, when they heard Yin Feng's words, all the students present immediately shut their mouths and didn't even look at Chen. They absolutely could not allow a first-grade student to join their team. To them, Chen was simply too weak, with a spirit power level of only E5, while they were all D level or above spirit masters. If he joined, he would undoubtedly be a burden. Don't want to? Yin Feng looked at the silent students in front of him, feeling quite helpless. Why must we team up? Can't I act alone? I was training in the wild before by myself. I don't need a team. Seeing the disdainful looks from the third grade Class A students, Chen felt very annoyed and spoke up directly. What a big talk. Chen, do you really think you're here for a vacation? Let me tell you, This is not the first-grade outdoor training you think it is. You could die at any moment, you know? You're still boasting about going solo. Don't be surprised when you don't know how you died. Exactly. Just an E5 level spirit master. Yet you dare to think you can act alone? Just because you have some strength in first grade doesn't mean you can run wild here. And bring a cat with you? You really don't know what danger is. Hearing Chen-'s words, the third-grade class, students looked at him as if he were a fool, thinking he was too naive. After all, even these third-grade students wouldn't dare to claim they could act alone in Shirshing Mountain. Accidents could happen at any time. Thank you, seniors, for the reminder. I already knew all this, but I still want to act alone. Chen replied coldly, then calmly stroked the little tiger in his arms. What a fool. Teacher, since this guy insists on acting alone, why call us here? I bet he won't last long before he dies here on Shirshing Mountain. A sturdy student with a black buzz cut coldly snorted. Hee, senior. On what basis do you think I will definitely die? What if I don't die, and you do? Chen retorted immediately, unable to tolerate being cursed at. You arrogant little brat. Do you really think beating those first graders is enough to compete with us? The sturdy student with the black buzz cut scoffed. Teacher, I request to challenge this guy. I want to see what abilities he has to jump from first grade to third grade. His words resonated with the other students. All wanted to see what confidence Chen had. According to the Academy's rules, challenges were indeed allowed. Of course, if Chen is unwilling, Huang Yu, you cannot force him to fight, Yin Feng said, looking at Chen. In fact, he could completely stop the provocation from the third-grade students. But Yin Feng wanted to see Chen's strength. He wanted to see if Chen was as powerful as the teachers had said, far surpassing his peers and possessing a unique fighting style. Meanwhile, in front of Chen, the familiar choice appeared again. Option 1. Huang Yu has D4 level strength, decent combat power, and good coordination with demon beasts. You feel fear and do not accept the challenge. Reward, a small amount of spirit power. Option 2. Just a D4 level spirit master. You don't take him seriously at all. You have enough strength to defeat him. Gladly accept the challenge. Improve your strength. Reward. Unlock the system trial tower. Chapter 46. Out his mind? It's here. It's finally here. Looking at the multiple choice question that appeared before him, Chen felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. Of course, what excited him the most was the reward for option 2, which was the system trial tower. Once he entered, Chen would surely experience significant improvements. Without any hesitation, Chen immediately chose option 2. Chen, since you just arrived in Class A of the third year and your spiritual power level is only E5, you can refuse the challenge, Yin Feng said. You can challenge later after you advance to D level. Seeing that Chen did not respond immediately, Yin Feng thought he was worried, so he spoke up. The other students on the side assumed Chen was afraid, which was why he hesitated. After all the students in Class A of the third year were D-level or above spirit masters, and they had rich combat skills honed through training at the Yaoxing Academy, which were not comparable to ordinary D-level spirit masters outside. Not to mention Chen, who only had an E5 spiritual power level. In their eyes, the two sides were not even on the same power level. Chen was bound to lose. Refuse the challenge? Why refuse? Sorry, but the word refuse does not exist in my dictionary. Chen's eyes revealed a fighting spirit as he looked at Huang Yu across from him. Ha ha ha, how naive. You don't really think you could defeat me, do you? Huang Yu thought Chen would be afraid to refuse the challenge. But he never expected Chen to agree so readily, which surprised him. Not only Huang Yu, but all the students in Class A of the third year, including Yin Feng, looked at Chen in disbelief. Chen, have you thought this through? Yin Feng cautiously inquired again. It should be noted that Chen was only an E5 level spirit master, while Huang Yu was a D4 level spirit master, and the power gap between the two was significant. Even though Yin Feng had heard that Chen had the ability to kill D-level monsters, he did not believe Chen had any chance of winning. After all, the spirit beasts commanded by spirit masters are very different from the mindless, savage attacks of wild monsters. Let's start the competition. Stop wasting time. Chen gently placed the little tiger on the ground and stretched his muscles. Since that's the case, Let's begin the contest. I will preside over it. Since Chen had agreed so firmly, Yanfeng would not stop him further. Moreover, Yanfeng himself was very curious about Chen's very unique combat style. Meanwhile, the students of Class A in the third year cleared a space, all showing contempt and schadenfreude in their eyes. They all wanted to see how Chen would be beaten to the ground by Huang Yu. Huang Yu's strength was considered above average in their class and was a top existence among other classes in the third year. His golden armored turtle had B-level potential and astonishing defense. I can guarantee that the spirit beast summoned by Chen won't be able to break through the defense of the golden armored turtle. I really don't know where this guy gets his confidence, thinking that just by jumping to our third year, he would be invincible. Furthermore, look at what Chen is wearing. It's all street vendor stuff and very shabby. He most likely from the bottom city. Bottom city people? I really don't understand what the academy is thinking. How can someone like this be worthy of our Class A in the third year? Huang Yu, beat that guy up fiercely. Don't hold back. It's South best to drive him away directly. Do you really need to tell me that? Just watch how I humiliate him. Huang Yu disdainfully glanced at Chen, then waved his right hand to open the spirit beast space. In the next moment, a golden giant turtle, approximately 2 meters in size and clad in golden armor, walked out from the spirit beast space. This golden giant turtle was covered in golden spikes, and its shell looked like a small mountain, appearing to have impressive defensive capabilities. Name: Golden Armored Turtle Race, Beast Attribute, Power, Light Level, D4 Potential, B Skills, Bite, Savage Charge, Light Shield, Light Energy Cannon. Seeing Huang Yu summoned the Golden Armored Turtle, the Beast Encyclopedia on Chen's wrist immediately displayed detailed information. It seemed that the defensive power of this golden turtle should be quite good. I wonder how many punches it can take from me. Chen clenched his fists and calmly stared at the golden armored turtle before him. The orange cat, Little Tiger, seeing that Chen was ready to fight, wisely ran away from his legs and laid down on the ground beside him. During this process, some female students from Class A of the third year, thinking Little Tiger was a bit cute, wanted to come over and pet it. However, unfortunately, Little Tiger only allowed Chen to touch it. If anyone else approached, it would show great resistance and continuously attack them with its claws. TCH, just a beast, how boring. The female students looked at the hostile demeanor of the orange cat Little Tiger and felt quite speechless. Chen, why are you just standing there? Why don't you summon your spirit beast? Huang Yu was already impatient to defeat Chen and urged him somewhat impatiently. Spirit beast? Sorry, I don't need that kind of thing. Chen coldly smiled, putting on the shadow tiger gear, and his fist began to emit a faint black mist. What is wrong with him? Is Chen out of his mind? As a spirit master, instead of summoning his spirit beast in battle, he chose to wear beast weapons? Did he think he could defeat the golden armored turtle with his own strength? Not only were the surrounding students confused, but even Huang Yu himself was dumbfounded. He immediately turned to Yanfeng and asked, Teacher, is Chen out of his mind? I forgot to tell you, Chen is different from normal spirit masters. Due to physical reasons, he cannot contract spirit beasts and can only rely on his own strength to fight. Chen, if you are ready, then let us begin. Yanfeng briefly explained to the students of Class A in the third year, and then looked at Chen beside him. Chapter 47. A punch that sends flying no way to contract a monster beast? What kind of nonsense spirit master is this? It really cracks me up. What does this guy get the audacity to be so overbearing? Teacher, what on earth is the academy thinking? Someone who can't contract a monster beast is no different from an ordinary person. What right does he have to enter Yaoxing Academy? I think he should be expelled from the academy and sent back to that filthy lower city. We can't have him embarrassing us here. After hearing Yanfeng's words, the student from the third grade class A found it extremely laughable. What is the difference between a spirit master who can't contract monster beasts and an ordinary person? It's just a bit of spiritual power. In their eyes, Chen was a complete waste, a joke. Teacher, I'm not participating in this match. There's no need to compete with a waste. Although Huang Yu thought Chen was very arrogant and wanted to teach him a lesson, he never expected that Chen wouldn't be able to contract a monster beast at all. He looked down on fighting an ordinary person who couldn't contract a monster beast. That would be lowering his status. You really talk too much. Do you really think I will lose? Mo Chen felt a surge of anger towards these arrogant guys and shouted directly at Huang Yu across from him. Oomph. I was being kind and giving you a way out, and you dare to take advantage of me? Fine. Don't blame me for what happens next. Huang Yu looked at Yin Feng beside him and said, Teacher, this is Mo Chen forcing me. If anything unexpected happens later, I won't be responsible. Golden Armored Turtle. Charge at that arrogant guy and knock him flying. Roar. With Huang Yu's command, the Golden Armored Turtle let out an angry roar. Not only was Huang Yu displeased, but as a D4 level monster, it couldn't tolerate being provoked by a mere human. It charged at Mo Chen without mercy, radiating dazzling golden light. Although the Golden Armored Turtle was more of a defensive-type monster, its attacks were not to be underestimated. This wild charge was incredibly powerful. Even colliding with another D4 level monster could cause significant damage, let alone a mere human. The Golden Armored Turtle was confident it could knock Mo Chen flying several dozen meters. Yin Feng, who was serving as the referee, had heard Huang Yu and the others but didn't say much. His gaze was focused on Mo Chen. If Mo Chen was indeed as capable of resisting this move as teachers Han Xia and Lin Dong had said, then he had the ability to withstand it. But if Mo Chen couldn't cope, Yin Feng would step in immediately to save him, to prevent any real accidents. Facing the wildly charging Golden Armored Turtle, Mo Chen showed no signs of panic. He fully activated the power of a Shadow Wolf soul, and, combined with the Shadow Tiger claws he wore, he punched directly forward. Boom! As Mo Chen threw his punch, a shadowy wolf head-like fist shadow formed and struck fiercely against the charging Golden Armored Turtle. The Golden Armored Turtle had underestimated Mo Chen and had almost no defensive measures in place. It was completely hit by Mo Chen's punch and was sent flying several meters away. If it weren't for the Golden Armored Turtle's strong defense, that punch might have seriously injured it. Originally, everyone thought Mo Chen would be the one sent flying, but unexpectedly, Huang Yu's Golden Armored Turtle was knocked away by Mo Chen's punch. This scene left not only Huang Yu dumbfounded, but also the third-grade Class A students watching, all wearing expressions of shock. Is this the kind of power a human can possess? This is too strong, knocking a Golden Armored Turtle away with one punch. Who would believe it? The once confident Golden Armored Turtle struggled to stand up, looking at Mo Chen with a cold gaze, and suddenly felt a terrifying sense of dread from deep within. That killing intent from a human was too horrifying. Impossible. How could this be? I must have been careless. Golden Armored Turtle, use all your strength to activate the light shield and use the light cannon against that Mo Chen. Huang Yu was 8D4, level Spirit Master. He couldn't bear to be defeated by someone who couldn't contract a monster beast and had only E5 level spiritual power. So he ordered the Golden Armored Turtle to attack without hesitation. Roar. Following its master's command, the Golden Armored Turtle immediately adjusted its form. With a roar, it was enveloped in a layer of golden light, as if a protective shield had significantly enhanced its defense. At the same time, a massive amount of light attribute energy was gathering in the Golden Armored Turtle's mouth, ready to be unleashed. This move was the Golden Armored Turtle's strongest attack, known as the Light Cannon. Huang Yu wanted to prove his strength and not be embarrassed by Mo Chen. He didn't care about the sparring anymore, and just wanted to eliminate Mo Chen from this world entirely. With those slow movements, how could you possibly hit me? Ridiculous. Watching the Golden Armored Turtle gather the light cannon, Mo Chen immediately activated the Shadow Wolf's ability, using a large amount of black energy to envelop himself, boosting his speed and attack power as he charged towards the Golden Armored Turtle. Just as Mo Chen made his move, the Golden Armored Turtle's light cannon was also fired. Huang Yu thought he had it in the bag and laughed maniacally. The other third-grade Class A students felt that Huang Yu attacking Mo Chen with a lethal move wasn't a good thing, but none of them stopped him. After all, a dignified D4 level Spirit Master being embarrassed by an ordinary person who couldn't control beasts was something they couldn't accept either. Huang Yu's anger was understandable. As their teacher, Yin Feng, saw the scene unfold, his first instinct was to summon a spirit to save Mo Chen. But just as he decided to act, he seemed to notice something and smiled slightly, not making a move. Teacher, I must have hit too hard. That Chen probably won T survive. This can't be blamed on me. I didn't T want to compete. He forced me to. Huang Yu, who thought he had already won, turned to Yin Feng and arrogantly said, You think you've won? Yin Feng shook his head in disbelief and said, Open your eyes wide and look at what's on the back of that golden armored turtle. Huh? Huang Yu was startled and quickly looked at the golden armored turtle. To his shock, Chen had somehow climbed onto the back of the golden armored turtle and was relentlessly pounding on its shell with his fists clad in the shadow tiger claws. Beast, just watch me beat you to death. While cursing at the golden armored turtle, Chen showed no mercy in his attacks. At first, the golden armored turtle could still endure due to its defense, but soon, Chen shattered the light shield, and even the incredibly hard shell began to crack. The suffering golden armored turtle continued to roar in pain, blood flowing from the corners of its mouth. Chapter 48. Only the weak form teams damn. How did Chen manage to do that? He was clearly hit by the energy cannon, yet he seemed completely unharmed. And how did he climb onto the back of the golden armored turtle without anyone noticing? Putting aside how Chen accomplished this, if we don't stop him now, the golden armored turtle is likely to be beaten to death. Once its shell is shattered, the turtle is doomed. Chen is truly a monster. The students from Class A of the third year were all in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Chen did it. Perhaps the best explanation is that his speed was so fast they couldn't see it. He dodged the energy cannon in an instant and jumped onto the turtle's back. But is this something a human can do? It seems impossible. In an instant, countless questions filled their minds. Stop. Please stop. Teacher, I give up. I give up. The one in crisis was Huang Yu's contract spirit. He couldn't afford to think too much. Seeing the golden armored turtle severely injured, he immediately cried out. However, Chen still didn't let go, continuing to punch the golden armored turtle until it was completely knocked out. Enough, Chen. You've already won this competition. Do not harm the life of the golden armored turtle. At that moment, Yin Feng was shocked by the incredible combat power Chen displayed. But he couldn't let Chen continue attacking. Cultivating a good contract spirit master is not easy. He couldn't allow Chen to kill the golden armored turtle. So he immediately spoke to stop him. Chen wasn't foolish. Killing a classmate as spirit beast in public was undoubtedly opposing the Yaoxing Academy. He still wanted to improve his strength here, so he couldn't go all out. Beating the golden armored turtle to a near-death state was already satisfying enough for him. If he wanted to kill it, he could have done so long ago. There was no need to wait for Yin Feng to speak. Chen's actions were not only to prove his strength, but also to intimidate the other students, making them dare not underestimate him again. In this world of the survival of the fittest, only brute strength is king. After that, Chen jumped off the back of the golden armored turtle. The orange cat, little tiger, ran over excitedly when it saw its master had won, meowing at Chen's feet. Seeing this, Huang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to check on the golden armored turtle's condition. You really surprised me. Dodging the energy cannon in an instant and jumping onto the back of the golden armored turtle. That is quite impressive. Yin Feng finally understood why the academy allowed Chen to directly advance to the third year. He indeed had extraordinary strength. I still stand by what I said. Which team is willing to accept Chen? After all, the Shishing Mountain is very dangerous. Taking advantage of Chen defeating Huang Yu, Yin Feng looked at the other students and said, although that guy Chen is very arrogant and can't control beasts, I have to admit that his combat power is indeed stronger than some spirit beasts. He is simply a monster. With E5 level strength, he can easily defeat Huang Yu. If Chen joins my team, our strength will significantly increase. Your team has too many people. I think Chen should join my team. That way, we can hunt various spirit beasts effortlessly. Chen, I'm quite satisfied with you right now. Join my team, and I'll take good care of you in the future. You won't have to go to the bottom city anymore. The students who had previously looked down on Chen now regarded him with new respect and couldn't help but extend invitations to him. They weren't stupid. They clearly understood that Mo Chen's combat power was very strong, at least much stronger than Huang Yu's, which explained why he could advance directly to the third year. Such powerful combat strength, if he joined their team, would undoubtedly greatly enhance their team as strength, allowing them to pass the field combat assessment smoothly and graduate with excellent results. This way, they would also be able to join stronger organizations after graduation, with a bright future ahead. This was also why they were unwilling to accept Mo Chen at first. They initially thought he would be a burden. Mo Chen, what do you think? Seeing that many were willing to accept Mo Chen, Yin Feng nodded in satisfaction and looked at Mo Chen. Why should I join them? I've already said, I work alone and won't join any team. Mo Chen picked up Little Tiger and responded indifferently. Earlier, when Mo Chen chose to go it alone, Yin Feng thought it was because he had backbone and wouldn't stoop to begging to join. But unexpectedly, with so many invitations, he still firmly refused, leaving Yin Feng speechless. You really make me laugh with anger. Mo Chen, although you have some strength. This is the Shishing Mountain. If you act alone, be careful of being ambushed by spirit beasts at night. You won't even know how you died. I really don't know if you're pretending to be foolish or genuinely foolish. Since you insist on going solo, we can't be blamed. Teacher, it's not that we didn't invite him. He simply looks down on us and refuses to team up. Let us go. The students who were rejected by Mo Chen felt extremely humiliated and no longer wanted to deal with him, turning to leave directly. Many even cursed Mo Chen quietly as they turned away, thinking that this guy from the bottom city was not only arrogant, but also somewhat reckless. They believed that Mo Chen did have some strength now, worth their invitation, but who knows about the future? After all, human power is ultimately limited. Even with spirit beast weapon enhancement, it can never match the strength of powerful spirit beasts. They were all talented contract spirit masters and would definitely step into higher realms in the future, with their contract spirits becoming even stronger. As for Mo Chen, they were certain he would be left behind. Mo Chen, the opportunity that the teacher worked hard to create for you. Why don't you cherish it at all? I tell you, this place is far more dangerous than the place you were in before. And there are no camps here. Everything depends on you. The academy not only sharpens your strength, but also aims to cultivate your teamwork skills. Are you really not going to join any team? Seeing the students turn away, Yin Feng sighed deeply, pulling Mo Chen aside and saying, I've always been alone. Only the weak rely on teamwork. Teacher, I will prove my strength. Mo Chen didn't care to team up with those people. If he did join them, he would inevitably face their ridicule again. Moreover, after defeating Huang Yu, the system task was already completed, and Mo Chen was eager to find a secluded place to enter the system's trial tower. You brat. Yin Feng shook his head helplessly. Be careful then. I hope to see you at this gathering point in 3 days. Seeing Mo Chen so determined, Yin Feng didn't want to say more. Then, Mo Chen picked up Little Tiger and strode forward. Chapter 49. Alone after the battle with Huang Yu, Mo Chen successfully joined the 3rd grade Class A, but he was still heavily ostracized. In the eyes of those students, Mo Chen was just a strange, alternative monster. Even though he was a bit stronger now, it was only temporary. They firmly believed that once their contracted spirits grew, defeating Mo Chen would be a piece of cake. However, they could never have imagined that Mo Chen was not an ordinary person. He possessed powerful beast soul energy. As he ventured deeper into the erosion star mountain, the system's voice immediately echoed in Mo Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing option 2. Activating the system trial tower. With the system's voice, a mysterious golden light gathered in Mo Chen's hand, forming a small crystal that emanated a faint golden glow. Mo Chen was very familiar with this golden crystal. It was the key to opening the system trial tower. Please proceed to this location in the erosion star mountain to open the trial tower. As soon as the system's voice faded, an image appeared in Mo Chen's mind, showing the location within the erosion star mountain. Got it. I'll go find this place right away. Mo Chen nodded slightly, then temporarily stored the trial tower key and began exploring the erosion star mountain while carrying the Little Tiger. As teacher Yin Feng had said, the erosion star mountain was indeed vast. Even though it had been thoroughly cleared of powerful monsters, many beasts still inhabited the area. Based on Mo Chen's estimation, The monster levels in the Erosion Star Mountain should be between C and D levels. Only in this way could they train the third-grade students to the greatest extent, since the weakest among them were already D-level contracted spirit masters. Before I find the location to open the trial tower, let me have a good battle. After Chen finished speaking, he suddenly sensed a beastly aura behind him. The next moment, a blazing fireball shot directly toward Chen at an incredible speed. However, how could such a trivial fireball attack possibly harm Chen? As soon as he sensed the beastly aura, Chen was already prepared for battle. He quickly dodged the fireball attack while holding the little tiger, moving so fast that he left an afterimage. Yes, an afterimage. Chen now had E5 level spiritual energy. With each level he increased. Not only did his spiritual energy grow significantly, but his physical attributes also enhanced noticeably. At the same time, he had mastered the power of the Shadow Wolf Soul, which greatly increased his speed under the entangling black mist. Dodging a mere fireball attack was, of course, a piece of cake. Seeing that the attack had failed, a beast resembling a Chen dog slowly emerged from the grass behind Chen. However, it was much larger, with its 4 limbs engulfed in raging flames, exuding the aura of a D3 level beast. Name: Chen dog. Species: beast attribute, fire level. D3 potential, C skills: bite, flame jet, flame whirlwind. Flame claw, just a useless evolution of the Chen dog. Daring to provoke me? That's simply asking for death. Chen gently placed the little tiger on the ground. Then a large amount of black mist emanated from his body. His fists, clad in shadow tiger claws, gradually revealed the illusory form of the shadow wolf claw. With a whoosh, Chen's figure shot out instantly, and before the Chen dog could react, a punch struck its face. This punch, enhanced by the shadow tiger claws, used the shadow wolf claw technique, directly caving in the Chen dog's face. Accompanied by a miserable howl, the Chen dog clutched its head in pain and rolled on the ground. It never expected that this human in front of it would be so brutal. The power of this punch exceeded its imagination. Chen had no intention of holding back. Taking advantage of the Chen dog's agony, he quickly stepped forward and landed several punches, beating it to death. The spiritual energy gained from killing the Chen dog was fully injected into Chen's body. However, the result was still minimal. Based on his estimation, his unique experience points were currently only at half. To smoothly break through to D-level contracted spirit master, he needed to kill many more D-level beasts. No need to rush. After all, he could hunt beasts here without restraint. He could also search for the location to open the trial tower. Chen was not in a hurry. He skillfully dissected the corpse of the Chen dog, collecting all valuable items into his spatial ring. Then, he continued to explore further ahead with the little tiger. It must be said that the Erosion Star Mountain was indeed much more dangerous than the first-grade area. Exploring alone, Chen soon encountered another D-level beast after killing the Chen dog. However, he felt no tension or panic. On the contrary, he was particularly excited. This was the cultivation paradise he had longed for. Bring it on, I'll kill one. Little tiger, watch my performance. Time passed quickly, and soon it was dark. As there were no camps in the Erosion Star Mountain, it was truly a wild training ground. After a day of battling beasts, Chen needed to find a place to rest. Most beasts were very active at night, which was also the most dangerous time. Most third-grade students faced accidents because they were ambushed by beasts at night. Therefore, to reduce such incidents, these third-grade students would choose to team up, taking turns to keep watch, thus minimizing the chances of accidents. However, Chen was alone, which meant he had to remain vigilant against sudden beast attacks at night. For this reason, he needed to find a relatively safe place to replenish his strength. During his exploration, he successfully discovered a secluded little cave. But inside the cave was a large black python, over 3 meters long. Tonight, we feast on snake meat. When Chen saw the black python, he was not surprised. Instead, he smiled. After a brief struggle, he successfully killed it. The black python, named Yumeng, had D4 level strength. Fortunately, this Yumeng was not toxic, just strong. After killing it, Chen skinned the python and hung its skin at the cave entrance. This way, the D4 level beast aura would be enough to deter many beasts. preventing them from approaching the cave carelessly. If all went well, there should be no danger tonight. Chen nodded in satisfaction. After dealing with the Yu Mang's corpse, he began to grill the snake meat. The little tiger lay quietly on the ground, drooling as it watched the sizzling snake meat, continuously meowing. Don't worry. It'll be ready soon. The meat of the Yu Mang, although not as tasty as the Black Forest rabbit, was still quite good. Tonight, we'll make do with this meal, and tomorrow I'll take you to find other delicious beast meats. While comforting the little tiger's hungry feelings, Chen skillfully roasted the snake meat. He had brought all the necessary materials and various seasonings with him when he left the villa, specifically to deal with situations like this. Chapter 50, Trial Tower, second floor. The next morning, Chen woke up early. Whether it was due to the effect of the python skin or because Chen's luck was good, nothing happened that night, and there were no beast attacks in the middle of the night. Little Tiger set off. Today he must find the location to open the trial tower. I can't wait to get in. Chen kicked the still soundly sleeping little tiger and couldn't help but feel excited. Based on previous experience, there would be many beasts in the trial tower, most likely all D-level beasts. This would definitely help Chen successfully advance to D-level Spirit Master. Once that happens, Chen would have the ability to bind D-level beast souls. Although the Shadow Wolf beast soul was easy to use, as the beasts he faced became stronger, the Shadow Wolf beast soul was always insufficient in strength. Chen was already curious about switching to a more powerful D-level beast soul. Meow. The lazy orange cat, Little Tiger, slowly opened his eyes and stretched. Let's go, stop dawdling. Chen hugged Little Tiger and took down the python skin hanging in the cave before leaving the cave. Similar to yesterday, Chen had just left the cave when he encountered beasts. The weakest of the beasts he faced were all D-level. One couldn't help but marvel at how dangerous the Star Erosion Mountain was. No wonder Yin Feng kept reminding Chen to form a team and was even worried that he wouldn't see Chen 3 days later. However, all of this was nothing to Chen. As long as no sea-level beasts appeared, Chen had the ability to kill them. This place is exactly the same as the one that appeared in my mind yesterday. Great, Little Tiger, we finally found it. At noon, Chen arrived at a canyon in Star Erosion Mountain. After smashing a D1 level beast with a punch, he confirmed that this canyon was indeed the location to open the trial tower. Without any hesitation, Chen immediately took out the golden crystal from his space ring and crushed it on the spot. In the next moment, a powerful wave of energy erupted, and the familiar vertical eye-like crack appeared right in front of Chen again. This time, Chen didn't feel nervous. He calmly closed his eyes and, together with Little Tiger, was sucked into the crack that resembled a vertical eye. When Chen opened his eyes again, he had already been transported to the trial tower. The surroundings looked exactly the same as when Chen first entered the trial tower. It was like an arena, surrounded by darkness, making it impossible to see what beasts would appear. Even Little Tiger, like before, inexplicably fell asleep after entering the trial tower, and no beasts would attack him. Therefore, Chen could safely place Little Tiger aside and prepare to fight the beasts. Successfully entered the second floor of the trial tower. Please defend against 5 waves of beast attacks. Task reward: a large amount of spiritual power. The ability to bind any beast soul from this floor of the trial tower at will. Tip: during the execution of the task, the host will gain some spiritual power for every beast killed. If the host dies, it will be true death. After entering the second floor of the trial tower, the system's voice also rang out. Suddenly, many scarlet pupils emerged from the surrounding darkness. In an instant, 5 D-level beasts appeared, although they were of different types. Chen had seen many in the wild and could recognize them at a glance. Their strengths ranged from D1 to D3. The second floor of the trial tower. However, it seemed that there wasn't much difference from the first floor. The variety of beasts had increased, and it wasn't just the Shadow Wolf anymore. This was much more challenging than outside. 5 D-level beasts were nothing to worry about. Looking at the beasts approaching him, Chen unreservedly urged the power of the Shadow Wolf soul, combined with the Phantom Tiger Strike, and engaged in battle with those beasts. Since there was no one else in the trial tower, Chen could use his abilities without restraint and didn't have to worry about being discovered. Therefore, his combat power was stronger than outside. Although there were 5 beasts in this wave, their strength was quite average, and Chen didn't spend much time killing them all. In this trial tower, whether due to the task rewards or some other reason, the spiritual power gained from killing beasts here was clearly more than outside. After defeating the first wave of 5 beasts, Chen felt that the spiritual power, akin to experience points, had significantly increased. However, facing 5 D-level beasts at once, he inevitably sustained some injuries, but they were not serious and did not affect Chen's combat power at all. Instead, it made him even more excited, and his combat power grew stronger. As the first wave of beasts was completely defeated, Chen didn't get a moment's rest before the second wave of beasts appeared. This time, the beasts that appeared were clearly stronger than before. The weakest were D2 level, and some rare beasts even started to appear. Name: Thunderlight Shadow Leopard Race. Beast Attribute: Lightning level. D4 potential. Beast skills: Lightning Strike, Lightning Cloak, Electric Flash, Electric Wave. Now among this second wave of D-level beasts, there was a Thunder Light Shadow Leopard, which was the evolved form of the Lightning Leopard. It was already considered a quite powerful D-level beast. Chen began to plan. If after breaking through to D-level he didn't encounter even stronger beasts, he would choose to bind the soul of this Thunder Light Shadow Leopard. Of course, this was only the second wave of beasts. Chen firmly believed that there would be even stronger ones later. Thus, he didn't think too much and immediately threw himself in a battle. As wave after wave of beasts fell, the trial tower, resembling an arena, was already filled with blood, and beast corpses were everywhere. From each dead beast, Chen could see wisps of black energy, which were their beast souls. But at that moment, Chen had not yet broken through to D-level and lacked the ability to bind D-level beast souls, so he could only temporarily set them aside. Boom! After Chen punched and killed a D5 level beast in front of him, he finally successfully defended against 5 waves of beast attacks. Chen also collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion. Moreover, Chen's injuries were quite severe. Deep wounds appeared on his right arm and left leg, extremely terrifying. If it weren't for the timely consumption of some hemostatic and healing pills, Chen would have already passed out. Fortunately, Chen ultimately completed the task of defending against 5 waves of beasts in the trial tower. With the fall of the last beast, Chen also successfully broke through to D-level, and the wounds all over his body healed rapidly. Even his stamina was instantly restored. From this moment on, Chen had become a D-level spirit master. However, just as Chen decided to replace the Shadow Wolf Beast Soul and choose a more powerful D-level Beast Soul, the system's voice rang out again. Chapter 51. Blood Soul Knight. Start Hidden Mission. Repel the 6th wave of demon beasts. Completion reward: Blood Sun Heavy Sword. The host can choose to accept the mission or not. Another hidden mission? When Chen heard the system voice in his mind at that moment, he was quite surprised. After completing the Trial Tower mission, he should have been teleported out quickly, but now not only was that not the case, but there was also a hidden mission. Although he didn't know what it was, Chen was well aware that this hidden mission would definitely be very difficult. As for the completion reward of the Blood Sun Heavy Sword, Chen had no idea what it was, nor was there any indication of what level of weapon it was. He had never even heard of such a demon beast weapon. However, the demon beast weapons provided by the system were often quite good. Chen believed that the Blood Sun Heavy Sword would definitely be far superior to his current Shadow Tiger Claw. Such an excellent opportunity. How could I possibly miss it? I accept the hidden mission. Chen shouted excitedly into the air. The host has chosen to accept. The hidden mission officially begins. As the system voice faded, a powerful demon beast aura suddenly emerged from the darkness ahead. The next moment, a demon beast clad in crimson armor, resembling a knight, slowly walked out of the shadows. As it approached, Chen could see a large crimson sword on its back. Name: Blood Soul Knight. Race: Humanoid. Attribute: Strength type. Special blood type level: D5 potential. S level skills: Heavy Strike, Earth Split Slash, Blood Chi Awakening, Blood Transformation, Blood Chi Frenzy Slash. What the heck? What kind of demon beast is this? I've never seen anything like it. And what is this S level potential? Looking at the Blood Soul Knight slowly emerging from the darkness, Chen felt a sense of fear for the first time. Especially those blood-red eyes of the Blood Soul Knight, when they locked onto Chen, felt like they were piercing his soul, causing him to shudder. Although this Blood Soul Knight only had D5 level strength, it had S level potential. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the most terrifying demon beast Chen had ever seen. Chen could clearly sense that this D5 level Blood Soul Knight was definitely much stronger than the ordinary D5 level demon beasts he had encountered earlier. The combined strength of the previous 5 waves of demon beasts was not even comparable to this one. Besides, he had never heard of such a strange blood type before. In fact, Chen had previously learned about these special attributes that demon beasts possessed, which were often unique to certain types of demon beasts. For example, rare ghost-type demon beasts would possess dark-type special attributes. However, the vast majority of special attributes were recorded in the demon beast textbooks. But this blood type on the Blood Soul Knight was something Chen had never seen before. Is this the demon beast I have to face? Chen clenched his fists tightly, a surge of black energy erupting from his body, ready to fight the Blood Soul Knight at any moment. It was just unfortunate that this hidden mission appeared so suddenly. Chen hadn't prepared at all. Otherwise, he could have captured a D-level demon beast soul to replace the Shadow Wolf soul. That way, his combat power would have increased significantly, giving him a better chance against the Blood Soul Knight. However, Chen didn't regret it too much. After all, the beast soul power he had just obtained would likely still be unskilled. It was better than the already mastered Shadow Wolf soul. Tip: in the hidden mission, the host has 2 opportunities to restore to full state. If killed by the Blood Soul Knight, the host will truly die. The challenge begins now. As soon as the system's voice fell, the previously motionless Blood Soul Knight suddenly looked at Chen and slowly took down the large sword from its back. A tremendous blood energy erupted from its body, making its demon beast aura even more terrifying. So strong. This guy completely exceeds the strength of a D-level demon beast. This is it. Chen gritted his teeth and fully activated the powers of the Shadow Wolf Soul and Shadow Tiger Claw, charging towards the Blood Soul Knight. Whoosh! The Blood Soul Knight, which had been standing still, suddenly shot forward like a slingshot, appearing right in front of Chen in an instant. Before Chen could throw a powerful punch, the Blood Soul Knight swung its crimson large sword towards Chen's head. This guy's so fast too. Years of fighting demon beasts and training since childhood had sharpened Chen's reflexes. As the Blood Soul Knight swung its sword, Chen leaped into the air, performing a backflip to evade the deadly strike. Boom! With a loud noise, a deep chasm appeared in the ground behind Chen. The numerous demon beast corpses on the ground were also cleaved in half by that strike. This was the power of the Blood Soul Knight's Earth Split Slash. How terrifying! If I hadn't dodged in time, I would have been cleaved in half like those demon beasts. For the first time, Chen felt such tension when facing a demon beast. Moreover, the Blood Soul Knight was only a D5 level demon beast. If it were stronger, Chen would definitely have no chance in this battle. Chen understood that even with the system's 2 opportunities to restore to full state, it would be difficult to defeat the Blood Soul Knight. He had to avoid being hit, or the consequences would be unimaginable. An opportunity. After the Blood Soul Knight executed the Earth Split Slash, it paused for a moment. Seizing the chance, Chen leaped forward and delivered a powerful punch. Clang! Chen's punch accurately struck the Blood Soul Knight's abdomen. But to his shock, it did not cause any damage at all. Even the armor didn't dent. Is this even possible? I can't even break through its armor. Roar! Just as Chen was stunned that his punch was completely ineffective, the Blood Soul Knight let out a low growl, gripping the crimson large sword tightly and slashing down at Chen with a heavy blow. Not good. Seeing this, Chen immediately pushed off with his legs, using the reaction force to successfully dodge the Blood Soul Knight's heavy strike. However, he was not completely unscathed. The Blood Soul Knight's strike shattered the ground, sending a shower of debris flying at Chen. Phew! Phew! That was close. I almost died here. I cannot die here. Chen clenched his fists, ignoring the pain in his body, and continued to attack the Blood Soul Knight. Even if your attack, defense, and speed are all powerful, I will not give up. Thus, in the following rounds, Chen launched continuous attacks, but almost none of them were effective. Either the Blood Soul Knight dodged, or the attacks struck its armor, causing no real damage. Chapter 52, Blood Red Greatsword. Huff, huff, huff. After battling with the Blood Soul Knight for some time, Chen was already covered in injuries, although he hadn't been hit directly by the Blood Soul Knight's attacks. Each of those strikes was immensely powerful, and even when they missed, Chen was still affected. It is no exaggeration to say that this period of fighting the Blood Soul Knight was more exhausting than resisting 5 waves of demon beasts just moments ago. At this moment, not only was he severely injured, but he also had very little stamina left, continuously gasping for breath. In contrast, the Blood Soul Knight showed no signs of fatigue, indicating a significant disparity in strength between the two. Currently, I possess D1 level spiritual power, and with the combination of a Shadow Tiger and the Shadow Wolf soul power, even against the Golden Armor Turtle, I could shatter its light shield shell. However, in the face of this Blood Soul Knight, I had no means to combat it. This clearly indicates that the Blood Soul Knight's defense far exceeds that of an ordinary D-level demon beast, and with my current strength, I couldn't inflict even the slightest harm. Even if the system could help me recover twice, it might not guarantee a chance to defeat him. He is indeed too powerful. Chen struggled to stand up again, but before he could make any move, the Blood Soul Knight swung his sword once more. Damn it! Even in this state, Chen knew that being struck by that sword, even at his peak, would be fatal. Therefore, he couldn't allow himself to be hit and dodged with all his might. No, I cannot give up. How can I give up? Since my weapon cannot harm him, there is only one option left. Relying on his incredible willpower, Chen stood up once more, his gaze fixated on the Blood Soul Knight's great sword. That's right, since my weapon cannot inflict damage on him, the only chance to slay him lies in seizing his crimson great sword. However, in his current half-damaged state, there seemed to be no opportunity. Thus, Chen took a deep breath and shouted, "Restore state." As soon as Chen's voice fell, a golden light appeared out of nowhere and directly infused into Chen's body. Not only did it instantly heal all of Chen's injuries, but it also fully restored his stamina and spiritual power. During this recovery process, Chen's eyes remained fixed on the Blood Soul Knight, planning how to seize the weapon. Seeing Chen stand up again, the Blood Soul Knight scoffed, letting out a low growl as he charged at Chen once more. Due to the complete restoration of his state, the Blood Soul Knight's strike could not easily hit Chen. At the moment the sword came down, Chen jumped, channeling all his strength into his right fist, and struck hard at the Blood Soul Knight's right hand, which was tightly gripping the crimson greatsword. Of course, Chen's punch couldn't pierce through the knight's armor, but as long as it could loosen the grip for a moment, he would have the chance to snatch the crimson greatsword. Boom! Chen's fist accurately struck the Blood Soul Knight's right hand, just as he expected, causing the knight's grip to loosen slightly. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Chen immediately reached out to grab the crimson greatsword. However, just as Chen was about to touch the sword, the Blood Soul Knight seemed to have anticipated this, grabbing Chen's throat with his left hand. The Blood Soul Knight's immense strength squeezed tightly around Chen's throat, then violently threw him to the ground. Crash! The ground instantly cracked and caved in, and a mouthful of blood spewed from Chen's mouth. This strike from the Blood Soul Knight nearly took half of Chen's life. If Chen hadn't advanced to D-level contract Spirit Master, greatly enhancing his physique, this blow would have incapacitated him entirely. Roar! Watching Chen collapse into the sunken ground, nearly losing his combat ability, the Blood Soul Knight let out a triumphant low roar and casually plunged the crimson great sword into the ground beside him. Then, with his whole body radiating red light, he swung his fist down heavily towards the downed Chen. His goal was simple, to pound Chen into a pulp with his fists. Damn it, that hurts, but you really underestimate me. Restore state. It was clearly impossible to seize the crimson great sword right under the Blood Soul Knight's nose. Chen's previous actions were not meant to actually snatch the sword, but to test the waters. His main goal was to deliberately expose a weakness, allowing the Blood Soul Knight to easily inflict severe damage on him. In doing so, the arrogant Blood Soul Knight would lower its guard, thinking the battle was already won. Only then would Chen have a genuine chance to seize the Crimson Greatsword. As soon as Chen's voice fell, the golden light instantly infused back into his body. Fully restored, Chen immediately jumped out from the sunken ground, fully activating the Shadow Wolf Soul power. Darting past the Blood Soul Knight like a shadow, he flew and pulled out the Crimson Greatsword that was stuck in the ground. Success! This Crimson Greatsword was over a meter long, radiating a bright red glow, and was quite heavy. However, with Chen's current physique, he could easily wield it. Roar! Roar! The sight of this enraged the Blood Soul Knight even more, the blood-red light on his body becoming increasingly brilliant. Even blood starting to ooze from the cracks in his armor. There was no doubt that this guy was completely infuriated by Chen. Oof. I don't believe I can't shatter your armor. Chen had already used both opportunities for state recovery from the system. This was his only chance now. If he failed to slay the Blood Soul Knight this time, death awaited him. Take this. Chen, dragging the glowing Crimson Greatsword, charged towards the Blood Soul Knight with the power of the Shadow Wolf Soul. In the next moment, Chen gripped the giant sword tightly with both hands and swung it down fiercely, imitating the Blood Soul Knight's earlier attack. The Blood Soul Knight was indeed thoroughly enraged. It couldn't accept that a mere human had taken its weapon and did not attempt to dodge Chen's strike. With its blood-red, glowing right fist, it punched out towards the descending greatsword. Boom! The massive energy wave instantly sent Chen flying. Meanwhile, the Blood Soul Knight knelt halfway, and cracks appeared in the armor on its right fist. Good. Excellent. Chen was not seriously harmed, just from being blown away by the energy wave. He held tightly onto the Crimson Greatsword. However, just as Chen decided to launch his next attack, he noticed that the Crimson Greatsword was absorbing his blood energy. Chapter 53. The more hurt, the stronger this great sword is actually absorbing my blood. Chen could clearly feel his blood rapidly flowing away and his body gradually starting to weaken. Moreover, weakness was just the initial symptom. If too much blood were to be lost, Chen would undoubtedly die. This meant that he could not use this blood-colored greatsword for long periods. If he could not defeat the Blood Soul Knight in a short time, he would die for blood loss, even without the knight attacking him. The most terrifying part was that after Chen had fully recovered, there were no wounds on his body, yet the blood-colored greatsword was inexplicably siphoning off his blood. It was very bizarre. It seemed that this blood-colored greatsword was exclusive to the Blood Soul Knight. Fortunately, the blood-colored greatsword was quite powerful, and its attacks could affect the knight. No matter what, he had to give it one last push. Kill. At this moment, Chen could not think much about the blood loss. His primary task was to defeat the Blood Soul Knight. He adjusted his state, took a deep breath, and swung the blood-colored great sword towards the knight. Knowing that the blood-colored great sword would continuously absorb blood, Chen aimed for the vital parts of the Blood Soul Knight with every swing, moving decisively without hesitation. The Blood Soul Knight, having lost the blood-colored great sword, was indeed as Chen had imagined. Its attacks weakened significantly, relying solely on its fists. During the process of fending off Chen's attacks, multiple cracks appeared in the armor of the Blood Soul Knight. It was evident that the knight had sustained serious injuries. If it weren't for the knight's strong defense, it might have already been slain by Chen. However, despite this, the Blood Soul Knight showed no signs of weakness. More strangely, the more it was injured, the stronger it seemed to become. No wonder it never dodged my attacks. It turns out it has such an ability. After knocking the Blood Soul Knight back with a sword strike, Chen was gasping for breath, his face gradually turning pale. His attacks had dealt significant damage to the Blood Soul Knight, but he was also continuously losing blood due to the blood-colored greatsword. By Chen's estimate, he had very few chances left to attack. Regardless of what abilities the Blood Soul Knight had, he had to slay it completely before his blood was fully drained. Thus, Chen had no time to think about the knight's strange abilities and continued to swing his sword at it, believing that the knight must have a limit. Time flew by, and half an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the Blood Soul Knight was severely injured, having lost its right arm, and the armor covering its body was in tatters, with blood continuously flowing out from the cracks. Even with such serious injuries, the Blood Soul Knight still fought fiercely, seemingly unaffected. The blood energy within it was growing stronger, as if it had an endless supply of blood. No wonder it could swing the blood-colored great sword recklessly. It was unafraid of losing blood. At the same time, Chen discovered a more terrifying ability of the Blood Soul Knight. During the battle, the corpses of the 5 waves of beast monsters that had already died had turned into dry corpses. Their blood had evaporated in a blood mist, all absorbed by the Blood Soul Knight. Because of this, the Blood Soul Knight had a continuous supply of blood, and combined with its ability to grow stronger the more it was injured, it was truly monstrous. At this point, even though Chen had not sustained any substantial injuries, using the blood-colored greatsword had left his body extremely weak, suffering from severe blood loss. Roar! Seeing that Chen was on the verge of collapsing, the Blood Soul Knight roared in anger and charged at him. This is the last chance. I cannot die here. Chen took a deep breath, focusing on the knight's head, channeling all the remaining power of the Shadow Wolf soul within him into this final attack. It's now or never. As soon as Chen finished speaking, he began to run. At the moment the Blood Soul Knight raised its left hand, preparing to punch him down, Chen leaped up, gathering all the dark energy swirling around him into his hands, gripping the blood-colored greatsword. With all his might, he swung down towards the head of the Blood Soul Knight. Boom! Chen's sword struck the Blood Soul Knight's head accurately, creating a massive surge of energy that sent Chen flying. Due to his extreme weakness, he could no longer hold the great sword, and his body was thrown backward. Could it be that I still haven't killed it? Watching the Blood Soul Knight still standing tall, Chen smiled self-deprecatingly as he fell to the ground. Too weak to stand up again, the blood-colored great sword lay beside him. Even though he wanted to continue attacking, he had no strength left to pull it out. Crack! Crack! Just when Chen was feeling despair, the Blood Soul Knight suddenly let out a pained roar. Starting from his head, the armor all over its body began to shatter and fall off, its breath clearly weakening. The blood erupted like a fountain, spraying out wildly and staining the entire arena red. Afterward, the Blood Soul Knight completely lost its vitality, staggering a couple of steps before collapsing to the ground. Its armor shattered and reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Reward obtained, Blood Sun Heavy Sword. At the same time, the system's voice resounded. Brilliant golden light slowly descended from above Chen, instantly restoring him to full condition. The blood-colored great sword that had been beside him shrank slightly, transforming into a size suitable for Chen to wield freely. Not only that, but after killing the Blood Soul Knight, Chen also gained a massive amount of spiritual power. Although it wasn't enough to directly promote him to D2, it was almost there. So this blood-colored greatsword was the reward for completing the hidden task. After fully recovering, Chen immediately stood up and pulled out the Blood Sun Heavy Sword beside him. Although it had shrunk a bit, the Blood Sun Heavy Sword was still very heavy and had not changed. Tip: the Blood Sun Heavy Sword does not have a clear level distinction. The host's spiritual power level determines the weapon's level. It is a growth-type beast weapon. This was the first time Chen had heard of a growth-type beast weapon. However, this Blood Sun Heavy Sword had great attack power but continuously absorbed the owner's blood, making it impossible to use for long periods. But there was still a way. Chen hoisted the Blood Sun Heavy Sword onto his shoulder and strode towards the corpse of the Blood Soul Knight. Chapter 54. The power of blood. At this moment, on the corpse of the Blood Soul Knight, a faint black aura was emanating, which was its beast soul. Only Chen, who had the ability to contract beast souls, could see it. Although this creature had S-level potential and was quite a terrifying beast, it was currently just a D5 level beast, perfectly matching the limit of beast souls he could contract at his current level. Rise! As soon as Chen's voice fell, The corpse of the Blood Soul Knight began to tremble violently. A chilling low growl echoed repeatedly. From the corpse of the Blood Soul Knight, a pitch-black phantom slowly emerged, resembling the soul of the Blood Soul Knight. This was its beast soul. Even though the Blood Soul Knight was dead, its beast soul still displayed a strong sense of pride, struggling madly and letting out angry roars. It held intense murderous intent towards Chen, wishing it could tear him apart immediately. But all of this was in vain. It was already dead, merely in a spiritual state. Just a defeated foe. What is there to be arrogant about? Submit to me obediently. Watching the Blood Soul Knight's beast soul struggling madly, Chen sneered coldly, showing no fear. Then, without wasting more words, he calmly shouted, "Contract!" The Blood Soul Knight's beast soul, which had been struggling violently, was immediately forced to be still by a powerful force upon hearing the word contract. It lost the ability to struggle, and then the beast's soul transformed into a black light, directly pouring into Chen's left chest. The black shadow of the wolf beast soul that had been on Chen's left chest was instantly erased, replaced by a far more terrifying power. The incredibly powerful strength of the Blood Soul Knight flooded into Chen's body, causing him far more pain than when he had contracted the black shadow wolf beast soul. However, for the sake of becoming stronger, what was a little pain? Even if it were 100 times more painful, Chen could endure it. After a moment, the feeling of pain gradually faded. At the same time, a tattoo of the Blood Soul Knight appeared on Chen's left chest. From this moment on, Chen successfully contracted the beast soul of the Blood Soul Knight and gained all of its power. Detailed information about the Blood Soul Knight also surfaced in Chen's mind, allowing him to understand immediately what the Blood Soul Knight's skills were. First, the Blood Chi Awakening was a passive skill that would trigger different phases of abilities based on the severity of injury. Each phase could provide varying degrees of enhancement effects, mainly increasing strength, speed, and defense. In the absence of injury, Blood Chi Awakening would remain at the first level, providing a certain degree of enhancement. Once injured and bleeding began, it would gradually enter the second level, and the enhancement effect would immediately increase. As for the final third phase, it could only be reached in a severely injured state. This was why the Blood Soul Knight appeared to become stronger the more it was injured. This was all thanks to the Blood Chi Awakening ability. The other skill, Blood Transformation, was even more remarkable. Once activated, this skill could directly absorb the blood of surrounding enemies, whether they were beasts or spirit masters, transforming it into blood energy that would be absorbed into the body. For special attribute blood-type beasts, the power of blood was their combat strength. As long as they could continuously absorb blood, they would always maintain their combat power. The Blood Soul Knight earlier could absorb the blood from the corpses of surrounding beasts, thus continually maintaining its powerful combat ability. Coupled with Blood Chi Awakening, it was no wonder Chen had to exert so much effort to slay it. My guess was indeed correct. The Blood Soul Knight was able to wield the Blood Sun heavy sword continuously without being affected, entirely because of these two exclusive skills of blood-type beasts. However, after gaining the power of the Blood Soul Knight's beast soul, I could also possess these abilities. As soon as Chen finished speaking, he immediately activated the power of the Blood Soul Knight's beast soul within him, and a red light suddenly flashed in his pupils. A large amount of blood on the ground seemed to evaporate instantly, transforming into blood-colored mist that continuously flowed into Chen's body. During this process, Chen repeatedly swung the Blood Sun heavy sword, allowing it to absorb his blood energy, and even performed the Blood Soul Knight's Earth Splitter Strike. Yet even so, Chen felt no adverse effects at all. It perfectly replicated the abilities of the Blood Soul Knight just moments ago. The only difference was that activating the power of the Blood Soul Knight's beast soul would continuously consume Chen's spiritual power. After all, it was an external force, and Chen could not use it endlessly like the Blood Soul Knight. Currently, I was not injured, so Blood Chi Awakening could only remain at the first level. But even at the first level, its enhancement effect was far stronger than that of the Black Shadow Wolf's Black Mist Entanglement. Feeling the powerful strength within him, Chen felt increasingly excited. With the ability to contract beast souls, what did it matter if Chen could not form a contract with beasts. With this ability, he could transform into the strongest beast himself. Afterward, Chen released the power of the Blood Soul Knight's beast soul and also stored the Blood Sun heavy sword into his spatial ring. Just before being teleported away, Chen did not forget about the slain beasts, especially the corpse of the Blood Soul Knight in front of him. Although the Blood Soul Knight had been shattered all over, now resembling scrap metal, its beast core was still intact. Chen wasted no time and found the beast core of the Blood Soul Knight among the debris. It was a crystal radiating a bright red light. Even though it was just a D5 level beast core, the spiritual energy fluctuations it emitted were not inferior to that of a C level, making it extremely precious. Such a powerful beast core, Chen would not easily sell. He carefully stored it away. He also dealt with the corpses of the other surrounding beasts, collecting all valuable materials. The next moment, in front of Chen, the space crack resembling a vertical eye reappeared. "Let's go, little tiger." After Chen finished processing all the corpses, he picked up the still sleeping little tiger and stepped boldly into the space crack. After a brief moment of dizziness, Chen slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he had left the second floor of the trial tower and returned to the perilous shattered star mountain. Meow. Just like before, as soon as he left the trial tower, the little tiger immediately woke up, stretching comfortably. "You little one, you can sleep so soundly no matter how dangerous the place is." Chen gently patted the little tiger, secretly complaining in his heart. Meow. After a good sleep, the little tiger lay in Chen's arms and pointed to its belly. Got it. I'll take you to find something delicious." Chen smiled slightly and continued deeper into the shattered star mountain. Chapter 55. Watching a show. If before, Chen had not yet advanced to D rank and was still an E5 level spirit master, he would have worried about the potential appearance of C rank demon beasts. Therefore, Chen did not dare to venture too deep into the Shirshing Mountain, only sweeping around the outskirts. But now it was different. After coming out of the trial tower, Chen not only advanced to D1 rank, but also obtained the Blood Sun heavy sword and the beast soul of the Blood Soul Knight, significantly enhancing his strength. It is not an exaggeration to say that now, even if a C-rank demon beast appeared in front of Chen, he would be confident in slaying it. Roar! Just as Chen was about to look for a demon beast to practice on, he suddenly heard a low growl from behind him. The next moment, a shadow rushed towards Chen at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, Chen's spatial ring flickered, and the incredibly heavy Blood Sun heavy sword appeared in his hand. As soon as Chen's voice fell, a dazzling blood-red light burst forth from his body. He swung the Blood Sun heavy sword towards the shadow behind him. Although the Blood Sun heavy sword was quite heavy, in Chen's hands, it felt effortless and incredibly easy to wield. As he swung the sword, a red sword energy instantly formed and rapidly slashed towards the shadow. Awoo! The shadow initially thought it was just an unguarded human, but it did not expect that Chen could unleash such a powerful sword strike. Moreover, the speed was so fast that the shadow could not stop in time and was hit by the sword energy, instantly being cleaved in half. I thought it was something significant. It turned out to be a D4 rank Swift Shadow Wolf. As the strongest evolved form of the Shadow Wolf, its strength was decent. It was still killed in one strike. I must say, the Blood Sun Heavy Sword is indeed very useful. Just like before, using the Blood Sun Heavy Sword would drain his blood energy, making it impossible to use for extended periods. This was the most deadly side effect of the Blood Sun Heavy Sword. However, with the Blood Soul power he obtained, Chen perfectly overcame this side effect. Chen casually waved his hand, turning the blood of the Swift Shadow Wolf into blood mist, which completely merged into his body. Not only did it replenish the blood energy he had consumed, but he also felt his strength increasing. This is the terrifying ability of the Blood Soul Knight. Meow. Meow. Seeing the Swift Shadow Wolf being cleaved in two by Chen, the little tiger couldn't wait to pounce on the corpse and began to gnaw at it. "You little guy, you are really impatient. Are you that hungry? Remember to get the beast core out for me first." Although Chen secretly complained a bit, he did not stop the little tiger, just asked it not to devour the beast core. In fact, Chen had previously let the little tiger swallow a beast core to see if it would trigger a second mutation and evolve into a true demon beast. However, the result was disappointing. Even after swallowing the beast core, the little tiger could not trigger a second mutation, only becoming a bit fiercer with no other changes. For Chen, who was born in the lower city, this beast core was undoubtedly very valuable, and he did not continue to let the little tiger try to devour it, thus abandoning that idea. This swift shadow wolf was a D4 rank, and its beast core was quite valuable. It could be sold for a good amount of money, so Chen was reluctant to let the little tiger eat it. Meow. The little tiger was quite obedient, using its sharp claws to quickly excavate the beast core from the swift shadow wolf's body and directly tossed it to Chen behind. Meanwhile, it continued to gnaw at the corpse until it lost interest in it. Chen's spatial ring had limited internal space, and the recent frenzied hunting of demon beasts had filled it with many beast materials. Currently, Chen generally only collected beast cores and would only take materials from relatively rare demon beasts. I can't continue like this, with my speed and hunting demon beasts. The space in this low-level spatial ring will definitely not be enough. Either I find an opportunity to change to a larger one, or I will have to sell off some of the things inside. After pondering for a moment, Chen put away the Blood Sun heavy sword, turned around, and picked up the little tiger to leave, having lost all interest in the disheveled corpse of the swift shadow wolf. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Since he needed to find a place to rest, Chen headed toward a more remote area of Shirshing Mountain to see if he could find some small caves. After all, Chen was exploring Shirshing Mountain alone, and there was no one to guard him at night. Let's check over there. Chen saw a small peak to his right front and led the little tiger in that direction. However, at that moment, Chen suddenly spotted what seemed to be spirit masters engaged in fierce combat not far ahead. Currently, the people in Shirshing Mountain were all from the 3rd year A class. There was no doubt that they must have encountered demon beasts. Little tiger, let's go take a look. I want to see how strong those guys are. Anyway, the demon beasts here pose no threat to me now, and I'm not afraid of those 3rd year A class students. Not long after, Chen saw a group of pitch-black giant wolves wildly chasing a few young spirit masters. Chen was not unfamiliar with those pitch-black giant wolves. They were the swift shadow wolves he had slain before. However, now there was not just one, but a whole group. Chen casually counted, and there were definitely no fewer than 15. Since ancient times, wolves have had the habit of hunting in packs, and now that they have evolved into demon beasts, they still retain this nature. Moreover, these swift shadow wolves were all D-rank demon beasts, posing a significant threat to those students. It seems that the swift shadow wolf I encountered earlier must have fallen behind accidentally. These guys are truly pitiful to have encountered a pack of swift shadow wolves. Chen had no good feelings towards these upper city people, especially since he had been maliciously mocked by them when he first joined the 3rd year A class. So he naturally would not help them out of the blue. Holding the little tiger quietly, as if watching a show, Chen observed those students being chased by the swift shadow wolves. As for why Chen did not leave, it was simply because he had his eyes on those swift shadow wolves, preparing to level up on them. Run. They're about to catch up. Damn it. How could we encounter a pack of swift shadow wolves? We're done for. Are we all going to die here? No. Please. Is there anyone coming to save us? Teacher. Help. The students being chased by the pack of swift shadow wolves numbered around 5 or 6, although they had summoned their spirit beasts. In the face of the terrifying attacks of the swift shadow wolves, what could the 5 or 6 spirit beasts they summoned do? They were all heavily injured and unable to continue fighting. Chapter 56. How did you get here? Watching the panicked students fleeing in all directions, Chen found it quite amusing. Just moments ago, they had been incredibly arrogant, and now each of them wore a face of horror, scurrying like frightened mice. Wait, those students heading to the upper city seem quite wealthy. If I'm not mistaken, the one who ran the fastest is wearing a mid-level spatial ring? It seems there's business to be done. Chen initially planned to ignore them, waiting for these people to either be killed by the Shadow Wolf Pack or to escape in a sorry state before he revealed himself. But it seemed there was a more profitable option at hand. For instance, hitting them hard with a bamboo pole. You few, do you want my help? What are you waiting for? If you want help, act quickly. Otherwise, stop talking. Those are the Shadow Wolves, and if you don't want to die, keep up with our pace and run. The frantic escapees, 5 or 6 in total, formed a small team, led by a woman named Yang Nianru, who was quite good-looking. Even though she was being chased by the shadow wolves and covered in dirt, it didn't seem to affect her much. Chen sensed her aura. She should be a D4 level spirit master, which was already quite impressive. The team members behind her were generally around D3 to D4 as well. Strictly speaking, this small team had decent combat power. Unfortunately, their luck ran out as they encountered the terrifying shadow wolf pack. Wait, who was that just speaking? Yang Nianru initially thought it was just a passing team and casually responded, but upon reflection, she realized there seemed to be only one person. She immediately turned to look in Chen's direction. Is that Chen? How did he get here? When did he appear? At that moment, Yang Nianru looked as if she had seen a ghost, her face filled with disbelief. Not only her, but the teammates behind her wore identical expressions of shock. Although Chen had some strength, this was the depths of the Star Erosion Mountain, where sea-level beasts roamed. So in their eyes, Chen's choice to be alone seemed brave, but in reality, it was foolish behavior. They believe he must be hiding somewhere on the outskirts of the Star Erosion Mountain, too afraid to provoke the beasts. However, they never expected Chen to suddenly appear here. Moreover, at this moment, Chen actually exuded a D1 level aura, indicating he had leveled up shortly after entering the Star Erosion Mountain. These students had experienced the leap from E5 to D level themselves and knew how difficult such a major breakthrough was. With good talent and hard work for a month or so, one might break through, but with poor talent, even spending half a year might not yield results. Yet Chen had only joined the 3rd grade A class a few days ago and was still at E5. Now he had directly advanced to D1? Who would believe that? It was simply too exaggerated. Don't just stand there in a daze. I'll ask again, do you want my help? Chen ignored Yang Nianru and the other shocked expressions, gently stroking the little tiger in his arms, and said calmly, Montak Chen, let's not talk about how you got here or how you leveled up to D level so quickly. Right now, we must evacuate immediately, otherwise, we'll be killed by those shadow wolves. Yang Nianru didn't have time to say much to Chen. She led her teammates to fend off the attacks from the shadow wolves while looking for an opportunity to escape. Escape? Why should we run? They're just a bunch of beasts. What if I help you kill them all? Even in the face of the massive group of shadow wolves. Chen remained completely calm and continued to speak nonchalantly. Are you trying to be funny? Do you really think that after beating Huang Yu, you're invincible? That SA pack of shadow wolves, with most of them above D3 level, and some even at D5. Do you really think you can kill so many on your own? Before Yang Nianru could respond, the other students beside her looked at Chen with exasperation. In their eyes, Chen was completely out of his mind, clearly seeking death. They didn't want to die alongside him. Chen, I know you're strong, but against a large pack of shadow wolves, it's still not enough. Hurry and retreat with us. This isn't a joke. Although Yang Nianru was initially baffled and even angry about Chen suddenly joining the 3rd grade A class, as he displayed his strength, she began to acknowledge him a bit, only feeling he was too arrogant. I don't want to waste more time. I'll ask you this. If I wipe out that pack of shadow wolves, what will you give me? Chen had long been accustomed to their sarcastic remarks and wasn't afraid of the shadow wolves at all. His only weakness was being broke. Right now, there was a chance to take a good amount from these upper city folks, and he didn't want to miss it, especially with the mid-level spatial ring Yang Nianru was wearing, which made his eyes light up. Really a fool? What could we possibly give you? I'll say this. If you can indeed wipe out that pack of shadow wolves alone, we will give you all our possessions. If you pull it off, I'll transfer you 1,000,000 blue star coins without a second thought. What a joke. Don't mind this guy. I think he is just a low-city person who has gone crazy for money. Captain, let us run. If he wants to seek death, we can't stop him. The students present found Chen's words not only absurd but also laughable. If they couldn't deal with a pack of shadow wolves, how could Chen manage it alone? At this moment, their minds were filled with only one word: idiot. All right, I'll help you wipe out that pack of shadow wolves, and you'll give me all your possessions plus 1,000,000 blue star coins. Chen completely ignored their mockery and only heard the most crucial information. Thus, he achieved his goal. Taking a deep breath, Chen walked alone toward the group of charging shadow wolves. The little tiger in his arms sensed that Chen was about to fight with all his might and didn't disturb him, jumping down from his arms. Montak Chen, come back. Don't do anything foolish. Yang Nianru, being somewhat kind-hearted, shouted in terror as she watched Chen walk toward the shadow wolves alone. But her teammates completely ignored Chen, thinking he was seeking death, pulling Yang Nianru to escape. Don't mind him. Yes, just looking for trouble. Let us get out of here. Remember what you promised. I'll come find you later. As soon as Chen's words fell, his pupils instantly turned crimson, and he began to emanate a blood-red light. With a cold expression, he dragged the Blood Sun greatsword, step by step approaching the pack of shadow wolves. Chapter 57, This Must Be a Monster. Oh no, it seems I miscounted earlier. There are only 14 shadow wolves. What a pity. Chen stood straight in front of the pack of shadow wolves, carrying the heavy Blood Sun heavy sword, showing no signs of panic at all. The group of shadow wolves, sensing the provocation from Chen, became even more ferocious, their pupils glowing with green light, appearing extremely eerie. Especially the leading shadow wolf, which reached the peak of D5 level in spiritual power fluctuations, likely capable of advancing to a C-level monster at any moment. However, even so, in Chen's eyes, they were utterly insignificant. Let's take them all on. As soon as Chen finished speaking, an unimaginable force of blood energy erupted from his body, and he charged into the wolf pack with the Blood Sun heavy sword. Awoo! Awoo! The blood energy Chen unleashed shocked the group of shadow wolves. This was completely beyond the power a human should possess. Yet, facing the provocation from a human, they simply could not tolerate it. The moment Chen rushed into the pack, they immediately surrounded him, demonstrating strong teamwork. Following that, 2D4 level shadow wolves roared and leaped at Chen, claws bared and ready to strike. Too weak, Chen scoffed, and the Blood Sun heavy sword in his hand burst forth with a dazzling red light, sweeping towards the two shadow wolves. Whoosh! A red sword energy flashed by, and the 2D4 shadow beasts were instantly cleaved in two, falling miserably into a pool of blood. The extremely terrifying side effect granted Chen power beyond his level. This was the might of the Blood Sun heavy sword, having the ability to slay even C-level beasts. Chen no longer feared these animals. He effortlessly killed 2D4 level shadow wolves. However, these shadow wolves had fought together for a long time, and upon seeing two companions slain, their first reaction was not fear, but a desire for revenge. Seizing the moment when Chen attacked, a shadow flashed by, and an incredibly sharp black claw lunged towards Chen's head. Not only that, but the other two shadow wolves also unleashed their black energy, forming several black wind blades that roared towards Chen. This move, known as Shadow Wind Blade, was a skill that shadow wolves could only use after evolving into shadow wolves, and it was remarkably swift. Unfortunately, Chen had already adapted to fighting multiple beasts in the trial tower and was naturally unafraid of being besieged. Their attack was completely within Chen's expectations. He swung the Blood Sun heavy sword, as if playing baseball, and struck the shadow wolf with the back of his sword. The power of the Blood Sun heavy sword should not be underestimated. The shadow wolf struck by the blow flew backward, and its trajectory was right towards the position where the other two shadow wolves were unleashing their shadow wind blades. Accompanied by a scream, the shadow wolf that was knocked away was immediately shredded into pieces by its companion's shadow wind blades. Hey, aim better when using skills. Look, you accidentally killed your companion. This is really too much. Let me take revenge for you. While speaking, Chen accelerated, appearing like a blood shadow in front of the two shadow wolves, swinging the Blood Sun heavy sword down for a heavy strike. Boom! The immense impact instantly killed the two shadow wolves, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Chen activated blood transformation, turning all that blood into blood mist, which he absorbed into his body. Even after continuously using the Blood Sun heavy sword, Chen felt no discomfort. On the contrary, he was feeling even more exhilarated as he continued to kill. In just 3 short minutes, Chen had already slain 5 shadow wolves. This was an absolute display of power. The scene was witnessed by the Yang Nianru's team, who were trying to retreat. At this moment, they stood frozen, as if they had seen a ghost, the atmosphere turning eerily quiet. Is that guy really Chen? Or is he some terrifying beast in disguise? Is this the kind of power a human should possess? My God, we barely managed to kill 4 or 5 shadow wolves with all our effort, and we were being chased the whole way. But this guy single-handedly charged in and took out 5 shadow wolves in an instant? Captain, this is a serious problem. If he really wipes out this group of shadow wolves, then what I said earlier will come true. I don't want that. I can't give all my belongings to Chen. How will we live? I told you not to brag earlier. Now look, you have to pay up. And don't shout. Weren't you just saying you wanted Chen to give you $1 million? Hurry up and check if you have $1 million on you, or with Chen's methods. You might be in trouble. Watching Chen kill more and more effortlessly, without falling into any disadvantage, the students present began to panic. Initially, it was a good thing for Chen to come to their rescue. But now, due to their earlier arrogance and underestimating Chen, the situation had turned into this. Just thinking about the oath they had just made and the power Chen was demonstrating now filled the students with fear. Yang Nianru, as the captain of this team, was completely stunned, staring at Chen in shock, not saying a word. Meanwhile, as these students frantically discussed how to deal with Chen, the large group of shadow wolves had dwindled to less than 3. Apart from the leading D5 level shadow wolf, the other 2 were already severely injured. Seeing this situation, the leading shadow wolf no longer dared to attack Chen and desperately tried to escape. Want to leave? I think it's too late. No prey I've set my sights on has ever escaped. As soon as Chen finished speaking, a brilliant blood light erupted from his body, as if he were bathing in blood. The next moment, Chen looked towards the direction where the D5 level shadow wolf was fleeing and hurled the Blood Sun heavy sword with all his might. The Blood Sun heavy sword was already extremely heavy, and with Chen's full throw, its power was tremendous. Even just hitting the ground would create a massive pit. Not to mention striking the back of that D5 level shadow wolf. Boom! Accompanied by a loud crash, the Blood Sun heavy sword pierced through its body, causing the ground to sink down as well, showcasing immense power. As for the remaining 2 already severely injured shadow wolves, they were directly kicked to death by Chen. In just a short while, a small team of shadow wolves had been completely annihilated by Chen. Out of a total of 14 shadow wolves, Chen also received feedback on the spiritual power after their deaths, including the spiritual power gained from slaying the Blood Soul Knight earlier. Chen was now just a step away from reaching D2 level. It was estimated that after killing a few more D-level beasts, he would be able to advance. Chen nodded in satisfaction. It must be said, as long as there are enough beasts, Chen can kill them freely, and his cultivation speed is truly astonishing. Chapter 58. Handed over as Chen felt the growth of his spiritual power, he walked towards the corpse of the D5 level Swift Shadow Ghost Wolf, pulling out the Blood Sun heavy sword and storing it in his spatial ring. This Blood Sun heavy sword not only continuously absorbed Chen's blood energy, but could also absorb any blood that stained its blade. Therefore, after killing so many Swift Shadow Ghost Wolves, the Blood Sun heavy sword remained very clean, with no blood staining it. Moreover, Chen activated his blood transformation ability, turning the blood from the corpses of the Swift Shadow Ghost Wolves into blood mist and absorbing it into his body, replenishing his consumed blood energy. This battle was quite easy for Chen. He only had a few minor wounds, which were not a big deal. With the power of the Blood Soul Knight Beast Soul, Chen's healing ability was remarkable, whether due to a passive skill or some other reason. These small scratches could stop bleeding quickly. At this moment, the orange cat Xiao Hu had been silently watching the battle, ran over excitedly. Having already tasted the blood and flesh of the Swift Shadow Ghost Wolves, Xiao Hu was no longer interested in them and jumped into Chen's arms. Help me dig out the beast cores, and I will settle accounts with those guys. Later, I will take you to find something delicious. Chen said gently while stroking Xiao Hu. Meow. Xiao Hu obediently nodded, jumped down from Chen, and ran towards the corpses of the Swift Shadow Ghost Wolves. It's over, that guy's coming. That's a monster. Who knew he could really kill an entire group of swift shadow ghost wolves? Now I understand why the Academy decided to let him into our Grade 3 Class A. But I just can't figure out how he did it. Could it be because of that seemingly powerful weapon? Forget about that for now. Let us prepare to face him. Seeing Chen walk towards them step by step after finishing off the swift shadow ghost wolves, with quite a bit of blood on him, the students became increasingly panicked. They had thought about running away, but if Chen could easily wipe out a whole pack of swift shadow ghost wolves, how could they possibly escape from him? If they chose to flee, they would likely end up worse than those swift shadow ghost wolves. They could only stand obediently in place, waiting for Chen to approach. Yang Nianru's face was particularly grim as she tightly gripped her mid-level spatial ring with her right hand. There was no doubt she hadn't expected Chen to actually do it. Not bad. You're quite trustworthy, Chen said as he arrived in front of them, looking disdainfully at the students before him. At this moment, the students no longer had their previous arrogant expressions. They were all filled with panic. Montak Chen, we're classmates after all. What we said earlier was just foolishness. It doesn't count. We are very grateful that you helped us eliminate the swift shadow ghost wolves and are willing to offer you a reward. But giving you all our possessions is too much. If we really give you everything, how are we supposed to survive? Yeah, that is simply unreasonable. How about we just give you a part of it? As they looked at Chen's extremely indifferent gaze, the voices of the students became quieter and quieter, and they didn't even dare to meet Chen's eyes. If there were a regret medicine in this world, they would definitely not have said those earlier words. Why should I care? This is the oath you made. Did I force you? Chen replied coldly, smiling mockingly. I don't mind taking it myself. After saying that, Chen reached for his spatial ring, pretending to take out the Blood Sun heavy sword. Seeing this scene, the students were instantly scared out of their wits. They understood very well that Chen's overwhelming strength was likely due to that strange weapon. They had all witnessed Chen's battle. That eerie blood-colored sword was not only powerful, but also had the ability to absorb blood. Every swift shadow ghost wolf that was killed had turned into a dry corpse. Just thinking about it made them even more terrified. What's wrong? Not talking? Do you really want me to take action myself? Chen frowned slightly, and a clear killing intent appeared in his eyes. Dare to take responsibility? This is my spatial ring. I'm giving it to you. Suddenly, Yang Nianru, who had been silent, spoke up and took off the mid-level spatial ring on her hand, handing it to Chen. Although these upper city students were generally wealthy, mid-level spatial rings were very expensive, and losing one for no reason was still painful. Moreover, it contained many rare resources. However, there was no choice. If Chen hadn't acted in time, the team led by Yang Nianru would likely have been completely wiped out. As the team leader, Yang Nianru had to set an example and directly give the mid-level spatial ring to Chen. Okay, Chen was not polite with them and immediately reached out to take the mid-level spatial ring. Chen, I'm the captain of this team. The value of that spatial ring is significant, and it contains many rare resources, which should be enough as your reward for this time, Yang Nianru said firmly, looking at Chen. I hope you want to make things difficult for my team members. The students behind Yang Nianru wanted to stop her at first, but upon seeing Chen's murderous gaze, they felt scared and didn't dare to say another word. Have I made things difficult for you? Sorry. I have never forced you. Everything was said voluntarily by you. Chen had no good feelings for them. He hated these upper city people who thought they were superior. Only Yang Nianru seemed somewhat like a leader. But Chen would not let them off easily. They had to fulfill their promises. The students, already feeling guilty, were further rendered speechless by Chen's reasonable words. They exchanged glances, reluctantly taking off their spatial rings. Chen, we really realize our mistakes. Can you leave us a little? Yeah, you can take the rare resources, but you have to leave us some food and drinking water. Otherwise, we want to be able to survive. Since we're all classmates, please show some mercy, Chen. As these students trembled while handing over their spatial rings, they spoke with guilt. Their faces were incredibly thick-skinned at this moment. Even their captain, Yang Nianru, felt ashamed. But they couldn't blame Chen. After all, if he hadn't acted just now, they would have been dead. They had been the ones boasting, so it was no wonder Chen was so angry. Hand it over. Enough with the nonsense. Chen didn't bother being polite and directly took all their spatial rings. Chapter 59. Sorry to disturb your meal. It seems like there's still something missing. Chen didn't bother to carefully examine the items in these space rings. He merely took a quick glance before tossing them in his pocket. Then his gaze fell on a man ahead. Yes. This man was the one who had just boasted that as long as Chen killed those swift shadow ghost wolves, he would give Chen $1 million. Chen, how could I possibly bring that much money when I'm out here training in the wild? The man, although possessing D3 level strength, truly dared not resist in front of the monstrous Chen, trembling as he spoke. What does that have to do with me? However, Chen didn't care about this. He meant what he said, staring at him with an extremely cold gaze. This gaze was akin to how he looked at the swift shadow ghost wolves earlier, causing the students present to panic. They were deeply afraid that if Chen was displeased, they would all be beaten up. Chen, it was my fault. I promise that once we get out of here, I'll definitely give you the money. My family isn't short on money. I just happen not to bring it with me. If you don't believe me, I can write you an IOU. I will never go back on my word. The man looked at Chen's indifferent eyes, terrified, especially since Chen was still stained with a lot of blood, resembling a devil. Fine. Chen nodded slightly and casually tossed the man a pen and paper. Without any hesitation, the nervous man immediately wrote an IOU for $1 million to Chen, complete with his signature and seal. Good. After the field training is over, I'll come find you. Chen calmly put away the IOU and turned to walk toward Xiao Hu, who was digging for beast cores. The man breathed a deep sigh of relief upon seeing this. The other students present felt the same. They no longer dared to underestimate Chen. In their eyes, Chen was a monster more terrifying than the beasts. From now on, they would avoid Chen, let alone attempt to retaliate. Captain, what should we do now? We still have spare space rings, but we have no living resources left. It's going to get dark soon. This is a huge problem. What else can we do? Let's leave this place and head to the outskirts of the Eclipse Star Mountain. It's much safer there. We'll make do for one night and see how things go tomorrow. Yang Nianru sighed deeply, glanced at Chen, and then led her teammates away. Although they had survived, their contracted spirits were nearly all injured, and they had no resources for living. In this situation, staying in the perilous depths of the Eclipse Star Mountain was undoubtedly seeking death. Therefore, as the captain, Yang Nianru immediately gathered her teammates and took them away. Having achieved his goal, Chen naturally paid them no mind and focused on collecting materials from the swift shadow ghost wolves with Xiao Hu. Moreover, at this time, Chen took a serious look at the student space rings. Since the academy did not allow third-year students to carry too many items before participating in this field training, most of the items in these space rings were what they had found in the Eclipse Star Mountain. Even though there were no particularly precious items, it was still quite good. Among them, Yang Nianru's intermediate space ring even contained some precious spiritual materials, allowing Chen to make a considerable profit. The sky was getting late. They couldn't stay here any longer. Xiao Hu, let's find a safe place to properly count our gains. I saw some delicious beast meat in these space rings. We can have a hearty meal tonight. After speaking, Chen picked up Xiao Hu and left the area, looking for a small cave while there was still light. However, as soon as Chen approached the cave, he caught a strong smell of blood. Now, with the power of the beast soul of the Blood Knight, Chen was extremely sensitive to the scent of blood. He quickly realized that there should be a recently deceased beast inside the cave. This smell, Chen frowned slightly. It seemed a beast was feeding, and there was a significant fluctuation of spiritual energy, indicating a powerful beast. Xiao Hu, stay here and wait for me. I'll go take care of that guy, and we can stay here tonight. Chen gently patted Xiao Hu's head, set him aside, and then took out the Blood Sun heavy sword, slowly walking into the cave. Not long after entering the cave, Chen looked ahead and saw a giant black bear, completely covered in black, tearing into a beast's corpse. The scene was very bloody. The scent of blood that Chen had detected was coming from that beast's corpse, which had been eaten down to less than a third of its original size, making it impossible for Chen to tell what it was. However, Chen immediately recognized what the giant black bear was. Name: Black Gold Bear. Species: Beast. Attribute: Strength level C3. Potential: B. Skills: Heavy Strike, Furious Bite, Savage Charge, Black Bear's Claw, Shockwave Punch. A C3 level beast. The Black Gold Bear. I didn't expect to encounter one here. Looking at the Black Gold Bear that was crazily feeding in front of him, Chen was somewhat surprised. But he felt no fear and had no intention of retreating. Having never fought against a C-level beast, how could Chen give up this rare opportunity? Boom! Chen drove the Blood Sun heavy sword into the ground, his pupils flashing with a hint of red light as he coldly looked at the Black Gold Bear. This place is mine. Roar! The Black Gold Bear, still feeding, had just torn off a piece of flesh and hadn't even had time to swallow it when it heard Chen's provocative words. Its crimson eyes glared fiercely at Chen. After all, it was a C3 level beast, quite a powerful existence in the Eclipse Star Mountain, and no other beast nearby dared to provoke it. But now it was challenged by a human? This was something the Black Gold Bear could not tolerate. It immediately spat out the piece of flesh it had bitten and charged wildly at Chen. The Black Gold Bear was nearly 4 meters tall. When it stood up, it resembled a small mountain. Covered in blood from its meal and armed with its sharp black gold claws, it exuded an immense sense of intimidation. Roar! With an angry roar, the Black Gold Bear erupted with a large amount of black gas, swiping a paw toward Chen. Black Bear's Claw. This was the full-force attack of the Black Gold Bear. Even a D5 level beast with strong defenses wouldn't be able to withstand it, having been interrupted during its meal by a mere human. How could the Black Gold Bear possibly endure? A single swipe was already considered lenient. Chapter 60. Blood Fury / Slap Me Death? Who do you look down on? As the massive claws of the Black Gold Bear came crashing down, Chen frowned slightly and immediately drew the Blood Sun heavy sword beside him, slashing at the bear's claw. Even though the Black Gold Bear's steel claws were incredibly sharp and exceptionally tough, they could not withstand the strike of the Blood Sun heavy sword. With a single blow, it severed the bear's steel claw. The Black Gold Bear, which had initially thought Chen was doomed, was now in shock. How could it have imagined that its razor-sharp claws could be chopped off by a human? However, before the bear could react, Chen had already leaped into the air, his body bursting with a blood-red light, swinging the Blood Sun heavy sword in a powerful, ground-splitting slash aimed at its head. If this attack succeeded, the Black Gold Bear would either be killed or severely injured. Roar! The Black Gold Bear's expression changed dramatically, and disregarding its surprise, it immediately clenched its right fist. With a deafening roar, the entire cave began to tremble as the bear's right fist gathered vast amounts of dark energy, launching a punch at the leaping Chen. The power of this punch was formidable, creating a massive shadow of a black fist that shook the entire cave as if it were experiencing an earthquake. This was the Black Gold Bear's strongest move, the Shockwave Punch. This punch had some power. Although Chen had the ability to kill C-rank beasts, he was not foolish enough to take such a powerful punch head-on. He quickly changed his attack direction, using the ground-splitting slash to chop at the black fist shadow. Boom! With a loud sound, Chen successfully blocked the Black Gold Bear's Shockwave Punch, but he was also sent flying by the energy shockwave, crashing hard against the rock wall nearby. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed from Chen's mouth. If it weren't for his strong physique, the impact alone would have been enough to keep him from standing up again. I really underestimated you. This punch has some real power. But unfortunately for you, you ran into me. Chen slowly stood up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Like the Blood Soul Knight before, Chen did not weaken from his injuries. Instead, he became even stronger. The blood energy within him grew more powerful. This was the power awakened from the Blood Soul Knight's blood energy. Earlier, when Chen had just acquired this ability, he could not verify the amplification effect of the second stage of blood energy awakening. But now, after being punched by the Black Gold Bear, Chen had successfully entered the second stage of blood energy awakening. If in the first stage of blood energy awakening, Chen could gain about a 20% increase in strength, speed, and defense, then in the second stage, that amplification effect doubled to around 40%. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Black Gold Bear's punch not only failed to defeat Chen, but actually made him stronger. The only downside was that Chen was still in a human body and could not match the powerful physique of the beast. The punch from the Black Gold Bear had indeed hurt Chen, causing him considerable pain and burden. This was the price to trigger the second stage of blood energy awakening. However, Chen could endure all of this, especially feeling the powerful strength in his body, which only excited him further, allowing him to overlook the pain. The Black Gold Bear, initially thinking that this punch would be enough to kill Chen, was now bewildered to see him quickly stand up, seemingly growing stronger. This made the Black Gold Bear increasingly uneasy. What was up with this human in front of it? Thank you for allowing me to experience the second stage of blood energy awakening. To show my gratitude, I will make your death quick. As Chen's voice fell, his pupils turned crimson, and the Blood Sun heavy sword in his hand trembled, radiating a dazzling blood-red light. Throughout this process, even though the Blood Sun heavy sword absorbed his blood energy, Chen was already accustomed to it, as he could replenish it after killing the Black Gold Bear. In the next moment, Chen accelerated, moving even faster than before, even before he was injured. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Black Gold Bear, striking down with a heavy slash without saying a word. Boom! Fortunately, the Black Gold Bear reacted quickly, using both fists to protect its head, narrowly avoiding being killed by a single slash. However, the power of that strike was still extraordinary, severing all the bear's steel claws and severely injuring its hands, leaving them bloodied. The blood flowing from its wounds automatically transformed in a blood mist, being absorbed into Chen's body. This surprised Chen, who had originally planned to activate the blood transformation after completely killing the Black Gold Bear. But the automatic trigger of the blood transformation indicated that this was indeed the ability of the second stage of blood energy awakening. Chen was quite satisfied. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about excessive consumption of blood energy during battle and the inability to replenish it in time. The Black Gold Bear, witnessing Chen's terrifying power, no longer dared to underestimate this human and instead felt fear, especially when it saw its own blood transforming into mist and being absorbed by Chen. Its expression turned increasingly horrified. Thus, it dared not continue fighting Chen and fled the cave without hesitation. It knew very well that if it continued to tangle with Chen, it would undoubtedly die. Do you think you can escape? Impossible. Although the Black Gold Bear was powerful, its speed was too slow, and its bulky size made it easy prey. With the amplification of blood energy awakening, Chen quickly caught up to it. Blood Fury Slash. With a shout, Chen's eyes turned red, resembling the Blood Soul Knight possessed, as he leaped and unleashed several slashes at the Black Gold Bear. Each slash was infused with powerful blood energy, making it exceedingly potent. This was a skill that could only be performed after triggering the second stage of blood energy awakening and was also the strongest killing move of the Blood Soul Knight. Unfortunately, the Blood Soul Knight had been too complacent at the time, resulting in Chen seizing its weapon and preventing it from executing the skill. Theoretically, as long as Chen's blood energy was strong enough to withstand the consumption of the Blood Sun heavy sword and was not interrupted, he could unleash slashes without limit. The Black Gold Bear was slashed more than a dozen times by Chen, its flesh and blood becoming a gruesome mess before it finally died tragically, collapsing in a pool of blood. Huff! The blood flowing from the Black Gold Bear's corpse transformed entirely into blood mist, which was absorbed into Chen's body. Although his blood energy was restored, the earlier punch still injured Chen. Now free from the Blood Soul Knight's beast spirit power, Chen leaned weakly against the wall, taking some healing elixirs from his spatial ring and swallowing them. Chapter 61. Swallowing the primordial bloodgrass after taking several healing pills. Chen felt much more comfortable and let out a long sigh. At the same time, having killed the C3 level Black Gold Bear, he gained a significant amount of spiritual power, successfully advancing to D2 level, which also counted as a considerable recovery. The effect of the second stage of blood awakening was indeed very powerful, but it also placed a heavy burden on the body. Even with the physique of a D-level spirit master, it was impossible to endure it for long. Not to mention the most powerful amplification effect of the third stage, which could only be activated under severe injury. In such a severely injured state, even with a strong amplification effect, it would likely be difficult to exert it. Although Chen had experienced the power of the second stage of Blood Awakening, he also discovered the most obvious drawback. That is, with his current physique, he simply could not maintain the second stage of Blood Awakening for long. As a human, he truly found it difficult to compete with the powerful physique of formidable beasts. Meow. At that moment, the little tiger ran into the cave. Seeing Chen leaning weakly against the wall, it revealed a very sad expression. It didn't even dare to jump into Chen's arms, fearing it might hurt him again. Little tiger, you don't need to worry. I'm just a bit weak. Nothing serious. Chen gently hugged the little tiger, speaking in a soft tone. No matter how fierce he appeared outside, he always maintained a gentle demeanor in front of the little tiger. This was a presence akin to family for Chen. The little tiger, lying in Chen's arms, gently licked Montag Chen's wounds. Suddenly, it noticed the already mangled corpse of the black gold bear nearby, and its eyes brightened as it swallowed hard. This was the meat of a C3 level beast. It must be much tastier than E level or D level meat. Go ahead, help me dig out the beast core. I'll go rest inside for a while and swallow the primordial blood grass I got earlier. Chen gently placed the little tiger on the ground. After giving it a few instructions, he turned and walked deeper into the cave. The interior space of this cave was quite large overall. Even a beast as massive as the black gold bear could fit inside. However, due to the intense battle that had occurred earlier, the cave had collapsed a bit, but it didn't affect much. Chen found a relatively comfortable spot and sat cross-legged. Then, he took out the primordial blood grass he had obtained from his spatial ring. Originally, he had thought about consuming it on the day he acquired it. But since it was a spiritual herb suited for beasts, and he was only at a level at the time, he refrained from swallowing it, considering some special situations. But now, it was different. Chen was already a D2 level spirit master, and his physique was much stronger than before. Moreover, he had the beast soul power of the Blood Soul Knight and the Blood Sun Heavy Sword, which greatly relied on blood energy. A spiritual item like the primordial blood grass, which could enhance blood energy, would naturally be very helpful for him now. Chen decided to swallow the primordial blood grass tonight. Looking at the small red grass in front of him, Chen took a deep breath and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a bit, he struggled to swallow it down. However, the moment the primordial blood grass entered Chen's body, an incredibly powerful blood energy erupted, making him feel extremely hot. His body immediately turned red, and sweat began to drip continuously. Not only that, but the beast soul of the Blood Soul Knight, sealed in Chen's chest, also began to emit a crimson glow. So hot. At this moment, Chen felt as if he were in a furnace. His body was burning hot, and heat was radiating out, making him extremely uncomfortable. The primordial blood grass was originally a spiritual item meant for beasts. Humans usually needed to refine it into pills or potions to enhance their blood energy. Swallowing it directly, like Chen did, was completely unfeasible. One misstep could damage the body structure, leading to fainting or even worse, body explosion. Fortunately, the primordial blood grass Chen swallowed was only of green quality, and with the help of the Blood Soul Knight's beast soul, he didn't encounter any accidents. However, the absorption process was still quite painful. The little tiger, seeing Chen's painful expression, was extremely worried and even lost its appetite for the black gold bear meat. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by. The energy generated by the primordial blood grass gradually subsided, and Chen had almost successfully absorbed it. At this moment, Chen was no longer burning red and hot. He had returned to normal and could clearly sense that his blood energy was much stronger than before. Phew! Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the power within him, and nodded in satisfaction. The 2 hours of painful torment were not in vain. Not only had his blood energy increased, but his physique had also significantly strengthened, making him more powerful. While speaking, Chen attempted to swing the Blood Sun heavy sword. And indeed it was much easier than before. This primordial bloodgrass was truly a good item. Once this outdoor training ended, he would definitely go buy some more. If luck was on his side, discovering some in the Erosion Star Mountain would be even better. After Chen finished speaking, he sheathed the Blood Sun heavy sword and walked over to the little tiger. The giant corpse of the black gold bear, although already mangled by Chen's blood energy strikes, was still a C3 level beast. Yet even so, it had already been gnawed to pieces by the little tiger, with bits of meat scattered everywhere. One had to admit that the little tiger was indeed a bit too fierce. Who knows if it had become increasingly unlike a normal cat, because it had eaten too much beast meat. Could a normal orange cat bite a black gold bear corpse into such a state? If it weren't for the fact that the little tiger hadn't changed in appearance and remained a plump orange cat, Chen might even suspect that the little tiger had evolved into a beast. Little tiger, where's my C3 level beast core? You didn't eat it, did you? Chen asked as he approached the little tiger. Meow. After swallowing a piece of bear meat, the little tiger pointed to a corner nearby. Chen immediately looked over and discovered a small crystal emitting a black glow, which was indeed the beast core of the black gold bear. As expected of a C3 level beast core, the fluctuation of spiritual power was indeed strong. It should be worth quite a bit. Let us store it away first. Chen gently wiped the black gold bear's beast core and carefully stored it in his spatial ring. After that, Chen didn't continue to disturb the little tiger's meal. He took out the previously obtained spatial ring and began to tally up the spoils. Among the precious items, Chen stored them in the intermediate spatial ring, wearing it on his hand. Other ordinary beast materials were casually piled in the other spatial rings. Chapter 62. The son of a congressman, the genius student Gullit. After the previous battle with the black gold bear, and subsequently consuming the Yuan bloodgrass, Chen was already out of energy. At this moment, the growl from his stomach reminded him that it was time to eat. Little tiger, I found the corpse of a Yuan golden chicken in those guys' spatial rings. Although the Yuan golden chicken is quite weak, its meat is delicious. Much better than that of the black power rabbit. I'm going to have a feast tonight. You've eaten so much black gold bear meat. You shouldn't be hungry, right? Then this Yuan golden chicken is mine to enjoy. Chen quickly processed the corpse of the Yuan golden chicken and placed it on the already lit fire, skillfully starting to barbecue it. Although the conditions here weren't great, he had all the necessary seasonings. During the grilling process, the sizzling sound combined with the aroma of the roasted meat was enough to make anyone drool. When little tiger, the orange cat, heard about the Yuan golden chicken, he still had no idea what it was and had never tasted it before, continuing to gnaw on the black gold bear meat. But upon smelling the delicious scent of the chicken, little tiger was instantly stunned. Even though the black gold bear meat was delicious, it couldn't compare to the Yuan golden chicken that Chen was grilling. Without any hesitation, little tiger spat out the black gold bear meat in his mouth and rushed over to Chen. There's none for you, this is mine. Seeing this, Chen wasted no time and directly tore off a chicken leg, wolfing it down. Little tiger, not to be outdone, jumped onto Chen's back, trying to snatch the chicken leg from his hand. I really don't know what your stomach is made of. How can you eat so much? Fine. I'll give you this chicken leg, but you can't take the rest. Chen handed the chicken leg to little tiger and continued to tear off another piece of chicken meat, enjoying it immensely. After eating to their heart's content, Chen fell asleep, holding little tiger. Since this cave was originally the lair of the black gold bear, a C3 level demon beast, it was a dominant presence in this area. The aura it emitted was enough to intimidate nearby demon beasts, preventing them from daring to approach the cave. Therefore, as long as the cave still carried the scent of the black gold bear, Chen didn't have to worry about being ambushed by demon beasts in the middle of the night. The next morning, is the information accurate? I don't want to make a wasted trip. At this moment, not far from Chen's cave, a group of students was hurrying towards the area. The leader, a brown-haired young man with a powerful presence, had already reached C1 level and was named Lu Xiao, the strongest in Class A of the third year. The three people following him were members of his team, each with impressive strength, all being D5 level spirit masters. The remaining individuals were from another team, led by a slightly plump man who joined Lu Xiao. Don't worry, Brother Lu, I personally saw the black gold bear in the area the other day. It's very powerful. We almost got wiped out, but luckily we ran fast. The members of my team can testify to that, the slightly plump man said, looking at his teammates behind him. That's right, it was a C3 level black gold bear. It's no exaggeration to say it's the dominant beast in this area. However, with Brother Lu's strength, it should be easy to deal with. The plump man's team member quickly replied. A C3 level black gold bear. Now that's interesting. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao gently brushed his bangs aside, revealing a confident smile. Don't worry, with me on the job, that so-called black gold bear is doomed. Captain, the steel claws of the black gold bear are great materials for crafting demon beast weapons, and its beast core is quite precious. Once we kill it, we should be able to earn a good amount of credits. The three team members next to Lu Xiao whispered to him. A C3 level demon beast is still somewhat dangerous, so we can't underestimate it. We'll use our usual tactics. You guys will block the escape route of the demon beast, and I'll launch a direct attack. With my Fury Fire Lion strength, dealing with that black gold bear will be no problem. Lu Xiao was very confident about killing the black gold bear, and while walking towards the cave, he briefly explained the tactics to his three teammates. I really envy you. If I could have joined Lu Xiao's team back then, that would have been great. Lu Xiao is the strongest among the students this year, and when he awakened his spiritual power, he directly reached D1 level, starting way ahead of us. Truly worthy of being the son of Congressman Lu, a natural talent. Unfortunately, Lu Xiao's standards are too high. His teammates all need to be D5 level, and we didn't qualify to join. We can only silently watch this time. His Fury Fire Lion is both handsome and powerful. I can't wait to see it. Let us hurry and catch up. The slightly plump man's team immediately followed Lu Xiao's pace, eager to witness the battle of this year's genius student. As spirit masters, they would also learn a lot, especially some female classmates who admired Lu Xiao immensely. Soon, Lu Xiao and the others arrived at the entrance of the black gold bear's cave. What a strong smell of blood. It seems the black gold bear has just hunted a demon beast and is currently feeding. This is a rare opportunity. As soon as Lu Xiao finished speaking, he lightly waved his right hand, instantly opening the spirit space. Roar! In the next moment, a 3-meter-tall golden lion with limbs ablaze in red flames slowly walked out from the spirit space. Name, Fury Fire Lion. Species, Beast. Attribute, Fire. Level, C1. Potential, Grade. Skills, Furious Bite, Flame Spray, Flame Vortex, Blazing Claw, High Temperature Fireball. It's here. Lu Xiao's Fury Fire Lion. This was an extremely rare demon beast with A-grade potential, and no matter how many times they had seen it, they were still quite shocked. Even though the battle hadn't started yet, the Fury Fire Lion still exuded an imposing aura, the kind that came from a Lion King. Everyone, step aside quickly to avoid getting caught up in the battle. Watching Lu Xiao summon the Fury Fire Lion, the students around couldn't help but show envious expressions. Even though they were all upper city students, there was still a significant gap among them. They were at most ordinary people from the upper city, while Lu Xiao was the noble son of a congressman with a completely different status. Lu Xiao's three teammates also summoned their extraordinary beasts, all of which were D5 level and rare demon beasts. I'll guard outside while I take the Fury Fire Lion inside to draw that guy out. Lu Xiao instructed his teammates a few things, then strode towards the cave. However, just at that moment, a robust young man holding a cat slowly walked out of the cave. Chapter 63. Who believes? Early in the morning, there was a loud commotion outside. Don't they know I'm trying to sleep? Chen rubbed his eyes while holding the little tiger and walked out of the cave. Looking up, he saw more than 10 students gathered at the entrance of his cave. Such a large crowd. Are they welcoming me? What is going on? Isn't this the cave of the black gold bear? How can anyone come out of it? And this guy, I've never seen him before. Is he from our class? Lu Xiao, who was just about to enter the cave, frowned slightly and looked at Chen in surprise. Lu Xiao indeed did not recognize Chen. On the day Chen reported, Lu Xiao's team was still fighting a C-class monster, which is why they did not come over in time. Therefore, not only did Lu Xiao not recognize Chen, but his three teammates were also completely unaware of who Chen was. Wang Cheng, are you sure you didn't take a wrong turn? Lu Xiao looked at a slightly plump man behind him with a puzzled expression. How could it be a wrong turn? That's absolutely impossible. There must be a black gold bear here. But Mo Chen, how did you end up here? Right. How did Mo Chen suddenly appear here? Didn't he boast about acting alone? Could it be that he has been acting alone deep in the Shishing Mountain? With his strength, how could he manage that? Except for Lu Xiao's team, the others present all knew Mo Chen. They had witnessed how arrogant he was and knew that he had defeated Huang Yu, who had D3 level strength, which shocked them greatly. However, even though they didn't look down on Mo Chen, they also didn't believe that he could reach the depths of Shishing Mountain by himself. Moreover, Mo Chen had no beast mastery talent and didn't even have a contract spirit. So how could he have accomplished this? Wait, what are you all talking about? Who exactly is this Mo Chen? Is there such a person in our class, eh? Lu Xiao felt increasingly puzzled, completely unaware of what was happening. Brother Lu, here's the thing. Wang Cheng hurriedly stepped forward to explain beside Lu Xiao. Haha, what is this academy thinking? Letting such a useless person, who has awakened but has no beast mastery talent, join our class, eh? I thought he was a big deal. Turns out he's just a joke. After hearing Wang Cheng's explanation, Lu Xiao and the others suddenly understood everything, their expressions shifting from surprise to disdain and mockery. Are you done? If it's nothing to do with me, I'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Mo Chen wasn't interested in fighting with these guys and walked forward with the big tiger in his arms. But at that moment, the furious lion summoned by Lu Xiao blocked Mo Chen's path and growled threateningly. You think you could just leave? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Lu Xiao flicked his bangs and walked towards Mo Chen with a cold expression. Kid, although I don't know how you defeated Huang Yu, I don't care about that either. No matter what means you used to jump to Class A in the 3rd year, I just want to ask you, where's the black gold bear? The black gold bear? Sorry, I took care of it last night. The remains piled up at the cave entrance are from it. Lu Xiao's furious lion was considered a powerful and rare monster in the eyes of others. But to Mo Chen, it was nothing to worry about. If he could handle a C3 level black gold bear, why would he be afraid of it? Even if it had A-level potential, it would still die if it was cursed. Ha ha ha. When the crowd heard Mo Chen's words, they burst into laughter. That was a C3 level black gold bear. Even Lu Xiao had to treat it with caution. Who would believe that a guy without any beast mastery talent could kill a black gold bear with his bare hands? In their eyes, Mo Chen must have been dreaming. However, while everyone was laughing, a more cautious student couldn't help but sneak into the cave. Brother Lu, not good. The black gold bear is really dead, and its death is extremely tragic. What the hell are you saying? The black gold bear is really dead? Lu Xiao, who had intended to mock Mo Chen some more, froze at this news and ran wildly towards the cave. The students beside him also ran into the cave excitedly. My God, the black gold bear is really dead, and it has been eaten like this. Could it really have been killed by Mo Chen? Just now, I vaguely sensed Mo Chen's aura. It seems he has already advanced to a D-level contract spirit master. No, it's not just D-level. I sensed it just now. It should be D2 level. How is that possible? Just 2 days ago, Mo Chen was E5 level, and now he is D2 level? Who would believe that? It's impossible. It must be impossible. The many students present looked at the tragic corpse of the black gold bear and began to sigh. A contract spirit master without any beast mastery talent. Even if his training speed is fast, what does it matter? A waste is still a waste. As long as he can't contract a monster, he will be a waste his entire life. This black gold bear would require all my effort to kill. Yet Mo Chen could slaughter such a powerful black gold bear with just his meager strength? That's absurd. It must be that the black gold bear was already dead beforehand, and Mo Chen just came in to pick up the scraps. Lu Xiao clenched his fists tightly, feeling furious and displeased with what was happening before him. He had originally wanted to show off by killing this C3 level black gold bear in front of everyone to prove his title as a proud son of heaven. But now, not only was the black gold bear gone, but it was also suspected to have been killed by a waste, which Lu Xiao couldn't accept. Brother Lu, you're right. It definitely wasn't Mo Chen who killed it. That guy has no wounds on him at all. If he really fought the black gold bear and killed it, how could he be unscathed? He must have just picked up the scraps. What a pity. The three teammates beside Lu Xiao also completely disbelieved that it was Mo Chen's doing and whispered, "Montauk Chen, how dare you steal my stuff? You're asking for death." As soon as Lu Xiao finished speaking, he stormed out of the cave with great momentum. However, at this moment, Mo Chen, holding the little tiger, calmly looked at the furious lion in front of him. "Little tiger, do you think lion meat is good? Will it taste like that shadow wolf meat? With the smell of urine?" Meow. The little tiger meowed softly, indicating that it wanted to try. Chapter 64. Questioning Little Brat, I ask you, how did that black old bear actually die? Lu Xiao rushed out of the cave and confronted Mo Chen, questioning him. "You idiot, can't you understand human language? I've already said that I killed that black old bear, believe it or not. I'm in a hurry to leave now. And if you don't get your fire fury lion to back off, I wouldn't mind killing it too." Montauk Chen, lacking patience, glared at Lu Xiao with a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Are you out of your mind? You, a useless spirit master who can't even control beasts. Dare to shout at me? They say your body technique is very strong, but so what? Can it be stronger than my fire fury lion?" Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Lu Xiao laughed instead of getting angry, feeling that Mo Chen was just a fool. Immediately, Lu Xiao signaled with his eyes, and the fire fury lion, as his contracted spirit, understood immediately and raised its right paw to strike at Mo Chen. Of course, Lu Xiao wouldn't kill someone for no reason. He just wanted to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. At the same time, he wanted to test Mo Chen's strength to see if it was as extraordinary as they claimed. Sigh, another fight is about to start. Mo Chen sighed slightly, and the little tiger in his arms immediately understood, jumping out of his embrace. In the next moment, a red light flashed in Mo Chen's hand as he instantly drew the Blood Sun heavy sword and struck fiercely at the Fire Fury Lion. Boom! The Fire Fury Lion initially intended to swat Mo Chen down like an ant. However, unexpectedly, Mo Chen's strike was exceedingly powerful, severely injuring the Fire Fury Lion's right paw, causing blood to flow continuously. Roar! The Fire Fury Lion let out a series of painful roars. At this moment, Lu Xiao was taken aback by the scene, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, thinking he had seen it wrong. But as the Fire Fury Lion's pained roars echoed, Lu Xiao was jolted awake. His Fire Fury Lion had indeed been injured by Mo Chen. The students present, who had prepared to watch Mo Chen embarrass himself, were also dumbfounded. What was happening? Mo Chen had actually injured the Fire Fury Lion instantly. Could it be that the black gold bear really did die at Mo Chen's hands? At this moment, this thought was the only one in the minds of the many students present. Brother Lu. At this time, Lu Xiao's three teammates rushed over, each summoning their contracted spirits to surround Mo Chen. Thunder Shadow Leopard, Giant Strength Horn Rhinoceros, and Fiery Storm Eagle. With the addition of a Fire Fury Lion, they truly regarded Mo Chen highly, as these were all rare beasts with formidable combat power. Mo Chen rested the Blood Sun heavy sword on his shoulder. Even facing the encirclement of four beasts, he showed no signs of panic. On the contrary, he found it somewhat interesting and didn't mind teaching these arrogant city folks another harsh lesson. Little brat, it seems what they said is true. You do have some special means. But just now, I completely underestimated you. You don't really think you could defeat my Fire Fury Lion, do you? Let me tell you, even if that black old bear was indeed killed by you, wild beasts ultimately cannot compare to powerful contracted spirits cultivated by humans. My Fire Fury Lion won't lose combat power just because of these minor injuries. At first, Lu Xiao truly thought Mo Chen was just a joke, even with body techniques. There would surely be no meaning. But seeing the crimson great sword in Mo Chen's hand, Lu Xiao understood everything. He believed that Mo Chen's strong attack was entirely due to that red sword. In Lu Xiao's eyes, it must be an extremely powerful beast weapon with astonishing destructive power. If Mo Chen had fought the black old bear with this weapon while the bear was underestimating him and injured, then it was indeed possible for him to kill it. But unfortunately, Lu Xiao did not believe Mo Chen was stronger than himself. He had absolute confidence that the Fire Fury Lion could defeat Mo Chen. Everyone stepped back. Let me see this guy's strength. As soon as Lu Xiao finished speaking, the Fire Fury Lion roared angrily, flames igniting all over its body, unleashing an astonishing aura. Even without Lu Xiao's command, the Fire Fury Lion hated Chen immensely at this moment. It absolutely could not tolerate being injured by a human. Daring to provoke Brother Lu is simply seeking death. Kid, I advise you to surrender obediently. Perhaps Brother Lu will spare you. Otherwise, if you get injured by the Fire Fury Lion later, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin. I see your small frame. You definitely can't withstand a blow from the Fire Fury Lion. Lu Xiao's 3 teammates obediently recalled their contracted spirits and looked at Chen mockingly. As Lu Xiao's teammates, they naturally knew his strength very well. Just now, Chen had indeed ambushed the Fire Fury Lion, and they firmly believed that if it were a head-on battle, Chen would definitely not succeed. Wow, now there's a good show to watch. Class A genius Lu Xiao versus the monster Chen. It's hard to say who will win. Are you kidding? Even if Chen has some strength, how could he possibly defeat Lu Xiao? This is a match with no suspense at all. No. I see it as a one-sided slaughter. Ha ha. The students watching the scene all scattered, leaving an open space for Chen and the Fire Fury Lion to fight. They had all witnessed Chen's fighting style, relying entirely on beast weapons and some body techniques. However, against someone like Lu Xiao, there was simply no chance of victory. As for the cause of the Black Gold Bear's death, it no longer mattered to them. It was dead anyway, and who could believe it was killed by Chen? Of course, if Chen really won this match, then all the mysteries would be unveiled. If he lost, they would be meaningless. The Black Gold Bear could not possibly have been killed by Chen. Oh no, all 3 of the other beasts have been recalled. Now it's not interesting anymore. What a pity. Chen felt a bit regretful as he watched the Thunder Shadow Leopard, Giant Strength Horn Rhinoceros, and Fiery Storm Eagle leave the arena. Meow. The little orange cat, comfortably lying on a rock, also shook its head slightly, feeling that this match was no longer worth watching. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but I can clearly tell you, there is absolutely no way you can defeat me. Lu Xiao said confidently, then glanced at the Blood Sun heavy sword resting on Chen's shoulder, revealing a greedy expression. How about this, if you really think you can win against me? Let us make a bet. This is a blue quality Yuan bloodgrass I just obtained. If I lose, it's yours. But if you lose, you have to hand over that blood-colored great sword in your hand. As soon as Lu Xiao finished speaking, a spatial ring in his hand flashed, and a small grass that was entirely red and exuding impressive spiritual energy appeared in his palm. Chapter 65. Confronting the Furious Lion, Monster Student Blue Quality Yuan Bloodgrass. Chen originally had no interest in this so-called competition and just wanted to resolve it quickly and leave. However, seeing Lu Xiao take out the blue quality Yuan bloodgrass made Chen's eyes light up. Yesterday, Chen successfully consumed the green quality Yuan bloodgrass and realized how beneficial this spiritual herb was for his enhancement, especially since he currently needed to rely on blood energy to activate various skills. Chen had been thinking about continuing to collect Yuan bloodgrass, preferably of higher quality. He didn't expect Lu Xiao to deliver it right to him today, which was exactly what Chen wanted. How about it? Do you dare to accept? Lu Xiao looked at Chen's strange expression at the moment, his brows slightly furrowing. You really have a good plan, don't you? A blue quality Yuan bloodgrass is nothing compared to my Blood Sun heavy sword. Chen scoffed. So you're not accepting then? Not accepting? Sorry, I didn't say that. I'm someone who naturally enjoys challenges, and I do indeed need Yuan bloodgrass. So I accept your wager. After saying that, Chen raised the Blood Sun heavy sword, filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Lu Xiao, the sword in his hand continuously radiating a crimson glow. This monster weapon was truly extraordinary, possessing such powerful blood energy. Although spirit contract masters relied on their contracted spirits in battle, they indeed needed some means of self-protection. The Blood Sun heavy sword was clearly the perfect fit. The more Lu Xiao looked at the Blood Sun heavy sword, the more greedy his gaze became, already imagining the scene of snatching it from Chen's hands. In his view, Chen was so powerful mainly because of that weapon. If he could take it away, Chen would be equivalent to a useless person. Stop dawdling. Make your move. Chen naturally saw through Lu Xiao's thoughts. He was clearly eyeing the Blood Sun heavy sword, but Chen was not worried at all. It is no exaggeration to say that in this world, besides Chen, no one could wield the Blood Sun heavy sword. The terrifying side effect alone made it completely unacceptable to others. Only Chen was the exception. In that case, I won't waste any more time. Cherish the last moments of using that weapon. Furious Fire Lion, make your move. Use Flame Jet. As Lu Xiao's voice fell, the Furious Fire Lion beside him let out a deafening roar, and the entire ground began to tremble. The next moment, a powerful beam of flame shot out from the mouth of the Furious Fire Lion, targeting Chen. Even though Chen did not summon a beast and was relying on his own strength to fight against the Furious Fire Lion, Lu Xiao would not hold back. He wanted to defeat Chen with all his might in front of everyone. Even if he accidentally killed Chen, Lu Xiao wouldn't be worried at all. After all, he was the son of a noble counselor, and with so many people watching, they could all speak for him, shifting all the blame onto a dead person, which was entirely possible. Swish! This beam of flame was indeed terrifying. At the moment it shot out, it ignited nearby plants due to the high temperature. The students watching nearby instinctively took several steps back, not daring to get too close for fear of being affected. However, for Chen, this seemingly powerful flame jet was hardly worth mentioning. He erupted with powerful blood energy, enveloped in a layer of crimson light, fully activating the beast spirit power of the Blood Soul Knight. Earth Splitter. Chen leaped into the air, gripping the Blood Sun heavy sword tightly. Just as the flame beam was about to strike him, he swung down hard onto the ground. The massive energy wave generated instantly neutralized the power of the flame beam. Not only that, but a deep gash appeared in the direction Chen struck, and the Furious Fire Lion was knocked back several meters due to the resulting shockwave. Wow, this guy is indeed a monster. Is this really something a human can produce? If this were to directly hit the Furious Fire Lion, wouldn't it be severely injured immediately? It must be said that Chen truly had some skills. That Crimson Greatsword was incredibly powerful. If he had used the Blood Sun heavy sword against Huang Yu would have been unable to withstand it. It might even have killed a monster. However, do you guys think that Chen's move just now resembled a monster skill? So strange, really strange. The power of Chen's sword stunned the students watching. They all stared at him with wide eyes. Those who had previously thought Chen would definitely lose began to have second thoughts. What? Not only were the students watching in shock, but Lu Xiao also looked at Chen in disbelief. The power of Chen's sword had finally surpassed Lu Xiao's imagination. How strong! That monster weapon is truly too powerful. What level is it? Could it have surpassed C level? Is it B level? A level? No, that can't be possible. Chen is just a D2 level spirit contract master. His limit should only be able to activate C-level monster weapons, and the spiritual energy consumption is very fast, making it impossible to use for a long time. But the sword Chen just swung is clearly stronger than C-level. What on earth is going on? Lu Xiao's mind was filled with confusion. But before Lu Xiao could react, Chen dragged the Blood Sun heavy sword and rushed toward the Furious Fire Lion, saying, "In our battle, you can still be distracted? It seems I'm still not strong enough. Then taste my move." As Chen finished speaking, his whole body erupted with blood-colored light, instantly appearing in front of the Furious Fire Lion. Without saying a word, he struck a heavy blow to its head. "Fall back. Use Flaming Claw." Seeing this unfold, Lu Xiao immediately reacted. The Furious Fire Lion, as Lu Xiao's contracted spirit, was in sync with its master and received the command immediately, leaping quickly backward. Then, the Furious Fire Lion raised its front limbs, its claws instantly growing several inches and igniting with fierce flames as it fiercely clawed at Chen. Clang! The collision between the lion's claws and the Blood Sun heavy sword was extremely intense. But even so, Chen still did not take a single step back. Both sides were in a fierce deadlock. Neither the Furious Fire Lion nor Chen retreated, both competing in strength. It is important to note that the Furious Fire Lion was indeed a monster, standing over 3 meters tall, its physique and strength far exceeding that of a human. Normally, if a human were to be pounced on by a lion, they would undoubtedly die. But now, Chen not only did not get knocked down by the furious fire lion, but he also directly confronted its fiery claws. The crowd of students gasped in shock once again. Chapter 66. Proof. Chen, even if you have the power to fight me with your blood-red great sword, which can match my fury fire lion, I tell you, human strength is ultimately inferior to that of demonic beasts. No matter how strong your physical skills are, you will still be defeated in the face of the fury fire lion's fierce attacks. Dying under the claws of the fury fire lion for a demonic beast weapon is completely not worth it. As long as you obediently hand over the blood-red great sword in your hand now, I can let you go immediately and even allow you to join my team. You should know that being able to join my team will lead to a bright future after graduating from the Star Academy. The strength that Chen displayed at this moment truly shocked Lu Xiao. At first, he thought Chen was a joke, but it seems that Chen indeed has some skills. Even though he cannot command beasts, he has shown astonishing strength, at least much stronger than the others in his team. Lu Xiao has also developed an interest in Chen, as long as Chen admits defeat obediently. Lu Xiao can let him go. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Do you really think I will lose? Chen completely ignored Lu Xiao's words. At this moment, his pupils gradually turned blood-red, and a dazzling blood-red light erupted from his body, as if he were bathed in blood. The people around felt an extremely powerful aura of blood energy emanating from Chen. Such powerful strength even made the Fury Fire Lion begin to feel nervous. It had never thought that a human could withstand its fiery claws. What's more terrifying is that no matter how the Fury Fire Lion attacked, it could not push Chen back. Its claws were firmly suppressed by Chen. Damn it. I've given you chances repeatedly, yet you don't know how to cherish them. You can't blame me for this. Fury Fire Lion, use your killing move. Use the high-temperature fireball. As the master of the Fury Fire Lion, Lu Xiao naturally felt its pressure. He knew very well that Chen had indeed withstood the Fury Fire Lion's attacks with the Blood Sun Heavy Sword. If this standoff continued, even if Lu Xiao ultimately won, he would have no face left. Therefore, he could not drag this out any longer. He had to show absolute domineering strength and unleash the Fury Fire Lion's strongest skill. This high-temperature fireball would either force Chen to surrender or burn him to death. Regardless of the outcome, it was all the same for Lu Xiao. With Lu Xiao's command, the aura of fire attribute energy on the Fury Fire Lion grew stronger as it faced off against Chen, and a powerful fireball gradually formed in its mouth. Even though it had not been shot out yet, Chen could already feel the heat, and the temperature around them began to rise. Although Chen was not a normal beastmaster, he understood demonic beasts very well. The Fury Fire Lion that Lu Xiao possessed was quite a powerful existence among fire attribute demonic beasts. Its evolved form, the Fury Lion King, was a standout among A-class and should not be underestimated, much more terrifying than the Black Gold Bear. Chen knew very well that if he took this high-temperature fireball, the outcome would be absolutely tragic. Lu Xiao was clearly trying to force Chen to admit defeat. However, would Chen be afraid? What a powerful high-temperature fireball. It's a pity that it's too slow. I've almost had enough fun. This battle should come to an end. As soon as Chen finished speaking, he shouted, and, with both hands gripping the Blood Sun Heavy Sword, crazily absorbed the blood energy from within him, increasing his power even further. The next moment, with all his strength, he swung down and actually cut off the Fury Fire Lion's sharp claws. Although in the process, Chen was slightly burned by the flames on the Fury Fire Lion's claws, he did not care at all. Roar! A scarlet sword aura swept across, piercing through the body of the Fury Fire Lion, not only severing its claws but also sending its entire body flying while emitting a tragic howl. A deep blood mark appeared on its chest, and blood flowed continuously from it. The blood that flowed out turned into blood mist and was absorbed into Chen's body. After that, Chen waved the Blood Sun Heavy Sword and forcefully stabbed it into the ground. Looking coldly at Lu Xiao, you lost. No, this is impossible. How could my Fury Fire Lion lose? You must have cheated. Yes, you definitely cheated. How could you, with your strength, defeat my Fury Fire Lion? Get up. Lu Xiao was extremely shocked by this scene and was momentarily a loss for words. He had confidently thought that Chen would definitely choose to surrender under the threat of the high-temperature fireball. Even if Chen was foolish enough not to surrender, he would certainly be severely injured by the high-temperature fireball. But who would have thought that before the high-temperature fireball could even be unleashed, the Fury Fire Lion's indestructible claws had already been cut off by Chen and severely injured. At this moment, the Fury Fire Lion's aura was extremely weak, having lost too much blood. Even if it struggled to get up now, it had little fighting power left. Meanwhile, Chen still had astonishing blood energy power. Even though his arms were slightly burned, it did not affect him at all. With the enhancement of the Yuan blood herb, Chen's combat power had become even stronger. Dealing with a mere C1 level Fury Fire Lion was simply not a problem, even if Chen was injured by the Fury Fire Lion. Once he triggered the second stage of blood energy awakening, the Fury Fire Lion would only die faster. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Chen is willing, he could instantly kill the Fury Fire Lion right now. However, although the Star Academy allowed competitions, it did not permit killing. If Chen killed the Fury Fire Lion in public now, the consequences would be very troublesome. I've already held back. Otherwise, your Fury Fire Lion would definitely not have the strength to stand up again. According to our previous bet, hand over your blue quality Yuan blood herb. Chen looked at Lu Xiao, who was standing there in a daze, muttering something, and slightly frowned, reminding him. Damn it! Damn it! Lu Xiao clenched his fists tightly, looking at Chen with an unwilling expression. As the master of the Fury Fire Lion, he naturally felt its current state, which truly had no strength to continue fighting. Even though he was very unwilling to accept this result, he was indeed powerless now. The students present, including Lu Xiao's 3 teammates, were completely silent. For a moment, no one spoke. They only watched as Lu Xiao's expression changed. The previous contempt for Chen had completely vanished, replaced by awe and fear. A monster. This is definitely a monster. Who would dare believe that a C1 level Fury Fire Lion was defeated by a beast master with only D2 level strength who did not rely on demonic beasts? At first, they thought that as long as their strength increased and their contract became stronger, Chen would not be able to compare to them. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. Chapter 67. Extortion, what's wrong? You look quite unwilling. Since that's the case, I'll keep hitting you until you admit defeat. During this process, if your Fury Lion accidentally dies, you can't blame me. You've all seen it. This guy refused to admit defeat himself. Seeing that Lu Xiao had not responded for a long time, Chen lost his patience and walked towards the Fury Lion while carrying the Blood Sun heavy sword. Although he couldn't kill it, that didn't stop Chen from completely crippling it. Wait! Just as Chen took a step forward, Lu Xiao immediately shouted at him. He then took out a blue-quality Yuan bloodgrass from his spatial ring and threw it to Chen. Even though Lu Xiao didn't say the words "I admit defeat," everyone present knew that Lu Xiao had already lost this match. Moreover, he lost to Chen, whom they looked down upon the most. From today on, the strongest in Class A of the 3rd year is no longer Lu Xiao, but this Chen who just joined less than 3 days ago. That's more like it. Chen accepted the Yuan bloodgrass and sensed it. It was indeed blue quality, without a doubt. At this moment, Lu Xiao summoned back the already severely injured Fury Lion. Being defeated by Chen in front of so many people had already cost him a lot of face, and he didn't want to say anything more to Chen. He prepared to leave in disgrace. His 3 teammates understood Lu Xiao's feelings and didn't dare to say anything more, quickly following him. They didn't even dare to look at Chen. Hold on, did I say you could leave? Chen didn't care about the Fury Lion being summoned back, but he wouldn't allow Lu Xiao to leave. With a flash, Chen appeared directly in front of Lu Xiao and the others, then forcefully stabbed the Blood Sun heavy sword into the ground beside him. What else do you want? I've already given you the Yuan bloodgrass. Lu Xiao's face was extremely ugly at this moment, but the Fury Lion was already heavily injured and couldn't fight Chen anymore. The few teammates beside him couldn't even defeat Lu Xiao, so how could they possibly defeat Chen? Even though Lu Xiao was particularly unhappy at this moment, he could only endure it. My arm was injured by your Fury Lion skill. Although it's not particularly serious, just applying some medicine should help it recover quickly. But that doesn't stop me from asking you for medical expenses. After saying this, Chen looked coldly at Lu Xiao. Medical expenses? Lu Xiao was speechless upon hearing this. Chen, you injured my fury lion to such an extent, and I never asked you for medical expenses. Why are you the one bringing it up? Your fury lion was injured by me. That was your own fault. Did I provoke you first? From start to finish, I never picked a fight with you. You were the one who came at me without reason. I'm putting it this way. If you don't give me another blue-quality Yuan bloodgrass today, you won't be able to leave. This Lu Xiao clearly came from a distinguished background, and everyone around him treated him with great respect. Even though he lost to Chen, no one dared to say a word. Chen absolutely would not let him go without taking a little more advantage from him. Chen. This was clearly Chen deliberately extorting him, which made Lu Xiao extremely furious. Lu Xiao had never been humiliated like this in his life. For a moment, he was so angry that his fists were clenched, and he wished he could just punch Chen. Fortunately, his three teammates were relatively calm and pressed down on Lu Xiao, saying, "Big brother Lu, hold on. This guy is a monster, and right now, the Fury Lion is heavily injured. It can't fight him at all. Let's endure it for now and deal with him later." Wow, still thinking of attacking me? That's it. I've changed my mind. If you don't hand over 2 blue-quality Yuan bloodgrasses, don't even think about leaving. As soon as Chen finished speaking, he pulled out the Blood Sun heavy sword from the ground and pointed it at Lu Xiao in front of him. Feeling the power of the Blood Sun heavy sword up close made Lu Xiao, who was originally furious, calm down involuntarily. Fine, today is just my bad luck. Lu Xiao forcibly suppressed his anger and glared fiercely at Chen. Then he took out a jade box from his spatial ring and threw it directly to Chen. I don't have 2 Yuan bloodgrasses right now, but in this jade box, there's a blue-quality solid blood pill. This solid blood pill is made primarily from Yuan bloodgrass, combined with other precious spiritual materials. Its effect far exceeds that of blue-quality Yuan bloodgrass. Solid blood pill? Upon hearing this, Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately opened the jade box. The next moment, a powerful blood energy surged out from the box. A bright red pill was neatly placed inside the jade box, emitting a faint red glow. Even though Chen didn't know exactly what this solid blood pill was, just from the blood energy it emitted, it was already stronger than the blue-quality Yuan bloodgrass. Chen was not foolish. This thing was clearly extremely precious. He immediately closed the jade box and stored it in his spatial ring. Not bad, not bad. You're quite tactful. In that case, I can let you all leave. Bye-bye. After Chen finished speaking, he hoisted the Blood Sun heavy sword and swaggered past Lu Xiao. At this moment, Little Tiger also excitedly ran over, closely following Chen, letting out proud meows. The surrounding students who were watching the match, upon seeing Chen approach, didn't dare to obstruct him and quickly made way. They couldn't believe that someone would dare to extort Lu Xiao so openly. In the minds of these people, Chen had become an arrogant and despotic monster, and they no longer dared to provoke him. Chen, just you wait. One day, I will get back all the humiliation I suffered today. Watching Chen leave so arrogantly, Lu Xiao was furious and shouted at his back. All right then, I'll wait for you. Whenever your strength improves, you're always welcome to challenge me. Of course, I won't accept your challenge for free. Remember to prepare a wager. Ha ha ha. Chen's hand flashed red light as he stored the Blood Sun heavy sword away and picked up Little Tiger from the ground. He then waved goodbye to Lu Xiao and the others behind him and slowly disappeared from sight. At this moment, outside the cave, only the disheveled Lu Xiao and the onlookers remained. They were not foolish. The current Lu Xiao was like a volcano about to erupt, and no one dared to stay there any longer. They quickly dispersed, leaving only Lu Xiao and his 3 teammates. Montauk Chen, you wait, Chen. I will definitely defeat you thoroughly. Let's go. Seeing this, Lu Xiao didn't say much and coldly snorted before leading his team away. Even though he lost the Yuan bloodgrass and solid blood pill, he didn't feel too heartbroken. With his status, he could easily acquire more. However, being humiliated in public by Chen was something he could never tolerate, and he vowed to take revenge. Chapter 68. Mission time flies, and another day has passed. After the battle with Lu Xiao, Chen continued to wander in the depths of the Erosion Star Mountain. Unlike others who were here for wilderness survival training, Chen was here to hunt magical beasts for leveling up. Since entering the Erosion Star Mountain, Chen has not let a single magical beast escape when he encountered one. Unknowingly, Chen felt that the Erosion Star Mountain had lost its challenge. The ordinary D-level magical beasts were unable to withstand a single sword strike from Chen. Sea-level magical beasts were rarely seen in this mountain. After all, they posed a considerable threat to students, and the Academy would not allow many of them to exist. Since defeating the Black Gold Bear, Chen had hardly encountered any sea-level magical beasts. Fortunately, there were still plenty of D-level magical beasts, and throughout the day's exploration, Chen managed to slay quite a few, even unexpectedly acquiring some rare spiritual items. Due to Yin Feng's regulations, there was a gathering every 3 days to check on the students' conditions. Therefore, after waking up today, Chen headed towards the designated gathering point. Along the way, he saw many returning students who pointed at Chen but dare not look directly at him or get close. It was evident that the third-year class, students no longer underestimated Chen. In their eyes, Chen had become a monster, a presence more terrifying than magical beasts. Soon, the students all arrived at the gathering point, a significant portion of whom bore injuries, clearly from battles with magical beasts over the past 3 days. Even Lu Xiao, who had not gathered previously, returned with his team this time, but their faces were not good. Especially when they saw Chen. Their expressions were extremely unpleasant. Yin Feng also arrived at the gathering point at this time. As usual, he began calling out students' names one by one to check on their conditions. When he saw Chen standing at the back of the line, he couldn't help but be shocked, especially when he noticed Chen was unscathed and comfortably holding a ginger cat. It further surprised Yin Feng. Although Chen was indeed powerful, he was just one person. How could he be so relaxed, as if he were on a vacation in the Erosion Star Mountain? Moreover, Yin Feng discovered that those students who previously looked down on Chen now dared not approach him, as if they were facing a terrifying magical beast. It seemed that Chen had accomplished something significant over the past 3 days, causing such reactions from the students. With this thought, Yin Feng nodded in satisfaction, growing increasingly curious about Chen. All right, everyone quiet down, Yin Feng said, not wasting any more time, waving his hand at the surrounding students. I just did a head count and found that 2 students are missing. There must have been an accident. The captains of those 2 teams should come to me later to write a report. Yin Feng spoke calmly to the students present. It was clear that such incidents of students going missing were normal for him. After all, the wilderness survival assessment this time was inherently dangerous, and every year, many third-year students at Yaoxing Academy suffered accidental deaths. Before entering the Erosion Star Mountain, these Class A students had signed contracts, so even in the event of accidental deaths, the Academy would not bear any responsibility. Of course, since Chen had joined suddenly, he and T signed the contract, but it seemed he wouldn't need it anymore. He had already proven his status in the third-year Class A. Upon hearing Yin Feng's words, the faces of 2 young men immediately darkened, revealing a sad expression. It was clear that their teammates had encountered misfortune. There is no need to be sad. If you step onto a real battlefield in the future, there will be even more casualties. This is just a precursor for you. Yin Feng admonished the students present with his usual sternness and indifference. Considering you've been in the Erosion Star Mountain for over a month now, you must have gained quite a bit. Now I'm issuing a mission. If any of you can complete it, not only will you receive a lot of credit rewards, but you will also be allowed to return and rest for 3 days. Yin Feng continued calmly after his admonition. Such missions were issued every year primarily to motivate students. There were often many types of missions depending on the teacher's arrangements. Their essay mission. Teacher Yin, what is this mission? How many credits can we earn if we complete it? The students' eyes immediately lit up upon hearing about the mission. Even the previously gloomy Lu Xiao showed interest at this moment. There was a mission during the third-year wilderness combat training. Moreover, there were credit rewards. This was quite interesting. Chen, who was quietly petting a cat at the back, also lifted his head, looking at Yin Feng with interest. Since Chen had come to study at Yaoxing Academy, he understood how important credits were. They were crucial for determining whether one could secure a better future after graduating from Yaoxing Academy. Many powerful factions in Yaoxing City often selected individuals based on their credits. However, Chen had no interest in joining their upper city organizations and didn't care about credits at all. He just wanted to see what kind of mission would be issued. As for the opportunity to rest for 3 days, it was optional for Chen. Of course, since he hadn't returned to Dust City for some time, he wouldn't mind going back if he had those 3 days off. This mission has a certain level of difficulty. But as long as you work together and each team exerts their proper combat power, this mission shouldn't be too hard. If any team among you can complete this mission, then all the students in that team will receive rewards. I want to say much more. The task this time is to enter the depths of the Erosion Star Mountain and hunt down a C3 level Black Gold Bear. The teacher has already explored once. The Black Gold Bear's den is located in a cave deep within the Erosion Star Mountain. However, I can't tell you the exact location. You'll have to find it yourselves. This mission has no time limit. Whichever team can bring back the Black Gold Bear's corpse will have completed the mission. After briefly explaining the mission, Yin Feng looked at the students present. However, at that moment, the expressions of the students were all quite strange. No one spoke, and they occasionally glanced at Chen, who was still petting the cat. Chapter 69. It ended before it even began, huh? Looking at the strange expressions of the students ahead, Yin Feng also felt puzzled. Logically speaking, when they heard about a task being released, shouldn't they be excited and buzzing with energy? Why do they look so lifeless now? Teacher, do we really have to hunt that Black Gold Bear? Can't we change it to something else? At this moment, a female student nervously asked, Why? What exactly happened? Yin Feng was not a fool. He could see that something was off with these students, and it was very likely related to the Black Gold Bear. Teacher, actually the Black Gold Bear you mentioned. It is already dead. The earlier female student hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. The other students around looked very gloomy and unhappy. They hadn't personally witnessed Chen killing the Black Gold Bear, but they had heard about how Chen had defeated the genius student Liu Xiao with absolute strength. The reason Liu Xiao had fought Chen was also because of the Black Gold Bear. Even if they hadn't seen Chen slay the Black Gold Bear, how could they not be intimidated by someone who had easily defeated Liu Xiao? Already dead? How is that possible? Just 3 days ago, I went to scout the Black Gold Bear, and it was still full of life. How could it suddenly die? Yin Feng was shocked upon hearing this. The C3 level Black Gold Bear was already a dominant presence in the Erosion Star Mountain. There were almost no wild beasts that dared to provoke it. Such a powerful beast, the students would not recklessly attack. Thus, after consulting some teachers at the academy, they released the task to hunt the Black Gold Bear. But who would have thought that just after the task was released, the Black Gold Bear was already dead? The students present were all silent, their faces looking very ugly, and many of them secretly glanced at Chen. As for Chen himself, he felt a bit surprised. He had thought it would be some extraordinary task. But unexpectedly, the beast they were to hunt was the Black Gold Bear he had accidentally killed. What a coincidence! Chen smiled slightly, continuing to pet the little tiger in his arms, not seeming to care much. Why is everyone looking at Chen? Could it be? Yin Feng suddenly thought of this and immediately looked at Chen. Chen, what happened? Did the Black Gold Bear really die? Yes. I didn't expect the academy to issue a task to hunt the Black Gold Bear. I just wanted to find a place to sleep, and the Black Gold Bear's den happened to be a good choice. So I just killed it. Chen calmly replied to Yin Feng while stroking the little tiger. Hearing this, the surrounding students clenched their fists in frustration. They had originally had a chance to compete for this task, but unexpectedly, it had already been taken by Chen. Moreover, Chen now displayed a calm demeanor, as if the Black Gold Bear was weak. Who does he look down on? Especially Liu Xiao, who was nearly furious, glaring at Chen with a red face, but didn't dare to say much. His injuries from the battle were still healing. He couldn't fight Chen before he recovered. After hearing Chen's words, Yin Feng fell into silence, looking at Chen with an expression of disbelief. At this moment, Yin Feng fully understood why those students had instinctively distanced themselves from Chen. It turned out this guy had killed the C3 level Black Gold Bear, Not only that, but Yin Feng also seriously sensed Mo Chen's aura and found that he had already reached D2 level. Just 3 days ago, he had only been E5, and now he had advanced to D2. Such a monstrous cultivation speed was unimaginable to Yin Feng. It was probably because of Mo Chen's astonishing talent that the academy allowed him to skip grades. Indeed, he was a monster. At this moment, Yin Feng had only this one evaluation of Mo Chen in his heart. This is truly surprising. But since the task has already been issued, it won't be changed. Mo Chen, congratulations on completing this task. The academy will reward you with the credits you deserve and also grant you a 3-day vacation. Although according to the process, Yin Feng still needed to investigate whether the black gold bear was really dead. It was unnecessary at this point. The displeased and jealous expressions of the students present could prove that Mo Chen had indeed killed the black gold bear, allowing Yin Feng to skip that step. Of course, Mo Chen's displayed strength was indeed too powerful. Yin Feng also needed to report this matter to the Starry Academy. Moreover, Yin Feng noticed that Lu Xiao and his group clearly showed great hostility towards Mo Chen, and there would definitely be other incidents happening in these 3 days. All of this needed to be clarified and written into a report to be submitted to the Starry Academy. Mo Chen, come with me. If others have nothing else, you may disperse. After saying this, Yin Feng turned and left. Seeing this, Mo Chen picked up the little tiger and followed closely behind Yin Feng. Although staying in the Erosion Star Mountain to fight beasts would allow Mo Chen to continue improving his strength and maybe even trigger a few more multiple-choice questions, he was still a bit tired after days of intense battles. After all, he had no contract spirit to rely on. The only one he could depend on was himself. Thus, Mo Chen did not refuse this 3-day vacation, which would be a good opportunity to go home and take a look. Under Yin Feng's lead, Mo Chen quickly arrived at the foot of the Erosion Star Mountain. After that, Yin Feng briefly talked with a few officers, and a sleek black armored vehicle drove over. Mo Chen, you can take this vehicle back to Greyfall City. It will also come and pick you up at the same time 3 days later. As a teacher, Yin Feng naturally understood Mo Chen's situation, knowing he was a contract spirit master from the bottom city. But the talent and strength Mo Chen had displayed had long proven himself. Even if he was from the bottom city, it didn't matter. In Yin Feng's view, Mo Chen would surely achieve great things in the future. Thank you, Teacher Yin. Mo Chen nodded at Yin Feng, picked up the little tiger, and boarded the armored vehicle. Mo Chen was also aware of this type of vehicle. These armored vehicles were quite expensive. Apart from certain powerful forces, they were often owned by government military, providing good defense, and frequently used for outdoor travel to prevent sudden beast attacks. Moreover, these armored vehicles were fast, and riding in one would indeed allow them to reach Greyfall City quickly. Once Mo Chen got in the vehicle, it immediately started up, and under the serious expression of the officer driving, it sped away from the Erosion Star region towards Greyfall City. Chapter 70. Miss Feng under the rapid movement of the armored vehicle. It took less than 3 hours for Mo Chen to see the dilapidated gate of Dustfall City. Compared to the magnificent gate of Radiant Star City, it was like heaven and earth. Moreover, as the armored vehicle approached Dustfall City, he could clearly sense an unusual odor in the air. Besides the stench of rotting garbage, there is also the industrial foul smell emitted by the factories established within Dustfall City. The people of Radiant Star City, who live high above, did not want to ruin their beautiful living environment, so they naturally built it in the lower city. However, Mo Chen did not feel any aversion to this environment. After all, this was the place he had lived since childhood, and he was already accustomed to it. Upon arrival, the armored vehicle stopped at the gate of Dustfall City. The officer driving the vehicle, although uncomfortable with the odor of the air in Dustfall City, did not show it and gave the inhabitants of the lower city the respect they deserved. This was certainly much better than the arrogant enforcement teams. It also gave Mo Chen a slight sense of goodwill towards the military of Radiant Star City. Thank you. Mo Chen simply thanked the officer before jumping out of the armored vehicle, holding Little Tiger as he walked into Dustfall City. The current situation in Dustfall City was roughly the same as before he left. It was still as poor and chaotic as ever. Fighting and brawling were common here, and even if someone was killed, it was not considered a big deal. As soon as Chen stepped into Dustfall City, he saw no less than 2 groups of people fighting, and some are even summoning their spirit beasts to fight in public. Spare some change. I'm not eating for 3 days. At that moment, a skeletal old man reached out and grabbed the right leg of a middle-aged man. Get lost. If you disturb me again, don't blame me for kicking you to death. The middle-aged man kicked the old man away and spat at him before walking off. The skeletal old man trembled as he stood up and continued to beg. If he could beg for something, he might live a bit longer, but if not, he would likely die in a few days. This situation was common in Dustfall City, which was what the upper city people despised the most about the lower city. When Chen was a child, he felt very sorry for these thin, homeless old men and would give them some money if he encountered them. However, as he grew older, he noticed that the situation was becoming more and more prevalent, to the point that he had become numb to it. He could indeed give that old man some money, but what would it mean? It would only prolong his life for a short while. After all, this was just the lower city, and to truly change it, one needed absolute power to overturn the upper city. This was also what Chen was thinking in his heart. At that moment, a silver-white fox came rushing towards Chen. After fighting with spirit beasts during this time, Chen had developed extremely quick reflexes. As soon as he sensed movement behind him, he immediately reacted. Just as the silver-white fox was about to leap and attack, Chen grabbed it and tightly held its neck. Name: Silver Jade Fox Race, Beast Attribute, Ice Level, D2 Potential, B Skills, Ice Mist, Ice Fong, Ice Breath. Silver Fox Ice Claw, is this the Silver Jade Fox? When did someone in Dustfall City get such a rare spirit beast? As Chen held the Silver Jade Fox, he immediately recognized what kind of spirit beast it was, feeling a bit puzzled. After all, this was Dustfall City, and the spirit beasts owned by the spirit masters in this lower city were usually common ones like shadow wolves and crimson flame dogs. The Silver Jade Fox was quite a rare spirit beast and logically should not appear in this lower city. Wait, the appearance of this Silver Jade Fox seems a bit familiar. Just as Chen was feeling puzzled, he suddenly noticed a small tuft of fur on the fox's head that resembled a silver crescent moon, instantly triggering his memories. Hey, what are you doing? Put my Silver Jade Fox down. Just as Chen was about to say something, an urgent female voice suddenly came from ahead. Following that, a tall woman in a black long dress with short crimson hair appeared in front of Chen. Oh, isn't this Miss Foam? Chen said, slightly surprised when he saw the woman with crimson hair. It was clear that he was very familiar with her, and upon seeing her, he released the Silver Jade Fox, allowing it to run towards the woman. Chen, it's been so long since we last met, and I just wanted to greet you. Why did you react so strongly and hurt my little silver fox? The crimson-haired woman slowly picked up the Silver Jade Fox, revealing a look of grievance. But in the next moment, her expression changed as she looked directly at Chen. I don't care. Medical expenses are 5,000, and I accept any payment method. 5,000? You really are asking for a lion's share. I just lightly touched it. Not giving it. Not giving it. Chen replied nonchalantly while petting Little Tiger. If you don't give it, then I'll go find Uncle Chen later. Haha, that's quite unethical of you. Clearly, you attacked me first. How can you blame me? If I hadn't recognized your Silver Jade Fox in time, it would probably be dead by now. Chen frowned slightly when he heard the woman mention going to find Chen Jun, feeling a bit helpless. Oomph. You stingy person, if you want tea, give it. Then you want tea. Don't threaten my little silver fox. The crimson-haired woman calmed the Silver Jade Fox before summoning it back and angrily walked towards Chen. I say, Miss Foam, weren't you out on an adventure with a mercenary team? How come you're back so suddenly? Did you get bullied out there? Quickly tell your brother. I promise to help you deal with him. Chen was indeed very familiar with this woman. Although they were bickering as soon as they met, it was all in good fun. This woman's name was Feng Muning, the daughter of the boss of Dustfall City, Feng Qing, and she was 1 year older than Chen. In Dustfall City, she was well known, and everyone gave her some respect when they saw her. However, Chen had never really given her much face growing up and would often bully her. They were childhood friends who had quarreled since they were young. Until last year, when Feng Muning awakened the top-tier D1 level Spirit Master talent. She was originally supposed to go to Radiant Star Academy, but she did not want to be constrained by the academy and dislike the upper city people. Thus, she left with a passing mercenary team. Chen had not seen her for quite a long time. He did not expect to see Feng Muning when he returned home today, which surprised him quite a bit. Chapter 71. Making trouble. Who dares to bully me? I've just gotten tired of staying outside, and it's only been a few days since I came back. Feng Muning walked up to Chen, naturally placing her hand on his shoulder. I heard about your awakening. Don't be discouraged. Sister will protect you from now on. Just you? Chen casually brushed Feng Muning's hand away and said, your brother is now a D2 level spirit master, which should be the same level as you. Even if I can't contract a beast, it doesn't affect my strength. I don't need a spirit to fight. I can rely on myself. As Chen spoke, he looked at Feng Muning firmly. D2 level? Feng Muning frowned slightly upon hearing this, and seriously sensed Chen's aura. Wow, you really are D2 level. How did you do it? I heard you awakened at E1 level. That's my secret. It doesn't mean much to tell you. Anyway, only I could do it. It doesn't apply to you normal spirit masters. Besides, you're a genius with an initial spirit power level of D1. You will definitely become a powerful high-level spirit master in the future. It's just a pity you don't want to go to the Yaoxing Academy. Otherwise, you would probably be famous by now. Chen and Feng Muning grew up together. Although they bickered every time they met, it didn't prevent them from being good friends who could talk about anything. Forget it. I can't afford that kind of noble academy. I'd rather be a little freer than be restricted by the academy. With my abilities, I can still get stronger without relying on Yaoxing Academy. Feng Muning's eyes were very determined. Her fists clenched as she looked into the distance. By the way, how did you get into Yaoxing Academy? Aren't you extremely disgusted with the upper city people? Feng Muning suddenly thought of this and turned to look at Chen. I entered Yaoxing Academy purely to fight more powerful beasts and hunt beasts. I also really dislike those self-righteous upper city people. Anyway, I'll leave as soon as I graduate. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the orange cat, Xiaohu, in his arms started meowing, hinting to Chen that it was hungry. You fat cat, it's been over a year, and you've gained quite a bit. Come here, let's sister hug you. Feng Muning naturally knew about Chen's orange cat and was very fond of it, unable to resist reaching out to hug it. Meow. However, Xiaohu was very resistant to anyone other than Chen, including Feng Muning. But often, change happens in an instant. When Feng Muning took out a large chicken leg, Xiaohu's eyes lit up immediately and pounced into Feng Muning's arms. Hee, this method really works every time. Feng Muning handed the chicken leg to Xiaohu while gently petting its head. All right, I have to go home now. Are you coming with me to the tavern or going back to your dad's place? Although Chen Jun is not Chen's biological father, he raised him, and Chen has long regarded Chen Jun as his real father. This time, he came home specifically to see him. Wait a minute, no rush. My dad is currently discussing business with your dad at the tavern. They always bicker when they meet, so it's not appropriate for us to go back now. While petting Xiaohu, Feng Muning replied nonchalantly. That is true. In the past, Feng Muning's father, Feng Qing, hardly ever came to the eastern district of Luohui City and was too lazy to talk to Chen Jun. But since last time, to resolve the trouble caused by Chen Jun had to team up with Feng Qing. Now, Luohui City has completely fallen under Feng Qing's control. It's not surprising that he is now in the eastern district. Chen understood the relationship between Chen Jun and Feng Qing. It was like a mix of enemies and friends. When they were on good terms, they were best friends who could talk about anything. But once they turned hostile, neither side would rest until the other was dead, which left Chen quite speechless. It's unclear whether the subtle relationship of their parents led to a similar dynamic between Chen and Feng Muning, as they often bickered when they met. Chen, do you dare to join me for a big job? At that moment, Feng Muning's eyes shifted, looking at Chen with mischief. Just say what you're thinking, and let me consider it. Chen knew Feng Muning too well. Her expression clearly indicated she wanted him to join her in causing trouble. They had done plenty of such things when they were kids. I'll just say it straight. I heard that the boss in the eastern district of Shixin City has a blue-quality ice soul stone. You know, my silver jade fox is an ice-type beast. If I can get that ice soul stone, my strength will surely increase significantly. So what do you say? Do you dare to accompany me to steal it? Feng Muning was straightforward and did not beat around the bush. I guess you were up to something. However, although Shixin City, like our Luohui City, is a lower city subordinate to Yaoxing City, the situation there is much better than ours. If I remember correctly, the boss of the Eastern District, Hu Lang, is a sea-level spirit master. Moreover, he has many capable spirit masters under him. Aren't you afraid? Besides, your father is Feng Qing, the richest in Luohui City. Finding a blue-quality ice soul stone shouldn't be that difficult. Mo Chen wasn't he afraid of Hu Lang. He mainly worried that Feng Muning underestimated her opponent, which could lead to accidents. I'm not afraid. Mo Chen, let me tell you the truth. Actually, Hu Lang's son has provoked me several times and often harassed me. I really can't stand it anymore and plan to teach them a lesson. Of course, this is a personal grudge and should be resolved privately. So, I just want to know if you dare to come with me. Feng Muning looked confidently at Mo Chen and said, "That little scoundrel dares to harass you? He is tired of living. I'll go with you to teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen frowned and showed an angry expression. Even though Feng Muning and Mo Chen often bickered, they were indeed good friends. In Mo Chen's eyes, the only one who could bully Feng Muning was himself. If anyone else dared to provoke Feng Muning, it would be equivalent to provoking Mo Chen. Exactly. That kid must be tired of living. Tomorrow we'll go to Shixin City together. I'll find you then. Seeing Mo Chen's angry expression, Feng Muning couldn't help but smile slightly. Even after more than a year apart, it didn't affect their relationship, whether it was because they had both grown up at that moment. Feng Muning looked at Mo Chen with a different kind of thought. After that, Feng Muning and Mo Chen talked a bit more about tomorrow's plans. Then Mo Chen hugged the orange cat Xiao Hu and, after saying goodbye to Feng Muning, headed towards Chen Jun's tavern. Chapter 72 Departure to Shixin City. Mo Chen arrived at the Cinnamon Tavern at just the right moment, coincidentally bumping into Feng Qing, who had just walked out. At that moment, Feng Qing's face was exceptionally sour, whether it was from just having a fight with Chen Jun or some other reason. He didn't pay much attention to Mo Chen and turned to leave directly. Mo Chen didn't think much of it and walked straight into the tavern. "Hey, isn't this my brother Mo? What wind blew you back here? Aren't you at the Yaoxing Academy? How come you have time to come back? Or did those people from the upper city kick you out?" Upon seeing Mo Chen, both the staff tidying up and the customers drinking in the tavern turned to look at him. In this East District, Mo Chen was quite famous, especially after he single-handedly killed a sea-level enforcer without relying on any beasts, which truly shocked the people in the East District. After that incident, no one dared to underestimate Mo Chen or mention the title of the weakest contract spirit master who couldn't control beasts. They all knew that even if Mo Chen couldn't control beasts, he still possessed formidable combat strength. With the presence of Chen Jun, the Black Boss, they naturally didn't dare to provoke Mo Chen and respectfully called him Brother Mo. They wouldn't dare kick me out after just 3 days of vacation. Those people from the upper city would be more than happy for me to stay at the Yaoxing Academy. Mo Chen responded briefly and headed to the bar. "Truly, my brother Mo, you directly stunned those people from the upper city. Brother Mo, don't forget us in the future. Next time, remember to bring us something back." Although some people present thought Mo Chen was bragging, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Mo Chen completely ignored them and quietly sat down next to Chen Jun. At that moment, Chen Jun also had a slightly dark expression, looking like he really had just finished a fight with Feng Qing. "You're back." After tidying up the bar, Chen Jun adjusted his mood and sat next to Mo Chen. "How's it been at the Yaoxing Academy during this time?" "Not bad. Those people don't dare to bully me. I've already advanced to the 3rd year. It won't be long before I graduate." Mo Chen knew that Chen Jun and Feng Qing often quarreled and didn't ask too much. Advanced directly to the 3rd year? Chen Jun was taken aback and quickly sensed Mo Chen's current aura. He was surprised to find that Mo Chen had already reached D2 level. How could it be so fast? Chen Jun, being AC1 level contract spirit master himself, understood well that contract spirit masters needed to grow alongside their contract spirits, and the cultivation methods were complementary. Since Mo Chen couldn't control beasts and didn't have his own contract spirit, logically, he shouldn't be able to cultivate. Yet now Chen had managed to quickly rise from the weakest E1 level to D2 level. Chen Jun couldn't believe it, and for a moment, he forgot about the earlier unpleasantness, looking at Chen with excitement. Uncle Chen, I can't tell you exactly how I cultivated, but please believe me. I have a unique method of cultivation. Even without relying on beasts, I can still become a top-tier powerhouse. Chen looked at Chen Jun, his eyes firm as he spoke. Since it's your secret, I won't pry further. I'm very happy that you can grow stronger. After Chen Jun finished speaking, he patted Chen on the shoulder and noticed that Chen's physique had become increasingly solid, clearly indicating that he had put in a lot of effort to become stronger. Thinking of this, Chen Jun couldn't help but feel that fate was unfair. If Chen had a normal talent, he would probably be even stronger. By the way, Feng Mu Ning returned these days. Have you seen her? Chen Jun asked with interest. I've seen her. She's still the same as before, wanting to hit me as soon as we meet. Luckily, I'm quick enough. Ha ha ha. You two really are a pair of happy enemies. Chen Jun couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. All right. I heard you mention you had a 3-day vacation. Then go back and rest properly. Chen Jun ruffled Chen's hair, turned around, and got busy with the tavern's affairs. Chen didn't say much, holding Little Tiger as he left through the back door of the tavern. The next morning, due to the plan with Feng Mu Ning to stir things up yesterday, Chen woke up early, holding Little Tiger and heading towards the city gates. You are 2 minutes late. As soon as Chen arrived at the city gate, he saw Feng Mu Ning already standing there. Today, she looked particularly refined, wearing a sporty black outfit that was convenient for movement and tying her hair in a ponytail, looking very energetic. I had to feed Little Tiger, so it took a few minutes. While petting Little Tiger, Chen looked around. Did you not say you had a vehicle ready? Are you planning to walk to Shixin City? On account of Little Tiger, I'll forgive you this time. As for the vehicle, I've had it ready for a while. Feng Mu Ning said, pointing to the side, and soon after, a black SUV slowly drove out. Wait, this car looks familiar. Isn't this your dad's car? How did you get out? Chen had seen Feng Qing leave the tavern in this car yesterday, and was surprised it had been taken out. What belongs to my dad is mine. While he was drunk and still asleep, I had Uncle Lu bring it out. It'll be fine. After Feng Mu Ning finished, she pulled Chen and got into the black SUV. Uncle Lu, could you please take us to Shixin City? Feng Mu Ning politely said to a brown-haired muscular man sitting in the driver's seat. Miss, taking you to Shixin City is no problem, but please don't cause any trouble. Chen noticed that the brown-haired man clearly looked reluctant to be dragged along by Feng Mu Ning. Don't worry, Chen casually replied and continued to pet Little Tiger. Let's go. Feng Mu Ning excitedly patted the brown-haired man's shoulder. Then, the black SUV immediately started and sped towards Shixin City. Shixin City, like Luohui City, was also a lower city affiliated with Yaoxing City, and the distance between the two lower cities wasn't too far. Relying on the speed of the black SUV, it would take about an hour to drive from the road next to the Source Shadow Forest. Chen initially planned to close his eyes and relax while quietly petting Little Tiger. However, to his surprise, Feng Mu Ning's mouth didn't stop, constantly asking Chen about things at the Yaoxing Academy. Hearing that Chen had jumped to the 3rd year A class and had severely punished those upper city students, she became excited as if she were experiencing it herself. Chapter 73, Huli Soon. As the two were conversing, a city that looked almost identical to Great Dust City appeared before Chen and Feng Mu Ning. Shixin City, like Great Dust City, was also a subordinate lower city. Although the situation here was somewhat better than in Great Dust City, it was still too terrible compared to Yaoxing City. The air here was still very polluted, with abandoned garbage visible everywhere. However, unlike Great Dust City, Shixin City, as its name suggested, was home to numerous stone factories. Most ordinary people living here worked in these factories, inhaling a lot of dust year-round, which led many to suffer from lung diseases at a young age. On the streets, one could often hear coughing, and in severe cases, people would even cough up blood. This was the second lower city controlled by Yaoxing City. Although its economic situation was slightly better than that of Great Dust City, most ordinary people did not live long. Even though Yaoxing City was aware of these issues, it had never taken any action. In the eyes of the high-ranking city dwellers, These lowly lower city residents were born to serve them, let alone those ordinary people who failed to awaken. They were the lowest of the low. Miss, we've arrived at Shirsheen City. The black SUV stopped at the city gate of Shirsheen City. Thank you, Uncle Lou. You can head back now. After thanking the brown-haired, strong man whom Feng Mu-ning referred to as Uncle Lou, she pulled Chen out of the car. Before returning, Uncle Lou, looking very serious. One of two of them then drove back to Grey Dust City. Shirsheen City was indeed, just like its name suggested, with stone factories everywhere. Even just standing at the city gate, I could already hear the sound of stone cutting. The air here was even more polluted than in Grey Dust City. Those upper city dwellers were truly despicable. To enjoy their comfortable lives, they built various highly polluting chemical factories in the lower cities. If not for this, the lower cities wouldn't have turned into this. Seeing the environment of Shirsheen City made Chen furious. If I gain enough power, I will definitely overturn everything here. The little tiger he held in his arms sensed Chen's displeasure and meowed angrily. This is why I hate upper city people. However, Feng Mu-ning agreed with Chen's sentiment and shared the same ideals. But at present, their strength was still far from enough to discuss such matters. It was a bit too early. Let's stick to yesterday's plan. Chen nodded and didn't say much more. All right, let's split up. Feng Mu-ning slightly nodded, gestured to Chen, and then entered Shirsheen City. Shortly after Feng Mu-ning left, Chen also entered Shirsheen City, secretly following behind her. Meanwhile, on the streets of Shirsheen City, a weak-looking man with dyed, yellow hair swaggered down the road with a cigarette in his mouth. Behind him stood 3 or 4 strong men wearing black sunglasses and studded leather jackets, clearly his bodyguards. Young master, you should wear a mask. The air outside is quite polluted, and I'm afraid it will harm your noble body. At this moment, an old man dressed in gray cloth hurried to the yellow-haired man's side and handed him a mask. I don't need it. Don't block my way. The yellow-haired man pushed the old man away with disgust and continued to swagger down the street. People on the street scattered at the sight of the yellow-haired man, not daring to provoke him. This yellow-haired man was Hu Li, the son of Hu Lang, the boss of the eastern district of Shirsheen City. Similar to Grey Dust City, Shirsheen City was divided into 4 districts: East, South, West, and North. However, Shirsheen City was much more chaotic, with the bosses of the 4 districts ruling their territories independently. Unlike the unified management in Grey Dust City, this led to each boss having considerable power within their own area, making them like little emperors in this lower city. At that moment, Hu Li suddenly spotted a tattered but quite fair-looking woman ahead. The woman noticed Hu Li's lewd gaze and quickly turned to leave. Wait, did I let you go? As soon as Hu Li finished speaking, 2 of his bodyguards immediately understood and quickly stepped forward to block the woman. This woman, coming from the eastern district of Shirsheen City, could not possibly be unaware of who Hu Li was. He was nothing but a bully. Any woman he set his sights on would undoubtedly be forcibly taken away. Seeing Hu Li's men surrounding her, the woman felt utterly hopeless. It's a blessing for you that this young master has taken a liking to you. Your figure looks decent enough. Wash up tonight and send you to my room for some proper training. Hu Li approached the woman with a smug expression, continuously spouting vulgar words. Many people on the street witnessed this scene, but did not dare to speak up. There was no other reason. It was simply because he was Hu Lang's son. If they provoked him, they could forget about having a good life in the future. Young Master Hu, please spare me. I have a sick father at home. The woman did not hesitate and immediately knelt before Hu Li, repeatedly bowing her head and begging for mercy. What are you doing? This young master is usually very kind. Isn't this making me uncomfortable? You all are still standing there. Hurry and help her up. Although Hu Li was a lower city person, he held considerable status in Shirsheen City. It is not an exaggeration to say that apart from the big shots from the upper city, Hu Li feared no one. As you command. Hu Li's 2 bodyguards, both of sturdy build and D-class spirit masters, easily lifted the woman like a chick, preparing to forcibly take her away. No matter how much the woman cried and shouted, it was all in vain. Today we are going home. Hu Li looked at the woman with satisfaction and turned to head home. Just then, a woman that Hu Li was extremely familiar with appeared. The woman had iconic red hair and liked to wear black clothes. Both her figure and looks were top-notch. It was none other than Feng Mu-ning. Isn't this Miss Feng? What brings you to my eastern district of Shixin City today? I must apologize for not hosting you properly. Upon seeing Feng Muning, Hu Li's eyes lit up, nearly drooling. Young master, Hu, how elegant of you. Where did you pick up this little sister? I nearly got scared to death just looking at her. Feng Muning couldn't express how much she despised Hu Li. She was often maliciously harassed by him. And now seeing him forcibly abduct a woman only fueled her anger further. Chapter 74 Despicable. Oh dear, Miss Feng, you've misunderstood. This woman is weak and fainted in the street. I was just about to take her to see a doctor. Hu Li admired Feng Muning immensely and always maintained a gentlemanly demeanor in front of her. After speaking, he glanced at the bodyguards beside him. The two bodyguards carrying the woman immediately understood and set her down. Without any hesitation. The woman didn't even have time to thank Feng Muning before she ran away without a trace. Hu Li lost interest in the woman. Compared to Feng Muning, she was simply too ordinary. This guy is really disgusting. Feng Muning felt extreme disdain for Hu Li's words and actions, but in order to achieve her goal, she couldn't show it at this moment and maintained her smile. It seems Miss Feng is in a good mood today. Why not let me accompany you for a walk? Quickly get a mask for Miss Feng to avoid inhaling too much dust. As soon as Hu Li finished speaking, an old man in gray, who was following closely behind him, quickly jogged to Feng Muning's side and respectfully handed her a mask. No need, I'm not that delicate. Hu Li, since you said you want to accompany me, is it necessary to bring so many people? Feng Muning pushed the old man in gray away and looked at Hu Li with a calm expression. Did you all hear that? Miss Feng doesn't want anyone following her. Disperse. As soon as Hu Li said this, the bodyguards and the old man in gray temporarily left. Feng Muning's plan was simple, to lure Hu Li away and then cooperate with Chen to kidnap him. This way, not only could they teach this beast a lesson, but it would also force Hu Lang to compromise. By then, let alone a mere ice soul stone, whatever she wanted, Hu Lang would likely give it to her. After all, he only had this one precious son. Miss Feng, you haven't mentioned why you came to Shixin City today. I assume you didn't just come for a stroll? Hu Li, who had previously been arrogant, now appeared very obedient beside Feng Muning. Even his tone was gentle. Why? Can't I come to Shixin City for no reason? Or is it that you don't welcome me? After Feng Muning finished speaking, she suddenly stopped, seemingly about to leave. No. Miss Feng, you misunderstand. How can I not welcome you? Hu Li immediately stepped forward to grab Feng Muning's hand, but fortunately, she reacted quickly and didn't give him any chance. Seeing Feng Muning's proud demeanor, Hu Li felt very displeased, but also very eager to conquer her. After that, Feng Muning hardly paid attention to Hu Li and continued to stroll down the street. Hu Li kept following her, chattering away. And even though Feng Muning hardly responded, he didn't mind at all. His eyes kept sizing her up, and he swallowed hard from time to time. Unknowingly, Feng Muning led Hu Li to a secluded alley filled with discarded trash, which was quite unpleasant. When they reached this alley, Feng Muning stopped. Hu Li, have you ever thought that one day there would be retribution? Retribution? I don't believe in that sort of thing. Hu Li laughed dismissively upon hearing this. I've never done anything bad. They all did it willingly. I have to say, you are truly despicable. If I could, I would really like to kill you. At this moment, Feng Muning clenched her fists, exuding the aura of a D2 level contract spirit master. Miss Feng is truly a genius, having already reached D2 level strength. I really can't compare. However, Hu Li paused here. He had noticed long ago that Feng Muning had brought him to this alley for some scheme. But Hu Li didn't care at all. Even though he was only an E4 level contract spirit master, he wasn't afraid of Feng Muning. On the contrary, his expression became increasingly cunning. Miss Feng, I don't care what you want to do today, but since you've come to Shixin City, don't be in such a hurry to leave. As soon as Hu Li finished speaking, suddenly 4 or 5 figures appeared behind him, the bodyguards who had just left. They had actually never left, silently following and protecting Hu Li. These bodyguards were all D2 and D3 level contract spirit masters. While they weren't very strong, they were still quite good in this lower city. In Hu Li's eyes, dealing with a D2 level Feng Muning was simply too easy. He had even begun to fantasize about forcibly taking Feng Muning back. At this moment, he had been waiting for a long time. Usually, he didn't dare to act rashly because of Feng Qing's presence. But this time was different. Feng Muning had voluntarily come to the eastern district of Shixin City, which was the Hu family's territory. Even Feng Qing wouldn't dare to easily step here. Once Feng Muning fell into Hu Li's hands, he could do whatever he wanted. So many people. Feng Muning's expression suddenly became serious, and she began to retreat. My Miss Feng, please come to my house as a guest. I promise to take good care of you. Hu Li looked at Feng Muning's fearful expression and felt even more pleased. The goddess he had dreamed of for many years was finally about to be obtained today. Even if it was forcibly taken, it still made him feel good. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and invite Miss Feng back. Hu Li didn't want to waste any more time and was eager to get Feng Muning. The bodyguard behind him heard this and stepped forward, exuding powerful spiritual energy fluctuations with their summoned contract spirits beside them. Although they were all common D-level monsters, they were more than enough to deal with a lone Feng Muning. Hu Li, you are truly despicable, sending so many people to attack me alone. Don't you have any shame? As Feng Muning saw that she had nowhere to retreat, she immediately opened a light gate and summoned the Silver Jade Fox. TSK, TSK, TSK. Miss Feng's contract spirit is truly extraordinary. This Silver Jade Fox is quite an impressive beast. How could I underestimate such a powerful beast? Naturally, I need to send more people. But Miss Feng, don't worry, I won't harm you. I will take good care of you. As soon as Hu Li's voice fell, the bodyguards beside him immediately moved, driving their contract spirits toward Feng Muning. Of course, they wouldn't really harm Feng Muning. They just wanted to subdue her. However, just as they were about to act, the previously fearful Feng Muning suddenly changed her expression, and the corners of her mouth began to rise. In the next moment, a heavy, blood-colored great sword descended from the sky, smashing directly into the middle of the street, forcibly interrupting the battle between both sides. Chapter 75, I told you not to move. Who dares to interfere with my business? Upon seeing this, Hu Li immediately frowned, feeling extremely unhappy. Just when he was about to subdue Feng Muning, what was this blood-colored sword falling from the sky? You guys go over and pull that sword out for me. At your command. A burly man quickly stepped forward, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to pull out the blood-colored sword stuck in the ground. However, as soon as the burly man touched the blood-colored sword with both hands, he felt his blood energy rapidly drain away, as if it were being sucked out. A strong sense of fear made him immediately let go, and he looked at Hu Li with horror. Young master, this sword is strange. Strange? It's just a heavy sword. Let me take a look. Although the blood-colored sword falling from the sky surprised Hu Li, no one had appeared yet. Even if someone was causing trouble, Hu Li was not afraid at all, as this was his territory, and he had absolute confidence. Meanwhile, Feng Muning, surrounded, remained silent, quietly watching. She knew very well that the blood-colored sword must have been summoned by Chen, but she was also filled with doubts about it. Ahem. I advise you not to touch my sword casually. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, I want to take responsibility. Just as Hu Li reached out to touch the blood-colored sword, Chen had appeared behind Hu Li and the others without them noticing. Chen was now surrounded by a faint blood-colored light, emanating the aura of D2 level spiritual power. Who are you? Hu Li immediately turned to look at Chen, realizing that this sword must have been summoned by him. Dare to mess with me? You must be tired of living. After Hu Li finished speaking, he shot a glance at the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard immediately understood and commanded the monster beast to attack Chen. They didn't dare to harm Feng Muning, as she was the woman Hu Li had his eyes on. But this sudden guy who jumped out wouldn't be spared, even if they killed him in public. Nothing would happen since the Hu family was there to protect them. In this eastern district of Shixin City, the Hu family had supreme authority. The next moment, under the command of the two bodyguards, 2D3 level Scarlet Flame hounds charged madly towards Chen, ready to tear him apart on the spot. Bang! Bang! However, before the two Scarlet Flame hounds could attack, Chen moved first, using an unimaginable speed to punch each of them, instantly sending them flying. Woof woof. Now, Chen had not only advanced to D2 level, but also possessed the beast soul power of a blood soul knight within him. With the enhancement from the first phase of blood energy awakening, he already had physical qualities surpassing ordinary people. Moreover, Mo Chen had been frequently battling monster beasts during this time, having killed countless weak D-level monsters. He was very aware of the weak points of the Scarlet Flame hounds. The areas he struck were the easiest parts for them to get injured. Just 2 punches were enough to leave the Scarlet Flame hounds unable to stand. What? Not only were the bodyguards present shocked, but even Hu Li himself was astonished. There was actually someone in this world who could defeat 2D3 level Scarlet Flame hounds without summoning a spirit? Furthermore, the blood-colored aura emanating from Mo Chen was very strange, causing Hu Li to start feeling anxious. Well done, Mo Chen. I thought you would suffer. Seeing this, Feng Muning was also genuinely surprised. But recalling how Mo Chen had easily subdued the silver jade fox that tried to ambush him yesterday, she felt it was not surprising. Indeed, Mo Chen had not lied to her. Even if he couldn't T-summon beasts, he still had extremely formidable combat power. Even Feng Muning, who considered herself exceptionally talented, was not confident she could defeat Mo Chen. At the very least, sending the silver jade fox to attack the 2 Scarlet Flame hounds would not have been so easy. You two actually know each other? Even Hu Li, no matter how foolish, understood everything now. That meant Feng Muning had played him. As the son of the ruler of the eastern district of Shixin City, Hu Li could hardly tolerate this. You guys kill that kid for me. Feng Muning, you are mine. I must have you today. After saying this, Hu Li reached for the blood-colored sword, not believing what his subordinates had said. Even if this blood-colored sword was indeed strange, he wanted to see it for himself. Who knows, it might be a divine weapon. But just as Hu Li touched the blood-colored sword, he felt the same rapid draining of blood energy as the previous bodyguard. Hu Li was already physically weak. How could he withstand the absorption of the Blood Sun heavy sword? Terrified, he immediately let go and slumped to the ground. Fool, I told you not to move. Yet he still moved? Since Mo Chen dared to insert the Blood Sun heavy sword in the middle of the road, he naturally was not afraid of it being taken away. Mo Chen was confident that in this world, apart from himself, no one could wield the Blood Sun heavy sword. As soon as Mo Chen finished speaking, he slightly raised his right hand, and his pupils emitted a blood-colored light. The blood-colored heavy sword, which had been quietly stuck in the ground, began to tremble as if summoned. In an instant, it flew from the ground into Mo Chen's hand. Morning. According to our plan, that guy is yours. I'll take care of these minions. After Mo Chen finished speaking, he immediately swung the Blood Sun heavy sword and charged at the few bewildered bodyguards. While Mo Chen might not indulge in mass murder, he would not spare any of these people's summoned beasts. Under Mo Chen's domineering attacks, the bodyguards had no power to fight back, and all the summoned spirit beasts were slain by Mo Chen. Although these guys were all D2 and D3 level spirit masters, their skills were too lacking, and the beasts they possessed were also the most ordinary. Mo Chen could easily defeat an A-grade potential Fury Lion. Would he be afraid of these beasts? They were all cut down by Mo Chen's Blood Sun heavy sword. The ground was covered in blood, which transformed into blood mist, absorbed into Mo Chen's body. From a distance, one might think Mo Chen was a humanoid beast. Monster, monster! Hu Li, seeing the summoned spirits of the bodyguards all die tragically and the bodyguards themselves nearly crippled by Mo Chen, felt fear in his heart and didn't dare to look directly at Mo Chen. As Hu Li, the son of Hu Lang, had relied on this identity to bully others in Shixin City for years, he was actually very timid. Now seeing such a scene, he was instantly terrified, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was at this moment that a D2 level Silver Jade Fox jumped onto Hu Li's shoulder. Already stimulated by Mo Chen, Hu Li, even if he could withstand this, did not dare to summon his spirit and fainted from fear. Chapter 76. Timid as a mouse. Wow, that's impressive. Mo Chen, where did you get this blood-colored great sword? Its power could probably even handle C-grade monsters. Feng Muning originally thought of assessing Mo Chen's strength and was prepared to find an opportunity to help him take care of those bodyguards. As for Hu Li, who was only E4 level, he was naturally not worth worrying about. However, what Feng Muning did not expect was that Mo Chen hardly took any time at all. Swinging the blood-colored great sword as if he were in a realm of his own, he instantly slaughtered all those monsters. This scene truly stunned Feng Muning. Chen had outstanding combat abilities, which Feng Muning was aware of since he was trained by Chen. Yet now, the strength Chen displayed had completely surpassed Chen and even normal humans. Especially with the blood-colored glow emanating from Chen, Feng Muning felt quite puzzled. The only reasonable explanation should be due to the blood-colored great sword that Chen possessed. This sword is called the Blood Sun Heavy Sword, and I obtained it by chance. As you can see, this Blood Sun Heavy Sword has terrifying lethality, but it also has very severe side effects, requiring exceptional physical fitness to wield. The Beast Soul Restraint is Chen's biggest secret, and he did not want to expose it easily. Since they attributed Chen's powerful strength to the Blood Sun Heavy Sword, Chen didn't elaborate further. After all, the Blood Sun Heavy Sword was indeed very powerful, and others could not easily take it away. Let me see it. Huli had already fainted, and Feng Muning asked the Silver Jade Fox to keep an eye on him while she excitedly ran towards Chen, curious about the Blood Sun Heavy Sword. No, this weapon is too dangerous. You're a girl. It's better not to touch it carelessly to avoid getting hurt. The side effects of the Blood Sun Heavy Sword were no joke. Chen did not want Feng Muning to get hurt, and immediately put the sword away, not giving her a chance to touch it. What's the matter? Stingy. Feng Muning felt quite frustrated as she watched Chen put the Blood Sun Heavy Sword away. But then she thought about how both the burly bodyguards and Huli had shown expressions of horror as soon as they touched the Blood Sun Heavy Sword. This indicated that Chen was not lying. The Blood Sun Heavy Sword was indeed quite dangerous. Feng Muning then did not say much, her gaze turning to the already fainted Huli. This guy really was timid. He got scared and fainted just like that. In this way, our plan was successful. The plan was indeed successful, but it also meant that you've provoked Hulang. Aren't you afraid he trouble your father? Chen walked over and kicked Huli twice, confirming he was completely unconscious before turning to Feng Muning and saying, since I dare to do it, I naturally want to be afraid. Besides, Hulang only has a bit of status in this eastern district of Shixin City. He wouldn't dare easily step into Luohui City. That Huli, who knows how many heinous things he has done, not completely ruining him is already considered mercy. After Feng Muning finished speaking, she recalled the scene of Huli forcibly taking a woman and angrily kicked him a few more times. If it weren't for her concern that it would directly spark a conflict between the two base cities, she would have wanted to eliminate Huli long ago. Crack! Just as Feng Muning was furious, Chen stomped hard on Huli's leg, breaking his right leg on the spot. The excruciating pain jolted Huli awake, but due to the overwhelming agony, he fainted again. Wow, Chen, you're really decisive. Though it's a bit rough, I have to say it's quite satisfying. Feng Muning was initially taken aback, but quickly burst into laughter. She had grown up with Chen and understood him very well. Right now, he merely crippled one of Huli's legs instead of killing him outright, which was already showing mercy. You can only bully me. If anyone else wants to bully you, they have to get through me first. Chen said this with a very calm expression, but one could see the strong, killing intent in his eyes. TCH, you think you can bully me? ISNT at me who bullies you? Although Feng Muning said this, she felt very touched in her heart and secretly delighted. Then, Feng Muning looked at those bodyguards who were writhing in pain. These men had either had their limbs twisted by Chen or had several ribs kicked in, rolling on the ground in agony. However, since they were all D-level contract spirit masters, their physical fitness was much better than that of ordinary people. This kind of injury was not fatal to them, and they still had some mobility. Get back immediately and inform your boss Hulang. Just ask him if he still wants his son's life. If he does, he should bring 3 Eye Soul Stones and 3 million Blue Star coins over right away. If he is late, I can't guarantee whether young master will still be alive. Once Feng Muning's voice fell, Chen immediately lifted Huli and violently threw him against the wall, saying, You have half an hour. The consequences are yours to bear. Go, hurry up. Go report to Boss Hu. The bodyguards, seeing the urgent situation, did not dare to hesitate any longer. They struggled to help each other up, limping out of there. On the other side, in a large stone factory in the eastern district of Shixin City, there was a luxurious office that seemed out of place. At this moment, In this office, a plump man was comfortably lounging in a boss's chair, holding two ice blue round stones. Even though the weather was hot and the temperature in the stone factory was high, this plump man felt no heat at all. Instead, he felt particularly cool. This was due to the ice soul stones he held in his hands, which emitted powerful ice attribute energy. Even in extreme heat, one wouldn't feel too hot. Originally, fat people were particularly sensitive to heat, but with these ice soul stones, they naturally had no fear of the heat. This fat man was none other than Hu Lang, the boss of the Eastern District of Shixin City. Although he looked unremarkable and was plump, he was actually a C3 level contract spirit master. In this chaotic-based city, he was already considered a top-tier powerhouse. It was precisely because of this that Hu Lang could firmly hold the position of the boss in the Eastern District of Shixin City. Just then, a bodyguard in a black suit rushed into the room in a panic. "Boss, it's bad. Young Master Hu Li has been kidnapped." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Hu Lang, who had been half-closed in rest, suddenly opened his eyes wide. "What did you say? Who has the guts to touch my son?" Chapter 77. Threat. Rampaging wild boar boss is Feng Muning. Hu Lang, being a C3 level spirit master, was furious at this moment, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy that shook the body of the bodyguard in the black suit. Slap. Hearing this, Hu Lang jumped up and slammed his hand on the table. Feng Muning is the daughter of Feng Qing. The cities of Luohui and Shixin have always kept to themselves. But who would have thought that Feng Muning would be so bold as to think that I, Hu Lang, am easy to bully? Since she dares to cause trouble in the Eastern District of Shixin City, she shouldn't think of going back. As soon as Hu Lang finished speaking, he coldly glared at the bodyguard in the black suit. "Take me there immediately." "Yes, sir." The bodyguard in the black suit nodded respectfully and immediately led Hu Lang out of the office. Even though Hu Lang was extremely angry, the ice crystal stone in his hand was still spinning, showing how much he cherished it. Meanwhile, in a small alley in the Eastern District of Shixin City, Hu Li was tied to a utility pole, exposed to the gaze of passers-by. As for Chen and Feng Muning, they leaned against the wall, quietly waiting for Hu Lang to arrive. "Oh my, isn't that young Master Hu? How did he end up like this?" If Hu Lang finds out, he will definitely fly into a rage. The consequences would be quite terrifying. What kind of identities do those two have to treat young Master Hu so ruthlessly? Don't they fear Hu Lang's revenge? However, for some reason, seeing Hu Li in such a miserable state was quite satisfying. Finally, someone had dealt with him. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd had gathered in the alley. At first, they were shocked to see Hu Li tied to the utility pole, but being residents of the Eastern District of Shixin City, they were well aware of Hu Li's bully status and had never dared to provoke him, only enduring silently. But today, someone had severely beaten Hu Li, and they couldn't express how satisfying that was. Not a single person thought to help Hu Li. They all watched coldly. Some even got a bit too excited and couldn't help but kick Hu Li a few times, cursing him silently. It was evident how detestable Hu Li was in the eyes of these people. "If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here." Just then, Hu Lang arrived on the scene, followed by a large group of bodyguards from the Hu family, all looking fierce and intimidating. The moment the onlookers saw Hu Lang appear, they were instantly terrified and hurriedly stepped back, not daring to provoke him. "It seems that guy has arrived. We can act now." Seeing this situation, Feng Muning was not nervous at all. She exchanged a smile with Chen and stood straight beside Hu Li. "Ah, my son." The moment Hu Lang stepped into the alley, he saw Hu Li bruised and battered, tied to the utility pole. Moreover, he noticed that Hu Li's right leg was broken, blood continuously flowing out. Even if it could be treated later, it would likely leave behind after effects. How could Hu Lang not be angry at such a sight? A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from him. In this Undercity, a C3 level spirit master was already a top-tier existence. The aura Hu Lang emitted was terrifying. Not only that, the bodyguards behind Hu Lang were all around D-level spirit masters. Although the onlookers felt satisfied seeing Feng Muning and Chen beat up Hu Li, they also thought the two were too bold. They would definitely not leave today. They would surely be killed by Hu Lang. Daring to cause trouble in my Eastern District of Shixin City and beat my son like this. Feng Muning, I don't care what happens later. You want to be able to leave today. As soon as Hu Lang finished speaking, his right hand drew a light gate. In the next moment, a wild boar, about 4 meters tall, covered in black fur with sharp fangs and clad in silver armor, stepped out of the portal, its eyes glowing red. It has appeared. It's Lord Hu Lang's rampaging wild boar, a powerful beast with B-level potential. The rampaging wild boar's attacks are extremely fierce. Retreat, hurry, and retreat. The moment the rampaging wild boar appeared, the onlookers retreated a few meters again, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Name: Rampaging Wild Boar Race. Beast Attribute: Strength Level C3. Potential: B Skills: Charge, Pounce, Furious Bite, Barbarian Charge, Tusk Attack. This seemingly unremarkable beast actually has B-level potential. Hu Lang indeed has some strength. Meanwhile, the beast identification device in Chen and Feng Muning's hands lit up, displaying various information about the rampaging wild boar. Although Feng Muning had attended the Star Academy and went out exploring right after awakening, she is the daughter of Feng Qing. Such a precious beast identification device may be unaffordable for others, but Feng Qing certainly has the means. Besides, Feng Qing dotes on his daughter immensely, not only equipping her with a beast identification device, but also preparing several rare beasts for her. Feng Muning's silver jade fox was chosen from those rare beasts. Are you scared, Chen? Although Feng Muning is only a D2 level spirit master and has little chance against Hu Lang, Hu Li is in her hands. As long as she uses Hu Li as a bargaining chip, Hu Lang would definitely not act recklessly. How could I be scared? Just a rampaging wild boar. I don't take it seriously. Chen could easily defeat even stronger beasts like the black gold bear and the furious lion. So why be afraid of this rampaging wild boar? He was already prepared to fight the rampaging wild boar at any time. I advise you to release my son immediately. Perhaps I will show mercy and spare your life. Hu Lang, controlling the rampaging wild boar, stepped closer to Feng Muning and Chen. The silver jade fox beside Feng Muning immediately rushed in front of its master, ready for battle at any moment. Even if it couldn't defeat the rampaging wild boar, it would never allow anyone to harm its master. I must say, this beast looks quite like you. But Hu Lang, I warn you, if you want your son's life, have your rampaging wild boar stop moving. If it takes another step forward, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as Feng Muning finished speaking, Chen immediately pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Hu Li's neck. Don't move. If you dare to move, I will make sure to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Hu Li is Hu Lang's only son, whom he dotes on greatly. Seeing such a critical moment, he immediately ordered the rampaging wild boar to stop. In Hu Lang's view, he had absolute strength to deal with Feng Muning and Chen, but he did not want anything to happen to his son and could only forcefully suppress his anger. Of course, as the overlord of the Eastern District of Shixin City, how could Hu Lang truly compromise? No matter what, he must deal with Feng Muning and Chen today. Chapter 78. Pursuit. Unexpected appearance. Stop the nonsense. Hurry up and give me the stuff. Feng Muning took the dagger from Chen's hand and patted Hu Li's face. Damn it. I will definitely not let you go. At this moment, Hu Lang was suppressing his anger and looked at the bodyguards beside him. The two bodyguards behind Hu Lang immediately understood, their expressions filled with rage as they carried 2 black boxes and a delicate jade box towards Feng Muning. Everything you want is here. Money for release. As soon as Hu Lang finished speaking, one of the bodyguards opened the black box, revealing a box full of money. Inside the exquisite jade box were 3 ice soul stones, all of blue quality. Originally, these were carefully collected by Hu Lang, and he was very fond of them, rarely parting with them. But now, with Hu Li's situation urgent, he couldn't care too much. Once Hu Li was safe, he could deal with Feng Muning and Chen later. Hu Lang was absolutely confident that he could trap the 2 of them in Shixin City. Not bad. Not bad. Boss who is indeed obedient. In that case, we won't harm your precious son. However, these items must be given to us first. Only after we leave safely can we release your son. Feng Muning was not foolish. If she handed over Hu Li now, it would be difficult to escape the Eastern District of Shixin City. Therefore, she absolutely could not easily let Hu Li go. She had to wait until she left Shixin City safely. All right. Hu Lang still suppressed his anger and nodded reluctantly, his eyes constantly shifting as if planning something. After the two bodyguards placed the items down, they retreated beside Hu Lang. Seeing this, Feng Muning smiled smugly and walked over to those items. After confirming everything was correct, she waved her right hand and stored them all in her spatial ring. But just at that moment, a fast-moving black shadow suddenly flashed by. It was a pitch-black cat. The black cat was about 50 centimeters long, with green pupils and extremely sharp claws, racing towards Hu Li. Feng Muning didn't react in time, and even though the silver jade fox wanted to attack, it couldn't keep up with the black cat's speed. It was obvious that this was still a scheme from Hu Lang's men, aiming to rescue Hu Li amidst the chaos. However, just as the black cat was about to reach Hu Li, Chen, as if he had predicted its position, summoned a blood-colored great sword, and without saying a word, swung it down. With a flash of bloodlight, the black cat was immediately sliced in half, falling to the ground in a tragic state, blood splattering everywhere. All of it absorbed into Chen's body. The D2 level Shadow Cat, known for its speed, was indeed a good ambush tactic. But unfortunately, it was still seen through by me. After Chen finished speaking, he forcefully stabbed the blood-sun great sword into the ground, his pupils glowing faintly red as he disdainfully looked at Hu Lang. Having fought against beasts in the shattering Star Mountain, Chen had encountered this type of ambush-prone Shadow Cat before, and initially, it had caused him some trouble. However, with the enhancement of the Blood Soul Knight Beast Soul, he maintained the Blood Chi Awakening phase boost at all times. Moreover, Chen was always vigilant. How could he possibly be successfully ambushed by the opponent? With the combined power of the Blood Sun Greatsword, he effortlessly killed the Shadow Cat with a single strike. No! A weak man hiding in the crowd suddenly cried out in pain. He was the owner of the Shadow Cat. For a contract spirit master, losing their contracted spirit was undoubtedly the most lethal blow. Furthermore, this was a lower city, where most people had no means to purchase a second beast. If Hu Lang didn't prepare a second D-level beast for him, he would be completely finished. Waste. You couldn't even succeed. What use are you to me? The weak man had suddenly attempted an ambush under Hu Lang's orders, but he hadn't expected to fail so miserably. What Hu Lang didn't expect was that the man who hadn't summoned his contracted spirit from the beginning actually possessed such formidable combat abilities. With just a blood-colored greatsword, he could instantly kill a D2 level Shadow Cat. A normal person definitely couldn't do that. Wow. Feng Muning, who initially thought they would be successfully ambushed, once again witnessed Chen's domineering strength and couldn't help but exclaim. The speed of the Shadow Cat was such that even the Silver Jade Fox couldn't react in time. Yet Chen had easily killed it. It was impossible not to admire him. Daring to ambush us? It seems you don't want your son to live. Chen coldly withdrew the Blood Sun Greatsword, making it seem as if he was about to chop off Hu Li's head. Don't. Please don't. Seeing this, Hu Lang was instantly terrified and immediately adopted a posture of surrender. Even though Hu Lang had C3 level strength and the nearby rampaging wild boar was very intimidating. Nothing was more important than Hu Li's life. Nothing could happen to him. Seeing the ambush fail, Hu Lang could only give up, glaring at Feng Muning and Chen with extremely venomous eyes. He had already deeply remembered this grudge and would definitely take revenge on the two of them in the future. Why aren't you retreating? Chen slung the Blood Sun Great Sword over his shoulder, then untied the ropes on Hu Li as if lifting a chick, swaggering out of the alley. Feng Muning quickly followed, looking at Chen with a hint of admiration. Damn it! Everyone back! Hu Lang shouted in extreme unwillingness, and the surrounding bodyguards immediately retreated. They allowed Chen and Feng Muning to walk out of this perilous alley unimpeded. The onlookers outside the alley had initially thought the two of them would not be able to leave today, but to their surprise, they walked out so confidently. And Hu Lang had brought so many people, yet they had no way to stop them, their expressions filled with shock. In fact, many began to speculate about the identities of Feng Muning and Chen. Should I look back to see if Hu Lang will continue to play tricks? Feng Muning said softly as she walked beside Chen. No need, experts never look back. Hu Li is still in my hands. That fool won't act rashly. Chen was not the least bit flustered at this moment. As he said, If Hu Lang dared to ambush, he would immediately kill Hu Li. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen and Feng Mu Ning swaggered out of Exine City. Hu Lang and the others truly did not dare to act rashly, merely following behind Chen silently, fearing for Hu Li's safety. Once Chen and Feng Mu Ning entered the Source Shadow Forest, they directly threw Hu Li back to Hu Lang, and the two took the opportunity to disappear into the Source Shadow Forest. Chase them. Be sure to find those two little brats. Accompanied by Hu Li's furious shout, the rampaging wild boar beside him immediately charged into the Source Shadow Forest. The bodyguards also summoned their contracted spirits and rushed into the Source Shadow Forest. But at that moment, a series of low, piercing alarm sounds suddenly echoed from Exine City. Chapter 79 Level 2 Alert. Beast Tide approaches Ugh. The furious Lang, who was originally determined to hunt down Feng Mu Ning, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing the piercing alarm. This is bad. This is at least a Level 2 alert. The Beast Tide is coming. Even in his anger, Lang understood the danger of the situation and couldn't care less about Feng Mu Ning and Chen. He immediately recalled the raging wild boars and the bodyguards. This is a Level 2 alarm, extremely dangerous. We can't stay here any longer. We need to retreat to Exine City immediately. As soon as Lang finished speaking, he placed the already injured Hu Li on a raging wild boar and mounted it himself. Boss, what about Feng Mu Ning? A bodyguard asked. Oof. This Beast Tide crisis came so suddenly. If those two didn't manage to escape back to Luo City in time, they will surely die in the Beast Tide. In that case, it would also be revenge for my son. There is no time to worry about them now. Retreat to the eastern district of Exine City and close the city gates. With Lang's command, he charged into Exine City on the raging wild boar. The bodyguards quickly followed, not daring to linger outside. Meanwhile, just entering the Source Shadow Forest, Chen and Feng Mu Ning also showed shocked expressions at the sound of the piercing alarm. This is bad. It's a Level 2 alert. Chen reacted quickly, realizing the gravity of the situation and looking seriously towards Exine City. Initially, Chen planned to defeat Lang and his group if they continued to chase him, leaving none alive. But he never expected the Beast Tide to come so suddenly. The orange cat, Xiao who was supposed to meet them at the edge of the Source Shadow Forest, also rushed out anxiously, emitting a series of warning calls. This is too sudden, Chen. We can't stay here. If the Beast Tide is really coming, staying in the Source Shadow Forest will mean certain death. We must leave here quickly and return to Luo City. Seeing the situation, Feng Mu Ning didn't dare to delay, fully aware of the danger. After all, this is a Level 2 alarm, whose danger level is second only to Level 1, indicating that the Beast Tide is extremely terrifying. There are also many demon beasts in the Source Shadow Forest, and if those raging demon beasts enter the forest, they will surely incite the local demon beasts to go berserk as well. If they continue to stay in the Source Shadow Forest, the consequences would be unimaginable. They had to return to the base city immediately. Let us go. Chen decisively picked up Xiao and quickly left the Source Shadow Forest with Feng Mu Ning, racing down a road outside the forest. They couldn't go back to Exine City and had to return to Luo City as fast as possible. Although this road wasn't the closest to Luo City, there were still many vehicles passing by. If they could catch a ride, they could immediately return to Luo City. Just as Chen and Feng Mu Ning arrived at the road, the familiar black SUV appeared. Miss, please return to Luo City immediately. The black SUV sped to a stop beside Feng Mu Ning and Chen, and the driver, Lu Siyuan, spoke with a tense expression. Uncle Lu, what happened? Feng Mu Ning asked without hesitation, immediately getting into the vehicle with Chen. The situation is very urgent, so I'll keep it brief. Just now, Exine City sent an urgent telegram, ordering us to sound the Level 2 alert, saying that a large number of demon beasts have gone berserk and just launched a surprise attack on Exine City, causing heavy losses. According to the intelligence, there are many raging demon beasts this time. Besides a portion attacking Exine City, some are also headed towards Luo City and Exine City. As the driver Lu Siyuan sped along, he explained the Beast Tide crisis to Feng Mu Ning and Mo Chen. In this world, it is almost a regular occurrence for demon beasts to suddenly go berserk and launch group attacks on human cities, commonly referred to as a beast tide. The scale of beast tides varies, and throughout Blue Star's history, there have been many examples of cities destroyed by beast tides. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only 15 base cities left on Blue Star today, even if the beast tide consists only of E-grade and D-grade demon beasts. As long as the scale is large enough, they can still destroy human cities. Generally, when a level 1 alert sounds, it indicates that the city is in extreme danger and could be destroyed at any moment. While a level 2 alert is not as dangerous, it still signifies that the situation is very serious. During the drive, they could see many military armored vehicles rushing towards Luohui City on the road. For the lower city residents, there are significant interests at stake. They wouldn't just watch the lower city get destroyed by demon beasts, so at least some protection would be provided. When they noticed the demon beasts charging towards Luohui City and Shixin City, the high-ranking officials of Yaoxing City sent troops to provide support. In their view, if they didn't help the lower city, it would likely be wiped out instantly by demon beasts. The lives of lower city residents are of little concern to them, but those factories cannot be allowed to suffer. That is their main interest. Miss Feng Laoda has already ordered that we must take you to a safe base. While speeding, Mo Chen and Feng Mu Ning quickly arrived at Luohui City. At this moment, there were hardly any people on the streets of Luohui City. Those who remained were undoubtedly spirit contract masters. Ordinary people had been evacuated to various safe bases under military guidance. The so-called safe bases were actually extremely sturdy underground fortifications built specifically to resist demon beast attacks when the city was first established. Both the lower city and upper city have many such safe bases, providing the best protection for ordinary people. Let me get out of the car. Upon arriving in Luohui City, Mo Chen immediately spoke up. Why? Feng Laoda's order is to bring you both back, so you can't be in any danger. The driver Lu Ciyuan, ignoring Mo Chen, said sternly. According to Blue Star regulations, once a level 2 alert sounds, any spirit contract master, no matter where they are from, must join the nearby defense teams. I want to fight the demon beasts. Mo Chen had experienced 2 waves of beast tides in his life, including this one. In the previous beast tide, his parents had gone out to resist the tide and never returned. Whether for the sake of hunting demon beasts to increase his strength or for revenge, Mo Chen would not let this opportunity slip by. In the past, he had no ability and could only watch helplessly as his parents died. This time, he would not back down. Mu Ning, obediently listen to your father. I'll go first. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Without hesitation, Mo Chen ignored their agreement, holding Xiao Hu, and jumped out of the car window. Mo Chen. Feng Mu Ning didn't expect Mo Chen to be so decisive and was about to reach out to grab him. But before she could react, Mo Chen had vanished in the blink of an eye, which made Feng Mu Ning very anxious. She immediately prepared to get out of the car to follow Mo Chen. No, miss. Mo Chen was just an outsider, but Feng Mu Ning was the young lady of the family, and she absolutely couldn't be allowed to be in danger. Therefore, Lu Ciyuan decisively locked the car doors and forcibly took Feng Mu Ning away. Chapter 80. Gathering Square, Defending Against Beast Little Tiger. You should hurry home now. I might not be able to take care of you later. If you're not careful and get taken away by a beast, that would be terrible. After jumping off the car, Mo Chen immediately ran into a small alley, reminding Little Tiger. Although Little Tiger didn't want to leave Mo Chen, it didn't want to disturb him at this moment and understood the seriousness of the situation. It obediently meowed twice at Mo Chen before running in the direction of home. At this time, Mo Chen was also running towards the largest square in the eastern district of Luohui City. When Mo Chen was young, he had experienced a beast tide, and at that time, many spirit masters had gathered there under the military's command. Mo Chen's parents were also there, so he was very familiar with that place. Montauk Chen. Stop. Just then, a hurried shout came from behind Mo Chen. Mo Chen was very familiar with this voice. It was his adoptive father, Chen Jun Uncle Chen. Mo Chen immediately stopped and turned to look at Chen Jun. You're going to the square, right? Chen Jun looked at Mo Chen with a heavy expression and said, That's right. Mo Chen answered decisively, and an aura of a D2, level spirit master erupted from him, proving his strength. Chen Jun knew Chen very well. Seeing his determined expression, he realized he couldn't stop him anymore. Chen, you've grown up. There are many things I can't stop you from doing now. But you must remember, you have to stay alive for me. Whether for me or for your deceased parents, you must live. Chen Jun stepped forward and patted Chen's shoulder. Most of the people behind me are ordinary folks. I must escort them to the safe base. The officers sent from Yaoxing City are spread out across various regions of Luohui City. Just follow their lead and don't be reckless. Uncle Chen, don't worry. I'll be fine. Chen nodded firmly to Chen Jun and then turned to run towards the square. Watching Chen's departing figure, Chen Jun sighed slightly. If it were possible, he really didn't want Chen to take risks. But he also knew that Chen had grown up and seemed to possess an incredible power, making it difficult for Chen Jun to stop him. Fortunately, Chen was now a D2 level spirit master and had certain means of self-protection. Plus, with the army from Yaoxing City, as long as Chen didn't act recklessly, he should be fine. Then, Chen Jun didn't linger and led the large group of people towards the safe base in the Eastern District. If it weren't for the need to protect these people, Chen Jun would definitely follow Chen to fight against the beasts. When Chen arrived at the square in the Eastern District of Luohui City, many people had already gathered there. Most of them were officers sent from Yaoxing City, while the local spirit masters from the Eastern District of Luohui City accounted for only a small portion. After all, Luohui City was a lower city, where the spirit masters were generally weak and particularly afraid of death, especially worried that their hard-earned spirit contracts might unexpectedly perish. Thus, as residents of a lower city, how could they afford to buy a second spirit contract? Their lives would be ruined. Therefore, most spirit masters from the lower city would hide unless faced with extreme danger, letting those sent from the upper city go to their deaths. Captain, the reinforcements encountered a surprise attack from beasts on the way and won't be able to arrive in a short time. We only have these people left. At that moment, a young man with a tense expression hurriedly approached a middle-aged man with a grave demeanor. This middle-aged man was the officer responsible for supporting the Eastern District of Luohui City, named Luo Hao, a B1 level spirit master. Behind him were fewer than 30 soldiers from Yaoxing City, and with the local spirit masters from the Eastern District of Luohui City, there were only about 40 people in total. Facing the impending beast tide, these numbers were definitely insufficient. Not only was the situation in the Eastern District of Luohui City dire, but other areas were facing similar circumstances. The reinforcement troops had all encountered attacks from beasts on the way. There's no time. Even with so few people, we must ensure the safety of the civilians here. Luo Hao walked forward with a serious expression, standing upright in front of everyone. This beast tide presents a high level of danger, reaching a level 2 standard. Yaoxing City is currently doing everything possible to resist the beast tide. Yet, there are still many beasts approaching Luohui City, and their numbers are significant, which might even trigger the beasts in the Source Shadow Forest to go berserk. The situation is urgent, so I'll keep it brief. Our mission this time is to fully resist the invading beasts in the Eastern District of Luohui City while protecting the civilians who have not yet reached the safe base. We must not allow the beasts to harm innocent residents or destroy the city. Is that clear? Although Luo Hao was from the upper city, he was a soldier first and foremost. In his mind, there was no distinction between upper and lower city residents. He only thought about protecting innocent people. Since he had come to support Luohui City, he would give it his all, even risking his life to fend off the beasts. Understood. The soldiers accompanying Luo Hao shouted in unison, demonstrating their discipline. The local spirit masters from the Eastern District of Luohui City, however, were rather slack due to a lack of specialized training. But those who chose to come and support certainly wouldn't be afraid or shrink back, nodding firmly. At that moment, Chen also ran into the crowd and stood at the back of the line. Everyone appeared tense and did not notice when Chen stealthily entered. Good, this is why we became spirit masters. Looking at the determined eyes of the more than 40 people below, Luo Hao nodded in satisfaction. Then his expression immediately became serious. You local spirit masters from the Eastern District of Luohui City, quickly report your spirit contracts and your spirit power levels. I will assign you tasks. Zhang Yi, spirit contract. Shadow Wolf, Spirit Power Level, D2. Zhao Hu, Spirit Contract, Fiery Dog, Spirit Power Level, D3. Li Shi, Spirit Contract, Fiery Dog, Spirit Power Level, D2. Listening to the local spirit masters from the lower city report their spirit power levels and contracts one by one, Luo Hao's expression became very complex. Indeed, the spirit beasts possessed by these lower city spirit masters were very common, all being variations of shadow wolves and fiery dogs. However, Luo Hao was not too disappointed. Those who came here to resist the beasts were all brave people, and he silently noted their names for future rewards. The other soldiers around also looked very serious, with no one showing signs of mockery. After all, they were all trained soldiers. Moreover, not all of these soldiers were from the upper city. Some had origins in the lower city. Every year, the military of Yaoxing City actually recruits people. Whether they are spirit masters or ordinary people, everyone has the opportunity to join the military, though the threshold is relatively high. However, when the last person reported their information, the expressions of everyone present suddenly froze. Mo Chen, no spirit contract, spirit power level, D2. As soon as Mo Chen finished speaking, almost everyone in the square turned to look at him, all showing expressions of shock. Chapter 81. Courageous and join the battle, isn't that Mo Ge? When did he arrive? I thought he was some fool from somewhere, but it turns out to be Mo Ge, so that's not surprising. That guy is a monster. Nowadays, people in the eastern district of Gray City, especially the spirit contract masters, basically all know Mo Chen, who is a special spirit contract master that is extremely terrifying, relying solely on his own strength without any beast companions. However, the few spirit contract masters in the eastern district of Gray City know Mo Chen. But the other soldiers who came to support looked utterly astonished. Young man, a large number of terrifying beasts will soon attack Gray City. What are you, an ordinary person without a spirit contract, doing here? This is just nonsense. You should go to the safe base immediately. Luo Hao frowned, speaking sternly to Mo Chen. He didn't care what Mo Chen said about having D2 level spirit power. Just hearing that Mo Chen had no spirit contract meant he could not be considered a spirit contract master at all. Can't fight without a spirit contract? I already said, I have D2 level strength. As soon as Mo Chen finished speaking, an aura of D2 level spirit power erupted from his body. Perhaps this level of spirit power was nothing in the eyes of these soldiers, but it was enough to prove that he indeed had the ability to fight. How is that possible? An ordinary person without a spirit contract can also have spirit power? And it really seems to be D2 level. Not only was Luo Hao shocked, but the many soldiers present also couldn't understand at all. Commander, this is our famous Mo Chen from the Eastern District of Gray City. He definitely has strength. I'm not exaggerating when I say that even sea-level beasts can be defeated by Mo Ge. Moreover, Mo Ge is from a Yaoxing Academy and was admitted as an exception. The spirit contract masters from the Eastern District of Gray City shouted to vouch for Mo Chen. Such a thing actually exists. Hearing this, Luo Hao was even more astonished. But in this critical moment, he couldn't afford to joke around. This could only mean one thing. The guy named Mo Chen in front of him might indeed have some strength. Since that's the case, I won't stop you any further. After Luo Hao spoke, he looked at a resolute-looking brown-haired man beside him, Deputy Wang. You take these local spirit contract masters from the Eastern District of Gray City, along with 10 soldiers, to form a rescue team. On one hand, protect the residents who have not yet entered the safe base, and, on the other hand, treat the injured in time and maintain public order in the Eastern District of Gray City. The rest of the people will form a combat team and follow me to the Eastern District of Gray City, City Gate to resist the beasts. Understood. The deputy named Wang shouted firmly, casually picking 10 soldiers and taking the local spirit contract masters from Gray City, preparing to leave. I want to confront the beasts head-on. At this moment, Mo Chen stepped forward and did not follow Deputy Wang's rescue team. This beast tide was a rare opportunity for Mo Chen. A perfect moment to level up. He didn't want to join some backup rescue team. If it weren't for the concern that beasts exceeding sea level might appear, Mo Chen wouldn't even have come to gather here. He would have gone alone to confront the beasts. Courageous, but your strength is still too weak. Many of the furious beasts this time are around sea level, and there are even B-level beasts. You have no spirit contract, and your spirit power level is only D2. It's better for you to join the rescue team. Luo Hao's tone was very serious, directly rejecting Mo Chen's request. What can sea-level beasts do? I can still kill them. Mo Chen's attitude was very resolute, his eyes full of killing intent. Are you serious? Seeing the look in Mo Chen's eyes, Luo Hao couldn't help but feel a bit moved. He hadn't seen such killing intent in a young person for a long time. Such a look of killing intent was not something someone Mo Chen's age should have. In Luo Hao's view, Mo Chen must have experienced something. That's right. I want to join the combat team. Okay, since you are willing to join the combat team, as the captain, I will give you your first order. Luo Hao looked at the determined Mo Chen and said, you must prioritize protecting your own life at all times. If you encounter an irresistible danger, I allow you to immediately leave the combat team to escape. Do you understand? Once Luo Hao's words came out, the many officers and soldiers present had no objections. After all, Mo Chen was too young, and the situation was very special. A special spirit contract master who could not contract beasts, but its spirit power must not be allowed to die easily. Presumably, the Yaoxing Academy also knew this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made an exception to let Mo Chen in. If it weren't for Mo Chen's firm desire to join, Luo Hao definitely wouldn't have allowed him to act recklessly. Understood. Although these officers and soldiers were sent from the upper city to provide support, unlike other upper city people, they had their own beliefs, not like other upper city residents. In Mo Chen's heart, among the many organizations in the upper city, he only had good feelings towards the military. Moreover, every boy has a dream of becoming a soldier to some extent. At this moment, Mo Chen stood straight and saluted Luo Hao. Very good. Then let us act immediately. Luo Hao nodded in satisfaction, leading the combat team towards the city gate of the eastern district of Gray City. Meanwhile, the rescue team, formed by Deputy Wang, also began to act immediately. Due to the sudden occurrence of this beast tide, many people did not have time to reach the safe base. At this time, if beasts attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. The mission of the rescue team was to protect these people into the safe base while guarding against any beasts sneaking into the eastern district of Gray City. As for the main combat team, their task was singular: to firmly defend the city gate of the eastern district of Gray City and never allow the beasts to invade the city. Not only did the eastern district of Gray City immediately have combat deployments, but the other 3 districts did the same, each securing their corresponding city gates. In addition, outside the city gates of Gray City, there are also some powerful, hardcore large artillery weapons installed. These weapons could all cause damage to the beasts. Besides summoning spirit contracts to resist the beasts, these weapons could also play a crucial role, especially for some ordinary soldiers who were not spirit contract masters. Their main task was to use these weapons. However, compared to the upper city, the weapons in the lower city were still very backward, and their lethality was far inferior to those in the upper city. Under Luo Hao's leadership, as soon as the combat team arrived, they immediately split into 2 smaller teams. Among them, the officer soldiers who were spirit contract masters summoned their spirit contracts, ready for battle at any moment. The other part climbed up the city walls to operate those hardcore large artillery weapons. Chapter 82. Hunting Demon Beasts, Blood Battle at the City Gate Roar. Just as Luo Hao led the combat team to the scene, a series of deafening beast roars echoed from the direction of the Source Shadow Forest, causing the ground to tremble. In the next moment, a dense swarm of demon beasts came rushing towards them, with many more flying in the air. Although most of those demon beasts were E and D rank, the ones leading them had strength above C rank. Even Mo Chen, who was accustomed to fighting demon beasts, felt a bit shocked upon seeing such a large number of them for the first time. However, Mo Chen was not afraid. On the contrary, he began to feel excited. This was much more thrilling than hunting demon beasts in the Erosion Star Mountain. Mo Chen would not miss this opportunity and was determined to slay demon beasts and gain a large amount of spiritual power. At that moment, the long-awaited system choice appeared again. Option 1. There are too many demon beasts. You feel fear and dare not advance too close to fight them, and can only hide behind to assist the officers and soldiers. Reward: medium spiritual power. Option 2. Although there are many demon beasts and it is very dangerous, it is also a rare opportunity. You take the lead and directly charge into the beast horde to hunt 50 demon beasts. Reward: increase spiritual power level by 2 small ranks. The choice appeared again. Looking at the options in front of him, Chen's lips curled up slightly. For him, option 1 held no significance. Since he had chosen to face the beast tide head-on, how could he possibly retreat? Even without the appearance of the choice, Chen would still charge into the beast horde. For Chen, this was indeed an excellent opportunity to enhance his strength. Coupled with the reward from option 2, Chen was confident that after this beast tide, he could directly advance to D5 level. I choose option 2. Chen thought to himself without hesitation. Host has chosen option 2, initiating the task to hunt 50 demon beasts. The system's voice echoed in Chen's mind at that moment. 50 demon beasts were indeed quite challenging, but I am not afraid. Come on. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the blood sun heavy sword appeared in his hand, radiating a strong aura of blood. This guy. The officers and soldiers standing next to Chen were quite shocked at this scene. Even Luo Hao, who had B-rank strength, was astonished at Chen's current state. In his eyes, the blood aura emanating from Chen had already surpassed the realm of normal humans, even stronger than some demon beasts, especially the blood-colored great sword in Chen's hand. Although Luo Hao did not know what rank of demon beast weapon it was, its power was undoubtedly immense. This was his intuition as a high-level B-rank contract spirit master. However, as the beast horde began to rush over, there was no time for further astonishment. Luo Hao made a decisive call: resist the demon beasts. As soon as Luo Hao's voice fell, a massive brown bear clad in silver armor suddenly appeared beside him. Name: Earthquake Bear. Race: Beast. Attribute: Strength level B1. Potential: A. Skills: Heavy Strike, Rage Bite, Barbaric Charge. Bear Claw, Shockwave Fist. Earthquake. The Earthquake Bear, a B1 level demon beast, seemed to be Captain Luo Hao's contracted spirit. It was indeed very powerful. Looking at the bear, which resembled a small mountain, Chen felt quite shocked. This was the second time he had seen a B-level demon beast. Although it was only B1 level, Chen could clearly sense that the strength of this Earthquake Bear was extremely formidable. Even Chen at his current level would have no chance of defeating this giant. Just one of its paw strikes would be enough to kill him back then. Not to mention that it triggered his blood awakening. It would give Chen no opportunity at all. His strength was still not strong enough. Under Luo Hao's command, the Earthquake Bear charged madly into the beast horde, while the various contracted spirits summoned by the officers and soldiers at the scene also followed suit. Meanwhile, the various large artillery weapons on the city walls were immediately activated, all aimed at the rampaging demon beasts, beginning fire suppression. Take action. Seeing this situation, Chen showed no hesitation and immediately radiated a strong blood-red light from his body. Fearless of the rampaging demon beasts, he swung the blood sun heavy sword and charged into the beast horde. Upon seeing a human rush in, the rampaging demon beasts naturally made him their primary target. In an instant, both E and D rank demon beasts rushed towards Chen like crazy. However, those ordinary E and D rank demon beasts, despite their large numbers, were meaningless against Chen's powerful attacks. One came and one died. Luo Hao, who had been silently observing Chen, felt increasingly shocked upon witnessing this scene. If he had not seen Chen single-handedly charging into the beast horde and demonstrating such powerful strength today, he would never have imagined that a human could possess such formidable power. Even as a high-level B-rank contract spirit master with the power to use some contracted spirits, he could never achieve what Chen was doing. In addition, he noticed that the blood-colored great sword in Chen's hand indeed had a domineering power. Not only was its might extremely great, but it also seemed to have the ability to absorb blood. In Luo Hao's view, perhaps it was precisely because of this that Chen, wielding the blood-colored greatsword, possessed such terrifying blood aura. Not good. At that moment, Luo Hao suddenly noticed a fast-moving demon beast charging towards Chen. As a high-level contract spirit master, he immediately recognized that it was at least a C-rank demon beast. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual power erupted from Luo Hao, and a pair of black wings appeared on his back, flying towards Chen at an unimaginable speed. Then, just as the demon beast was about to ambush Chen, Luo Hao rushed ahead, his legs transforming into sharp eagle claws, and kicked the demon beast away. Captain Luo, Chen had actually noticed the demon beast ambushing him long ago and had prepared a response. But he did not expect Luo Hao to suddenly come in and block the ambush for him. Facing Luo Hao in this state, Chen was not surprised at all. As long as one became a B-rank contract spirit master, they had the ability to contract a second demon beast and also gained a skill that allowed them to obtain part of the demon beast's abilities, called spirit attachment. Once one of the contracted demon beasts became the target of spirit attachment, that demon beast could not be summoned, as if it had merged into the body of the contract spirit master. This would greatly enhance the contract spirit master's body, granting them some of the abilities of that demon beast, allowing the originally weak contract spirit master to have the capability to protect themselves. Therefore, under normal circumstances, contract spirit masters who became high-level B rank would often not summon two contracted spirits simultaneously, always leaving one as the spirit attachment target. This way, they would have the ability to avoid ambushes from enemy demon beasts. Its effect was somewhat similar to Chen's B-Soul binding, just not as powerful. Chapter 83. Don't escape, stand still. Good kid, I didn't have much hope for you at first, thinking you were just full of hot blood. But it seems I was completely wrong. Your strength far exceeds my imagination. Chen is now covered in beast blood, and even though he has some wounds, they don't matter at all and have no impact on his combat power, especially with that blood-red great sword in his hand. His combat prowess is definitely on par with a C-level spirit master, or even stronger. Seeing this situation, Luo Hao couldn't help but praise Chen, feeling a deep admiration for this young man. Thank you, Captain Luo, for helping me. Although Chen had sensed the beast attack beforehand, he still politely thanked Luo Hao for his assistance. Just then, Chen's eyes suddenly flashed red as he leaped forward, swinging the blood-sun heavy sword fiercely downwards. Boom! With a loud crash, a pitch-black shadow wolf was directly cut in half by Chen, dying a miserable death. So fast, as a B-level high-ranking spirit master, Luo Hao had also noticed the beast attack approaching. However, he was surprised that before he could act, Chen had already taken the lead. In just one strike, he had killed 8D4 level shadow wolf on the spot, once again reshaping Luo Hao's impression of Chen. At this moment, in Luo Hao's eyes, Chen truly was a special spirit master with extraordinary combat power. Even without relying on beasts, he was still incredibly strong. Captain Luo, leave this to me. I won't let any beasts enter Luo City. The situation was urgent, with more and more beasts appearing. Chen didn't have time to say much to Luo Hao and continued swinging the blood-sun heavy sword, slashing down the beasts. Although most of the beasts he killed were E and D level and wouldn't provide him with much spiritual power, the sheer number was advantageous. In just a short while, Chen had already killed no less than 15 beasts. Alright, then I'll leave this to you. You guys come over and protect brother Chen. Seeing this, Luo Hao didn't say much more. After instructing a few nearby soldiers to protect Chen, he charged toward the strongest beasts in the swarm. Most of the beasts that came to the central area of Luo City were E and D level, but there were also quite a few C-level beasts. Additionally, there were 2 B-level beasts among them. They acted like the leaders of the pack, driving the other beasts into a frenzy. Originally, the beasts rushing over from Yaoxing City weren't this many. A significant portion came from the Source Shadow Forest. As long as the 2 most threatening beasts were dealt with, the rest would naturally be of little concern. Therefore, Luo Hao wasted no time and immediately commanded the Earth Violent Bear, using the power of the summoned beasts to launch a frenzied attack on the 2 B-level beasts. The large artillery weapons set up on the city walls were also continuously firing. In an instant, outside the eastern city gate of Luo City, blood flowed like rivers. and the ground was littered with beast corpses. Of course, there were also some soldiers' bodies among them. Especially the ordinary soldiers operating the large artillery on the city walls suffered the most casualties. Once they were attacked by flying beasts, it was nearly impossible for them to evade. But as soldiers, they all held firm beliefs, vowing to defend the city behind them to the death. Swish! With a flash of blood-red sword energy, a robust black golden bear had its head chopped off by Chen, collapsing into a pool of blood. Thank you. Brother Chen. An officer who had just lost his spirit beast to the black golden bear thought he was doomed, but at the most critical moment, he was saved by Chen, which moved him greatly. It was just a small effort. Chen simply replied and continued to engage in battle. Even though he was already covered in wounds, he did not back down and kept swinging the blood-sun heavy sword, relentlessly fighting in the beast swarm. With so many beasts, even if Chen reacted quickly, he inevitably sustained injuries. However, for Chen, who possessed the Blood Soul Knight's beast soul power, being injured sometimes turned out to be a good thing. At this moment, Chen successfully entered the second stage of blood awakening, significantly enhancing his attack power and physical attributes. Coupled with blood conversion, he continuously absorbed the surrounding beast blood, providing him with an unending source of combat power. I initially thought this young brother might not have much strength, but now it seems we completely underestimated him. It's no exaggeration to say that even I, a sea-level spirit master, would have no way to defeat him. He is simply a monster. Watching Chen become increasingly fierce in battle. Even though he had sustained considerable injuries, he showed no sign of retreating, which infected many of the officers and soldiers present. Some soldiers, who had fallen into despair after losing their spirit beasts, stood up and ran toward the city wall. Even without their spirit beasts, they still had the powerful artillery weapons on the wall. Even if they died in battle, they would resist these beasts. Hunt beasts, 3850. Hunt beasts, 3950. In the second stage of blood awakening, Chen's combat power was incredibly formidable. He had long forgotten about his injuries and was madly slaughtering the beasts. Just then, the 2B-level beasts in the swarm were successfully slain by Luo Hao. With the loss of their leaders, the beast swarm began to scatter like a pile of loose sand. Seeing this unfold, Luo Hao, who was initially worried about holding the line, breathed a sigh of relief. We finally held the line. Everyone stop the pursuit, immediately assist the wounded, and clean up the battlefield. Although Luo Hao had single-handedly battled the 2B-level beasts and emerged victorious, both the Earth-Violent Bear and he himself had sustained serious injuries. Now that the beast tide had been repelled and the defense mission completed, Luo Hao immediately directed his subordinates to prepare to retreat back into the city. Originally, the main target of this beast tide was Yaoxing City. Luoyi City and Shixin City were merely affected. Therefore, in Luo Hao's view, as long as they successfully blocked this wave, the next phase should be safe. Retreating already? No way. My mission isn't complete yet. Watching the beast swarm scatter, Chen had no intention of letting them go. He vowed not to rest until he completed the task of killing 50 beasts. He directly shouldered the blood-sun heavy sword and chased after the fleeing beasts, shouting, "Stop right there. Don't think you can run." What? Chen. We've held the line. Come back. Luo Hao had witnessed Chen's valiant combat earlier and had planned to reward him. But who would have thought this kid would directly chase after the beasts? This was completely insane. Chapter 84. Mission completed. Strength soars. However, the surviving officers and soldiers, after experiencing such brutal battles, were all battered and bruised. Whether it was the spirit masters or the summoned beasts, they were all exhausted. Even Luo Hao was in the same state, let alone chasing after Chen. He could only watch helplessly as Chen hunted down those beasts. But it must be said that the combat power displayed by Chen was truly overwhelming. Although he had sustained significant injuries, it did not affect his fighting ability at all. In fact, it made everyone feel that Chen seemed to grow stronger the more he was hurt. Any beast that was caught by Chen met a gruesome end under that blood-red sword. Moreover, they discovered that any beast killed by Chen would inevitably turn into a dried corpse, as if its blood had been instantly drained away. A monster. This was undoubtedly a monster. At this moment, all the officers and soldiers could think of Chen in this way. Hunt beasts 4250, hunt beasts 4350, hunt beasts 4450, hunt beasts 4950. At this time, Chen was not thinking about anything else. Under the enhancement of the second stage of blood awakening, he had no intention of retreating. He was thoroughly enjoying the chase and slaughter of the fleeing beasts. With the threat of B-rank beasts gone, even against C5 rank beasts, Chen was capable of fighting back. Not to mention, these fleeing beasts were mostly E-rank and D-rank, which could not stop Chen at all. One slash for one beast, killing them from head to tail, just as Chen killed the 49th beast. His spiritual power level successfully broke through to D3. Great! This meant that as long as he killed the last beast, he could complete the mission. At that time, he would instantly rise to D5. As soon as Chen finished speaking, his murderous gaze immediately fell upon a fleeing C5 rank beast. Name: Thunderhorn Rhinoceros species, beast, attribute, Thunder level, C5 potential, C-rank skills, Thunder Strike, Lightning Cloak, Electric Wave, Electromagnetic Cannon, Thunderhorn Charge. Although this Thunderhorn Rhinoceros was a C5 rank beast, its potential was too low. Without a way to enhance its potential, it would never break through in its lifetime. However, being a C5 rank beast, it still had considerable strength. But now, after the earlier battle, this Thunderhorn Rhinoceros was already heavily injured, and even its proud Thunderhorn had been broken. In Chen's eyes, it was now just a moving experience bag. How could he let it go? He immediately dragged his Blood Sun heavy sword and charged toward the injured Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. Blood Fury Slash. With Chen's roar, a dazzling blood-red light erupted from his body as he swung the heavy Blood Sun sword, crazily hacking at the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. Despite being a C5 rank beast, it attempted to counterattack Chen, but it was utterly meaningless. Under the powerful assault of Blood Fury Slash, it was hacked into a bloody mess, tragically collapsing in a pool of blood. Soon after, all the blood in its body transformed into blood mist and was absorbed by Chen. Hunt beasts 50-50 ding. Congratulations, host, for completing option 2. Reward: spiritual power level increased by 2 small levels. As soon as Chen killed the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros, the system's voice immediately rang out. In the next moment, a vast amount of spiritual power surged into Chen's body, instantly raising his spiritual power level from D3 to D5. Along with feeling his spiritual power strengthen, his body also felt noticeably stronger than before. Thus, he was not far from becoming a C-rank spirit master. Feeling the enhancement of his power, Chen nodded in satisfaction. Since entering the second stage of blood awakening required injury to trigger, after completing the mission, Chen relaxed and no longer chased the remaining beasts. Consequently, he felt the intense pain in his body. Indeed, triggering the second stage of blood awakening came at a price. Fortunately, to prepare for this situation, he had already stocked up on a large amount of healing medicine. After putting away the Blood Sun heavy sword, Chen found a place to sit down and swallowed a few healing pills. Then, he began collecting the beast cores from the corpses of the surrounding beasts. For Chen, who hailed from the Bay City, these beast cores could be exchanged for quite a bit of money, and he naturally wouldn't let them go. It was at that moment that Luo Hao rushed over in a hurry. "I finally found you. Hurry up and come back with me." Luo Hao had initially returned to Ashen City to rest, but could not stop worrying about Chen, which led him to come out searching for him. Upon seeing that Chen was not in any danger and even had the energy to collect beast cores, Luo Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, this time, Chen did not refuse Luo Hao. After all, the beast tide had receded, the mission was complete, and his spiritual power level had risen to D5. Chen naturally wouldn't try to act tough anymore. "You kid, you're a bit too impulsive. Although the beast horde has been repelled and scattered, there is still a great deal of danger. You absolutely cannot be so reckless next time." If any other officer or soldier had not followed Luo Hao's orders and privately chased the beasts, they would have been severely punished by Luo Hao. But Chen was not a soldier. He was just a student. In such a situation, It was inevitable that he would get caught up in the heat of the moment and chase the beasts. Moreover, given Chen's exceptional strength, Luo Hao did not criticize him much. Instead, he admired him greatly. He was already planning in his heart how to persuade Chen to join the military. I'll be more careful next time. Luo Hao's words were not wrong. If Chen had not been eager to complete the system mission, he would not have taken the risk to hunt beasts. There were indeed significant hidden dangers. Chen had a good impression of Luo Hao, so he did not refute him much and honestly responded. You. Luo Hao sighed slightly upon hearing this. But just then, Luo Hao seemed to sense something suddenly, his face full of disbelief. What's going on? Is it my illusion? Why has your spiritual power level reached D5? Earlier, Luo Hao had sensed that Chen's spiritual power level was only at D2, but now it had reached D5? Luo Hao found it hard to believe, even doubting whether he had misperceived earlier. Did you hide your spiritual power level before? Luo Hao looked at Chen in shock, asking. You could say that. Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. After all, his spiritual power level had indeed risen too quickly. Even those exceptionally talented spirit masters could not match Chen's speed of cultivation. Chen was momentarily at a loss for how to explain it, so he could only say it was something he had hidden before. Is that so? Luo Hao remained half convinced, but regardless, Chen was indeed at D5 level now. At such a young age, reaching this level of spiritual power was undeniably a genius. It was a pity that Chen could not control beasts. If he could, it would definitely attract the attention of Yao Star City. However, after careful consideration, Luo Hao thought that with Chen's powerful combat ability, it didn't matter whether he had a contract spirit or not. After Chen collected the beast cores, he followed Luo Hao back to the eastern district of Ashen City. Nowadays, in the east district of Dusty City, upon hearing that the beast tide has been repelled, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and many brave individuals have already ventured out from the safe base. Chapter 85. Let us go home apart from that. The other areas of Greyfall City successfully repelled the beast tide, and the crisis in Greyfall City was completely resolved. Therefore, after receiving the retreat order from Starbright City, Luo Hao was about to lead his team back to Starbright City. Chen, the beast tide crisis in Starbright City has been lifted. You showed great bravery in this battle, and I will definitely report it. Luo Hao truly admired Chen, even though he was leaving. He pulled Chen aside to have a good chat. Faced with such a warm officer, Chen didn't know what to say for a moment and just kept nodding. However, it must be said that Chen had a great fondness for these officers. It should be noted that this was the lower city, and in the eyes of people from the upper city, it was like a garbage dump. Those who came here from the upper city often wore air purification masks, as if inhaling the air here would lead to a short life. However, these officers didn't do that. In their eyes, both the lower city and the upper city were treated equally. Even the soldiers and officers just now were willing to pay the price of their lives to protect the lower city, which deeply moved Chen. Chen, if possible, I hope you can join the military of Starbright City after graduation. You don't need to worry about your identity from the lower city. In the military of Starbright City, all identities are treated equally. With your abilities, staying in the lower city is too much of a waste. I hope you can consider it seriously. Luo Hao said to Chen with a serious tone. I will think about it. Chen replied, not immediately responding to Luo Hao. He definitely needed to consider the idea of joining an organization seriously. According to Chen's previous plans, he didn't intend to join any forces. However, if he had to join any organization, the military would definitely be his first choice. After giving Chen a pat on the shoulder, Luo Hao led the assembled soldiers and officers onto the armored vehicle and returned to Starbright City. Then, Chen didn't linger here and ran towards the safe base in the eastern district of Greyfall City. As soon as he arrived, Chen saw Chen Jun coming out of the safe base with the tavern subordinates. Moreover, Chen noticed that Chen Jun was covered in beast blood, clearly having fought with the beasts inside the city. After all, so many beasts had rushed towards Greyfall City at the same time, and there must have been some stragglers that entered the city. This was why Captain Luo Hao formed a backup team, not only to treat the wounded, but also to clear out these stragglers. Uncle Chen. Upon seeing Chen Jun, Mo Chen ran over immediately. You. When Chen Jun saw Mo Chen for the first time, he was obviously startled because he saw that Mo Chen not only had multiple wounds, but was also covered in a lot of beast blood. Fortunately, Mo Chen still looked lively, which made Chen Jun breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he was safe, that was good enough. Uncle Chen, are you all right? Chen Jun was the most important person to Mo Chen, so upon seeing the beast blood on Chen Jun, his first reaction was to check Chen Jun's body to see if he had sustained serious injuries. Of course, I'm fine. What about you? How'd you get hurt like this? Didn't I tell you to be careful? Chen Jun said sternly to Mo Chen. Fuxian Yun. Mo Chen was already like a son to him, and he didn't want Mo Chen to get hurt. Uncle Chen, I'm fine. The beast tide has retreated, and Greyfall City is safe now. Let's go home. Mo Chen didn't want to be publicly scolded by Chen Jun, which would be quite embarrassing, so he immediately took Chen Jun's hand, preparing to leave. But at that moment, a delicate hand suddenly pinched Mo Chen's ear. Ouch, that hurts. You sneak attacked me. That's not fair. The only person in the world who dared to pinch Mo Chen's ear, besides Chen Jun, was Feng Mu Ning. Mo Chen didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. You, Mo Chen, how dare you abandon me and go fight the beasts alone? We agreed to act together. Feng Mu Ning had just come out of the safe base and saw Mo Chen, especially when she noticed the injuries on Mo Chen. She felt both worried and unhappy. The beast tide was too dangerous. I don't want anything to happen to you. Besides, these are just superficial injuries. It's nothing serious. Your Mo brother is tough and will recover soon. Mo Chen said as he broke free from Feng Mu Ning's grip, looking as if he wasn't injured at all. I don't care. You must compensate me. Feng Mu Ning said angrily to Mo Chen. However, seeing Mo Chen looking lively reassured her. He was indeed the Mo Chen she knew. Mu Ning, let us go home. At that moment, Feng Qing, with a few bodyguards, walked over with a serious expression. Upon seeing Feng Qing, the crowd immediately dispersed, afraid of angering this big shot from Greyfall City. Later, I want to stay here a little longer. Feng Mu Ning actually just wanted to spend more time with Mo Chen and didn't he want to go back so soon. No way. Come back with me right now. Feng Qing said sternly, pulling Feng Mu Ning to his side. Then he looked at Chen Jun and said, Take care of your son. Don't let my precious daughter lead him astray. TCH, it's clearly your precious daughter who has led my son astray. Why are you the one accusing me first? I'm the one accusing you first? It's clearly your son who keeps coming to find my daughter, making my precious daughter not want to go home. Nonsense. It's clearly your daughter who is flirting with my son. What? You still want to admit it? Want to fight? Come on then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? As soon as Chen Jun and Feng Qing met, they began to argue. But this time the content of the quarrel was about Mo Chen and Feng Mu Ning. It made both Mo Chen and Feng Mu Ning very awkward. However, although they often quarreled and even fought, it didn't hinder their special friendship. When it came to critical moments, they both cared about each other. Going? Let us go. Mo Chen and Feng Mu Ning didn't even need to communicate much. Just a glance exchanged, and they understood everything. They prepared to sneak away while Chen Jun and Feng Qing were arguing. But this time they didn't succeed. Both Mo Chen and Feng Mu Ning were simultaneously grabbed by the arms by Chen Jun and Feng Qing. Go! Come home with me. After saying that, Chen Jun and Feng Qing took their respective subordinates and left the vicinity of the safe base, returning to their homes. Chapter 86. The most important person, Chen Er. If I'm not mistaken, you should have reached D5 level now. Chen Jun's perception was sharp. As soon as he returned home, he began to inquire about Mo Chen. After all, Mo Chen had just returned from Yaoxing Academy at D2 level yesterday, but after experiencing a beast tide, he had rapidly advanced to D5, which was hard to ignore. To be honest, he was worried that Mo Chen might take various pills to hasten his growth. Uncle Chen, it's difficult for me to explain the specifics, but please believe that my cultivation is very solid, and there's no issue of hastening growth. Currently, unless I encounter a high-level B-grade contract spirit master, I have the strength to fight. After Mo Chen finished speaking, the space ring in his hand flickered, and he took out the heavy blood sun heavy sword. This weapon, Mo Chen's combat skills were all taught by Chen Jun, and he was also quite familiar with such beast weapons. However, no matter how Chen Jun observed the blood-colored sword in front of him, he couldn't determine what kind of beast material it was made from, nor its specific level. It was completely an unknown beast weapon. But one thing Chen Jun was certain of was that this blood-colored sword Mo Chen took out must have tremendous power. At the very least, it surpassed C-grade beast weapons. And it might even be stronger. Such a rare beast weapon, not to mention the people of the lower city, even those of the upper city might not possess it. He simply couldn't understand how Mo Chen obtained it. Moreover, Mo Chen was only a D-grade contract spirit master at the moment, and logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to wield such a powerful beast weapon. At this moment, there were countless question marks in Chen Jun's mind. Uncle Chen, this Blood Sun Heavy Sword is a weapon I stumbled upon. As you can see, this Blood Sun Heavy Sword has a very strong spiritual power fluctuation, completely surpassing C-grade. But essentially, this Blood Sun Heavy Sword is currently only at D5 level. To be precise, it will automatically increase in level as my spiritual power level rises. You can understand it as a beast weapon that can grow on its own. But how I obtained it, I can only tell you that I had a great opportunity. To Chen Jun, Mo Chen was like a son, the most important person to him. Apart from matters concerning the system and the beast soul restraint, Mo Chen wouldn't hide anything from Chen Jun. There's even such a beast weapon. That really opened my eyes. No wonder you have such terrifying combat power. After Chen Jun finished speaking, he reached out to touch Mo Chen's Blood Sun Heavy Sword. However, the result was the same as with others. As soon as he touched the Blood Sun Heavy Sword, he immediately felt his own blood energy rapidly depleting, as if it were being instantly absorbed by the sword. How is this possible? Seeing this, Chen Jun was shocked and immediately withdrew his hand. He then looked at Mo Chen in disbelief. Chen, this beast weapon is so dangerous. It even has the bizarre ability to absorb blood energy. How can you use it? Indeed, the Blood Sun Heavy Sword has significant side effects, but it is precisely because of this that it possesses extremely terrifying attack power. To use it correctly requires some special means. Uncle Chen, I assure you that when the time is right, I will tell you everything. To be honest, Mo Chen really didn't want to hide anything from Chen Jun, but the secret of the beast soul restraint was too great. If he told Chen Jun, it could very likely bring disaster upon him, and Mo Chen didn't want anything to happen to Chen Jun. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, he still didn't say it. If that's the case, then I won't ask further. But one thing, Chen, you must promise me to be careful. Once Chen Jun finished speaking, he took out a medical kit and began to treat Mo Chen's wounds. Although relying on Mo Chen's current body recovery ability, these superficial wounds would heal quickly even without treatment. Chen Jun still habitually took care of him meticulously, treating him like his own son. In Chen Jun's eyes, Mo Chen was his own son, and no one was allowed to harm him. If anyone dared to hurt Mo Chen, he would do anything to protect him. Of course, Mo Chen was already very powerful now. Even Chen Jun wouldn't be a match for him anymore. By the way, Uncle Chen, I plan to apply for graduation from Yaoxing Academy ahead of schedule. At this moment, Mo Chen suddenly thought of this and looked at Chen Jun. What did you say? You want to graduate early? You've only been in school for a short time, and now you want to graduate? Chen Jun was so shocked by this that the bandage in his hand almost fell. He immediately confirmed it again. Uncle Chen, I want to improve my spiritual power level, and I need a very special method. You can understand it as I need to constantly fight beasts. At first, Yaoxing Academy could indeed provide me with a lot of help, but now that I have advanced to D5 level, to be honest, Yaoxing Academy can no longer provide me with much assistance. Even the top students of this session have been defeated by me, and staying there would undoubtedly be a waste of time. So after this holiday ends, I plan to apply. Mo Chen didn't hide anything and explained directly. I see. Since this is your decision, I naturally respect your choice. I'll say it again, you must be careful. Since Mo Chen had said so, Chen Jun would not stop him. As long as he was safe, Chen Jun would be at ease. Mo Chen nodded firmly. All right, go back to your room and rest for a while. I'll call you when dinner is ready. After Chen Jun finished treating Mo Chen's wounds, Mo Chen returned to his room. Little Tiger, who had been waiting for Mo Chen in the room for a long time, immediately pounced on him. Seeing the many wounds on Chen's body, Little Tiger also showed a human-like sad expression and gently licked him. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be hungry." Chen was very familiar with Little Tiger. It was clear that Little Tiger was acting this way because he was hungry. Meow. Having been exposed, Little Tiger simply stopped pretending, jumped off Chen, and lazily lay on the ground, rubbing his round belly. "You've gained weight again." Although Chen said that, he still took out some beast meat from the space ring and handed it to Little Tiger. Upon seeing this, Little Tiger's eyes immediately lit up, and he pounced on the pile of beast meat. "I just got this from the battlefield. It's all something you haven't eaten before. Eat more, my little fat cat." Watching Little Tiger devour the food, Chen felt very happy and continuously patted Little Tiger's head. Chapter 87. Wasting time, graduating early after the beast tide receded. Greyfall City returned to tranquility. Although the city had suffered greatly from the beast tide attack and appeared even more dilapidated than before, at least it had not been destroyed and could slowly recover. Meanwhile, news from Shushin City also reached here, perhaps due to sheer misfortune. Shushin City faced an unusually large number of beasts. Even though they ultimately managed to defend the city successfully, it had sustained significant damage. Many large stone processing factories were destroyed by the beasts, which was a huge loss for both Shushin City and the upper city, Yaoxing City. The primary target of the beast tide was Yaoxing City, but due to its strong military capabilities and the presence of numerous top-tier contract spirit masters, it did not suffer too much and quickly drove the beasts away. On the second day after the beast tide passed, Chen's vacation ended. In addition to recovering from his injuries, he consumed the blue-quality Yuan bloodgrass and the precious solid blood pill he had obtained. It must be said that the blood energy contained in these two items was incredibly powerful. Even Chen, who had already reached D5 level, found it difficult to handle at first, especially the solid blood pill he obtained from Lu Xiao. In order to fully digest these two items, Chen had to endure considerable pain. Fortunately, the outcome was positive. He absorbed everything, significantly enhancing his physical strength and blood energy. Currently, Chen could use the Blood Sun Heavy Sword for an extended period without relying on the blood transformation skill. Therefore, he did not linger in Greyfall City and immediately prepared to return to Shushin Mountain after his vacation ended. The armored vehicle he had previously arranged also arrived as promised. Chen, I heard you were graduating early? As Chen was about to leave Greyfall City, Feng Muning specially came to see him off. "That's right. I'm tired of staying at Yaoxing Academy. Those guys are too weak. I plan to go elsewhere to hone my skills. Why come back next time? Whatever you want, I will be able to get for you." Chen hugged Little Tiger and chatted with Feng Muning for a few moments before parting. "You said it, and I'll remember it. Norenehing, okay?" Although Feng Muning didn't want Chen to leave, she didn't express it, maintaining a smile throughout. "By the way, I've transferred half of the items we got from Shushin City to your account. Don't say I kept everything." Okay, I'm running out of time, so I'm leaving now. Bye." Chen was naturally aware of what Feng Muning referred to. It was the 3 ice soul stones they had looted from Hu Lang, as well as 3 million blue star coins. The 3 ice soul stones were very important to Feng Muning, so she likely wouldn't give them away. She must have transferred half of the 3 million blue star coins to Chen. For someone as impoverished as Chen, this was undoubtedly a fortune. Although he didn't need it immediately, saving up would be useful for enhancing his strength in the future. After bidding farewell to Chunjun and Feng Muning, Chen hugged Little Tiger and boarded the armored vehicle, leaving the city. The armored vehicle moved quickly, and soon Chen returned to Shushin Mountain. Upon arrival, he saw teacher Yin Feng rushing towards him. He never expected the beast tide would come so suddenly and was very worried about Chen. As soon as he saw Chen, he began asking various questions to confirm whether Chen was injured. However, when he sensed that Chen had already reached D5 level, he immediately displayed a look of disbelief. How did you reach D5 level so quickly?" Chen, tell me, did you take some kind of drug?" It had only been 3 days since they last met, and Chen had jumped from D2 to D5 level. Not only Yin Feng found it unbelievable, but anyone would be shocked. This was simply impossible. Even for a genius contract spirit master, it was unrealistic to advance 3 levels in just 3 days. It's impossible to take drugs. I just had a stroke of luck. Chen truly didn't know how to explain this, nor did he want to fabricate another reason. Luck. Yanfeng naturally wouldn't believe such an explanation. After all, where would a bottom city find any luck? It was obvious that Chen was deliberately concealing something. But since he didn't say anything, Yanfeng didn't press further. However, one thing Yanfeng believed was that Chen would never engage in self-destructive actions that could undermine his foundation. It was possible he had indeed encountered some fortuitous event. Teacher, I plan to graduate early. Chen's purpose for coming to Shishing Mountain was not to hunt beasts anymore. After all, the beasts here were mostly sea level, and most were D and E level, which no longer provided significant improvement for him. Chen had only one goal for coming here, to apply for early graduation. Huh? You want to graduate early? Yanfeng's pupils immediately constricted, showing a look of surprise. Teacher, with my strength, staying here would just be wasting time. Can I graduate early? Or does the academy have more dangerous places where I can hone my skills? If Yaoxing Academy had more dangerous areas, then Chen would be willing to stay, as his ultimate goal was to enhance his strength. Sigh. Actually, after hearing that you defeated Lu Xiao, I anticipated that you might graduate early. I just didn't expect you to propose it so soon. When Yanfeng first heard Chen's words, he was shocked. But after thinking it over carefully, he felt it was reasonable. After all, Chen had the ability to defeat Lu Xiao even when he was at D2 level. And now that he had reached D5 level, his combat power was likely even more terrifying. Continuing to stay on Shishing Mountain would undoubtedly be a waste of time. Shishing Mountain was the training ground for third-year Class A students, already the highest difficulty at Yaoxing Academy. Since that is the case, can I graduate early? Chen asked again. Yes, with your current strength. It is indeed sufficient. Yanfeng patted Chen's shoulder earnestly and said, Chen, I have to say, you are the most outstanding student I've seen in my long teaching career. No, you've made history, at least since Yaoxing Academy was founded. There has never been a student who could apply for early graduation within 2 months of enrollment. You are definitely the first. You flatter me, teacher. Chen, I rarely praise people, but today my compliments are sincere and heartfelt. I will report your early graduation application to the academy at the earliest opportunity. Please wait here in Shishing Mountain for a few days. After reminding Chen, Yanfeng hurriedly left. He needed to report Chen's early graduation application to the academy as soon as possible. Chapter 88 Graduation Assessment. Arrival of the counselor for some unknown reason. The news that Chen wanted to apply for early graduation spread throughout the entire Class A of the third year. Many students were discussing this matter. There was no way around it. Chen's defeat of Lu Xiao had already become common knowledge. Currently, Chen was the strongest student in Class A, making it difficult not to attract attention. I originally thought that brother Lu Xiao was the strongest student in our Class A, but unexpectedly, this Chen emerged out of nowhere, and his strength is even more monstrous. Indeed, I even suspect whether Chen is truly human, or if he might be some transformed beast. I heard that when Chen first awakened, his initial spirit power level broke the record for the weakest, only at F1 level, yet now he has reached D5 level, although he is not as strong as brother Lu Xiao. Who would have thought that this kid Chen possesses the ability to fight above his rank? Even though he is still only at D level, he can still easily defeat brother Lu Xiao. I must say Chen really does have the capability to graduate early. This guy is truly a monster. Fortunately, we haven't really targeted him, otherwise it would have been a huge problem. After learning that Chen had reached D5 level and would graduate early, the students in Class A of the third year were severely impacted. Especially Lu Xiao, who had been publicly defeated by Chen, felt utterly humiliated and lost face. However, he had no choice but to endure, as he truly could not defeat Chen. Thus, the day after Chen applied for early graduation, teacher Yanfeng hurried back to Shishing Mountain, immediately gathering the students. Perhaps you have all heard the news that Chen is going to graduate early. This news is indeed true. Chen is indeed going to graduate early, and there will be an assessment conducted personally by the vice president of Yaoxing Academy. The reason Yanfeng called the students together, aside from announcing this news, was more to motivate them. If any of them could possess such strong abilities like Chen, they too could apply for early graduation. Of course, Chen's situation is truly special. It is no exaggeration to say that since the era of spirit contracting masters began, Chen is the first person who could not control bees but successfully awakened. If others encountered this situation, they might give up on becoming a spirit contracting master and choose to live as an ordinary person. After all, a spirit contracting master who cannot control beasts is hardly considered a true spirit contracting master. But Chen achieved this. He proved with his own powerful strength that even without relying on beasts, he possesses extraordinary combat power. When Yanfeng informed the higher-ups of Yaoxing Academy about Chen's situation, it truly caused a strong shock among them. Yaoxing Academy has already trained many powerful spirit contracting masters, but Chen, as a special spirit contracting master, is the first of his kind. Moreover, he is so talented, having risen from F1 level to D5 level in such a short time. It was precisely because of this situation that the higher-ups of Yaoxing Academy did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed to Chen's early graduation. However, the final assessment would be conducted personally by the vice president. When the many students present heard this news, their expressions were filled with shock. Several students began to approach Chen, actively apologizing to him. Some even thought about befriending him. Previously, a student who owed Chen 1 million blue star coins hurriedly paid him the money, no longer daring to delay. However, Chen had no good feelings towards these self-important upper city people and was too lazy to pay them any attention. In Chen's view, these people were merely acknowledging his value and coming to greet him. If Chen had truly been a waste, how could these self-righteous upper city people have bothered with him? They would have simply chased him back to the lower city, like driving away a rat. All right, everyone quiet down. The vice president of Yaoxing Academy and several senior teachers will arrive at Shishing Mountain in the afternoon. During the assessment, you are allowed to observe. Consider a break for you. You may disperse now. Chen, you should prepare well. The vice president's assessment will be quite challenging. After most of the students left, Yanfeng specifically called Chen to give him a few reminders. Thank you, Teacher Yan, for informing me. I will definitely pass. Chen nodded firmly and walked out with the little tiger in his arms. Although it was the vice president conducting the assessment, Chen believed it shouldn't be too difficult. Otherwise, they could have just refused his early graduation application without going through the trouble. Upon learning that the vice president would personally come to Shishing Mountain in the afternoon, the students of Class A in the third year became excited. They all wanted to see just how challenging the assessment from the vice president would be. In contrast, Lu Xiao, who had been harboring resentment towards Chen, remained silent the entire day, glaring at Chen with a fierce expression as if he had some plan. Soon, around 3 in the afternoon, an armored vehicle from Yaoxing Academy arrived at Shishing Mountain, and several teachers got out of the vehicle. However, aside from the senior teachers, the most eye-catching was the vice president of Yaoxing Academy. He was a tall, gray-haired old man who looked quite old, yet his spirit was vigorous, and the fluctuations of spirit power he emitted were extremely powerful. The many teachers present were simply no match for this gray-haired old man. He was a true A-level high-tier spirit contracting master. It should be noted that A-level high-tier spirit contracting masters are just below S-level and possess formidable strength. It was precisely because of such powerful strength that he could become the vice president of Yaoxing Academy. However, there has been a rumor within Yaoxing Academy that the true president of Yaoxing Academy is actually an S-level spirit contracting master. But for many years, this mysterious president has been elusive, and not only has no one witnessed his true strength, but no one has even seen him. Thus, over time, this became just a rumor. The gray-haired old man before them was named Ouyang. Aside from the extremely mysterious president, he was the strongest at Yaoxing Academy. However, while the many students stood up to welcome the renowned vice president Ouyang, another seemingly noble armored vehicle drove in. From that armored vehicle, 4 law enforcement officers dressed in blue and gold uniforms with powerful auras all possessing B-level strength, stepped down. Amidst these four, a middle-aged man with dark skin and golden hair, dressed extravagantly, slowly walked down from the armored vehicle. "Counselor Liu, why are you here?" As the vice president of Yaoxing Academy, he already held a significant position, but upon seeing this middle-aged man with golden hair, he appeared quite surprised and showed great respect. Not only that, but everyone present was also in shock upon seeing this person. This man was none other than Lu Shanhai, one of the 7 counselors of Yaoxing City. Chapter 89, Power and Influence. The Lu family in Yaoxing City. The 7 major counselors hold the highest power, their status equivalent to that of emperors in ancient times. However, to prevent tyranny, this vast authority was divided into 7 parts at the establishment of Yaoxing City, each managed by a significant figure. If the upper city residents are akin to nobles, then these 7 counselors, along with their family disciples, are the aristocracy among aristocrats. Because of Lu Shanhai's esteemed status, even though he is merely a C-level spirit master, he is still well protected. When a counselor travels, they require at least 4 B-level high-tier spirit masters to accompany them. This is still within the confines of Yaoxing City. If they would go elsewhere, the number of bodyguards would increase, possibly even requiring military escort. Hearing that Yaoxing Academy has produced an exceptionally unique spirit master who defeated my son has truly surprised me. I specifically came to see for myself. Lu Shanhai's expression was calm, maintaining a smile while enjoying the shocked gazes of those around him. Had I known Counselor Liu would come, we would have certainly prepared better. Today feels rather rushed. Not only was Ouyang Zhen, the vice president of Yaoxing Academy, surprised, but the others present also wore expressions of shock. It was indeed unexpected for Lu Shanhai to visit suddenly. However, among the crowd, only one person's expression was completely unfazed, even calm. That person was Lu Shirao, Lu Shanhai's son. There was no doubt he must have known of his father's arrival long before. "Father." Upon seeing Lu Shanhai, Lu Shirao immediately ran over. Seeing his son approach, Lu Shanhai did not react much, his eyes even showing a hint of anger. It was clear that Lu Shanhai had already investigated Chen's situation and knew he was a spirit master from the lower city. The fact that his proud son was publicly defeated by a lower city spirit master was undoubtedly a slap in the face for him as a counselor. After learning this, he decided to specifically come to Shishing Mountain to see what was so special about Chen. Young Master Lu's strength is still the strongest among our third-year students at Yaoxing Academy. Achieving C1 level at such a young age, his future is indeed promising. If it weren't for Chen's sudden emergence, young Master Lu would be the strongest among many students at Yaoxing Academy. Ouyang Zhen's words were not mere flattery. The strongest? I doubt it. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanhai's eyes narrowed, and his expression appeared somewhat displeased. Standing beside him, Lu Shirao immediately lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. If Chen had been of equal cultivation level, Lu Shirao might have accepted it, but Chen was merely D2 level when he defeated Lu Shirao. The difference in their cultivation levels was indeed too great. Cough, cough. Seeing the atmosphere turn awkward, Ouyang Zhen lightly cleared his throat, looking somewhat helpless. He then turned to Lu Shanhai. "Counselor Liu, it's quite normal for students to spar and learn from each other. Even if your young master lost, it doesn't affect anything. He remains the highest in spirit power levels. Currently, Chen is indeed a genius for Yaoxing Academy." Lu Shanhai's visit today was ostensibly to see Chen, but everyone knew it was primarily due to Lu Shirao's defeat by him. Regardless, Ouyang Zhen would not allow Lu Shanhai to harm Chen. This was not only out of Yaoxing Academy's desire to protect talent, but also a direct order from the principal. It's important to note that among the 7 counselors, the principal of Yaoxing Academy is also one of them. Although he had not shown up for years, it did not affect his standing. Lu Shanhai coldly responded, then sat down on a chair surrounded by several law enforcement officers. Following that, Ouyang Zhen and the other teachers from Yaoxing Academy also took their seats. It was at this moment that Chen, under Yin Feng's guidance, walked out from the side. Although Lu Shirao's powerful father, Lu Shanhai, had personally arrived, which surprised Chen slightly. He felt no tension at all, still petting the orange cat in his arms as he walked calmly. In Mo Chen's view, even if Lu Shirao's father wielded immense power, he could not act against him here. On the other hand, Vice President Ouyang was indeed very powerful. Mo Chen sensed he was approximately at A level, but could not determine his exact rank. However, one thing Mo Chen was certain of was that Ouyang was undoubtedly a top-tier strongman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the vice president of Yaoxing Academy. How strange. Who was that old man who wanted me to enter Yaoxing Academy last time? A single sentence allowed me to directly enter Yaoxing Academy. His status must be very high. Could he be the principal? Mo Chen initially thought the old man he met in the lower city might be someone of high rank at Yaoxing Academy, such as the head of studies or a deeply experienced teacher. But now it seemed none of these people fit that description, not even the vice president. So, in Mo Chen's view, there was only one possibility left. He was the principal of Yaoxing Academy. Is he Mo Chen? Upon seeing Mo Chen walk out, Lu Shanhai frowned and carefully scrutinized him, then quietly asked Lu Shirao beside him. Exactly, father, it is he. Being publicly defeated and humiliated by Mo Chen had always been a pain in Lu Shirao's heart. Now that Mo Chen even had the ability to graduate directly, it truly infuriated Lu Shirao, who gritted his teeth and said, according to the information I gathered from the Spirit Master Association, Mo Chen was merely F1 level at the time of his initial awakening, and he had no beast mastery talent whatsoever. I never expected him to reach D5 level now. How did he accomplish this? As one of the 7 counselors, Lu Shanhai found it exceedingly easy to investigate Mo Chen's identity. Yet, it was through this investigation that he discovered just how special this spirit master from the lower city was. However, being a spirit master without the ability to command beasts ultimately held little significance. The power of humanity is always limited. Even if one wishes to rely on the power of spirit attachment, they must be able to command beasts. This guy seems strong now, but once you grow, you won't fear him. Although Lu Shanhai's cultivation was not strong, as a counselor, he had seen many powerful spirit masters. In Lu Shanhai's eyes, someone like Mo Chen was merely a fleeting phenomenon. That's right, I think so too. But I still can't swallow that anger. I hope this guy fails the assessment today. Lu Shirao's temperament was not large. Even though his father said so, he still felt very displeased with Mo Chen. Besides the Lu father and son scrutinizing Mo Chen, the teachers from Yaoxing Academy and Vice President Ouyang were also closely watching him. From the moment Mo Chen first entered Yaoxing Academy, they had been puzzled as to why a nameless person from the lower city was allowed direct entry into Yaoxing Academy, even into the best class. But now it seemed Mo Chen fully possessed that strength. Chapter 90 Graduation Assessment. Cross-level battle, generally speaking. If a spirit master cannot form a contract with a demon beast, they naturally cannot cultivate. I find it strange that you cannot control beasts, and your initial spiritual power is at F1 level. How exactly have you cultivated? At this moment, Lu Shanhai looked at Mo Chen with an air of superiority and said, I'm sorry, but I refuse to answer that question. If there's anyone Mo Chen dislikes in the upper city, it is undoubtedly these self-righteous counselors. They only care about their own enjoyment, completely disregarding the lives of the people in the lower city and even intensifying their oppression of the lower city. Even though the environment in the lower city is already so terrible, they continue to build various heavily polluting factories there without any regard for the lives of the lower city residents. If they had done anything worthwhile, the lower city wouldn't be in its current state. Coupled with his condescending demeanor, Mo Chen truly felt disgusted by this so-called Counselor Lu. Unfortunately, Mo Chen's current strength is still insufficient to shake the status of these counselors. If there is a chance in the future, the first thing Mo Chen wants to do is to eliminate these scoundrels. As a counselor of Yaoxing City, Lu Shanhai is accustomed to being treated with utmost respect wherever he goes. How has he ever been treated like this? And by a person from the lower city? This made Lu Shanhai even angrier. However, if he were to lose his temper and teach Mo Chen a lesson now, it would make him look small-minded and lacking in grace as a counselor. Therefore, Lu Shanhai merely snorted coldly and ignored Mo Chen. Beside him, Lu Xiao was so angry that his face turned red, wishing he could rush up and beat Mo Chen. But when he thought of Mo Chen holding the Blood Sun greatsword at that time, Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Goodness, Mo Chen even dares to confront Counselor Lu. He has guts. This is called guts? I think it's foolish. If only Mo Chen had buttered up Counselor Lu a bit, his future would definitely be bright. But now, Mo Chen openly defies Counselor Lu, which undoubtedly jeopardizes his future. The surrounding students were shocked to hear Mo Chen's response to Lu Shanhai. Even the teachers from Yaoxing Academy showed expressions of astonishment at this moment. Indeed, the fearless new generation dares to confront even Counselor Lu. Mo Chen, even if this is your own secret, you still need to show respect to the counselors. All right. The main purpose of today is to assess you. So let's not waste any more time. The assessment will begin now. Ouyang Zhen was not foolish. If they continued to delay, who knows what might happen. So he immediately wanted to start the assessment. Xiaohu, go stand aside and watch. Upon hearing that the assessment was about to begin, Mo Chen placed Xiaohu on the ground and prepared to face the assessment from the vice president. Montak Chen, the assessment I have set for you has a certain level of difficulty. You will compete against Teacher Yanfeng. Teacher Yanfeng is 8B3 level Spirit Master. But don't worry, you don't need to win this match. As long as you can hold on for 30 minutes against Teacher Yanfeng, it will count as passing the assessment. Ouyang Zhen's expression was serious as he briefly explained the assessment content to Mo Chen. What the heck, this is too crazy. Even if Mo Chen is strong, he's only a D5 level Spirit Master, and he can't control beasts, so he can only rely on his own strength. And that Teacher Yanfeng is a powerful B3 level Spirit Master. The disparity in strength between the two sides is enormous, let alone 30 minutes. Even 10 minutes would be difficult to achieve. Indeed, even a C-level demon beast would be no match for a B-level demon beast, let alone Mo Chen, who has no spirit contract and can only rely on himself. I have to say, this assessment from the academy is simply too difficult. I don't see any chance for Mo Chen to pass. The numerous students present were incredulous upon hearing the assessment content. In their view, this was clearly a test set by Yaoxing Academy to prevent Mo Chen from graduating early, specifically designed to be impossible to pass. They had never seen anyone spar against a B3 level Spirit Master before. But I like challenges, bring it on. At this moment, Mo Chen, although a bit surprised to hear this, quickly began to feel excited. Upon reflection, he understood why the academy made such a decision. After all, when Mo Chen was at D2 level, he already had the strength to defeat Lu Xiao, who was C1 level. Now, that Mo Chen has advanced to D5 level. He probably faces no significant pressure against an ordinary C-level Spirit Master. If they want to test Mo Chen, it would be better to let him fight a B-level Spirit Master directly, as this would better assess Mo Chen's potential. All right, let's start the sparring then. Seeing that Mo Chen had no objections, Ouyang Zhen slightly nodded and looked at Yanfeng beside him. Wait a moment. Just then, Lu Shanhai suddenly spoke up. Vice President Ouyang, this assessment truly surprises me. Even if Mo Chen is a genius, he cannot possibly last half an hour against a B3 level Spirit Master. How about this? The law enforcement officer beside me just recently advanced to B1 level, and I think it would be more appropriate for him to assess Mo Chen. He Qing stepped forward. As soon as Lu Shanhai finished speaking, a stern-faced man next to him immediately stepped forward. In Yaoxing City, besides the military, there are also law enforcement forces, whose main tasks include maintaining public order and protecting counselors. Those law enforcement officers who can directly guard counselors are often elite troops, not the kind Mo Chen had encountered before. Counselor Lu, this doesn't comply with the rules. Yaoxing Academy's matters should naturally be handled by Yaoxing Academy itself. Having a law enforcement officer intervene is clearly inappropriate. Although Ouyang Zhen appeared to respect Lu Shanhai on the surface, he could not tolerate any encroachment on Yaoxing Academy's bottom line. After all, Yaoxing Academy is not a place that these high-ranking officials can manipulate at will. What's wrong with that? It's just testing this Mo Chen's strength. If we let Yanfeng take action, I see no way Mo Chen could last half an hour. It might as well let He Qing take action. After all, they are both B-level Spirit Masters. So it doesn't matter who fights. Or are you saying that Yaoxing Academy is just going through the motions and purposely sending a teacher to put on a show? Lu Shanhai sneered and looked at Ouyang. Lu Xiao, sitting beside him, began to feel pleased upon hearing his father's decision. If Yin Feng took action, Mo Chan would at most be defeated without suffering any serious harm. But if He Qing took action, then it wouldn't be that simple for Mo Chan. He might even lose his life. At that time, they could easily push it off as an accident. In Lu Zhao's view, his father was truly clever, coming up with such a perfect way to teach Mo Chen a lesson. Chapter 91, No Need to Refuse. I accept as the vice president of Yaoxing Academy. What has he not experienced? How could he possibly overlook Lu Shanhai's tricks? On the surface, he pretended to be indifferent, but in reality, he had a small mind and had long been planning how to deal with Mo Chen, since he had received the principal's order to protect Mo Chen. Ouyang naturally would not agree to Lu Shanhai's request. Regarding Lu's request, However, just as Ouyang was about to refuse Lu Shanhai, Mo Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Vice President, I actually think Lu Da's proposal is great. Fighting against a B1 level enforcer is not a bad idea. Montak Chen, are you serious? Ouyang had initially thought of helping Mo Chen refuse Lu Shanhai, but he never expected Mo Chen to agree voluntarily. After all, he was going to compete with a B-level spirit master, and Teacher Yin Feng was at B3 level, which was still difficult for him to handle. As for the law enforcer, being only B1 level, it was definitely a good deal for him. Mo Chen was not foolish. It was obvious that Lu Shanhai wanted to use the competition to deliberately teach him a lesson. But Mo Chen was not afraid. He wanted to see how big the gap was between himself and the B-level spirit master. After all, there were so many teachers here, including Vice President Ouyang. So no matter how it looked, Mo Chen would be fine. Well, since you are willing, I won't stop you. The assessment content is still the same as before. As long as you can last 30 minutes against a B-level spirit master, you will pass the assessment. Seeing this, Ouyang said no more. As long as he was present, Lu Shanhai wouldn't be able to pull any tricks. Ha ha ha. Lu Shanhai laughed a few times when he heard this. He Qing, go ahead. But remember to show mercy. After all, the opponent is only D5 level. Just stop at the right point. As you command. He Qing respectfully bowed to Lu Shanhai and then strode forward to stand opposite Mo Chen. Under everyone's gaze, He Qing slowly opened a light gate. The next moment, a demon beast resembling a hermit crab, about 4 meters tall, walked out from the light gate. Although this demon beast looked like a hermit crab, what it carried on its back was not a shell, but a heavy rock, like a small mountain. Moreover, it had a pair of enormous claws that looked extremely sharp and aggressive. Name: Rock-dwelling crab race, beast attribute, earth level, B1 potential, B skills, split shrink shell, rockfall technique, claw attack, rock blockade, rock explosion. This is the rock-dwelling crab. Although it looks heavy, it is actually a powerful demon beast with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Especially that pair of claws. If Mo Chen got caught by them, he would undoubtedly die. If Teacher Yin Feng were to intervene, he might still intentionally go easy, but now that it was this law enforcer, there was really no chance of winning. I don't know what Mo Chen is thinking. Even if Teacher Yin Feng is a bit stronger, it shouldn't be a matter of switching. Watching the demon beast summoned by He Qing, many students present began to feel nervous, mainly because of the imposing aura coming from the B-level rock-dwelling crab. It was the first time seeing a rock-dwelling crab. However, it didn't seem that difficult to deal with. Mo Chen looked at the huge rock-dwelling crab in front of him, frowning slightly, not feeling it was tricky. Instead, he was a bit curious about whether this big guy was tired from carrying such a heavy rock every day. Mo Chen, I heard you were the most special genius spirit master in the history of Yaoxing Academy. Even if you can't tame beasts, you are still incredibly strong. I'm quite curious about your strength. He Qing looked at Mo Chen expressionlessly, still a bit curious about how he would attack his rock-dwelling crab. No need to be curious, you will see it soon. As soon as Mo Chen finished speaking, a red light flashed in his hand, and the heavy blood sun heavy sword appeared in his grasp. Immediately, an unimaginable force of blood energy erupted from Mo Chen, accompanied by a faint red glow. The powerful blood-colored great sword of Mo Chen appeared once again. The reason Lu Xiao lost to Mo Chen was entirely because of this blood-colored great sword. It is said to possess attack power surpassing sea level, truly a powerful demon beast weapon. It's just a bit puzzling. Mo Chen is from the bottom city. So how could he possess a demon beast weapon that none of us have ever seen before, and it is so powerful? Upon seeing Mo Chen draw out the Blood Sun heavy sword, the students present immediately began to discuss. Many of them had witnessed the weapon's power. It was indeed terrifying. In addition, the teachers of Yaoxing Academy, sitting nearby, although they had heard of Mo Chen's remarkable weapon, were seeing it for the first time. Wow! How can this blood-colored great sword possess such powerful blood energy? Moreover, even Mo Chen himself had an extraordinary amount of blood energy. Could it all be because of this weapon? This was truly strange. After teaching for so many years, he had seen a lot, but he had never seen such a demon beast weapon. Vice President Ouyang, do you know what kind of demon beast materials this blood-colored great sword is made from? The teachers present all turned to Ouyang Zhen, asking. However, Ouyang Zhen did not speak, only shook his head slightly. It was clear that even he, an A-level spirit master and vice president of Yaoxing Academy, knew nothing about this blood-colored great sword. But one thing Ouyang Zhen could be sure of was that this blood-colored great sword was definitely not a simple demon beast weapon. Otherwise, with Mo Chen's D5 level spiritual power, he would certainly not be able to wield this blood-colored great sword. What surprised Ouyang Zhen even more was where Mo Chen had obtained such a rare weapon. Father, it was this blood-colored great sword that severely wounded my fury lion. If possible, I must find a way to get it. A few days ago, Mo Chen had defeated Lu Xiao with his Blood Sun heavy sword, and how could he possibly forget? The moment he saw the Blood Sun heavy sword appear, he became excited. A mere demon beast weapon, no matter how powerful it looked, was not a big deal. 4 spirit masters. The strength of the spirit they contract is the most crucial. However, that blood-colored great sword in Mo Chen's hand was indeed a bit special. It was said that he was from the bottom city, which made it easier. Although Lu Shanhai looked down on ordinary demon beast weapons, he had to admit that the blood-colored great sword in Mo Chen's hand successfully caught his attention, and he must find a way to obtain it. Chapter 92. Confronting the Monster. Fearless, what a powerful monster weapon. It seems this is your alliance. However, as a contract spirit master, the most crucial aspect is still the contract spirit. If you can't control the beast, it ultimately means nothing. To withstand 30 minutes in the hands of my rock crab is not that easy. He Qing received the order to fully deal with Mo Chen, ideally causing some unexpected outcome. Therefore, he wouldn't hold back and immediately had the enormous rock crab prepare for battle. As a B-grade monster, this was its first time fighting human, and it didn't take Mo Chen seriously at all. To it, throwing a few rocks would be enough to crush the opponent. With both sides ready, let the match officially begin. Ouyang Zhen noticed both sides were prepared and immediately spoke up. Under He Qing's command, the rock crab began to move, rushing towards Mo Chen. Its incredibly sharp pincers clamped down repeatedly, emanating a faint brown light, extremely intimidating. Even though it was Mo Chen's first time fighting a B-grade monster, he thought the issue shouldn't be too great. As long as he avoided fatal attacks, he might still have a chance to win. Seeing the massive rock crab charging at him, Mo Chen naturally wouldn't sit still. He emitted a dazzling blood-red light and swung his Blood Sun heavy sword, charging at the rock crab. Even though the opponent was a powerful B-grade monster, Mo Chen didn't panic at all, nor did he think about fleeing. Goodness, what is Mo Chen thinking? This assessment only requires him to last 30 minutes. Logically, shouldn't he avoid the rock crab's attacks as much as possible instead of confronting it head-on? But now, Mo Chen charged directly at the rock crab. If those pincers caught him, he would likely die on the spot. Mo Chen, despite his strength, was still a bit too impulsive. Watching Mo Chen's actions, many students present were shocked. They never expected Mo Chen to face the rock crab's attack directly, without any thought of escape. Even many teachers on site looked worried, fearing something might happen to Mo Chen. Haha, I really don't know where you get the courage to face my rock crab. Although the rock crab has strong defenses, its attack power is equally formidable. Mo Chen, you are too naive. He Ching initially thought Mo Chen would start dodging and choose to drag it out for 30 minutes. But he didn't expect Mo Chen to not dodge at all and instead charge at the rock crab, which surprised him greatly. But he wouldn't give Mo Chen any opportunity. Since he insisted on rushing in, He Ching didn't mind ending this match right away. Slash. As soon as He Ching's words fell, the rock crab, connected to his thoughts, immediately understood, and its massive pincers swept towards Mo Chen. The rock crab looked heavy, but when it attacked, it was quite agile. The incredibly sharp pincers reached Mo Chen in an instant. If it successfully struck Mo Chen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if Mo Chen reacted quickly and dodged this attack, He Ching would continue to attack without holding back. Even if, in the process, he accidentally killed Mo Chen. With Lu Shanhai present, he wouldn't face any consequences. One could only blame Mo Chen for being too weak. The surrounding students and teachers began to get nervous, worried about whether Mo Chen could withstand the attack. Is this it? You underestimate me too much. Watching the sharp pincers come slashing down, Mo Chen sneered, suddenly pushing off with his legs and jumping up. Earth splitter. In midair, Mo Chen was enveloped in blood-red light, and the blood-sun heavy sword in his hand emitted a dazzling crimson glow. Using the momentum from his descent, Mo Chen executed the earth splitter, striking fiercely against the rock crab's pincers. Clang! The collision produced a massive energy wave, sending Mo Chen flying while the rock crab was knocked back several meters. Although it seemed like both sides were evenly matched, one must remember that Mo Chen was only a D5 level. Moreover, Mo Chen relied solely on his own strength and hadn't summoned a contract spirit. In contrast, his opponent was a B-grade monster, the rock crab. Even so, the rock crab was still knocked back several meters. No matter how one looked at it, this round of combat was clearly in Mo Chen's favor. What? My rock crab was actually knocked back. What is going on with this guy? He Ching, as a high-level B-grade contract spirit master, had already envisioned various scenarios where Mo Chen would successfully dodge the rock crab's attacks. However, he never anticipated that Mo Chen would actually choose to endure the attack and even knock the rock crab back with a single blow. The students watching were now completely stunned, a silence enveloping the area. Who could have predicted that Mo Chen was powerful to this extent? Boom! Mo Chen, who was knocked back by the energy wave, fell to the ground. Although he sustained some injuries, it was of no consequence. This was the result Mo Chen aimed for. It not only proved his strength, but also triggered the second phase of Blood Awakening. From this moment on, Mo Chen would truly launch his attack. My rock crab couldn't have been knocked back so easily. That last strike must have been Mo Chen's full power. Next, I can't let him succeed again. As a B-grade contract spirit master, He Ching could not afford to lose to a D5 contract spirit master. It would not only be a laughingstock, but could also jeopardize his job. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't lose. The moment Mo Chen stood up, He Ching immediately communicated telepathically with the rock crab to use the falling rocks technique. Roar! Being knocked back several meters by a mere human was something the rock crab couldn't tolerate. Upon receiving the attack order, it let out a furious roar. The heavy rocks on its back immediately shone with a dazzling earthy brown light. The next moment, massive rocks formed above Mo Chen's head, giving him no chance to catch his breath before crashing down. Too slow. If the opponent were Teacher Yin Feng, he would definitely hold back. But now the opponent is someone from Lu Shanhai. He would not hold back at all. Since Mo Chen dared to choose him, he naturally wouldn't fear his full-strength attack. In the state of the second phase of Blood Awakening, Mo Chen received an overall enhancement. At this moment, he swung the blood-sun heavy sword, rapidly weaving between the falling rocks. His speed was so fast that it was hard to follow with the naked eye. All one could see was a red blood shadow flashing back and forth. This scene left not only He Ching in disbelief, but also stunned everyone else present. In their minds, only one thought lingered. Is this guy still human? Chapter 93. Unbelievable. Human-shaped beast so fast. How on earth did Mo Chen manage to do this? Could it be that mysterious beast weapon playing a role? But that can't be possible. I feel like Mo Chen seems to have the power of a contract spirit. Ouyang Zhen, who had been silently observing Chen, was also very surprised at this moment. In his view, Chen now seemed to have activated spirit attachment. Using some kind of beast ability, the teacher sitting next to Chen also noticed this. However, what puzzled them was that Chen couldn't control beasts at all, and his spirit power level was only D5. Even if he wanted to activate spirit attachment, he would need to reach B level. How on earth did this monster do it? Meanwhile, the Liu family duo observing the match looked equally incredulous. They initially thought Chen wouldn't last a few rounds, but to their surprise, he was actually able to exchange blows with the rock crab. Father, look, this is definitely because of that blood-colored great sword in Chen's hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do this. It was truly powerful. It must be obtained. The more Liu Xiao looked at the blood-sun heavy sword in Chen's hand, the more satisfied he felt, and his gaze became increasingly greedy. Don't worry, I have a way to get it. But for now, we need to let He Qing teach him a lesson. In Liu Shanhai's view, Chen's ability to fight against He Qing was definitely due to that blood-colored greatsword. However, He Qing was a B-level high-tier contract spirit master, and the rock crab was quite strong. Chen still had little chance of winning. It was just that the 30-minute battle would be a bit easier for him. While everyone was discussing, Chen, who had been dodging the falling stone technique, suddenly vanished. Where'd he go? He Qing was puzzled. The expressions of everyone present were the same. However, just as everyone was searching for Chen's whereabouts, a blood shadow flashed across the sky. Chen, who didn't know when, had already dashed out of the falling stone technique's attack range and leaped onto the back of the rock crab. Everything happened too quickly. Even He Qing couldn't react in time. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how Chen managed to do it. He had clearly intensified the attack of the falling stone technique. Even if Chen could temporarily evade it, he would definitely exhaust himself and eventually be severely injured by the falling rocks. But who would have thought that Chen not only dodged the falling stone attack, but even charged out directly, reaching the back of the rock crab with unimaginable speed. Damn, this guy is too agile. The rock crab is going to shake him off. He didn't even need He Qing to command. The rock crab absolutely would not allow Chen to stay on its back. It immediately began to shake violently, trying to throw Chen off. But since Chen had already gotten up there, how could he easily go down? You see, although Chen couldn't control beasts, he was very familiar with these demonic beasts. He knew very well that the rock crab's biggest weakness was the huge rock on its back. Because this seemingly ordinary rock was actually a part of the rock crab's body, as long as it was shattered, the rock crab would be severely injured. Even if it didn't die, losing its combat ability. Chen understood this very well. So after jumping onto the rock crab's back, he immediately plunged the heavy blood-sun heavy sword directly into the rock on the rock crab's back. Roar! Since the rock crab had already merged with the rock on its back, it felt immense pain when Chen stabbed it, letting out a series of roars. This was too unbelievable. Could it be that Chen was truly transformed from some demonic beast? He had already defeated the Fury Lion at a higher level, and now he was injuring the B-level demonic beast, the rock crab. Moreover, the rock on the rock crab's back was exceptionally solid, and yet Chen had directly stabbed it. What on earth was that blood-colored greatsword? It was initially thought to be a C-level demonic beast weapon, but now it seemed at least B-level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to injure a B-level demonic beast. Pervert. Monster. The numerous students present couldn't help but shout out. At this moment, nobody dared to underestimate Chen anymore. Even if he couldn't control beasts, what did it matter? The combat power he was displaying now was stronger than any of them. Alright, even if Chen were to be knocked out from exhaustion at this moment, he would still have passed the assessment, even though less than 10 minutes had passed. Ouyang glanced at the time and felt even more satisfied with Chen. He never imagined that this battle would evolve like this. It seemed that Chen, a D5 level special contract spirit master, had the upper hand. My attack isn't finished yet. With such a good advantage, how could Chen give it up? He immediately pulled out the blood-sun heavy sword, aimed at the rock crevice, and unleashed the blood chi slash. This was Chen's strongest killing move at the moment. If he could unleash it continuously without interruption, he believed that even if the rock was hard, it could be shattered. Of course, the chances of continuous slashing were very slim. After all, the opponent was a B-level high-tier contract spirit master, and the rock crab wasn't weak either. But even if he was forcibly interrupted, Chen had already achieved his goal. He had proven with his strength that he had the ability to fight against even B-level demonic beasts. Each strike of the blood chi slash consumed a considerable amount of Chen's blood chi power, but the result was a powerful attack. As he swung the blood chi slash again and again, the rock on the rock crab's back was visibly cracking, with the possibility of breaking at any moment. This scene even took Chen by surprise. However, he wouldn't just sit back and let Chen shatter the rock. He immediately commanded the rock crab to unleash its strongest move, rock explosion. Huge rocks suddenly formed around Chen. These weren't ordinary rocks. They were like bombs, ready to explode at any moment. Once Chen was successfully hit, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. If Chen were truly defeated by Chen, it would be a huge disgrace for him as a B-level high-tier contract spirit master. Now, to win, he couldn't care too much. He wouldn't hesitate to kill Chen publicly if necessary. Damn, it's still a bit lacking. But the power of this guy's rock explosion cannot be underestimated. He could only find another opportunity. Chen wasn't foolish. Upon seeing those bombs forming, he immediately interrupted the blood chi slash and jumped off the rock crab's back. Boom! Just as Chen jumped down, the rock explosion was immediately activated. The rocks formed truly exploded like bombs, one after another, with tremendous power. Even though Chen jumped down in time, he was still affected and was blown away. Stop! The match is over. But just at that moment, Chen suddenly appeared behind Chen, grabbing him to prevent him from being blown away. Chapter 94 Early Conclusion. Past the assessment, is it over? Has it really only been about 10 minutes? Didn't they say it was supposed to last for half an hour? Are you stupid? This is just an assessment. Look at what Chen has accomplished in these 10 minutes. A dignified B-grade monster, the rock crab, was almost smashed to pieces and even forced the opponent to use their strongest attack. No matter how you look at it, Chen is clearly superior. So strong. Yes, like a monster. I think Chen is a humanoid monster. Everything just happened too quickly. Many students on the scene didn't even have time to react before Chen had rushed to Chen's side. The vice president personally stepped in to protect Chen, which shows just how much of a genius Chen is, making the students around him envious and exclaim in awe. Seeing that even the strongest attack couldn't harm Chen made Chen, a B-grade high-level contract spirit master, immediately feel his legs go weak and sit down on the ground. It's not that he was afraid of Chen. What he feared was Lu Shanhai. As his personal enforcer, being beaten like this by a D5 level contract spirit master who can't even command beasts is a serious issue. After this, he might not only face severe punishment, but could also lose his job as an enforcer. Thinking of this, Chen began to tremble, looking fearfully at Lu Shanhai. Trash! Seeing Chen intervene, Lu Shanhai knew it was impossible to harm Chen anymore and shot a furious glare at Chen. Although Lu Shanhai didn't verbally insult him, just that glare made Chen understand that he was done for. Had he known this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have underestimated Chen. He would have made the rock crab use its attack from the start, giving Chen no chance at all. However, it was too late now. He could only call back the rock crab in shame and tremble as he walked towards Lu Shanhai. Next to Lu Shanhai, Lu Xiao was so furious he was grinding his teeth and stamping his feet. He had thought Chen would definitely be taught a harsh lesson. But who would have expected Chen to achieve this? Especially when Lu Xiao saw the bloodthirsty slash that Chen executed, he felt that at that moment. If Chen had continuously swung the Furious Lion, it wouldn't just be a simple heavy injury for the Furious Lion. Is it over? Didn't they say it was 30 minutes? Chen himself didn't expect Chen to intervene. He had planned to hold on a little longer to see his current limits. But unexpectedly, the match ended early, which left Chen a bit disappointed. Continuing the match could lead to accidents. Based on your current performance, it's already sufficient. Chen himself didn't expect Chen to possess such powerful combat ability. This kind of genius and special contract spirit master must be well protected. Therefore, when he noticed He Qing was about to use a large-scale attack. He immediately stepped in and successfully protected Mo Chen. The more Ouyang Zhen looked at Mo Chen, the more satisfied he became, gently patting Mo Chen on the shoulder. All right then. Since the match ended early, Mo Chen naturally didn't want to say much and nodded slightly. So, does that mean I passed the graduation assessment? Mo Chen put the Blood Sun heavy sword into his spatial ring and looked at Ouyang Zhen. Of course. I announced that Mo Chen has passed the graduation assessment and graduated early from Yaoxing Academy. Ouyang Zhen announced the assessment results to the public without hesitation. The students who had been watching couldn't help but cheer, regardless of whether they were being sincere or just creating an atmosphere. They gave Mo Chen a lot of face. The reason they reacted this way was that they understood what Mo Chen's incredible strength meant. There's no doubt that Mo Chen would become a top-tier powerhouse in the future, and he is also a unique special contract spirit master. They didn't dare to provoke Mo Chen anymore and only thought about how to build a good relationship with him. Taking advantage of the crowd's cheers, Vice President Ouyang Zhen took out the graduation certificate from his spatial ring and handed it to Mo Chen. In fact, with Mo Chen's strength, regardless of the outcome of this assessment, he could have graduated early. Thus, the graduation certificate had long been prepared. What he didn't expect was that Mo Chen performed so excellently that he even pushed a B-grade high-level contract spirit master to the brink. Although He Qing was somewhat underestimating him, it cannot be denied that Mo Chen is indeed outstanding. Ouyang Zhen had seen many talented contract spirit masters before, but a special contract spirit master like Mo Chen, who couldn't command beasts and fought solely with his own strength, was a first. Ouyang Zhen even began to look forward to what Mo Chen would become in the future. Thank you, Vice President. Mo Chen calmly accepted the graduation certificate, a faint smile on his face. For him, the graduation certificate from Yaoxing Academy didn't hold much significance. Its only purpose was to shock those high-ranking counselors, making them aware that even the lower city could produce a genius contract spirit master. Moreover, this graduation certificate from Yaoxing Academy has another significant use. It grants the qualification to reside in Yaoxing City. Even contract spirit masters born in the lower city can do so. They could even move their whole family to live in Yaoxing City. It's important to note that in this world where monsters roam, the defenses of the main city, Yaoxing City, are quite solid. So there's basically no need to worry about being breached by monsters. In contrast, the defenses of the lower city are far inferior to those of the upper city. If reinforcements from the upper city don't arrive in time, it's easy for the lower city to be overrun by monsters, which would be a devastating blow. Therefore, many contract spirit masters born in the lower city dream of being able to live in Yaoxing City. Of course, those upper city residents who think they're superior 1T allow lower city people to enter Yaoxing City freely. Even if they can enter, they can only live on the outskirts. The inner city of Yaoxing City is still a place where only the noble upper city residents can reside. Mo Chen understands all of this, but he has a strong aversion to the upper city and naturally doesn't want to live there. He prefers the freedom of the lower city. Moreover, Mo Chen firmly believes that Chen Jun will never move to live in the upper city. The inhabitants of the lower city living in Yaoxing City are still the most humble existence. They cannot break the rules set by those counselors, and nothing will change. What Mo Chen needs to do is to become the strongest, strong enough to shake the 7 counselors of Yaoxing City. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, Lu Shanhai, who had been wearing a gloomy face, suddenly stood up and applauded for Mo Chen with a beaming smile. He genuinely seemed happy for Mo Chen. I never expected that among this batch of students from Yaoxing Academy, there would be such a talented contract spirit master. As a counselor of Yaoxing City, I'm also very pleased, Lu Shanhai said while clapping, walking towards Mo Chen with a smile. Chapter 95, Continuous Rejection. No face hypocritical. Mo Chen couldn't help but feel annoyed by Lu Shanhai. In Mo Chen's view, Lu Shanhai was not genuinely congratulating him. He was merely trying to win him over. I wonder, little brother, where do you plan to go after graduation? If you are willing, I can directly let you join the elite team of the law enforcement squad, Lu Shanhai said with a smile as he approached Mo Chen. The many students present looked on with envy and jealousy upon hearing this. Without a doubt, this was Lu Shanhai extending an olive branch to Mo Chen. If Mo Chen agreed, he could directly become a special law enforcement officer for the counselor, with a very high status. No need to trouble Counselor Lu. I don't want to join any organization at the moment. Mo Chen replied without hesitation, directly refusing him as soon as Lu Shanhai finished speaking. Montauk Chen, who already had a strong aversion to the upper city people, would never willingly become a lackey for these counselors. Without a second thought, he rejected Lu Shanhai outright. It was already quite unbelievable for a counselor to personally extend an olive branch to someone from the lower city. How many people desired this, but couldn't attain it? Yet, here was Mo Chen, who outright refused. This left Lu Shanhai very angry. However, for the sake of his reputation as a counselor, he did not show too much anger and forced a smile, saying, "Since that's the case, I won't insist." What was Mo Chen thinking? A golden opportunity was right in front of him, and he kicked it away? To be directly invited by a counselor was a huge honor. If it were me, I would have been so excited that I would cry right there. This was simply outrageous. Even if he didn't want to become a law enforcement officer, he shouldn't treat a noble counselor like this. Mo Chen was indeed too arrogant. The students watching felt displeased at Mo Chen's words and no longer cheered. In Yaoxing City, the status of the 7 counselors was incredibly esteemed. Mo Chen repeatedly defying the counselor. What did it matter how talented he was? In their eyes, Mo Chen's behavior was undoubtedly suicidal. Ouyang Zhen had been standing beside Mo Chen all along to prevent Lu Shanhai from taking action against him. Especially now that Mo Chen had repeatedly confronted Lu Shanhai, Ouyang Zhen couldn't help but break into a sweat. This young man was truly brave. "Counselor Lu, if I have no other business, can I leave?" Since he had graduated, Mo Chen did not want to stay here any longer and was ready to leave. Wait, why the rush to leave? Lu Shanhai blocked Mo Chen with a smile. "Counselor Lu, is there something else?" Mo Chen frowned slightly, prepared for a confrontation. "Since you don't want to become a law enforcement officer, I won't force you. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. But I noticed that blood-red great sword you possess seems quite extraordinary. How about this? Name your price and sell it to me." After finishing, Lu Shanhai patted Mo Chen's shoulder and casually offered, "As long as you are satisfied, I will not haggle." Lu Shanhai's initial inquiry about whether Mo Chen wanted to join the law enforcement squad was a deliberate test of Mo Chen. His main goal was still the blood-red greatsword in Mo Chen's hands. In Lu Shanhai's view, Mo Chen's immense combat power was definitely due to that sword. And since Mo Chen was from the lower city, he believed that as long as he offered enough benefits, he could sway Mo Chen. "Sorry, I'm not selling. If there's nothing else, can I leave?" Mo Chen scoffed, brushing Lu Shanhai's hand away and striding forward. At the same time, the little tiger waiting nearby hurriedly jumped into Mo Chen's arms. Watching Mo Chen leave with such flair, even Lu Shanhai, who had been patient, could no longer contain himself. His eyes revealed a strong, killing intent. "Stop. Mo Chen, what do you mean by this? You have repeatedly confronted my father. Don't you know the consequences of angering a counselor?" Lu Xiao, young and hot-headed, couldn't sit still and angrily rushed towards Mo Chen. "How ridiculous! When did I confront him? Is it confronting him just because I refuse Counselor Lu? Or can a counselor do whatever they want and forcefully buy and sell?" Mo Chen didn't even regard Lu Shanhai, so why would he fear Lu Xiao? If it weren't for the powerful law enforcement officers around, Mo Chen would have already taken action. "You!" Lu Xiao was so enraged that his face turned red, momentarily at a loss for words. Mo Chen was indeed making too much sense. When had he confronted anyone? He had merely refused Lu Shanhai multiple times. "Shower, don't be reckless. As a counselor, how could I possibly forcefully buy and sell?" Regardless of what Lu Shanhai said, he was one of the 7 counselors of Yaoxing City and could not directly act against Mo Chen at this moment. Even if he wanted to deal with Mo Chen, it wouldn't be in such a setting. To prevent Lu Xiao from tarnishing his reputation, he immediately spoke up to stop him. "Since the assessment is over, I will not linger here any longer. Let's go." Lu Shanhai took one last glance at Mo Chen, whispered a few words to Lu Xiao, and then returned to the armored vehicle with the 4 law enforcement officers, leaving Shishing Mountain. Lu Xiao suppressed his anger. Coldly huffed at Mo Chen before turning to leave. Although Lu Shanhai appeared not to be angry and left with a smile, the students present all knew that Mo Chen had offended an unimaginable person. They didn't dare approach Mo Chen any closer and avoided any association with him, scattering away. So annoying. Mo Chen sighed in relief as those annoying people finally left and prepared to leave. Mo Chen, could you stay a little longer? Ouyang Zhen called out to Mo Chen at that moment. Ouyang Zhen had been standing beside Mo Chen from the beginning, not retreating even in the face of Lu Shanhai's pressure. Mo Chen understood he was protecting him from Lu Shanhai. Plus, he had a certain fondness for the teachers at Yaoxing Academy, which was why Mo Chen did not refuse. All right, wait for me a moment. After Ouyang Zhen finished speaking, he instructed Yin Feng and a few other teachers on some matters, then led Mo Chen to a secluded area. Mo Chen, although I don't know what you're thinking, I still want to know where you plan to go after graduation. Are you going back to Luohui City? It would indeed be more free there. But if you want to improve your strength, you definitely can't stay in Luohui City. Ouyang Zhen looked at Mo Chen with a serious expression and said, Chapter 96 Invitation to join the frontier troops. To be honest with Vice President Ouyang, I really haven't made up my mind yet. But I don't want to join any organization, nor do I want to be constrained by those self-righteous people from the upper city. I plan to leave here after graduation and venture out on my own. Mo Chen could see that Ouyang Zhen was considering his future. After all, given Mo Chen's talent, it would be a pity if he returned to Dusty City right after graduation. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to join any law enforcement team. Venturing out on your own? That makes sense. With your abilities, you indeed shouldn't stay in Dusty City. Ouyang Zhen nodded in agreement, but soon became serious. However, Mo Chen, with your current strength, it might be a bit too early for you to venture out alone. The outside world is not as simple as you imagine, and accidents can easily happen. Mo Chen, I can tell that you must have resentment in your heart, particularly towards the upper city. This is perhaps something that everyone born in a lower city feels. But your situation is special. You have an unimaginably rare talent, and it would be a shame if you were to perish just like that. May I offer you a suggestion? Ouyang Zhen had seen everything that had just happened. How could he not notice the resentment in Mo Chen's heart? But Mo Chen was too talented and was an unprecedented special contract spirit master. He absolutely could not be allowed to perish. Mo Chen didn't say much, just nodded slightly. What do you think about the military? It's all right. At least it seems good for now. If you feel that way, then that's good. If you're willing, I can arrange for you to join the military of Yaoxing City. When you feel ready and have enough strength to leave the safe zone and enter the terrifying territory of the demon beasts, you can leave at any time. Joining the military. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen did not respond immediately and showed a look of hesitation. If it were to join some law enforcement team or some contract spirit master association, Mo Chen would have definitely refused without hesitation. However, the military of Yaoxing City had indeed left a very good impression on Mo Chen, which inevitably made him a bit conflicted. After all, Mo Chen still didn't want to be bound and didn't want to become a lackey of the upper city. According to Mo Chen's plan, after graduation, he would find a mercenary team to join, just like Feng Muning, to go out and hunt demon beasts together. That might be the best choice. Ouyang Zhen noticed Mo Chen's hesitation and patted him on the shoulder, continuing, Don't be in a hurry to refuse. If I'm not mistaken, you want to improve your strength by continuously hunting demon beasts, right? Then the military is definitely the most suitable for you. Do you know that the military of Yaoxing City is actually divided into two teams? Of course, I know that. It's divided into the guard team and the frontier troops. One is mainly responsible for defending against demon beasts, while the other is much more challenging as it requires going out to hunt demon beasts. Wait, Vice President, do you mean to let me join the frontier troops? As soon as Mo Chen thought of this, his eyes lit up, because Mo Chen knew very well what this so-called frontier troops was. In this world, the places where humans can live are very limited, and most areas are occupied by demon beasts. As the population continues to grow, the places where people originally lived will only become smaller, which requires continuous expansion of human living areas. The so-called military frontier troops are engaged in this work. They need to fight against ferocious demon beasts in the wild, trying to hunt as many demon beasts as possible driving them all away to secure more living space for humanity and meet the needs for human expansion and growth. Therefore, the frontier troops also have the most intense combat and the highest danger level. But at the same time, this job also requires a large number of powerful contract spirit masters. Undoubtedly, for Chen at this moment, joining the frontier troops is undoubtedly the best choice. Only in this way can Chen continuously fight against demon beasts and rapidly improve his spiritual power level. Yes, if you are willing, I can arrange for you to join the frontier troops of the military in Yaoxing City. This is much better than joining some mercenary team. Moreover, you will also enjoy the protection of the military, so you don't have to worry about what Lu Shanhai will do to you. The reason Ouyang wanted Chen to join the military was mainly due to concerns about Lu Shanhai's actions against Chen. After all, even though Chen had great talent, he was still just a person from the lower city. Lu Shanhai, as a noble councilman, could easily eliminate a person from the lower city in secret. But if Chen joins the military and receives protection from them, Lu Shanhai won't be able to easily take action against him. This would also be the best protection for Chen. If I can really join the frontier troops, then I'm naturally willing. As for whether Lu Shanhai will retaliate, Chen didn't care and was not afraid at all. But right now, the frontier troops indeed had a great appeal to Chen. Good. Then I'll go arrange it right away. After hearing Chen's agreement, Ouyang finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Chen with an appreciative expression. Normally, if someone wanted to join the military, they would often hope to join the safer guard team. Very few people would actively choose to go to the extremely dangerous frontier troops. After all, that is a team with a very high casualty rate. And someone like Chen, who didn't feel fear or tension upon hearing about the frontier troops, but instead became even more excited, was something Ouyang had never seen before. Thank you, Vice President Ouyang. By the way, please provide your height, weight, and shoe size so that we can prepare your military uniform when you join military. I believe the arrangements for your joining the military will be ready within 2 or 3 days. You can return to the academy and take a good rest during these days. How about this? You can ride back with me in the same vehicle. All right. Chen did not refuse, nodding slightly while providing Ouyang with his height, weight, and other information following Ouyang's pace. After that, Chen boarded Ouyang's exclusive armored vehicle, and the other teachers gradually got on the vehicle as well, leaving the territory of Shishing Mountain together. Vice President Ouyang, actually, I have another question. Sitting in the vehicle, Chen, who had been petting a cat, suddenly thought of something and looked at Ouyang beside him. Go ahead and ask. Ouyang smiled and nodded. I just want to ask, is the president of Yaoxing Academy a short, old man? Chen didn't bother to hide anything and directly asked, although saying this might be disrespectful to the president. Chen didn't care much for that in order to understand the truth. Ha. Upon hearing this, Ouyang burst into laughter. Only you would dare to describe our president in such a way. Chapter 97. The Supreme Powerhouse. The old man really is the dean. Chen was extremely surprised when he heard this. If he had encountered the famous dean of the Radiant Star Academy in a place like Radiant Star City, he might not have been so shocked. But it's important to note that when Chen coincidentally met the dean, it was in the lower city. At that time, Chen thought he was a scammer and almost kicked him away. Our old dean is usually elusive. You must have met him in the lower city. Don't be nervous. This is a normal situation. Ouyang smiled slightly at Chen's incredulous expression. Even he, the vice dean of Radiant Star Academy, hadn't seen the real dean for a long time. Ouyang couldn't even remember the last time he had seen the dean in person. The reason Ouyang inferred that Chen might have met the dean in the lower city was purely speculation. After all, that unpredictable old dean either disappears completely or suddenly appears. Although the dean didn't personally show up last time, he did issue an order for Chen to enter the Radiant Star Academy. Clearly, they must have had an encounter somewhere, where the dean discovered Chen's talent and brought him back to the Radiant Star Academy. May I ask what level of cultivation the dean has? Chen curiously looked at Ouyang and inquired. He still remembered that the old man he saw at that time had no cultivation at all. making it really hard to connect him to the renowned dean of the Radiant Star Academy. I can only tell you that the dean is very old and hasn't really made a move in a long time. Don't think I look old, but compared to the old dean, I'm still far behind. To be honest, no one from our generation has ever seen the dean make a move, so no one could determine his true cultivation level. But there is no doubt that the dean must have S-level cultivation. Ouyang eyes shone with admiration as he spoke. After all, for every contract spirit master, S-level is undoubtedly the most powerful existence. S-level contract spirit master. Chen fell into silence upon hearing this. This was the level he aspired to reach, and he never encountered such a level of contract spirit master on a regular basis. But unexpectedly, he had coincidentally met that supreme S-level contract spirit master in the lower city. If this were to be told, it would be hard for anyone to believe. Seeing this, Ouyang didn't disturb Chen any further and simply closed his eyes. It wasn't just Chen. Anyone who encountered an S-level contract spirit master would be equally shocked. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary old man by the roadside could be an immensely powerful S-level contract spirit master? With the armored vehicle speeding along, Chen returned to Radiant Star Academy. No one in the academy dared to underestimate Chen now. They all knew he was a monster. However, they were relieved that this monster had graduated early. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Just thinking about not having to encounter such a monster in the future made them happy. Consequently, in the few days since Chen returned to the academy, no one dared to provoke him, and they didn't even dare to look at him. If they encountered a young man petting a cat on the street, it was undoubtedly Chen, and they would immediately take a detour as if they had really encountered monster. Thus, Chen unknowingly stayed at Radiant Star Academy for 3 days. In the afternoon, just as Chen was walking out of the dormitory with the little tiger in his arms, he was taken by a teacher to the vice dean's office. At this moment, besides Ouyang, there was also a middle-aged man in a dark green military uniform sitting in the vice dean's office. Although the middle-aged man didn't seem angry, his features were quite fierce, giving off an intimidating presence without him needing to raise his voice. Additionally, Chen sensed that the spiritual power fluctuations emanating from him were quite strong, no less than Ouyang's. He must also be a high-level A-class contract spirit master. Are you Chen? Before Chen could speak, the imposing officer immediately addressed him. Yes. Chen met the officer's gaze directly, showing no signs of fear. At the same time, he noticed the military rank on the officer's shoulder, which consisted of golden branches and 2 gold stars. Although Chen had just decided to join the military, he was still quite knowledgeable about the military system of Radiant Star City. The imposing man in front of him held a very high position in the military of Radiant Star City, being a major general. General Wang, as you can see, this is Chen. You may not see anything special about him right now, but I can assure you he possesses extraordinary strength. Moreover, he is the only one who relies solely on his own strength without depending on a contract spirit. Upon seeing Chen enter, Ouyang warmly introduced him. Montak Chen, don't just stand there. Take a seat. This man in front of you is named Wang Weicheng, a major general in the military of Radiant Star City. Ouyang briefly introduced the imposing middle-aged man to Chen. General Wang, after learning of the officer's identity, Chen turned to Wang Weicheng and saluted him in a standard military manner. He did look somewhat like a soldier. Seeing Chen's demeanor, Wang Weicheng nodded in satisfaction. Although he hadn't witnessed Chen in battle, just sensing the spiritual power fluctuations from him was enough to indicate his remarkable nature. Chen was only 18 years old, the age when most people just awaken. Yet Chen already possessed E5 level strength, which was indeed impressive. Moreover, Wang Weicheng was eager to see how far this unique contract spirit master, who couldn't tame beasts, could go. Since Vice Dean Ouyang personally recommended him, I naturally trust him. Chen, from today onwards, you are a member of the military of Radiant Star City. As you wish, I will arrange for you to join the Pioneer Corps. Once Wang Weicheng finished speaking, he took out 2 brand new military uniforms from his spatial ring. Change into them and wait for me downstairs. Understood. Chen immediately took the 2 sets of military uniforms, saluted Wang Weicheng, and turned to leave the Vice Dean's office. It wasn't that Chen was particularly eager to join the military. He mainly wanted to join the Pioneer Corps. As long as he joined there, he could frequently battle against magical beasts, which was what Chen desired most. This guy can't be unaware of how dangerous the Pioneer Corps is, right? Looking at Chen's excited demeanor, Wang Weiqing was indeed a bit surprised. General Wang, rest assured, that kid knows better than anyone how dangerous the Pioneer Corps is. He simply wants to go there. He is more eager to become stronger than anyone else. In that case, I won't say much more. I hope he truly is a good seedling. Vice Dean Ouyang, I will take my leave now. Following this, Wang Weiqing bid farewell to Ouyang Zhen and left. Chapter 98. Military Major General. Strong will at this moment. Chen had changed into a dark green military uniform, holding the rank of a 1-star second lieutenant, with the orange cat Xiao Hu lying at his feet. As the saying goes, people rely on their attire, horses rely on their saddles. Chen's external conditions were already quite excellent. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was a handsome man. Even though he usually dressed quite plainly and had some small scars on his face, it did not affect his handsome features at all. In fact, those small scars gave Chen a somewhat charming rogue vibe. However, now that he was in military uniform, not only did he look very attractive, but he also appeared spirited, steady, and poised. Many female students at Yaoxing Academy couldn't help but steal a few glances at Chen after seeing his current appearance, secretly wondering, who is this handsome guy? As for why Chen could hold the rank of second lieutenant upon joining the army, it was easy to understand. In this world plagued by demon beasts, the status of spirit contract masters was very high, as long as a spirit contract master met the military standards. The minimum rank upon joining would be second lieutenant. Those ordinary soldiers below the rank of second lieutenant were simply ordinary people who could not become spirit contract masters. To put it harshly, they were just cannon fodder on the battlefield. Not bad. Not bad. You look like a completely different person in military uniform. At this time, Wang Weiqing approached Chen, giving him a serious look. General Wang, are we going to the Frontier Corps now? Chen asked eagerly. That's right. Wang Weiqing nodded slightly and led Chen away from Yaoxing Academy. At the entrance of the academy, 2 military armored vehicles were parked, and several military officers stood straight on both sides. When they saw Wang Weiqing walking out of Yaoxing Academy, they all saluted him. At the same time, their gazes turned to Chen behind Wang Weiqing, sizing him up. It was clear that they had heard about the genius emerging from Yaoxing Academy and couldn't help but take a few extra looks. Captain Yao. As soon as they exited the main gate of Yaoxing Academy, Wang Weiqing immediately called out. The next moment, a strong officer standing at the front on the left stepped forward and responded, "Yes. From today onwards, he is a member of your Frontier Corps. I have some matters to attend to, so you take him to the Frontier Corps," Wang Weiqing said and turned to enter an armored vehicle. Following this, the officers on the right also boarded the vehicle with Wang Weiqing, driving the armored vehicle away. Phew! General Wang has finally left. Watching Wang Weiqing's armored vehicle gradually drive away, the officers and soldiers led by Captain Yao on the left all breathed a sigh of relief. You must be Chen? At this moment, Yao Kuan slowly walked towards Chen, his expression very serious. Vice Captain Yao. Chen responded by turning to Yao Kuan and giving a very standard military salute. Ha ha ha. He really is a good seedling, so young yet at D5 level of cultivation. Seeing Chen's serious demeanor, Yao Kuan's originally stern face suddenly broke into a smile. Kid, you don't need to be so nervous. In the Frontier Corps, there's no need to be so serious. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yao Kuan, and I'm the Vice Captain of the Military Frontier Corps. These few beside me are the elite members of the Frontier Corps. As Yao Kuan spoke, he gently patted Chen's shoulder, looking quite satisfied with him. The officers beside Yao Kuan also nodded slightly at Chen. This sudden smile surprised Chen a bit. However, he did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, he thought the atmosphere in the Frontier Corps seemed quite good. Moreover, Chen could clearly sense that Yao Kuan in front of him was very strong. At least an A-level spirit contract master. Such powerful cultivation, yet only a vice captain of the Frontier Corps, indicated that the real captain must be even more formidable. Let's go. I'll take you to assemble with the troops and also tell you about the Frontier Corps. After saying this, Yao Kun took Mo Chen and got into the armored vehicle, which then sped away. How much do you know about the Frontier Corps? During the ride, Yao Kun looked at Mo Chen beside him and asked, I have a general understanding. It is a unit specifically fighting demon beasts to expand human living space. Montauk Chen replied earnestly à l'Ypsilon. Since you understand, you must also know how dangerous this unit is, Yao Kun said, his expression becoming serious. I understand, but I'm not afraid. I want to become stronger, and the only way is to keep fighting demon beasts. Haha, very spirited. I really like young people like you. Then I won't beat around the bush. Let me introduce you to the current situation of the Frontier Corps. First, the Frontier Corps of Yaoxing City is a unit entirely composed of spirit contract masters, with no ordinary soldiers. It is divided into 5 major teams, each consisting of 10 small teams, totaling no less than 1,000 people. Among these people, the weakest has at least D3 level cultivation. With your current strength, you will only rank at the bottom. But you don't need to worry. Although the Frontier Corps is the most dangerous unit, if you can stay for a long time, your strength will improve quickly. While Yao Kun was seriously explaining the situation of the Frontier Corps to Mo Chen, he quietly lit a cigarette. As he lit it, Mo Chen inadvertently caught sight of 3 deep claw marks on Yao Kun's chest, clearly left by a demon beast. Additionally, the officers sitting in the armored vehicle all had scars to varying degrees. These were all marks left from years of fighting demon beasts. I understand. After listening, Mo Chen nodded earnestly. By the way, is it true that you cannot control beasts? Yao Kun took a deep drag from his cigarette, his expression suddenly becoming a bit curious as he looked at Mo Chen. Mo Chen did not explain anything, just nodded slightly. Unable to control beasts, yet successfully awakened and even able to cultivate. This is indeed unprecedented. Mo Chen, have you never thought about giving up? Yao Kun asked Mo Chen this because he was very aware of the limits of the human body and was concerned that Mo Chen might not be able to face powerful demon beasts in the future. No, I will not give up. I want to prove that even if I cannot control beasts, I can still become a powerful spirit contract master. Humans are no less than demon beasts. Mo Chen said this with a very determined expression. Not only was Yao Kun shocked to hear this, but the other officers on the vehicle were also taken aback, falling into silence. Chapter 99. Falling Cloud Mountain Range, Team A. Haha. If it were someone else talking about this, we might just consider it a joke. But you're different. You truly have a special ability. Yao Kun was silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. At the same time, the officers in the armored vehicle also began to laugh. They were not mocking Mo Chen, but rather appreciating his courage. They want to see just how far Mo Chen could go. By the way, Mo Chen, do you prefer team combat or solo combat? At that moment, Yao Kun suddenly looked at Mo Chen and asked, Huh, there's a choice? Mo Chen was taken aback by the question. After all, he thought that joining this pioneering team would inevitably mean team combat. But now it seemed there was an option. Of course, Yao Kun smiled slightly and explained, before a spirit contract master advances to be rank, they can only contract one beast. Each beast has different abilities. Some lean towards combat, some towards defense, and others towards support. Often, these beasts combined can have much stronger combat power. Of course, some spirit contract masters, due to their own powerful abilities, can contract impressive beasts and thus do not need to engage in team combat. They can act solo. However, all solo actions have certain limits and cannot go too deep into areas inhabited by beasts. Then I choose solo combat, Mo Chen said without hesitation upon hearing this. From the intel I've received from the Radiant Star Academy, you indeed possess a strong capability for solo combat. Since you are willing, I will assign you to Team A of the 1st Brigade, which consists of the elite members of the pioneering team. Each one is a master of solo combat. Yao Kun seemed to have anticipated Mo Chen's choice and was not surprised. Thank you, Captain Yao. Mo Chen politely thanked Yao Kun. Then, as the armored vehicle sped along, they unknowingly arrived at a mountain range where a large number of troops were stationed. Although Mo Chen was unclear about where exactly this was, there was no doubt that it was quite a distance from Radiant Star City. They had even passed by the eclipsing Star Mountain during their journey. Clearly, This mountain range was much farther than Eclipsing Star Mountain, and the surrounding spiritual energy was quite dense, indicating it was a place favored by beasts. Captain Yao, where is this? After the armored vehicle came to a stop, Chen looked around curiously and asked. This is called the Falling Cloud Mountain Range, located to the north of Radiant Star City, even farther than Eclipsing Star Mountain. You can sense it too, right? The spiritual energy here is exceptionally rich. There used to be a large number of beasts here. After the initial sweep by the pioneering team, the outer areas of the Falling Cloud Mountain Range no longer have beasts, but it will still take a long time to completely turn this place into a habitable area for humans. The beasts living here are much stronger than those in Eclipsing Star Mountain. If you're scared now, I can still send you back to join the guard team in Radiant Star City. Yao Kuan warned Chen to ensure he wasn't just caught up in the moment by deciding to join the pioneering team. Captain Yao, I am determined to join the pioneering team. I will absolutely not leave here, nor will I be afraid. Chen felt even more excited upon hearing that this place was more dangerous than Eclipsing Star Mountain, because only in such a place could he hunt more powerful beasts and rapidly increase his strength. Very good, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Yao Kuan patted Chen's shoulder with satisfaction and then instructed a nearby officer to call the captain of Team A, Ho Lin, from the 1st Brigade. While waiting, Yao Kuan also took Chen around, explaining the situation of the Falling Cloud Mountain Range in more detail. Captain Yao, why did you come personally? Ho Lin rushed over after receiving the notification, standing straight in front of Yao Kuan and saluting. Ho Lin, this young brother beside me is named Chen. He is a genius graduate from Radiant Star Academy, personally recommended by General Wang Weichen. I entrust him to you, so make sure to take good care of him. Huh? Ho Lin was shocked upon hearing this and quickly sized up Chen. He seems a bit young, Captain Yao. He isn't an early graduate from Radiant Star Academy. Is he? That's right. He passed the assessment by Vice President Ouyang Zhen a few days ago and graduated early. Wow. Being able to pass Vice President Ouyang's assessment is definitely not simple. After hearing this, Ho Lin's gaze toward Chen was filled with even more admiration. All right, I have some matters to attend to. I'm leaving Chen in your hands. After a brief instruction, Yao Kuan left. Chen, follow me. Then, Ho Lin led Chen toward Team A. During this process, Chen closely followed Ho Lin, observing attentively. He noticed that Ho Lin looked to be in his 40s, exuding a strong aura with the energy fluctuations of a B-level spirit contract master. He was much stronger than the teacher Luo Feng from Radiant Star Academy, at least a B3 level spirit contract master. Moreover, Chen also noticed several scars on Ho Lin's body. His left hand was missing a pinky finger. These wounds were clearly left from battles with beasts, indicating that the pioneering team was indeed very dangerous. Chen, are you familiar with Ho Hai from Class A of the 3rd year? He is my son and should be graduating soon. At that moment, Ho Lin looked at Chen and smiled. Ho Hai? I don't know him. Chen pondered for a moment, trying hard to recall, but he simply couldn't remember. Don't know him? Upon hearing this, Ho Lin immediately stopped walking. If you graduated early, you must have been in Class A of the 3rd year. How could you not know him? Captain Ho, to be honest, I was only in Class A of the 3rd year for a few days before graduating directly. I hardly got to know any of the students from Class A of the 3rd year. Chen looked at Ho Lin awkwardly. What? You were only in Class A of the 3rd year for a few days? Ho Lin looked at Chen in disbelief. Is that even possible? When did students below the 3rd year start graduating early? Chen, what year were you originally in? 2nd year? Chapter 100. The Shock of the Stubborn Squad, Captain Ho. It's not like that. I'm actually a 1st-year freshman this year. Chen shook his head again and answered seriously. A 1st-year freshman? When Ho Lin heard Chen's words, he simply couldn't believe it, his eyes wide open like copper bells. A 1st-year student is only 18 years old. They must have just awakened not long ago. What kind of monster is this? Ho Lin suddenly leaned close to Chen's ear and whispered, Tell me, did you take a shortcut? Do you have a close relationship with Vice Dean Ouyang? I'm just a contract spirit masterborn in D-City. How could I take a shortcut? I didn't even know Vice Dean Ouyang at first. It's just that I've already reached the D5 level of spiritual power and defeated Liu Xiao with absolute strength, and I passed the Vice Dean's assessment. So I can graduate early. What? Are you a monster? Hearing this, Holin couldn't help but curse. But soon he realized he was too excited and quickly looked at him. Oh, Chen, sorry, I got a bit carried away. The reason he was so excited was entirely because he heard Mo Chen say he had defeated Liu Xiao with absolute strength. You must know who Liu Xiao is. He is recognized as a genius in the third-year A class, having reached the level of a C-level contract spirit master before graduation. His background is also quite terrifying, being the son of Liu Shanhai, one of the 7 counselors of Yaoxing City. But even so, he was still defeated by Mo Chen in front of him. What is hardest to believe is that Mo Chen is only a D5 level. This means he has the strength to defeat a C-level contract spirit master at a higher level. No wonder he can graduate early. At this moment, in Ho Lin's mind, the Mo Chen in front of him was truly a genius among geniuses. As for Mo Chen's mention of being born in D City, Ho Lin didn't care at all. For such a genius, even if he was born in D City, what does it matter? With the current momentum, he will eventually become a top contract spirit master. Captain Ho, are there no members of Team A yet? Mo Chen had been following Ho Lin for a while, but hadn't seen anyone from Team A, so he curiously asked. Don't worry. The A team I lead is the elite of the Yaoxing City pioneering force, so naturally, they'll be further inside the Luoyuan Mountains. But before that, I need to remind you that since Team A is elite, there are many former genius graduates, and there are a lot of stubborn characters. They might trouble you. But don't worry, those guys have bad tempers, but are all good people with no ill intentions. As long as you integrate with them, you will definitely be very happy. Don't worry, Captain Ho, I understand all of this. Mo Chen nodded slightly at the words. Even if Ho Lin didn't specifically mention it, Mo Chen had a rough idea. The so-called solo operations are, after all, those who are unwilling to cooperate with the team, but are strong-willed, often with strong personalities. Not to mention them. Even Mo Chen is the same. He would choose to operate solo as much as possible to avoid causing disputes. That's great. Ho Lin patted Mo Chen's shoulders satisfactorily and led him forward. After passing through layers of military sentries, Mo Chen arrived at a camp with many army green tents. In the middle of the camp, on a patch of grass, lay several strong men with powerful auras, all of them relaxed and quietly talking about something. However, as soon as they saw Ho Lin approaching, they all immediately stood up. Not only that, but a portion of soldiers who were originally resting in the tents also came out, totaling no less than 30. They also noticed Mo Chen standing behind Ho Lin, but were not very surprised. It was obvious that he was a new member of Team A. They just didn't expect this new member to be so young. Ahem, let me introduce to everyone, this young brother beside me is named Mo Chen, 18 years old. Just graduated early from Yaoxing Academy. When Ho Lin said this, he deliberately emphasized the words graduated early. What? Boss, what are you saying? Graduated from Yaoxing Academy at 18? Are you kidding? Everyone knows that 18 is just when you enter Yaoxing Academy, and they just awakened not long ago. How could they graduate early? Besides, it seems that the first-year freshmen at Yaoxing Academy have just started school for less than 2 months, right? Boss, don't fool us. Hearing Ho Lin's words, the soldiers present were all puzzled, thinking that Ho Lin was joking. What did I ever joke like this? You must know that there are always people better than you. Ho Lin said lightly, just because you can't do it doesn't mean everyone can't. Although Ho Lin's expression was calm now, not long ago, his expression was exactly the same as these soldiers, all in disbelief. Graduating from Yaoxing Academy at 18? Who would believe that? Do you believe it? I certainly don't. Even after hearing Ho Lin's words, the soldiers present still found it hard to believe. Their eyes fixed on Mo Chen as they seriously examined him. However, upon sensing Mo Chen's D5 level aura, their expressions suddenly changed. An 18-year-old D5 level contract spirit master. Regardless of whether he graduated early from Yaoxing Academy, just this level of spiritual power is enough to prove he is a genius. In this first team, a squad, what is most abundant is genius. For a moment, the way they looked at Mo Chen changed, revealing a sense of eager challenge. Okay, everyone quiet down. Then, Ho Lin pointed to a dark-skinned strong guy at the front. Zhou Qi, go check if there are any vacant tents around for Mo Chen to stay in. After saying this, Ho-Lin looked at Mo Chen beside him. Mo Chen, in our team, there aren't too many strict rules. If there's nothing going on, you can rest anytime and anywhere like them. If you're bored, you can also hunt beasts in the Luoya Mountains. But you need to report in advance and not go too deep. In short, it's still very free. It can be like this. Is it really this free? Although it was Mo Chen's first time joining the military, he knew that the military was a very serious place. Hearing Ho-Lin's words now seemed a bit of a revelation. Of course it's free. Our first team, a squad, is famous for being free, huh? The earlier soldier, named Zhou Qi, laughed heartily after speaking. The others in Team A also laughed along. Chapter 101. Unruly and direct challenge. Looking at the expressions of these officers, their captain, Ho-Lin, let out a slight sigh. He knew very well that the so-called Team A of the 1st Brigade was indeed the most elite team, but they were also a bunch of hotheads, all strong-willed individuals who did not obey orders. Yet they were all exceptionally gifted spirit contract masters. In this world, the stronger the spirit contract master, the higher their status. These rebels, although unruly, each had their own bottom line and would not commit any heinous acts. Otherwise, they would not have been recruited by the military. They were merely a group of fighters. Captain Ho, what is our main task every day in Team A? Mo Chen had just joined Team A and was not yet familiar with the matters here. He had just heard Ho-Lin say that they could only be so free when there was nothing to do. Since it was a pioneering team, Mo Chen thought there must be specific tasks every day. The task of Team A sounds simple, but it carries great danger. Each day, we need to enter the Falling Cloud Mountain range and hunt at least 3 magical beasts, collecting their beast cores for submission. I must specifically mention that the magical beasts we hunt must be above C grade. Mo Chen, since you're only D5 level, I want to restrict you to that requirement. D grade and above will suffice. Although Ho-Lin knew that Mo Chen was extraordinary, it was still dangerous here. And fighting above one's level had its difficulties. If such a talented individual were to suffer misfortune in Team A, he, as the captain, would bear significant responsibility. No need, Captain Ho, I will also hunt C-grade magical beasts. Mo Chen immediately rejected Ho-Lin's suggestion. He completely understood this task. After all, this was a pioneering team, working to secure living space for humanity, and it was natural to carry out large-scale exterminations of magical beasts to ensure absolute safety, rather than coming here for vacation. As for hunting 3 C-grade magical beasts daily, Mo Chen didn't take it seriously. Only by doing so could he quickly enhance his own strength. The surrounding officers nodded in appreciation upon hearing Mo Chen's firm words. Not bad, although we're not sure about his exact strength. At least he is not a coward. I like this kind of guy, said Zhou Qi, who stood out as the strongest among them, revealing a silly smile. Good. This is the kind of person we need in Team A. But no matter what, safety must come first. If necessary, it's acceptable not to complete the task. As for the beast cores submitted each day, the military take all of them. At the end of each month, they will be exchanged for corresponding allowances, which will be deposited into your accounts. Of course, if you're capable of submitting more beast cores, there will be additional rewards, such as more generous allowance rewards. In short, the pioneering team is the most dangerous team, but it is also a team with substantial allowances. Captain Ho, I have another question. If I submit a B-grade beast core, will I receive more allowance or other rewards? Mo Chen asked immediately. It was important to note that Mo Chen could now easily slay C-grade magical beasts and had the ability to fight B-grade magical beasts. Once Mo Chen successfully advanced to C-grade, he might even be able to hunt some weaker B-grade magical beasts. If the military's rewards were generous enough, he wouldn't need to sell them. He could directly exchange them with the military. That is a good question. Ho-Lin smiled slightly. If you submit beast cores of B grade or higher, in addition to receiving more allowances, your achievements will also be recorded. Accumulating enough achievements can lead to a promotion in rank. Since you've joined the military, you must be aware of the situation in the army. The higher your rank, the higher your status, and you will receive more allowances each month. I see. Thank you for the information, Captain Ho. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen understood the situation of Team A roughly. He secretly made a decision to work hard to accumulate achievements and continuously raise his rank. In Chen's view, since he had already joined the military, he naturally needed to climb higher. Only by obtaining a sufficiently high status and strong enough power could he challenge those lofty politicians. At that time, he would have the ability to change the bottom city. Alright, that's about it for Team A's situation. For other details, you can ask anyone present. After finishing, Ho-Lin gently patted Chen on the shoulder and temporarily left. As soon as Ho-Lin left, Chen noticed that 6 or 7 tall officers had already gathered around him. Among them, he recognized one, Zhou Qi, who had been mentioned by Ho-Lin earlier. Zhou Qi had a resolute appearance, dark skin, and many scars, most of which had healed, emanating the aura of a B-grade spirit contract master. However, he was still far inferior to Ho-Lin, likely only at the B1, B2 level. The other officers present were all C-grade spirit contract masters. They all looked at Chen with excitement. Hello, everyone. Since Chen had joined Team, he naturally did not want to create unnecessary conflicts with these officers. So he greeted them politely. Little brother, I heard Captain Ho say that you are a top-notch genius from the Yaoxing Academy, only 18 years old. Yet you possess D5 level strength, and you graduated directly from Yaoxing Academy. How about we have a competition? At that moment, a brown-haired man stepped forward from among the 6 or 7 individuals, smiling at Chen. The other officers, including Zhou Qi, remained silent, also smiling at Chen. Moreover, many other officers around were clearly there to watch the excitement. Chen was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Were these guys this straightforward? He had just arrived at Team A and hadn't fully understood the situation yet, and they were already challenging him? However, Chen was mentally prepared and knew that most of the officers in Team A were hotheads, so he did not intend to refuse them. After all here, strength was respected, and if he refused now, they would undoubtedly view him as timid. From now on, it would be difficult for him to integrate here, and he would likely be looked down upon. Furthermore, since Ho-Lin had already highlighted Chen's identity as a genius spirit contract master, it was clearly intentional. No matter what, Chen had to accept this challenge. Sure, Chen looked firmly at the brown-haired man. Chapter 102. Unable to control beasts, shocking everyone. That was a quick agreement. The brown-haired man initially thought Chen would refuse, but he didn't expect Chen to be so straightforward. However, after all, I am a C5, level beast tamer, while you're only a D5.